Ah, what exquisite features, as if sculpted by the hands of celestial beings, this remarkably handsome visage, coupled with such a robust physique, is utterly breathtaking. Isn't this the villain? Which villain possesses such striking good looks? He is practically the protagonist. Beside the gently flowing mountain stream, a tall and handsome young man clad in white gazed at his reflection in the water, muttering to himself. This young man is named Qin Mo indeed. He is a transmigrator for Blue Star. In his previous life, he had discovered his favorite character in a light novel had been killed off by the author, but that was not the most significant issue. The true concern lay in the manner of that character's demise in the novel. The male lead was not merely killed but subjected to relentless torment, ensuring a slow and painful end. Seeing his beloved character suffer in such a fashion had kept Qin Mo awake all night. In his frustration, he had intended to take out his phone and leave a scathing review, ready to denounce the novel as drivel. But in a moment of clumsiness, he dropped his phone, striking himself in the face. And then he was knocked unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself transported into the world of that very book. Astonishingly, he had become the first antagonist encountered by the male lead, sharing the same name and surname that A.S., the chief disciple of the falling Sunset Peak, one of the 5 great sects of the northern region of the central continent. He possessed superior cultivation compared to other disciples. Yet, apart from this edge, he was replete with flaws. He bullied the weak and oppressed others, embodying none of the virtues expected of a righteous sect member. His shadow loomed over virtually every misdeed within the sect. However, due to his status as the highest-ranking disciple of falling Sunset Peak, the elders turned a blind eye as long as his actions did not provoke too much trouble. This leniency only emboldened his arrogance, leading his fellow sect members to harbor immense disdain for him. It could be said that even the most timid disciple would avoid crossing paths with him, fearful of incurring his wrath and facing severe retribution. In the sect, the only commendable attributes he possessed were his striking appearance and moderately impressive cultivation talent. Qin Mo had read the original text and understood the author's intent. By portraying the antagonist as exceptionally handsome and highly skilled, the author accentuated the prowess of the true protagonist, Yi Bufan, making his superiority all the more apparent, rather than having the protagonist confront overtly evil foes. The thrill lay in vanquishing these hypocritical scoundrels, for such detestable characters deserved eradication. Yet, a significant dilemma loomed before him. In a short while, he would meet his Indies, the very type of demise he dreaded. Qin Mo had anticipated this day for 8 or 9 years, having long since grown impatient for Yi Bufan to arrive and execute him. He had been in this world for quite some time, activating a system known as the Villain Performance System upon his arrival. True to its name, the system required him to fervently enact villainous performances to earn a series of rewards. To obtain rewards, he needed to align with the original plot storyline. Qin Mo was to ruthlessly oppress his fellow disciples and commit various nefarious acts to accumulate points and rewards from the system. The more malevolent his performance, the higher the system's score would be. However, Qin Mo was initially disinterested in the rewards offered by the system, finding himself reluctant to undertake the tasks. When the system noted his apathy, it presented him with a final reward, the opportunity to bring back any item from this world, along with himself, to Blue Star. Upon learning he could return to Blue Star, Qin Mo felt invigorated to secure the ultimate reward. He began diligently playing the role of a villain over the years. His reputation within the sect had become notorious. He had not even finished spending the 2 million he won in a lottery in his previous life before inexplicably transmigrating into this world. Now, he simply longed to return to Blue Star to live the life he desired. This world lacked the internet, mobile phones, or any form of leisurely entertainment. Moreover, he did not belong here, rather than obsessively cultivating in this perilous realm where a single misstep could lead to death. He preferred to return to Blue Star with whatever he could acquire from this world. After spending so many years in this frenzied cultivation world, Qin Mo felt as though he might go mad. System, how much longer until Yi Bufan enters the Tianyan Dao Sect? I've been waiting here for several years. Every day consists of misdeeds, meals, cultivation, and sleep, without any semblance of entertainment. I am on the verge of dying from boredom. Qin Mo scratched his head in frustration. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Host, please do not worry, your patience will be rewarded. Listening to the system's notification, Qin Mo sighed in resignation. Very well, system, what is the current time? Beep. The current date is the 742nd year. May 13th, 742? It seems that the wait won't be much longer. Qin Mo gazed down at the water's surface, murmuring softly, recalling the plot of Xinqi Wuzuan, a 1.5 million-word tale of a dragon-rising protagonist and his harem. He found the story immensely captivating, the narrative still vivid in his memory. Among the most exhilarating moments were Yi Bufan's acts of justice against evil and the cunningly deceptive plots, which had thrilled him to the core. However, as the story progressed into the later chapters, it began to feel monotonous. The protagonist's character and actions became increasingly unlikable. Qin Mo had grown tired of it, opting to skip ahead and only read the segment where his beloved character met his demise, after which he ceased reading entirely. Now Yi Bufan has progressed to 11, and my appearance is imminent. The climax will occur around 600,000 words, while the subsequent 900,000 words will bear little relevance to me. Qin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. It wouldn't be long now. Were it not for the system's stipulation that Yi Bufan must personally slay him to fulfill the task conditions for returning to Blue Star, Qin Mo would have considered ending his own life. Reflecting on this, he involuntarily recalled earlier plot points. In the year 738, Yi Bufan was an ordinary child from a household in the northwest region of the central continent, but his family was slaughtered by demonic forces. During his flight, he stumbled upon a storage ring belonging to an elder. To evade the pursuers, Yi Bufan seized the opportunity provided by the storage ring's elder to escape, subsequently devoting himself to rigorous cultivation to eradicate the demon who killed his parents, ultimately seeking apprenticeship at the Tianyan Dao Sect. On May 15, 742, Yi Bufan entered the sect. After years of eager anticipation, Qin Mo's troubled expression began to dissipate. The time was near. It seemed he would soon encounter Yi Bufan, the protagonist. He hoped not to be disappointed. In truth, Qin Mo did not harbor deep animosity towards Yi Bufan. However, the latter's somewhat righteous yet malevolent disposition made it challenging for him to feel any fondness. Having lost his parents to demonic beings, Yi Bufan harbored a relentless vendetta against anyone associated with the demonic path, mercilessly slaying them without a hint of hesitation. The more his victims struggled, the more he seemed to derive satisfaction from their torment. Each person has their own perspective, and Qin Mo refrained from judging who is right or wrong. Yet, such ruthlessness was often difficult to reconcile, especially since his target was not just any demonic fiend but Su Wulan, a girl born with a unique constitution. She was marked by a demonic heart from birth and was subsequently abducted by demonic forces to serve as a saintess. In her presence, her family was systematically slaughtered, awakening the full potential of her demonic heart, leading her to the dark side and transforming her into a formidable antagonist. Upon arriving, Yi Bufan witnessed the indiscriminate slaughter by demonic beings and the overwhelming demonic aura of Su Wulan, categorizing her among the demonic ranks. Anyone on Yi Bufan's list would face extermination. As he matured, Yi Bufan eventually found Su Wulan, who had succumbed to the demonic path, and tortured her before delivering the final blow. Su Wulan was a character he deeply cared for and cherished. Initially traumatized by the loss of her parents at the hands of demonic forces, she later became a mere pawn in the unfolding drama. She had committed no wrongdoing, nor had she taken a life, yet she bore the unjust label of patricide, only to meet a cruel end at the hands of the protagonist, a tragic fate indeed. It was Su Wulan's demise that led Qin Mo to cease his reading. After all, with his favorite characters dead, there seemed little reason to continue. Reflecting on this, Qin Mo recalled that tomorrow marked the day when Su Wulan's family would be slaughtered, awakening her demonic heart, and when Yi Bufan would witness this horrific scene. It seemed imperative to intervene and save Su Wulan, otherwise she would inevitably fall into Yi Bufan's crosshairs. Now that he had traversed into this world, he resolved to prevent her abduction by demonic beings, thereby sparing her from the tragic fate at the hands of the protagonist. With this determination, Qin Mo swiftly rose to make his way to Su Wulan's location. Since the original narrative lacked any heroic rescue from the protagonist, he would take it upon himself to alter her tragic destiny. He could not bear to see his beloved character suffer such a dismal conclusion. This was the only redeeming aspect of being thrust into this world. He had the chance to rectify some of the original narrative's regrets. Just as Qin Mo was about to depart, he instinctively recalled an unfinished system task. The system typically assigned him various malevolent missions. Today marked the commencement of the Tianyan Dao Sect storyline, and he had an obligatory task to complete. Failing to do so would adversely affect his system rating in the unfolding narrative, necessitating the completion of a penalty task to qualify for the ultimate reward. He felt increasingly like a mere tool, condemned to a monotonous cycle of repetitive tasks. Yet, for the sake of the final reward, he had no choice but to endure. He sighed, resigning himself to wait until he could conclude his obligations. Upon opening the system's task list, he was met with a shocking assignment. Beep. Today's malevolent task: steal your master's intimate garments from Luoxia Peak. Please complete this task promptly. What? Qin Mo blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in hopes of dispelling the absurdity of the task. Confirming it once more, he was indeed tasked with stealing his master's undergarments. What kind of nonsense is this? To be commanded to pilfer my master's intimate clothing. Previously, the system had assigned tasks involving the torment of fellow disciples, and he had expected a similar request today. Instead, the system had crossed a line into farce. Was the system developing a peculiar obsession? System, is this some sort of joke? If caught, I would be utterly ruined. Please, change my task. However, barely had he voiced his complaint when the system's response echoed again. Beep. This is a mandatory plot task and cannot be modified. Please complete it swiftly to avoid affecting the system's rating. Qin Mo was left bewildered. Wasn't there any such scene in the original narrative? Please reflect carefully, host. This scenario does indeed appear later on, as the system reminded him. A memory flickered in Qin Mo's mind regarding the subsequent storyline involving Yi Bufan's entrance into the sect. Indeed, there was a scene where Yi Bufan, upon entering the Tianyan Dao Sect, quickly garnered the admiration of his peers. The original character, noticing this, sought to challenge him, intending to demonstrate superiority. However, due to the original character's overwhelming prowess, he suppressed his cultivation to match Yi Bufan's level for a duel. As expected, Yi Bufan, utilizing his golden finger, the enigmatic old man, managed to outwit him, humiliating him in front of the crowd and solidifying his reputation. The original character's indiscretion in stealing his master's garments resulted in a scandal, leaving the audience in uproar, especially when the garments were revealed to belong to Chu Xian, who was furious upon discovering the theft. She subsequently punished the original character severely, incapacitating him for days. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan earned his master's favor, becoming a cherished disciple and winning the hearts of his peers. As time passed, the original character's reputation suffered irreparably, while Yi Bufan was showered with blessings and opportunities. Recalling these classic plotlines, Qin Mo could only marvel at their timelessness. After all, this was an ancient tale of martial arts and romance, where any beautiful woman was inevitably entwined with the protagonist. By the end, such mentors invariably ended up as part of the protagonist's harem. Yi Bufan was indeed fortunate, surrounded by affectionate disciples and mentors. The thought alone was intoxicatingly vivid. Yet, the task of stealing his master's intimate garments made Qin Mo hesitate. Previously, he had been reprimanded for causing a minor disturbance while fulfilling a task, and the memory of that reprimand lingered painfully. He shuddered at the thought of being caught. The consequences could be dire. System, can't you possibly assign me a different task? I truly wish to avoid another painful experience. However, the system merely repeated its previous statements without alteration. This is a mandatory storyline task and cannot be changed. Please complete it swiftly to avoid affecting the system's rating. Remaining time for the task, 8 hours. Wait, no. Damn it. Why is it still a time-limited task? It requires me to steal my master's undergarments. This task is not only disgraceful, but the subsequent plot will also reveal to Chu Xian that I was the one who pilfered her intimate garments. I can play the villain, but being a pervert is rather humiliating. System, you are truly pushing me to my limits. Complaining also counts against your time. Please complete the task promptly. Remaining time for the task, 7 hours and 58 minutes. Glancing at the countdown on the system panel, Qin Mo shook his head in resignation, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze in the direction of his master's dwelling. Is it just about stealing undergarments? What am I, Qin Mo, afraid of? If I make a mistake, I will merely endure some physical discomfort. With that thought, Qin Mo's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination, radiating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 2. The theft of the Master's garment. In order to facilitate the pilfering of Chu Xian's intimate apparel, Qin Mo patiently waited for over 6 hours, preparing to commence his endeavor as dusk approached. Remaining time for the current task, 1 hour 54 minutes. Casting a glance at the countdown of the system mission, Qin Mo then looked up at the darkening sky, murmuring encouragement to himself. It seemed that the time was ripe to fulfill the system's task, one that could determine success or failure with a single stroke. I refuse to believe I cannot procure a single piece of lingerie. With that thought, Qin Mo gazed at the luminous sunset peak where Chu Xian resided, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Channeling his inner spiritual energy, he summoned a sword crafted from this ethereal force into his hand with a swift motion. Without further ado, he soared towards the luminous sunset peak, riding the sword with remarkable speed. The Tianyan Dao Sect is situated in the northern region of the Tiantian continent. The Tiantian mountain range winds and twists for miles, its peaks rising and falling like undulating waves, steep and formidable, instilling a sense of awe. Before one's eyes are the 8 principal peaks, suspended majestically in the air. Amidst the mountains, clouds swirl in a dreamlike manner, waterfalls cascade, splashing like silver ribbons. Auspicious beasts flit through the air, their melodious calls echoing, showcasing an undeniable celestial grandeur. Each of these 8 peaks possesses a unique and resonant name: Frost Blossom, Purple Radiance, Mysterious Chi, Spirit Sky, Luminous Sunset, Candle Dragon, Azure Sky, and Starlit Wave. Each peak boasts its own majesty and distinct character. Among these 8 peaks, each is presided over by a venerable master, responsible for imparting knowledge and teachings. Qin Mo's master is none other than the renowned first female sword immortal of the northern domain, Chu Xian. She is graceful and poised, with unparalleled swordsmanship that captivates countless admirers. Her abode is perched atop the steepest pinnacle of Luminous Sunset Peak, Luminous Sunset Summit. Shrouded in mist, this place resembles an otherworldly paradise, a fitting backdrop for such an extraordinary beauty. At that moment, a stream of pure white light darted swiftly between the peaks. This was Qin Mo, who, riding his sword, traversed 4 principal peaks in less than 2 minutes, arriving at the summit where Chu Xian resided. Surrounding her dwelling were vibrant spiritual herbs, and nearby lay a small garden, with a gentle stream flowing nearby, creating a picturesque scene. As Qin Mo's feet touched the ground, he swiftly stowed his spiritual sword within his dantian, crouching low and moving with utmost lightness, before slipping into a dense thicket of flowers and shrubs. Peering cautiously through the layers of foliage, he scrutinized the interior of the nearby abode. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Save for the soft moonlight that draped over the roof like a delicate veil, it seemed that his master was not present, likely occupied with preparations for the upcoming disciple ceremony. This realization brought a wave of elation to Qin Mo's heart. Seizing the opportunity, he knew he must act swiftly. Should she return, being caught red-handed would spell significant trouble. Thus, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no other figures in sight before lowering his body and stealthily entering Chu Xian's home. Upon crossing the threshold, an intoxicating floral fragrance enveloped him, refreshing his spirit. The room was adorned with a plethora of colorful and exotic flora, their vibrant hues transforming the ordinary space into a breathtaking garden. Undoubtedly, this was the residence of Chu Xian. As for Chu Xian, she is one of the esteemed masters among the 8 principal peaks, her character distinctly divergent from the others. While the other masters may be stern and unyielding, she embodies the essence of a carefree breeze, exuding a sense of freedom and ease. Despite having experienced the passage of 1 or 2 centuries, her youthful heart remains unchanged, occasionally revealing a whimsical demeanor that draws attention. Moreover, she possesses immense confidence in her beauty. After all, how could the narrative neglect to portray the male protagonist's master as exceptionally alluring? Especially given that she is destined to be part of his harem? Not only is she beautiful, but her prowess is formidable as well. As one of the 8 principal peak masters, Chu Xian wields a sword technique that is unmatched, her sword energy capable of altering landscapes. Even in the face of formidable foes, she remains composed, able to turn the tides with her formidable strength, a power that commands respect. Furthermore, her teaching methods diverge from those of the other 7 masters. In her approach to her disciples, she adopts a rather casual demeanor, lacking the traditional gravitas typically associated with a mentor. As long as her disciples do not commit egregious errors or create catastrophic upheavals, she generally refrains from excessive chastisement. This laissez-faire style does not imply neglect. On the contrary, should her disciples provoke significant trouble, and she becomes aware, a severe reprimand is inevitable. The thought of such reprimands sends a chill down Qin Mo's spine. Moreover, it is perplexing that such a stunning and powerful master would become part of Yi Bufan's harem. Why should Yi Bufan, of all people, be worthy of her? This reality strains Qin Mo's composure, as it seems deeply unjust. Yet, who could deny that Yi Bufan is the protagonist? He is the destined child of this world, captivating every beauty and drawing them into an inescapable love. Such circumstances leave Qin Mo, a mere solitary soul, filled with envy and resentment. Enough of these thoughts. I must focus on the task at hand. Once the mission concludes and I claim the final rewards from the system, I shall return to indulge in my own desires, perhaps even securing a beautiful wife for myself. Reassuring himself, Qin Mo swiftly approached the entrance of Chu Xian's sleeping quarters, cautiously pushing the door open and surveying the room. This was indeed the chamber where his master rested, and within it, her intimate garments must surely reside. As he contemplated the search for his master's undergarments, his gaze was drawn to a pile of clothing resting on the bed. Just as he reached out to inspect it, he noticed a personal item belonging to Chu Xian, a delicate undergarment, carelessly placed beside the pile. Such fortune! Without delay, he seized the intimate garment, and at the moment he grasped the warm fabric, an extraordinary sensation coursed through him. The exquisite material seemed to possess a life of its own, gently caressing his palm and imparting an unusual tingling sensation. As if bewitched, Qin Mo brought the garment closer, examining it with great scrutiny. A wave of warm, delicate fragrance enveloped him, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, intoxicating him with its allure. Taking a gentle breath, he attempted to discern the notes within this captivating aroma, gradually realizing it was infused not only with enchanting floral scents, but also a subtle hint of creamy sweetness. Is this the undergarment of the first sword immortal of the northern domain? Qin Mo murmured to himself, a hint of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes. At that moment, an uncontrollable vision of his master's unparalleled beauty and her towering, snow-white form surged into his mind. Merely a fleeting imagination left Qin Mo feeling parched, and he seemed to grasp, if only slightly, why his original self had pilfered such an item. This was no ordinary object. It was a supreme undergarment. Staring at it in his hands, Qin Mo suddenly recalled something, shaking his head vigorously and patting his temples to dispel those errant thoughts. Bah! I am here to complete a task, not to indulge in perversion. The original owner's peculiar preference indeed marks him as no virtuous person. I shall take this with me. My current system task should be complete, were it not for the subsequent plot requiring this item. Qin Mo would have preferred to incinerate it at once, for carrying such a thing was undeniably sordid. Just as he tucked the intimate garment into his pocket, the system responded immediately. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Rewards are now being distributed. You have received 20 years of cultivation, which is now automatically infused into the host. Before Qin Mo could fully process the series of system notifications, he felt a mysterious and profound vortex suddenly rise from within his dantian. This vortex seemed to harbor boundless power and vitality, rapidly expanding in an unstoppable manner, enveloping every inch of his being in an instant. As the vortex flowed, every muscle and bone was refined, as if undergoing a transformative baptism. In just a fleeting moment, Qin Mo could distinctly sense the astonishing changes occurring within his body. The once chaotic spirit platform now felt remarkably clear, as if cleansed by a spring rain, and the acupoints throughout his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. At this juncture, the harmony between his physical form and the ambient spiritual energy reached an unparalleled zenith, merging seamlessly as if they were one. In the next moment, Qin Mo noticed his cultivation level began to ascend at an astonishing pace. When he focused on the system's reward, he was taken aback to discover it was a full 20 years of cultivation. Realizing the predicament, he hastily called out to the system, "Stop, stop. If my cultivation advances any further, that brat Yi Bufan won't stand a chance against me. How will the plot unfold if Yi Bufan can't kill me? Just store this cultivation reward in the system's repository." Upon hearing Qin Mo's command, the system immediately ceased the infusion of spiritual energy. Relieved that the infusion had halted, Qin Mo assessed his own cultivation level. Fortunately, only half a year's worth of cultivation had been infused. Had it been any more, Yi Bufan would likely have found it impossible to contend with him. After confirming that all was well, he turned to reprimand the system in his mind. System. In the future, do not unilaterally infuse cultivation rewards without consulting me first. Beep. The system has detected the host's request. The system has adjusted your preferences. Henceforth, it will no longer automatically infuse cultivation into the host. Satisfied that the system would no longer dispense rewards without his consent, Qin Mo nodded appreciatively. To ensure Yi Bufan could easily defeat him, he had refrained from rigorous training over the years, spending his days mostly sleeping and eating. Yet, despite the lack of focused practice, his innate talent and root constitution were so exceptional that merely lying idle allowed his cultivation to rise, and it had been steadily increasing in recent years. Noticing this peculiar situation over the past few years had left Qin Mo speechless. After all, who possessed such extraordinary talent? While others toiled tirelessly, struggling to advance, he found his cultivation flourishing even in idleness. Fortunately, with the system task now satisfactorily completed, he merely needed to rescue Su Wolin from her impending corruption and return to the sect to await Yi Bufan's entry. With the task accomplished, it was time to make his exit. With this thought in mind, Qin Mo glanced around to ensure the coast was clear before stepping towards the door. Just as he took a few steps, he heard a commotion outside. The sound of hurried footsteps made it clear that Chu Xian had returned. This was disastrous. If Chu Xian discovered that he had stolen her undergarment, it would spell trouble for him. He needed to find a hiding spot immediately. Scanning the room in haste, the only place to conceal himself was beneath her bed. Casting a quick glance back at her approaching footsteps, Qin Mo wasted no time and slipped under his master's bed, swiftly summoning the system to use a concealment talisman obtained from previous tasks. System. Quickly use the concealment talisman from the repository. Beep. The system has used Concealment Talisman 1. The effect of the Concealment Talisman is now counting down from 5 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. As the system's notification ceased, Qin Mo's body, hidden beneath the bed, began to transform into a state of transparency at an astonishing pace. Not only did his presence vanish, but even his aura dissipated completely, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he had melded into the surrounding environment, disappearing without a trace, imperceptible even to those with profound cultivation. At that moment, Chu Xian gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Her figure was graceful, her movements light, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. She raised her delicate hand, and a soft blue spiritual energy surged from her palm, igniting the candle placed nearby. The flickering candlelight illuminated the entire room. Yet Chu Xian remained oblivious to any anomalies. She proceeded directly toward the screen in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the bed, Qin Mo's heart raced, pounding so fiercely that it felt as though it might leap from his throat. He hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands, terrified that even the slightest sound might betray his presence. Peering through the narrow gap between the bed and the floor, he cautiously observed. His gaze fell upon Chu Xian, who had now reached behind the screen. Then came the faint sound of fabric rustling, accompanied by Chu Xian's gentle murmurs. Today has truly been exhausting. I should indulge in a nice, hot bath. At that moment, Qin Mo caught a glimpse of a scene that sent shivers down his spine. A cold dread shot through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. At this critical juncture, Qin Mo had no time to dwell on the unfolding events, for his very life was at stake. Glancing frantically at the countdown on the system panel, he saw only 3 minutes remaining. He needed to escape quickly. Time was running out. With a sudden sense of urgency, he crouched low and stealthily made his way across the floor, each step as light as a feather, desperate not to raise any suspicion or sound. With only a minute left, Qin Mo vanished from the room, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 3. The Search for the Missing Lingerie after stealthily exiting Chu Xian's residence. Qin Mo cast a cautious glance over his shoulder to ensure he had not been detected, then promptly took flight on his sword, leaving the scene behind. The journey was swift. In less than a minute, he returned to his humble abode. Upon returning from the summit of falling sunset, Qin Mo rushed into his home, closed the door, and began to breathe heavily, his heart racing furiously. He had narrowly escaped being discovered by Chu Xian, and had it not been for the concealment talisman, he would have likely remained there. With a long exhale, Qin Mo's heart gradually settled, yet he sighed in regret. Alas, the only concealment talisman he possessed had now been expended. This precious item had been earned through arduous tasks and had remained untouched in his system's repository until now. Squandered in a moment of confusion. Had he been a tad quicker in completing his task, this predicament could have been avoided. However, lamenting over the past was futile. He resigned himself to shake his head and inquired within his mind, "System, I trust there will be no more of such absurd tasks ahead? If I am to steal such items again, I shall refuse to comply." Once more, he was tasked with pilfering his master's intimate garments. Hiding beneath the bed, a true test of endurance. The system responded promptly, reassuring him that such tasks would not be repeated. "Rest assured, host, there will be no further assignments of this nature. Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" "You said the same before," Qin Mo replied, furrowing his brow, skepticism evident in his gaze. After all, he had previously engaged in a series of bizarre and morally dubious tasks, only to find that upon completion, the system would insist on another round. This left him feeling both exasperated and resigned. Having been commanded to bully fellow disciples or to capture free-roaming spirit beasts on Shinchi Peak merely to turn them into delectable barbecues. Reflecting on these absurdities filled Qin Mo with trepidation, fearing that the system might once again be toying with him. Noting Qin Mo's evident disbelief, the system confidently assured him, "I guarantee with my own honor that this time, I will not mislead you. Previous tasks were mere accidents. This assignment is solely for narrative purposes, and such demands will not arise again." Seeing the system stake its reputation, Qin Mo hesitated before deciding to trust it once more. After all, there was no better alternative at this juncture. In that moment, he silently prayed that future tasks would not be overly bizarre or arduous. His sole desire was to complete the final task smoothly and return to Blue Star for the tranquil life he had longed for. As night deepened, enveloping the world in silence, Qin Mo, weary from his endeavors, indulged in a soothing hot bath, feeling the weight of stress and fatigue lift somewhat. He then languidly climbed into bed, sprawled out like a fish out of water, staring blankly at the ceiling as his thoughts drifted away. Meanwhile, at the summit of falling sunset, the tranquil atmosphere was disrupted by a faint sound. Chu Xian stood before her bed, her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Her gaze fixated on a pile of clothing, as if she sought to unearth a hidden secret. With her porcelain-like fingers, she gingerly sifted through the garments on her left, then swiftly turned to examine those on her right. She meticulously searched every corner, leaving no clue unexamined. Yet her coveted item remained elusive. Refusing to concede defeat, Chu Xian began to survey the room, inspecting every nook and cranny, be it the bedside, windowsill, wardrobe, or beneath the table. Yet, her efforts yielded nothing. The vital piece of lingerie had seemingly vanished without a trace. "How peculiar. I distinctly remember placing it here. I had painstakingly asked my junior sister to procure this piece for me. Where could it possibly be?" Chu Xian murmured softly, her words laden with bewilderment. Determined not to relent, she turned the clothes on her bed upside down once more. Regardless of her diligence, the lingerie remained absent. Moments ticked by, and after several minutes, Chu Xian finally ceased her search. Standing upright, she lightly brushed her hands together, her expression tinged with skepticism. Could it be that someone stealthily entered my chamber and absconded with it while I was away? The thought crossed her mind, and instinctively, she recalled Qin Mo, the troublemaker who often caused her distress. Yet, she quickly shook her head, muttering to herself, "Impossible, he wouldn't dare do such a thing." Using her spiritual energy to scan the room, she confirmed that aside from her own presence, no one else had intruded. Ultimately, she suspected she had merely misremembered the location. Misplacing her cherished garment, unbeknownst to her, Qin Mo had utilized the concealment talisman to mask all traces of his presence. Suddenly, a loud sneeze shattered the stillness of the room, startling Qin Mo, who had been comfortably reclining in bed, preparing for a restful slumber. He rubbed his nose, muttering, "How curious, why would I suddenly sneeze? Could it be that someone is secretly yearning for me, their handsome savior?" This ridiculous notion made him chuckle, and he shook his head, attempting to banish the absurd thought from his mind. He adjusted his position, settling back into bed, slowly closing his eyes, ready to drift into dreams. Intent on resting early to visit Su Roland the next day and prevent her descent into darkness, he endeavored to clear his mind. taking several deep breaths to dispel any errant thoughts. Gradually, drowsiness washed over him, enveloping him in a blissful slumber. As time flowed swiftly, dawn broke. And as the horizon tinged with light, Qin Mo rose early, commanding his gleaming sword to slice through the air as he sped from the sect. His destination was none other than Su Wolin's location. In the sky, a streak of azure and white light darted through the air like lightning, its astonishing speed leaving observers in awe. In the blink of an eye, the luminous trail vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet, mere seconds later, the previously absent light reappeared, swirling in the air as if searching for something. And the master of this light was none other than Qin Mo, who now hovered gracefully in the air upon his sword. With a furrowed brow and a look of bewilderment, Qin Mo gazed down at the yellowed map in his hand, unconsciously scratching his head with his right hand. He flipped the map to the left and then to the right, yet no matter how he examined it, he could not discern any clarity from it. It was truly perplexing. I distinctly remember heading in this direction. Could it be that I am still lost? No. I must reconfirm my path. Muttering these thoughts, Qin Mo lifted his head once more, his gaze resolute as he peered into the distance. Then lowered his eyes to compare the map. After meticulous observation, he finally reassured himself of the correct direction to proceed. Subsequently, he once again propelled himself forward on his flying sword, racing ahead with great urgency. However, merely 20 seconds later, he found himself spinning like a top, only to fly back to his original position. This ceaseless cycle left him realizing he was merely going in circles, akin to a fledgling emperor whose endeavors were abruptly cut short. Gazing at the familiar scenery before him, a wave of frustration and helplessness washed over him, dark clouds of sorrow instantly shadowing his handsome face. Gasping sharply, Qin Mo furrowed his brow tightly, his expression one of distress as he scrutinized the map in his hand. Unable to refrain from complaining, he exclaimed, "This wretched map is utterly confounding. It pales in comparison to the notoriously deceptive maps of Blue Star. For someone as directionally challenged as I am, deciphering such a map is nothing short of torment." In his past life, he was an unequivocal novice when it came to navigation. Most of the time, he preferred to remain at home, comfortably indulging in leisurely pursuits rather than confronting the chaotic labyrinth of roads and directions. Even now, having traversed into this realm of cultivation, his situation seemed little improved. Typically, he confined himself within the sect, rarely stepping beyond its boundaries. Even when occasionally tasked with essential duties outside, it was a reluctant endeavor. The remainder of his time was spent indulging in meals and slumber, content to be a languid fish out of water. Thus, when Qin Mo first ventured beyond his familiar territory, he was overwhelmed. The unfamiliar sights left him dizzy, utterly lost as to which direction to take. The map in his hand had become a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. For a good 5 to 6 minutes, Qin Mo scrutinized the map, exerting considerable effort until he finally grasped the symbols and routes depicted. At last, I have deciphered this insufferable map, he declared, fixing his gaze on the direction marked for Su Wolin's location and exhaling softly. He then soared towards that destination with utmost speed, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. 70 or 80 miles from the gates of the Tianyan Dao Sect lay an expansive forest shrouded in dense mist. Within this realm of the unknown, a figure darted like lightning through the thick branches. A man, agile and swift, covered dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man, clad in dark attire, his posture erect, face resolute, and his eyes radiating determination and resolve. Perched upon a colossal ancient tree was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clad in gray garb, he bore a bulging pack on his back, suggesting he was preparing for a long journey. At that moment, he murmured to the black ring hanging before him, "Master, do you truly believe that the Tianyan Dao Sect can grant me the opportunity to slay those demonic fiends?" As soon as the words left his lips, a soft, melodious female voice emerged from the black ring. "Indeed, my disciple, after observing the celestial signs last night and conducting intricate calculations, I have determined that the Tianyan Dao Sect is indeed your place of fortune. If you can successfully arrive there and gain the sect's support and careful guidance, in due time, you will possess the formidable strength necessary to avenge your parents." Upon hearing this, the previously tranquil Yi Bufan suddenly became agitated. A flicker of wild joy ignited in his clear eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce resolve. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale with the intensity of his grip. Gradually, he lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the distant direction of the Tianyan Dao Sect, as if piercing through the layers of mist to envision his future triumph in vengeance. I shall. As long as I become powerful enough, I will undoubtedly exact revenge for them. Yi Bufan gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and hatred, as though they could pierce through the dense foliage surrounding him. I am determined to eradicate all those of the demonic path. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, darting through the woods like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the woman concealed within the storage ring felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing Yi Bufan's resolute words. She had intended to offer some words of comfort, but as they rose to her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate them. She understood that the pain and anger within Yi Bufan had reached a boiling point. Any words would likely be insufficient to quell the raging fire within him. Ultimately, she could only sigh in resignation, swallowing back the words that lingered on her tongue. Her lips moved softly, as if eager to express a multitude of sentiments. Yet those words transformed into murmurs, dissipating into the air. Chapter 4. The demonic slaughter of villages. She originally intended to convey to Yi Bufan that not all practitioners of the dark arts should be cast into the same mold. Yet observing the fury etched across his face, she realized that her attempts at persuasion would be in vain. With a soft sigh, she resolved to seek an opportunity later to enlighten him. After this contemplation, she swiftly activated her storage ring and took her place beside Yi Bufan, casting her gaze forward. A subtle sensation informed her that they were not far from the Tianyan Dao Sect. Merely a day's journey remained. Fanner, if you proceed another 32 li, you will reach a village where you can rest for the night. After that, it will take merely half an hour to arrive at the gates of the Tianyan Dao Sect, she instructed. Yes, master, Yi Bufan replied, nodding vigorously upon hearing her direction. After a brief respite, he hastened his pace without further ado. In the realm of the Tianyan Dao Sect, 30 li away, lay Qinglu village. Within a thatched abode, a family bustled about, attending to a dire situation. Inside, an elderly woman, around 50 or 60 years of age, lay in agony on a weathered bed. Her brow was furrowed, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and her body trembled intermittently from the pain. At that moment, a young woman clad in gray hurried into the room, carrying a basin of steaming water, her steps quick and urgent. Upon entering, she carefully set the wooden basin upon a stool beside the bed. Then she swiftly grabbed a somewhat tattered towel, soaked it in the water, and wrung it out with precision, ensuring it absorbed the warmth. With tender care, she placed the warm towel on her mother's forehead, her movements practiced and cautious. After completing these gestures, she quietly sat beside her, her gaze unwavering from her mother. "Mother, do you feel any better?" she softly inquired. "Father has gone to fetch medicine for you. Once he returns, you will take the medicine, and the pain will soon fade." After uttering these words, she lowered her head slightly, silently praying for her mother's swift recovery. The elderly woman, hearing her daughter's concern, turned her head slightly and extended her frail hand to gently caress her daughter's palm. Despite her pallid complexion, marred by illness, she managed to muster a faint smile. "Ruo-Lin, do not worry about me," the elderly woman replied weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with love and sorrow for her daughter. "My ailment has progressed beyond remedy. The doctor has already disclosed the truth to me. I fear my time is drawing near." With a sigh, she spoke these words, as if the passage of life was encapsulated within each breath. Upon hearing this, Su Ruo-Lin felt her heart wrench in agony, her eyes welling with tears that cascaded down her delicate cheeks. "Mother, how can you say such things? I cannot bear to lose you," Su Ruo-Lin cried out, her voice trembling and barely coherent. "There will surely be a way to cure you. We simply have not found it yet." She bit her lip, striving to suppress her sobs, yet tears continued to flow unabated. Witnessing her daughter's despair, the elderly woman felt her own heart ache even more. Summoning her strength against the waves of pain, she attempted to lift her hand to brush her daughter's face, a simple act that felt overwhelmingly arduous. "Silly child, I know you are dutiful, but our family is not affluent, and it is unnecessary to squander resources on one who is nearing death. You must look after yourself and your father in the days to come." "No, mother," Su Ruo-Lin exclaimed, throwing herself beside her mother, clutching her frail hand tightly and shaking her head fervently. "There is still hope. I will not abandon you. Even if there is but a glimmer of possibility, I shall not relent." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Su Ruo-Lin, hearing this, stood abruptly and reassured her mother. "Do not worry. Father has returned with the medicine. Just hold on a little longer." Without delay, she hastened towards the door, her heart racing. Upon seeing her father, clad in worn linen, entering the courtyard with the purchased medicinal herbs, she felt a surge of relief. "I've brought the medicine, Ruolin. Quickly, prepare the fire and brew it," he called out urgently. Nodding, Su Ruolin took the herbs from her father and rushed towards the stove. Meanwhile, high above Qinlu village, dark clouds gathered ominously, and distant thunder rumbled. A mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood stood silently atop a massive, fearsome beast. The man was entirely shrouded in darkness, yet the malevolent aura radiating from him sent chills down the spine, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of the abyss. He tilted his head slightly, his piercing gaze fixed upon the serene village in the distance. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he murmured, "Ha ha ha. I still require a few more souls for my needs. I had not anticipated the existence of this village, perfect for gathering all its inhabitants as sacrifices. In doing so, my stagnant cultivation shall surely see a resurgence." As his words fell, the man patted the beast beneath him. At his command, the creature roared into the sky, unfurling its wings and charging towards Qinlu village like a tempest of darkness. In an instant, it hovered ominously over the village. The villagers, who had been diligently toiling in the fields, were abruptly startled by the thunderous noise and the beast's roar. They looked up, their faces paling at the sight of the monstrous figure blotting out the sun, and they dropped their tools, fleeing in terror while shouting frantically, "Run! Quickly, everyone! Oh no! Everyone flee for your lives! A beast is upon us!" "Humph! Do they think they can escape?" the dark-clad man commanded. "Kill them all." As his words echoed, the beast propelled itself downwards, attacking the villagers. Qin Mo, upon arriving, recognized the figure of the man in black hovering above and understood the impending slaughter of the village had begun. It seemed his timing was fortuitous. With a swift motion, he readied his sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, preparing to launch a surprise attack. It was imperative to strike down the practitioner of the dark arts in one fell swoop. Only then would the colossal beast regain its senses and flee from human territory. With this thought, Qin Mo vanished from sight, closing in on his target. Chapter 5. A sudden strike. At this moment, a man clad in a black robe loomed above, gazing down with a cold, penetrating stare at the village below, which lay in ruin under the rampage of his monstrous beasts. His eyes, as frigid as distant stars, fixated intently on the destruction wrought by his minions. Simultaneously, he summoned his spiritual energy, meticulously scanning the entirety of the village. However, as his perception traversed halfway through the settlement, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had uncovered an exceedingly precious treasure hidden within. His focus zeroed in on the location of Su Ruolin. To his surprise, a faint smile crept onto his otherwise expressionless face, an almost imperceptible curve that hinted at his amusement. How unexpected it was. In such a desolate little village, a delightful surprise awaited him. It was truly too intriguing. The black-robed man murmured softly, his voice betraying an unmistakable thrill and excitement. "If I can capture this girl alive and present her unscathed to the sect leader, I am certain I shall receive a most generous reward." As these thoughts flooded his mind, he envisioned himself receiving crates overflowing with rare cultivation resources from the leader's hands, and a wave of euphoric anticipation surged within him. Lost in this daydream for merely a few seconds, he quickly regained his composure. Acutely aware that this moment represented the optimal opportunity to seize his target, a chance he could not afford to squander. With a swift motion of his right hand, he signaled the colossal beast, which had been wreaking havoc upon the village, to cease its assault as if it had received an urgent command. In the next instant, the black-robed figure flickered, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly at the entrance of Su Ruolin's dwelling, intent on personally capturing the target within. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure, like a specter, had stealthily emerged behind him. It was Qin Mo, who had concealed his presence. He darted forward with the swiftness of lightning, closing in on the back of the man in black. Simultaneously, within the humble abode, Su Ruolin suddenly noted the cessation of the monstrous roars outside. Setting aside the bowl of medicinal soup she held, she turned to her parents, lowering her voice as she softly urged, "Father, Mother, please remain here for a moment. I will step outside to ascertain whether the beasts have departed. You must not move." Before she could finish her words, Su Wolin quietly approached the door, peering through the crack to ensure no unusual sounds lingered. Satisfied, she slowly pushed the door open. Just as she lifted her gaze to the heavens, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a resounding crash, the once secure courtyard door was shattered into countless fragments by an overwhelming force. Standing outside was a stranger in black robes, radiating a sinister aura. His deep-set eyes locked onto Su Wolin, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul. As she beheld the malevolent expression on his face, Su Wolin's heart sank, and she instinctively prepared to flee. Yet, as she moved, an unseen force ensnared her, immobilizing her in place. This power enveloped her like an invisible net, rendering her utterly powerless. Desperately, she struggled, but her efforts were in vain. Her once bright, lively eyes now brimmed with terror and despair as they fixed on the masked figure before her. "Let me go? Please, let me go," she cried, her voice trembling with fear. The black-robed man responded with a chilling, sinister laugh. "Do not harbor any delusions, little girl. You are merely a powerless mortal. It would be prudent for you to accompany me and fulfill your destined purpose." At that moment, the elderly man inside the house heard his daughter's piercing cries for help. Consumed by anxiety, he seized a hoe from within, his eyes blazing with fury. With determination, he charged out of the house, aiming for the loathsome figure in black. "You beast! Release my daughter at once," he bellowed, raising the hoe high to strike at the black-robed man. "Father, run. Do not worry about me. Hurry, please," Su Wolin cried, shaking her head vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrent. Witnessing his father's reckless charge, her heart ached, and she wept helplessly. The black-robed man smirked disdainfully, his lips curling into a mocking grin. "Oh, a fool who seeks his own demise." With a casual wave of his hand, the old man was hurled against the wall by an immense surge of spiritual power, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. "If you wish for death, then I shall grant it," he declared, unleashing a bolt of dark energy that surged toward the old man's face. In that fleeting moment, a streak of azure-white energy erupted forth, severing the black energy into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. "Who is it? Show yourself," the black-robed man roared, his face contorted with rage as he scanned his surroundings, astonished that his attack had been so easily thwarted. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo wasted no time. Sensing the black-robed man's attention diverted, he emerged from his hiding place, his right hand gripping a shimmering sword, and without hesitation, he struck towards the black-robed figure. "Grandson, no need to search any longer. Your grandfather has arrived," Qin Mo thundered, his voice resonating like thunder. In an instant, a brilliant azure-white sword arc cleaved through the air, imbued with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at the black-robed man's form. With a chilling scream, the sword struck true, severing the man's right arm cleanly from his shoulder, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. Just as he attempted to summon his internal energy, an inexplicable force suddenly confined his spiritual power, leaving him in shock and dread. Qin Mo's gaze hardened, piercing like twin beams of ice. Without uttering a word, he swung his sword, its blade radiating an unyielding aura, aiming directly for the black-robed man's head. In a flash, the black-robed man's head detached from his body, rolling away and crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Even in death, his face bore the expression of terror, eyes wide in disbelief that he had so easily lost his life. In the sky, the awakened beast sensed the formidable pressure of a human cultivator beneath its feet and immediately took flight towards the depths of the forest. Observing that his ambush had proven fatal, Qin Mo sighed in relief. Indeed, stealth was far more effective. Had he confronted the foe head-on, with the opponent on guard, it would have required considerably more effort to ensure a complete annihilation. Turning his gaze, he noticed Su Wolin, tears streaming down her face, rushing towards her father while crying out loudly, "Father, father, are you all right? Father, please wake up," sob, "Father, please wake up." Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Qin Mo approached Su Wolin, lowering his gaze to her. At that moment, she beheld the unfamiliar man clad in white and immediately knelt before him, pleading, "Immortal, immortal, I beseech you to save my father." Qin Mo felt a sense of awkwardness at her desperate appeal. After all, Su Wolin was a formidable antagonist in her own right. Seeing her kneel before him evoked an inexplicable sensation. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he confirmed that her father had merely sustained severe internal injuries, and with a healing pill, he would soon recover. Do not worry, he is not in grave danger. I possess a means to awaken him, Qin Mo assured, producing a healing pill from his system repository and placing it into Su Roland's palm. This pill had been a reward from previous tasks, and he had accumulated quite a few, now finding them of genuine use. Feed him the pill, and he shall awaken shortly, he instructed. Thank you, immortal, thank you. Su Roland expressed her gratitude, swiftly administering the healing pill to her father. Meanwhile, Qin Mo stood by, attentively monitoring the situation. Chapter 6. Gratitude from the father and daughter. Su Roland swiftly administered the elixir in her hand to her father, and before long, he stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his daughter, tears streaming down her face, and he hurriedly reached out to comfort her. Roland, are you all right? Why are you crying? Let me see if that beast has harmed you. Standing quietly to the side, Qin Mo understood that the father and daughter needed a moment alone and slowly turned away. Su Roland, overwhelmed with joy at her father's awakening, couldn't help but weep with happiness. She took a deep breath, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and smiled at her father, gently shaking her head. Father, I am fine. The man in black has been dealt with by the immortal behind you, and it was he who healed your grievous injuries. As she spoke, Su Roland pointed towards Qin Mo's distant figure, her eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the old man turned to look, and to his astonishment, he saw the head of the black-robed man lying a short distance away. Beside the headless corpse stood a man clad in garments as white as snow. Since Qin Mo had his back turned to them, the old man could not immediately discern his features. However, he quickly realized that this white-clad immortal must have intervened to rescue both him and his precious daughter. Overcome with emotion, the old man trembled in excitement and, without a moment's hesitation, knelt down. With a resounding thud, he prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, I, Su Qian, humbly thank the immortal for saving my life. My daughter, Su Roland, owes her escape from this calamity entirely to your intervention. He prepared to bow his head again in gratitude. At that moment, Qin Mo, who had just turned to respond to Su Qian's thanks, caught sight of the old man about to kneel before him, and his expression changed dramatically. With the swiftness of the wind, he rushed forward and grasped the old man firmly. Please rise, there is no need for such formalities. As Qin Mo spoke, he assisted Su Qian to his feet. I merely happened to pass by and witnessed the malevolent deeds of a dark cultivator. As a righteous individual, it was my duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice. You need not be so courteous. Also, do not refer to me as an immortal. You may simply call me by my name. I am Qin Mo, a disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect. Seeing the sincerity reflected in Qin Mo's eyes, Su Qian felt warmth in his heart and gradually rose from the cold, hard ground, continually expressing his gratitude, his eyes filled with appreciation. Qin Mo, smiling and gesturing for Su Qian to refrain from excessive gratitude, was suddenly interrupted by a series of weak, intermittent coughs echoing from within the house. Cough, cough. Old man, Roland. Cough, cough. What on earth is happening outside? The voice seemed frail, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Hearing this distressing call, Su Roland's face turned pale. Without hesitation, she dashed into the house, her figure disappearing swiftly through the doorway like an arrow released from a bow. Qin Mo felt a stirring in his heart and mused, surely, the person in the house must be Su Roland's mother. He recalled previous accounts mentioning her grave illness and eventual demise at the hands of a dark cultivator. Listening to that weak voice, he feared the situation might not be hopeful. Seeing Su Roland, filled with concern, enter the house, Qin Mo thought that since he was already here, perhaps he could also heal her mother. That way, Su Roland might avoid falling into darkness. With this thought, he stepped into the house and observed its sparsely furnished interior, containing only a table and a bed. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed Su Roland supporting a pale, elderly woman, explaining the events outside to her. After hearing her daughter's account, the elderly woman turned her gaze toward Qin Mo as he approached and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. I, the mortal Lu Qinglan, cough, cough, express my heartfelt thanks to the immortal for saving my daughter's life. Seeing her attempt to rise in gratitude, Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. He sensed her condition through a subtle use of spiritual energy and realized that she was gravely ill. However, there was still hope. If he retrieved a healing elixir from his system's repository, perhaps it could help. Yet, he was uncertain of its efficacy for her ailment, as it was designed for injuries. not diseases. Still, it seemed he had no other option. With that thought, Qin Mo retrieved a healing elixir from his system's repository and placed it in Lu Qinglan's palm. Noticing her look of confusion, he explained, I have identified the ailment afflicting you, and I happen to possess a remedy. Take this and see if it proves effective. Immortal. What is this? Rest assured, I require no payment. It is a gift. Qin Mo smiled as he clarified. Upon learning that the elixir could potentially cure her illness without any monetary exchange, Lu Qinglan, lying on the bed, gazed incredulously at the healing elixir in her hand. Meanwhile, Su Qian and Su Wolin exchanged delighted glances, their faces lighting up with joy at the prospect of Qin Mo's assistance. Both father and daughter quickly knelt before him, expressing their gratitude. My daughter and I are profoundly grateful for your healing intervention. Seeing them bow again, Qin Mo felt at a loss for words. However, to reassure them, he decided to allow the gesture. Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing this elixir. I, Lu Qinglan, express my deepest gratitude. Cough, cough. I am eternally thankful. Lu Qinglan, gazing at Qin Mo's smiling face and the elixir in her hand, offered another word of thanks. Without further ado, she closed her eyes and swallowed the elixir. Qin Mo stood by, using his spiritual energy to closely observe whether the healing elixir would prove effective. If it did not work, he had a more radical method in mind, using his spiritual energy to completely excise the afflicted area, ensuring that even if she were injured, consuming the healing elixir afterward would guarantee a complete recovery. With this plan forming in his mind, Qin Mo felt confident that this approach would be feasible. Chapter 7. The blushing and bashful Su Wolin upon witnessing Lu Qinglan consume the healing pill, Qin Mo, standing nearby, discerned that the stubborn ailment afflicting her was indeed as he had previously anticipated. At present, there was no discernible effect. The healing pill had proven incapable of providing an immediate cure. Contemplating this situation, Qin Mo mused that he could employ the method he had devised in advance, albeit the process might entail considerable discomfort. To achieve a complete remedy, excision was undoubtedly necessary. However, lacking anesthesia, if he were to forcibly utilize spiritual energy for the procedure, Lu Qinglan would have to endure the physical pain while swiftly consuming the healing pill. To prepare Lu Qinglan psychologically for what lay ahead, Qin Mo gently cautioned her. The treatment for your ailment requires an additional step, but the process may be exceedingly painful. You need only to endure a little. He inquired, Are you certain you wish to be completely cured? Upon hearing Qin Mo's warning about the impending pain, Lu Qinglan turned to glance at Su Qian and her daughter standing by the bedside. Then she looked at the kind-faced figure of the white-clad immortal before her, a resolute decision blossoming within her heart as she nodded in affirmation, indicating her willingness to bear the pain. Rather than enduring prolonged suffering, she deemed that a brief, intense agony would be preferable, leading to healing. Seeing Lu Qinglan's consent, Qin Mo retrieved another healing pill from his system's repository and handed it to her, softly instructing, Place it in your mouth. If you experience severe pain, swallow it immediately. Remember, do not hesitate. Understood. Cough, cough. I shall heed the immortal's instruction, Lu Qinglan responded, her voice soft yet filled with determination. At that moment, Su Wolin, observing her mother's resolve to eradicate the illness, felt a surge of anxiety and tightly clenched her hands, fearful of any unforeseen complications. As Lu Qinglan readied herself, Qin Mo offered no superfluous words. His gaze sharpened, and he concentrated his spiritual energy into his palm. Swiftly, with a single motion, he sliced through the afflicted area within her body, akin to a surgical scalpel, executing the excision with remarkable precision. In an instant, Lu Qinglan was engulfed by an excruciating pain that penetrated her very bones, cold sweat streaming down her body, and her heart racing as if besieged by myriad tormentors. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly swallowed the pill. Qin Mo observed as the healing pill took immediate effect, confirming that his method was indeed sound. The excised area rapidly regenerated flesh and blood, and within 10 seconds, Lu Qinglan's ailment was wholly eradicated, as if she had been reborn. She felt rejuvenated, akin to having shed years, with all pain vanished, leaving her in an exhilarating state of ease. Attempting to rise from the bed, she discovered that her previously weakened body was now imbued with strength. Realizing that her long-suffered affliction had truly been cured, Lu Qinglan was overwhelmed with joy. Sitting upright on the bed, her pallid, haggard features now radiating vitality and uncontainable excitement. Bending her knees, She prepared to kneel before Qin Mo in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for curing my affliction. Your boundless grace." Qin Mo, quick to respond, reached out and grasped Lu Qinlan's hands, shaking his head in refusal of such grand gestures. For him, the act of bowing in gratitude felt somewhat overwhelming, as he hailed from the modern era, where such archaic customs were foreign and uncomfortable. It was merely a trifling matter, truly unnecessary to express such profound gratitude, Qin Mo said with a warm smile. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qinlan's face radiated with heartfelt appreciation. She parted her lips, murmuring various expressions of gratitude. Meanwhile, Su Wulan, who had been silently observing, felt her earlier anxiety dissipate into sheer joy upon witnessing her mother's miraculous recovery. She excitedly bowed to Qin Mo, expressing her thanks for saving her mother. "It was nothing, just a small matter," Qin Mo replied dismissively. "If there is ever anything you need, I am at your service." Su Qian, brimming with excitement, chimed in. "Indeed, if there is anything you require, I will assist you wholeheartedly." Qin Mo waved his hand, indicating that it was truly not a significant endeavor, having merely used 2 healing pills. With Su Wulan's declaration, he seemed to recall his purpose for being there and conveyed, "I do have matters to attend to. Specifically concerning Miss Su." "About my daughter?" Su Qian's expression shifted to one of concern, prompting him to confirm with a nod. After scanning the vicinity with his spiritual awareness to ensure there were no suspicious individuals within a 2-mile radius, he explained, "It is essential to clarify things for Su Wulan and her parents now, which will prevent unforeseen complications later. If I conclude my business here, Su Wulan will not attract undue attention from Yi Bufan. Indeed, Miss Su possesses a unique constitution. Should this trait be exposed, it would attract malevolent entities from the demonic path who would seek to abduct her. I intend to invite you to join our Tianyan Dao Sect. Tomorrow marks the day we recruit disciples. Should you become one of our disciples, you may relocate to the small town at the foot of the Tianyan Dao Sect and live under our protection while Miss Su can pursue her cultivation. I possess a special constitution. I can become a cultivator in the Tianyan Dao Sect." Su Wulan murmured, incredulous at the prospect of becoming an immortal, a privilege not afforded to many. Those endowed with talent could easily embark on the path of cultivation, while the talentless would forever remain barred from its gates. To ascend to the revered status of an immortal would elevate one's standing among mortals, akin to a commoner attaining admission to prestigious universities. "Yes, Miss Su, you indeed possess the talent for cultivation. However, the decision to join is entirely yours. There will be no coercion," Qin Mo replied. His gaze fixed on Su Wulan's astonished countenance as he gently inquired, "So, Miss Su, do you wish to join the Tianyan Dao Sect?" Upon hearing Qin Mo's question, Su Wulan, at a loss, turned to glance at her parents, then shyly regarded the handsome Qin Mo before her. She realized that becoming a disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect would significantly improve her parents' lives. After much contemplation, she gradually nodded in agreement. "Qin Mo, I would like to give it a try." "Excellent," Qin Mo responded, gratified by her answer. Just as he was about to say more, he sensed someone approaching swiftly towards Qinlu village. This must be Yi Bufan, he thought. Deciding it best to avoid an encounter and planning to return to the Tianyan Dao Sect to await developments, lest his presence disrupt the unfolding narrative. "Well, I have matters to attend to today. Let us meet at the Tianyan Dao Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow." With a swift motion, he conjured a long sword with one hand and hurriedly made his way outside, intending to depart quickly before Yi Bufan arrived. Just as Qin Mo was about to rise and soar into the sky on his sword, he suddenly paused, as if recollecting something of paramount importance. He quickly reached into his bosom and extracted a piece of snow-white jade tablet, intricately engraved with the 4 characters of Tianyan Daozong. Without hesitation, he placed it into Su Wulan's delicate palm. "This jade tablet is the token of my sect. Simply possessing it will grant you smooth access to my sect," Qin Mo stated earnestly. However, Su Wulan did not fix her gaze on the jade tablet. Instead, her attention was drawn to the ground. Noticing her distraction, Qin Mo instinctively followed her gaze, only to discover that her eyes were fixated on the undergarment of Chu Xian lying on the ground. A flash of realization struck him. The garment he had pilfered had slipped out while he was retrieving the jade tablet. Without uttering a word, he hastily tucked it away in his pocket, adopting a facade of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Despite their efforts to mask the awkwardness, an unusual tension lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Qin Mo lamented to himself that he had not anticipated the garment would fall out while fetching the tablet. Had he known, he would have left it inside the room. This blunder could surely lead to him being perceived as a pervert. Clearing his throat softly, he attempted to shift the focus away from the discomfort. Once he composed himself, Qin Mo slowly raised his right hand, extending the warm jade tablet he had held tightly in his palm towards Su Wolin. "Please accept this for now," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "I must return to my sect to attend to a matter of great significance, so I cannot linger here. Until we meet again at Tianyan Dao Sect tomorrow," he concluded. In that moment, an unexpected gust of wind surged forth, rustling the leaves around them and causing the hem of Su Wolin's gray dress to dance in the breeze. Yet, amidst this whirlwind, she barely had time to express her gratitude before she was astonished to see Qin Mo vanish without a trace, leaving no sign of his presence behind. "Is he gone already?" Su Wolin stood in a daze, her gaze lingering on the jade tablet in her hand. Her fingers gently caressed the smooth, exquisite surface of the tablet. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race, and a charming flush crept onto her cheeks, perhaps due to the brief encounter with Qin Mo or the jade tablet itself. In this moment, a whirlwind of thoughts consumed Su Wolin's mind, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "I have declined the contract from Zonghang. They require a fee for viewing, which some readers may not afford. Thus I believe it is best to continue writing on tomato." Chapter 8. Yi Bufan enters the inn at this moment. Su Qian and Lu Qinlan emerge from the room one after the other. Upon seeing their daughter standing dazedly in place after the departure of the immortal named Qin Mo, they exchanged puzzled glances, both perplexed by the unusual scene before them. Observing the situation, Lu Qinlan slowly approached her daughter, Su Wolin. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a faint smile gracing her beloved daughter's lips, who was intently gazing at a translucent jade token in her palm, a delicate blush adorning her fair cheeks. "Wolin, what is the matter?" Lu Qinlan inquired gently, fearful of disturbing her daughter's thoughts. "Is this jade token a gift from the immortal Qin Mo?" Startled by her mother's voice, Su Wolin trembled slightly, the rosy hue on her cheeks vanishing in an instant. She quickly turned to meet Lu Qinlan's concerned gaze, her expression betraying a hint of fluster, and merely nodded in response. Despite the fading blush, her heart raced like a frightened rabbit, yet she strove to suppress her tumultuous emotions and replied, "Yes, mother. This is a gift from Brother Qin Mo. He said that with this token, I can easily enter the Tianyan Dao Sect, and I will return it after I enter the sect." Upon hearing her daughter's explanation, Lu Qinlan was momentarily taken aback before a look of understanding dawned upon her. She silently mused, "So, it is indeed the help of the immortal Qin Mo." With this realization, her previously worried expression softened, and her lips curled into a reassuring smile. Standing nearby, Su Wolin felt her mother's radiant smile tighten her heart, fearing further inquiries about the jade token. In a flurry, she tucked the token back into her pocket and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Mother, please don't ask any more questions about this." Without waiting for Lu Qinlan's response, she turned swiftly and added in a rapid-fire manner, "I must hurry to gather my belongings for the Tianyan Dao Sect." Before her words had fully settled, she darted toward the room with light, hurried steps. Observing her daughter's somewhat flustered and shy retreat, Lu Qinlan opened her mouth, intending to ask more questions. But before she could utter a word, she watched helplessly as her daughter vanished into the room. With no choice left, Lu Qinlan swallowed her words and exchanged a glance with her husband, Su Qian. They both shared a moment of mutual bewilderment before breaking into a wry smile and shaking their heads in resignation. At this moment, not far from Qilu village, atop a towering ancient tree, Qin Mo perched like an owl on a robust branch. He slightly closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to sense the movements around him. Moments later, a smile crept across his lips as he detected Yi Bufan's entry into the realm of Qinglu village. At that moment, Yi Bufan was traversing the streets of Qinglu village, seemingly in search of a suitable place to rest. The village was modest, with only a small establishment known as the Yunling Inn. Before long, Qin Mo saw Yi Bufan approaching the inn and ultimately stepping through its door. This scene led Qin Mo to ponder. It seems this inn will be Yi Bufan's refuge for the night. With this thought, he slowly turned to leave, preparing to depart quietly. He had been worried that his intervention to save Su Wolin might inadvertently affect Yi Bufan's progression in the main storyline, leading to unforeseen complications. After all, even the slightest alteration could redirect the entire narrative. However, after a period of discreet observation, Qin Mo was pleasantly surprised to find that Yi Bufan had not deviated from the established plot. Everything continued to unfold as originally intended, with no unusual occurrences. Witnessing Yi Bufan successfully check into the Yunling Inn, Qin Mo finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. Since there appeared to be no issues, it was time to return to the Tianyan Dao Sect and enjoy a restful sleep. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his sword and, ensuring he went unnoticed, swiftly soared toward the direction of the Tianyan Dao Sect. Master, I have meticulously surveyed the entire village, yet why do I sense no traces of demonic entities? In a room on the second floor of the Yunling Inn, Yi Bufan stood by the window, his brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings cautiously. He then turned to his hovering master, a look of confusion on his face. Indeed, aside from that beast that suddenly flew into the woods, we have encountered no suspicious individuals. The woman nodded slightly, agreeing with Yi Bufan's assessment. She gently closed her eyes, once more summoning her spiritual energy to detect any lingering presence of demonic forces in the vicinity. However, after a moment, she opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Strange, I distinctly sensed a strong demonic aura from several miles away, yet upon entering the village, it seems to have vanished without a trace, which is quite perplexing. Could it be that my perception has faltered? Or am I merely being overly sensitive? She murmured to herself, beginning to doubt her own judgment. After pondering this, she gently closed her eyes once more, her brow slightly furrowing as she deliberated deeply in her mind. After a while, she opened her eyes again, shaking her head lightly, a look of relief washing over her as she chose not to dwell on her earlier concerns. Turning her gaze back to Yi Bufan, she spoke softly, Fanner, you have exerted yourself for quite some time. It would be wise to rest now. Tomorrow, we will attend the disciple selection ceremony at the Tianyan Dao Sect together. With the skills I have imparted to you, you will surely triumph over all your competitors. I have no doubt that the elders of the sect will recognize your talent and strength, inviting you to join their ranks. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan, who had been attentively listening to his master, suddenly noticed that her essence seemed to waver, her once clear figure now flickering in and out of focus like a candle in the wind. Alarmed, he urgently exclaimed, Master, you seem unwell. It would be prudent to return to your storage ring and rest for a while. The woman had also sensed the change in her condition. She glanced down at her translucent form and nodded with resignation, saying, Very well. Having spoken, she gracefully lifted her jade hand and began to chant softly. In an instant, her form became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a wisp of delicate azure smoke. As if gently lifted by a whispering breeze, it slowly drifted towards the nearby storage ring, vanishing within its depths. The room was left with only Yi Bufan standing by the window, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Tianyan Dao Sect. His fist unconsciously clenched. The Tianyan Dao Sect. Yi Bufan have arrived. Chapter 9. Administering medicine to Luo Ningxue's spirit beast before long, Qin Mo, guided by the route firmly etched in his memory, swiftly returned to the outer gate of the Tianyan Dao Sect like a gust of wind. At that moment, he moved like lightning, traversing through layers of ethereal clouds, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the magnificent gate of the sect. At this juncture, two disciples clad in snow-white robes, each bearing a gleaming long sword at their backs, stood rigidly in place. Upon recognizing Qin Mo, a look of reverence unconsciously spread across their faces, and they promptly bowed, clasping their fists in salute, stepping aside to grant him passage. However, Qin Mo appeared oblivious, striding past them with hurried steps and unwavering focus, entering the sect without a glance back. Once Qin Mo's figure disappeared from their view, the two disciples cautiously raised their heads, peering in the direction he had taken. After confirming that he had indeed entered the sect, they exhaled in relief, quickly concealing the respect that had graced their expressions, and began to whisper amongst themselves. One disciple, furrowing his brow and wearing a skeptical expression, remarked, Do you think that scoundrel has caused any trouble during his outing? His hurried demeanor feels rather suspicious. The other disciple smirked slightly, responding with a hint of mockery, Humph. In my opinion, he has likely indulged himself again at the Fenghua Tower, reveling in pleasure. This fellow spends his days in idleness, seeking nothing but merriment. If the elders catch wind of this, he will surely face dire consequences. The first disciple nodded in agreement. Indeed, given his nature, he is incapable of undertaking anything serious. If word reaches Elder Chu, he might receive a severe reprimand. He won't be enjoying himself then. Chu, lower your voice. If he hears us, we'll be in trouble. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had entered the sect, humming a tune, his face adorned with a look of disdain upon overhearing the disciples' chatter. Diligently fulfilling his role as the sect's infamous senior brother, he had become a well-known figure within the sect, accustomed to the whispers behind his back, uninterested in engaging with others. Should anyone feel provoked enough to challenge him, Qin Mo would not shy away. Rather, he would eagerly accept the challenge, prepared to confront them head-on. For him, subduing those who dared to provoke him and ensuring they were thoroughly convinced was paramount. Only then could he live a life of relative freedom, unbothered by others. Sighing, he mused, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, I might as well return to my cozy room for a refreshing nap. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden thought struck him like lightning. Hadn't he neglected today's system task? If he failed to complete the task, it could adversely affect his final score, which would be quite a loss. Without hesitation, Qin Mo summoned the system. He hoped today's task would not be overly challenging. With a tinge of anxiety, he opened the task list for the day. Beep. Today's task for the host. Please administer medicine to the pet spirit beast of junior sister Luo Ningxue. A new type of task? This time it was not about capturing a spirit beast for roasting, piquing Qin Mo's curiosity. Upon closer inspection, the task was indeed to administer medicine to Luo Ningxue's spirit beast. This revelation sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Was today's task merely to administer medicine to a spirit beast? Before he could ponder further, the system swiftly provided him with the necessary medicine, placing it into his palm. Instinctively lowering his gaze to the package, he was immediately overwhelmed by a ferocious aura emanating from it. Just the scent alone was enough to leave him dizzy. If such a concoction were to be ingested by the spirit beast raised by Luo Ningxue, it would likely plunge into a state of extreme rage, which would persist for quite some time. Beep. This is a plot task. Please complete it swiftly to avoid affecting the system score. Time remaining for the task, 10 hours. Another plot task? Qin Mo couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced in his mind, recalling a narrative involving Luo Ningxue. During the night, her spirit beast, having inadvertently consumed a certain powder, went into a frenzy, breaking free from its bindings and racing uncontrollably down the mountain. Luo Ningxue, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, hurriedly pursued, but the spirit beast vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. In her moment of despair, a talented individual named Yi Bufan appeared, adept in alchemy, artifact creation, and beast taming. Before long, Yi Bufan used his exceptional skills to subdue the agitated spirit beast, soothing its turmoil and administering an antidote, ultimately restoring the creature to calm and bringing it back to Luo Ningxue unharmed. Their first encounter sparked an instant connection, and Luo Ningxue developed a fondness for Yi Bufan. As a protagonist from an ancient era, he quickly befriended her, and after sharing insights on beast taming, they felt an immediate kinship. Following this, Luo Ningxue excitedly led him up the mountain, offering her assistance. Reflecting on this series of events, Qin Mo finally grasped the purpose of the medicine in his hand. It was, in fact, a pivotal element in orchestrating Yi Bufan's encounter with Luo Ningxue. Upon further contemplation, it made perfect sense. Without administering the medicine beforehand, the spirit beast would have no reason to charge down the mountain, thus depriving Luo Ningxue and Yi Bufan of their chance to meet and form a bond. However, for Qin Mo, despite Luo Ningxue's beauty, she was merely a familiar stranger to him, devoid of any special feelings. He merely envied Yi Bufan for garnering understanding and affection, while he himself was destined to fade into obscurity as the villainous senior brother. The other disciples harbored disdain for him, and he could scarcely find anyone willing to share a conversation. At times, Qin Mo longed for someone to converse with, but such thoughts were merely fantasies. With a gentle sigh, he shook his head slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the small package of medicine in his palm before lifting his eyes toward the direction where Luo Ningxue resided. Alas, it appears that I shall once again toil late into the night, putting in extra hours. Fortunately, the difficulty of this task does not seem particularly daunting. Chapter 10. The spirit beast gradually spiraling out of control. Qin Mo stood still, slowly raising his head, his gaze fixed intently on the distant residence of Luo Ningxue. The exquisite and elegant structure stood quietly amid a grove of verdant trees, resembling a resplendent jewel embedded within the mountains. After much contemplation, Qin Mo had finally solidified his plan for the evening's endeavors. Acting now would be far from prudent. During the day, the sect was bustling with personnel, and any misstep could easily attract unwanted attention, leading to a myriad of troubles. In contrast, the night offered a much safer environment. Under the cover of darkness, he could stealthily infiltrate Luo Ningxue's abode and execute his scheme. Even if the spirit beast were to go haywire, it would be difficult for anyone to immediately ascertain the true cause. By the time they pieced things together, the effects of the drug within the beast would have dissipated entirely. The onlookers would merely speculate whether the creature had suddenly been provoked by some external stimulus, leading to its frantic behavior. More crucially, without concrete evidence, placing the blame upon him would likely require a significant investment of time and effort for investigation. Thus, he could successfully fulfill the task assigned by the system while skillfully evading any scrutiny or accountability from others. Truly a double victory. With this thought, a smug smile crept across Qin Mo's face. It would be best to return and rest for a while. As there were still a full 10 hours until the mission's conclusion, no need to rush. With that, he swiftly moved, akin to a flash of lightning, and a glimmering sword materialized beneath his feet. With a gentle stamp of his foot, the sword shot forth like an arrow, propelling him toward his residence. As the wind whistled by, his form appeared increasingly ethereal and carefree beneath the sun's rays. Before long, he arrived at his destination, landing gracefully in front of his door. After casting a glance around, he entered the house. This dwelling was situated in a secluded area behind the luminous sunset peak. The other disciples of the sect despised sharing their space with someone like him, so Qin Mo had chosen a modest abode within a bamboo grove in this remote location. Here, he was spared from the gossip of others and the disturbances of daily life. Qin Mo quickly stepped inside, collapsing onto his familiar large bed. Like a dreamless fish out of water, he sprawled on the soft mattress, limbs outstretched, staring blankly at the ceiling. Emptying his mind, he gradually closed his eyes, yearning only to complete the storyline and return home for a well-deserved rest. In no time, Qin Mo succumbed to a deep slumber. As night fell, the hour grew late. Within the Tianyan Dao Sect, inner disciples enjoyed their own private accommodations, sparing them the noise and chaos of crowded dormitories. This privilege allowed Qin Mo to approach Luo Ningxue's residence with relative ease. He cautiously concealed himself among the lush flora, raising his head slightly to scan the surroundings with piercing eyes. After confirming there was no one around, he retrieved a pouch of mysterious powder entrusted to him by the system from his pocket. Qin Mo meticulously surveyed his surroundings once more. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted the spirit beast, lazily sprawled at the entrance, completely unguarded and snoring soundly. He had initially anticipated that Luo Ningxue would keep the beast elsewhere, but it was conveniently placed right at the door, saving him the trouble of searching. Truly, fortune favored the prepared. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but stifle a laugh, realizing that Luo Ningxue must be asleep, allowing him to act with boldness. At last, he had encountered an easy task. Once completed, he could return to his slumber. Without further ado, he crouched low and swiftly darted forward with remarkable agility, quietly approaching the massive spirit beast beside him. It possessed the head of a dog and the body of an eagle, enveloped in a coat of black and red fur. This colossal spirit beast was known as the Black Flame Griffin, Luo Ningxue's companion. Confirming that Luo Ningxue was indeed asleep within, Qin Mo unhesitatingly extended his right hand, gently sprinkling the powder before the beast's nose. The moment he completed this action, the system in his mind reacted instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Rewards are now being distributed. Received temporary cultivation enhancement card 2, now stored in the system warehouse. My goodness, the system reacted so swiftly. Is the task already complete? In the past, the system would typically take 1 or 2 hours to evaluate the outcome, and if it was unsatisfactory, he would have to repeat the endeavor. Yet, this time, the prompt reward left Qin Mo somewhat astonished. Just as he marveled at the system's efficiency, he noticed the spirit beast beside him beginning to breathe more erratically. The powder had taken effect rapidly. He needed to make a hasty retreat, lest he be attacked by the beast. Recognizing the powder's swift impact, he darted behind a nearby tree, opting to observe whether the task had truly succeeded. He could not afford to have the system suddenly reverse its judgment, deeming the task invalid, which would compel him to undertake another. He had learned from past experiences not to underestimate the system's unpredictability. He had been caught off guard once before, and he was not inclined to face a punitive task again. Roar! The spirit beast, once lounging at the door, sprang to its feet and let out a thunderous roar that startled Luo Ningxue awake. She rushed to the door to investigate. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of her spirit beast's eyes glowing red, exhaling hot breath, fully engulfed in rage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Ningxue's eyes widened, and she cautiously approached, speaking softly to soothe the beast, fearful of provoking it further. Little Jiao, calm down. I'm here. Please don't be angry. Roar! Roar! However, the spirit beast, upon hearing Luo Ningxue's voice, let out another earth-shattering roar, shaking its head and flapping its wings as it took off toward the foot of the mountain. Little Jiao, don't run. Come back. Please come back. No matter how she called, her words fell on deaf ears. Understanding the necessity of preventing the beast from harming others, Luo Ningxue dashed after her companion. From his hidden vantage point, Qin Mo watched as Luo Ningxue's spirit beast spiraled further into chaos, nodding in satisfaction. Without a second thought, he swiftly took flight on his sword, escaping the scene of the incident and returning to his abode. Finally done with the task. Tonight, I should be able to give that brat Yi Bufan a taste of his own medicine. With a slight stretch and a yawn, he settled back, content. Chapter 11. Returning to Qinglu village with a swift motion, Qin Mo extended his arm, conjuring a gleaming sword that hovered steadily beneath his feet. He then leapt gracefully onto the blade, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning toward his abode. However, amidst this rapid flight, a sudden realization struck him, causing his brow to furrow slightly as he pondered. Something feels amiss. He gradually halted the swiftly gliding sword, suspending himself in midair. Wait, wasn't there something I was supposed to remember? Qin Mo muttered softly, scratching his head in an attempt to recall the forgotten matter. Yet, no matter how hard he concentrated, his mind remained a blank slate, void of any recollection. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he turned his gaze towards the modest residence of Luo Ningxue nearby. In that instant, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and the forgotten matter surged back into his mind. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on the direction of Qinglu village, a hint of terror creeping onto his face. Oh no, it's that spirit beast. This is bad. The violent spirit beast belonging to Luo Ningxue was barreling straight toward Yi Bufan's location. It is widely known that the protagonists in web novels are harbingers of calamity. Their tales often begin with the loss of their parents, followed by an unending series of unfortunate events wherever they venture. When such a character engages in battle, innocent bystanders invariably suffer. Homes may be destroyed, and lives lost. Moreover, at this very moment, Su Ruolin had not been abducted by the malevolent forces and remained within the village. If Yi Bufan were to confront that spirit beast, the consequences could be dire. With this alarming thought, the previously weary Qin Mo was instantly invigorated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He swiftly maneuvered the sword beneath him, redirecting its course toward Qinglu village. It was imperative to reach Su Ruolin before the impending confrontation between Luo Ningxue's spirit beast and Yi Bufan unfolded, for her safety was at stake. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost, a streak of azure and white light darting across the night sky as he sped towards Su Ruolin's location. On the second floor of Yunling Inn, within his room, Yi Bufan lay supine on his bed, his hands serving as a pillow as he closed his eyes, ready to succumb to slumber. However, just as he was about to drift off completely, he sensed a faint tremor beneath him, prompting him to open his eyes once more. Rising to inspect the source of the disturbance, he found nothing amiss with the bed. Puzzled, he moved toward the window, peering outside into the inky darkness. Only the moonlight spilled across the earth, unchanged from the usual night. Is it merely my imagination? Yi Bufan mused, returning to his bed to prepare for the competition the following day. Yet, something felt off. Fan there's something approaching from the distance. The voice from his ring trembled, growing increasingly frantic. You need to leave immediately. A raging spirit beast is heading your way. With the competition at Tianyan Dao Sect looming, sustaining injuries could hinder his performance, jeopardizing his chance of being noticed by the peak master. A violent spirit beast is coming? Yi Bufan's expression darkened momentarily. He sensed the approach of a large spirit beast, just as his master had predicted. However, he noticed that the beast was still some distance from the village. After contemplating for a few seconds, he retrieved a taming pill from his pocket, resolutely rejecting his master's advice. No, master. If I flee, the villagers will suffer. I happen to have a taming pill that can incapacitate the spirit beast, rendering it unable to resist. You have also taught me some beast taming techniques. I wish to test my abilities and ensure I am adequately prepared for tomorrow's ceremony." Yi Bufan's eyes glinted with determination, his aura surging as he readied himself to confront the frenzied spirit beast. After all, he had never shied away from a challenge, and once he made a decision, there was no turning back. If he feared a mere spirit beast, how could he ever avenge his parents? "Very well, but be cautious not to sustain injuries that could affect your performance tomorrow," his master replied after a brief silence. With his master's consent, Yi Bufan nodded, his gaze fixed on the approaching spirit beast. Without further ado, he leapt from the second-floor window of Yunling Inn. The enraged black flame griffin immediately spotted Yi Bufan, its massive form soaring toward him as it unleashed a colossal fireball from its maw. Boom! A torrent of searing flames hurtled through the night sky. "So it attacks right away? Then I shall not hold back." Yi Bufan's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a powerful aura. His palms pressed together as he swiftly struck out. Calmly observing the approaching fireball, he displayed no sign of panic. Boom! His palm struck out, dispelling the fireball before it could reach him. Yet unexpectedly, while he had neutralized the attack aimed at him, the griffin's flames fragmented into countless smaller fireballs, cascading toward Qinlu village. Seeing this, Yi Bufan's heart sank. At that moment, the voice from his storage ring cried out urgently, "This is bad. The black flame griffin's attack can split. The villagers of Qinlu village are in grave danger." Yet, with the griffin showing no signs of ceasing its assault, Yi Bufan knew he had to subdue the beast first to prevent further harm to the villagers. Ignoring the fireballs heading toward the village, he charged straight at the black flame griffin. Just then, Qin Mo, who had just arrived, saw Yi Bufan charging toward the frenzied griffin and sighed in relief. Finally, he made it. But before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed numerous fireballs plummeting toward the village. His pupils constricted, and he inwardly cursed. "So many. Why must you fight here? Yi Bufan, you truly know how to complicate matters for me." After silently cursing Yi Bufan countless times, he raised his sword, launching himself toward the fireballs descending upon Qinlu village. With each small fireball he locked onto, he swiftly closed the distance, channeling his spiritual energy to slice them apart with his sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 8 swords. Thus began Qin Mo's after-sales service for the fireballs left by Yi Bufan. The two were locked in a fervent battle, while Qin Mo below bore the brunt of their struggle. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, Yi Bufan finally subdued the frenzied black flame spirit eagle completely. The continuous barrage of flowing fire that had been splitting and shooting down from the sky began to diminish gradually, eventually coming to a halt. Only then did Qin Mo manage to breathe a sigh of relief, noticing that a few remaining fireballs were still plummeting towards the vicinity of Su Wolin's residence. Having previously expended a considerable amount of spiritual power recklessly during their journey, coupled with the current expenditure, Qin Mo found his internal reserves nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to confront the remaining fireballs with all his might. Although those smaller descending fireballs were relatively manageable, their sheer number was overwhelming. Had it not been for the necessity of preserving the narrative, he would have directly intervened to deal with the black flame spirit eagle instead of enduring such a protracted struggle like Yi Bufan. Finally, as the last cluster of flowing fire was extinguished at the tip of his sword, Qin Mo's spiritual energy was entirely exhausted. He let out a long breath, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, leaving him utterly weak and feeble. Subsequently, having lost the support of his spiritual power, he could no longer maintain his flight, plummeting straight downwards. Thud! A resounding crash echoed as he landed heavily in Su Wolin's courtyard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once on the ground, completely drained, Qin Mo found himself cursing aloud. "I'm utterly exhausted. Yi Bufan, use your brain for once." Yi Bufan, smiley face. Chapter 12. The unconscious Qin Mo. As Qin Mo lay on the ground, fervently promoting Yi Bufan, the latter was already drained of spiritual power. After subduing the black flame spirit eagle before him, he promptly descended into a nearby village, carrying the captured beast. During the battle, he was astonished to discover that this spirit beast had an owner, which indicated that its master possessed formidable strength. Such spirit beasts were notoriously difficult to tame, and it took him 2 or 3 healing pills merely to bring it under control. Now, perched on a hilltop in the village, Yi Bufan gasped for breath, his clothes dampened by sweat, with several claw marks from the spirit beast marring his attire. At that moment, the storage ring hanging around his neck flickered with a faint light. "Fana, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. If I take some healing pills and meditate for a while, I should be all right," Yi Bufan replied, shaking his head to indicate he was not in critical condition. Yet, he continued to breathe heavily, casting an uncomfortable glance at the subdued black flame spirit eagle, unsure of how to proceed. Initially, he had intended to tame it, but learning it had an owner forced him to abandon that thought. After expending considerable effort and several healing pills, he felt quite disheartened by the lack of reward. The voice from the storage ring spoke again, inquiring softly, "Fanner, what do you plan to do with this black flame spirit eagle?" "Master, I cannot tame this spirit beast. I can only wait for its owner to come and retrieve it." After saying this, he quickly consumed a healing pill, intending to meditate and restore his spiritual power. For now, he could only wait for its master to arrive. If no one came for the beast after some time, he would have to sell it for a good price. Just as he settled down to recover, the voice from the storage ring alerted him again. "Someone is approaching. I sense no malevolent energy from them. They should not be a threat. Is someone coming?" Yi Bufan murmured softly, turning to follow his master's guidance. In the distance, a petite figure soared through the night sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a stunning young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with twin ponytails. Noticing her worried expression, he surmised that she must be the owner of the black flame spirit eagle. At that moment, his spiritual power was low, making it difficult to rise. But upon seeing the girl's face, he spoke softly, "Miss, the spirit beast you raised has been quite unruly. Fortunately, I have managed to subdue it completely." Yi Bufan remained squatting on the ground, a hint of fatigue evident in his eyes, yet he forced a smile. The newly arrived Luo Ningxue expressed her gratitude upon realizing that this stranger had helped tame her spirit beast. I apologize, young sir. I am Luo Ningxue, a disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect from the Luexia Peak. I truly regret the trouble." The girl approached quickly, her delicate hand reaching out, seemingly wishing to help the fallen Yi Bufan to his feet. Yi Bufan looked at the beautiful yet slightly flustered girl, harboring no ill feelings. He gently shook his head, a faint smile on his lips as he replied, "Ah, so you are a disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect." At that moment, Yi Bufan intended to express his hope for a favorable introduction into the sect, but before he could voice his thoughts, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat. With a muffled sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before him, creating a shocking pool of crimson. Simultaneously, his complexion paled further, revealing unmistakable discomfort. Luo Ningxue, witnessing this sudden turn of events, was aghast. She had never anticipated that her spirit beast could harm someone. In a panic, she rushed forward to assess Yi Bufan's condition, anxiously asking, "Young sir, are you all right? Are you injured?" "It's all my spirit beast's fault. It acted too recklessly. I am truly sorry." Faced with her concerned inquiries and self-reproach, Yi Bufan realized he had sustained internal injuries. Suppressing the waves of pain coursing through him, he touched his nose and attempted to appear nonchalant, responding lightly, "Cough. Miss Luo, there is no need to worry. I am quite fine. I merely sustained a few scratches from your spirit beast." Despite his words, internally, he was grappling with a tumult of pain, his organs feeling as though they were displaced. The discomfort unbearable. Yet, he persevered, unwilling to lose composure in front of the young woman. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Qin Mo was not so fortunate. He had not anticipated expending such a vast amount of spiritual power on his outing and had neglected to bring any healing pills. The significant depletion of his spiritual energy left him utterly exhausted. After promoting Yi Bufan, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness. "I am so tired. Next time, I must remember to bring some healing pills." He had thought this task would be simple, but forgetting about Su Ruolin had drained him significantly. If only Yi Bufan had been clever enough to lure the spirit beast elsewhere to subdue it, he wouldn't have been so thoroughly exhausted. Fortunately, Yi Bufan's storyline continued without deviation, and Su Ruolin in Clear Stream Village was safe. As he lay there, it felt as though all his strength had been sapped away. The sensation was akin to profound fatigue, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. For now, he could only sleep for a while. Hoping to recover some spiritual energy before hastening back to the sect, Qin Mo lay in the spacious courtyard of Su Ruolin's home, slipping into a deep slumber. Inside the house, Su Ruolin and her family huddled together, anxiously listening to the roars of the spirit beasts echoing from the sky, afraid to make a sound. When the beastly cries gradually faded into silence, they released a sigh of relief, though fear and unease lingered in their hearts. After a while, Su Roland mustered her courage and cautiously pushed open the door, eager to uncover the source of the sudden commotion in the courtyard. Clutching a lit candle tightly, the dim glow illuminated the yard. Upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Qin Mo, big brother. Father, mother, it's Qin Mo. He has fainted. Come quickly to help." Hearing their daughter's cries, Su Qian and Lu Qinglan hurriedly approached. Upon recognizing the young man lying on the ground as the one who had saved their family earlier, they were taken aback. "Quick, let us carry him inside," Su Qian urged, and together they exerted their strength, successfully bringing the unconscious Qin Mo into the house. Chapter 13. Preparing to depart for the Tianyan Dao Sect. Time slipped away in a hasty manner. Lying on the bed, Qin Mo felt an unusual warmth enveloping him. It was as though he were resting on a cozy bed rather than the frigid ground. Wait a moment. A warm bed? It dawned on Qin Mo as he closed his eyes and reached out with his hand. Upon sensing the soft blanket, he immediately opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. He realized he was indeed lying on a bed, covered with a quilt. The environment felt somewhat familiar, prompting a sudden recollection. He remembered that he had seemingly collapsed in the courtyard of Su Roland's home last night. Had they carried him inside? Lowering his gaze, he noticed Su Roland resting beside the bed. The movement stirred her, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Qin Mo awake, her face lit up with joy. "Brother Qin Mo, you're finally awake. After you drove away the demonic beast last night, you fainted in my family's courtyard, so we brought you inside." I drove away the demonic beast? Upon learning that he had scared away Luo Ningxue's spirit beast, he scratched his head in slight confusion. He pondered. "I remember extinguishing the fireballs that those spirit beasts spat out, but that black flame griffin was subdued by Yibu Fan." Su Roland, observing Qin Mo's perplexity, quickly interjected, "Yes. The whole village is buzzing about it, claiming that a white-clad immortal stood in midair, wielding sword light that forced the demonic beasts away. I just knew it had to be you, brother Qin Mo." At this revelation, Qin Mo finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that he had resolved the chaos caused by Yibu Fan and the black flame griffin last night. However, who could have anticipated that such an act would lead the people of Qinglu village to misinterpret him as a hero who saved the village from disaster? Upon reflection, it seemed not to be a grave misunderstanding after all. Had he not acted swiftly to intervene, the terrifying flames would have ravaged the serene village, leaving it in ruins. Just then, Qin Mo caught a whiff of a pungent burnt odor in the air. Frowning, he leaned forward, trying to discern the source of the unpleasant smell. Soon, he realized that the odor emanated from himself. In an instant, his expression turned serious. Oh no, his clothes. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly pulled back the quilt covering him. To his dismay, he discovered that his garments had been burned by the fierce flames spewed from the mouth of the black flame griffin, leaving a gaping hole. The size of the tear was so absurdly large that one could easily glimpse the strong, muscular contours beneath. Standing nearby, Su Roland inadvertently caught sight of this scene. Her gaze drawn irresistibly to Qin Mo's chest. She stared, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. However, just seconds later, she became acutely aware that such unrestrained staring was quite improper and disrespectful, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head. Her cheeks flushed with a faint hue, betraying a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. At that moment, Su Roland seemed to suddenly recall something of importance. She sprang to her feet, clearing her throat awkwardly, and stammered, "Ahem, brother Qin Mo. Your clothes are in such tatters. Should I fetch you something to wear temporarily?" While she spoke, she averted her eyes from Qin Mo's gaze, nervously fiddling with the hem of her attire. In response to Su Roland's kind offer, Qin Mo quickly waved his hand, declining, "No need to trouble yourself. I have some spare clothes here." He raised his hand to showcase the storage ring adorning his finger, indicating that he was prepared. Upon hearing this, Su Roland exhaled in relief. She then turned away, feigning nonchalance as she admired the scenery outside, attempting to mask her inner turmoil and awkwardness. "I'll step outside for a moment. Please change your clothes, brother Qin Mo." Before Qin Mo could utter another word, she hurriedly exited the room. Not noticing anything amiss, he assumed that Su Roland had something to attend to, and he thought little of it. He could sense that his once depleted spiritual energy had nearly returned, indicating it was time to return to the Tianyan Dao Sect. Habitually, He summoned the system panel to check the current time and tasks. No current tasks. Please wait for the next narrative mission to refresh. Confirming that his personal narrative had yet to unfold, Qin Mo swiftly retrieved a brand new garment of deep black. After meticulously adjusting it and ensuring that everything was in order, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. There stood Su Wolin, receiving a hefty bundle from her mother. The morning breeze lifted the hem of her simple white dress, and she clutched a blue cloth bundle while a half-open gardenia was precariously held in her hair with a wooden hairpin. Observing this scene, Qin Mo quickly deduced her intentions. It seemed Su Wolin was preparing to set off for the Tianyan Dao Sect. With this thought in mind, he mused that since he was returning to the sect, he might as well escort her. Approaching the mother and daughter, he politely nodded to Su Wolin's mother before smiling at Su Wolin. "Miss Su, I have some matters to attend to back at the sect, so I must hurry. I see you are also preparing to head to the Tianyan Dao Sect. It would be my pleasure to take you along. Is that really all right?" Su Wolin asked, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as a hint of apprehension filled her heart. Qin Mo smiled gently, assuring her, "Of course." With a flick of his fingers, a sword swiftly materialized, extending into a 3-foot-long azure blade in the air. The sword, ancient in design, bore intricate runes, revealing its extraordinary quality. Qin Mo raised his hand and infused his spiritual energy into the sword. As he did, the once slender blade expanded rapidly, increasing in size several-fold in the blink of an eye, before hovering steadily in the air. "All right, Miss Su, please step aboard." Qin Mo gestured invitingly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wolin stepped onto the sword at her mother's encouraging gaze. Upon touching the blade, she gasped as the cold iron chill seeped through her embroidered shoes, causing her to stumble backward, only to be caught by Qin Mo. Once she regained her balance, he leaped onto the flying sword, positioning himself before her. Before departing, he turned back to offer a gentle reminder. "If you are afraid, hold me tightly." With that, he formed a gesture with one hand and softly intoned, "Rise." Instantly, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light, and the landscape appeared to invert. Su Wolin clutched the sleeve of Qin Mo with all her strength, watching as the thatched cottage shrank to the size of a grain of rice. The smoke from the hearth intertwining with the morning mist beneath their feet. A fierce wind swept past her ears, yet it was diminished by his surrounding spiritual energy, leaving only a gentle lift of his hair. The scenery below rapidly receded. Mountains, rivers, fields. Everything became a blur. Time seemed to stretch, and at last, a magnificent mountain range emerged ahead. As the sea of clouds surged, 8 principal peaks pierced the heavens. Atop the main peak, white jade steps descended from the clouds, and the golden hall radiated a glassy aura in the rising sun. The cry of a crane pierced the sky, and several beams of sword light could be faintly seen weaving among the floating islands. That was the location of the Tianyan Dao Sect. Qin Mo pointed towards the towering peak, and Su Wolin's eyes widened as she gazed at the highest mountain in the distance, her heart a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety. Chapter 14. Exceptional cultivation talent. Before long, the two arrived at the bustling entrance of the Tianyan Dao Sect. "We have arrived. Let us disembark." Qin Mo gestured lightly, causing the flying sword to hover 3 zhang above the testing platform. Below, a throng of newcomers bustled about, and the morning bell resonated with its first chime, startling the myriad of birds nestled in the mountains. Su Wolin gazed at the majestic scene before her, her throat tightening as the fingers gripping her bundle turned pale. This was the most magnificent sight she had witnessed in her 19 years of life. On the peak of Feishuan, a 1,000-zhang waterfall was cleaved into 9 segments, suspended mid-air, with each droplet refracting the brilliance of ancient runes. Noticing the astonished expression on Su Wolin's face, Qin Mo instinctively raised his gaze towards the soaring peak, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "What do you think, Miss Su? The Tianyan Dao Sect is indeed magnificent, isn't it? When I first arrived here, I wore a similar expression." As he spoke, memories of his first visit 9 years ago flooded back. As a denizen of Blue Star, he had only encountered such descriptions in books. However, upon his arrival, he had been prepared, yet still found himself taken aback by the grandeur that surpassed any literary depiction. A fleeting glance revealed Su Wolin's hair quivering in the breeze, awakening him to the passage of 9 years. At that moment, Su Wolin, hearing Qin Mo's words, turned to behold his handsome profile, the morning wind stirring around them. Clad in dark robes that flowed like ink, his distinct features resembled those of a cold peak. for reasons unknown. Although Qin Mo's face bore no discernible expression, she sensed a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Indeed, as you said, Brother Qin, this place is truly spectacular, she echoed. Qin Mo nodded lightly, then turned his gaze towards the busy disciples at the registration desk of the Tianyan Dao Sect, suddenly noticing something and glancing towards another direction. At this moment, on the mountain path leading to the Qinglan sect, a pair of young man and woman walked side by side, accompanied by a spirit beast. I must thank you in advance, Fairy Luo, for your recommendation, the young woman expressed gratefully. It's no trouble at all. When the sect selects inner disciples, I will certainly recommend you to Master, she replied. Moreover, I must also thank young Master Yi for helping me subdue the spirit beast last night. Had it harmed anyone, I would have faced severe repercussions upon returning to the sect. Luo Ningxue expressed her gratitude as they approached the mountain gate, spotting the busy throng ahead. She took the lead, her white dress brushing against the azure bricks, the jade pendant at her waist jingling softly. She turned to wave at Yi Bufan. Young Master Yi, the registration desk is this way. Allow me to guide you. Yes, I'm coming, Yi Bufan replied, a surge of joy swelling within him. His efforts from the previous night had not been in vain. He had gained Luo Ningxue's recommendation. The prospect of becoming an inner disciple seemed increasingly plausible, promising ample cultivation resources. With his own diligence, he was one step closer to avenging himself. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, Qin Mo observed the lively exchange between the two. His expression unchanged. He turned to Su Wolin, who was looking around, and called out, All right, Miss Su, you do have the jade token I gave you, correct? The jade token? Oh, I have it, Su Wolin replied, hastily retrieving the token from her blue bundle. Seeing this, Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction and gestured towards the busy disciples of the Tianyan Dao Sect. You need only show that jade token to the disciples over there. After registration, you may undergo the cultivation aptitude test. I believe you will pass with flying colors. After all, she was a late-stage antagonist of the demonic path. Her aptitude could hardly be lacking. As he spoke, he cast a brief glance towards Yi Bufan in the distance before continuing. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will remember everything you said, Su Wolin replied. Qin Mo nodded slightly, then swiftly summoned his sword and soared towards the sect, leaving Su Wolin amidst the bustling crowd. While in transit, the system's voice echoed in Qin Mo's mind. Ding! Host's daily mischief task. Please proceed to mock Yi Bufan, who has just completed registration. Time remaining for the task, 3 hours. He quickly concealed himself in a less crowded area, then accessed the system panel to review the task details, nodding with satisfaction. He was poised to make his entrance once Yi Bufan completed his registration. Back at the Tianyan Dao Sect's entrance, Su Wolin tightly clutched the jade token given by Qin Mo as she queued among the throng. The wait was brief, but she felt a surge of anxiety as most of those ahead were eliminated for failing the aptitude test. She had not anticipated such a swift and rigorous testing process upon entering the sect. Soon, all those who had been in line before her were filtered out due to inadequate aptitude, leaving only a burly man before her. This man, undeterred by the failures of those ahead, remained confident in his abilities. When his turn arrived, he turned to Su Wolin and waved. Sister, it's my turn now. I will surely pass on the first try. He handed over a few copper coins before proceeding with the test. As the test commenced, he silently prayed for success, resolutely extending his hand toward a crystal testing sphere. This sphere not only assessed aptitude but also detected any malevolent intent, preventing those of the demonic path from infiltrating the sect. As long as one met both criteria, satisfactory cultivation aptitude and absence of evil thoughts, they could become an outer disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect. After a brief moment, the testing sphere reacted, emanating a faint white light. The two disciples at the registration desk, initially hopeful, shook their heads slowly upon seeing the white light. You may leave. You did not pass. The once confident man's face fell into despair as he sighed and turned away in silence. Witnessing this, Su Wolin felt an immense pressure mount within her. Yet, recalling Qin Mo's earlier words, she steeled herself and approached the two disciples at the registration desk. With determination, she presented the jade token Qin Mo had given her. The previously impatient disciples suddenly transformed in demeanor, their expressions shifting to one of respect upon recognizing the token of an inner disciple. One of them promptly asked, Miss, you need not pay any fees. May I ask your name? Su Wolin, she replied. Upon hearing her name, the other disciple gestured towards the testing sphere. All right, Miss Su. You may now proceed with the aptitude test. Su Wolin exhaled in relief, having feared she would need to pay. Instead, she could directly test her aptitude thanks to the jade token bestowed by Qin Mo. As she extended her hand towards the testing crystal, within a mere 2 or 3 breaths, it flickered with a dazzling purple radiance. The two disciples, upon witnessing this spectacle, exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into one of reverence. One of them promptly registered Su Wolin and bestowed upon her the attire of their sect, hurriedly exclaiming, "Congratulations, Miss Su. Your aptitude is exceptionally remarkable. You are now an outer disciple of our heavenly transformation sect." Meanwhile, the other disciple swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to communicate with the elder in charge of the inner disciples, informing him of the situation at hand. Was it truly that swift? The entire process left Su Wolin questioning whether it was merely her imagination. Unbeknownst to her, the brilliance emanating from the testing crystal was indicative of a ranking of aptitudes, categorized as follows: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The rarer the color, the more exceptional the talent, and Su Wolin's purple designation was a rare phenomenon, akin to a prodigy in cultivation seen only once in several decades. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo nodded knowingly at Su Wolin's swift passage through the aptitude test. If her talent had been lacking, she would undoubtedly have been unable to embody the role of a villain in the demonic path later on. Observing her being guided into the inner sanctum of the sect, Qin Mo then turned his gaze towards Yi Bufan and Luo Ningxue, who were approaching from a distance. It appeared that my moment to make an entrance was imminent. Chapter 15. The green credentials of Yi Bufan. At this moment, Luo Ningxue had led Yi Bufan to the entrance of the registration area. Seemingly recalling something, she turned to Yi Bufan and inquired directly, "Young Master Yi, are you certain you wish to join our heavenly expansion sect? Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony for our sect's disciples, held once every 4 years. Have you already chosen a master among our esteemed leaders?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ningxue gazed at Yi Bufan with a hint of anticipation. Her inquiry was essentially an invitation for him to join her own peak, the falling sunset peak. However, she would not press too hard if he had already set his sights on another. Let me think for a moment. After a few seconds of contemplation, Yi Bufan slowly shook his head, indicating that he had not yet made a decision. His initial thoughts had solely focused on how to join the heavenly expansion sect, and he had not seriously considered his subsequent plans, as fate had brought him to this moment. Noticing that Yi Bufan had no preferred master, Luo Ningxue felt a flicker of joy in her heart and eagerly began to recommend her own falling sunset peak. "Young Master Yi, if you have not yet made your choice, you might consider my peak. My master is the foremost female sword immortal of the northern region. If you were to take her as your teacher, you would surely not regret it. Falling sunset peak, let me ponder." Yi Bufan, upon hearing her invitation, mused for a moment. He then used his spiritual power to communicate with his master, who resided within the storage ring at his chest. "Master, what do you think about me going to that peak? Are there any other peaks you could recommend?" At that moment, the storage ring emitted a faint glow, and a voice, audible only to Yi Bufan, emerged. "I have been in slumber for 200 to 300 years and am largely unaware of the current forces on the continent. However, since that young lady's master is the foremost sword immortal of the northern region, you might consider entering there. In my opinion, her master's cultivation and strength must be considerable. As long as you demonstrate your abilities, you should be able to acquire ample resources for your advancement." Engrossed in conversation with his master, Yi Bufan remained oblivious to Qin Mo, who was watching from a concealed location in the distance. Observing the faint glow emanating from Yi Bufan's storage ring, Qin Mo's expression revealed a sense of expectation. It seemed that Yi Bufan was discussing matters with Xiao Wanyue within the ring. From the current developments, the plot had not altered. Luo Ningxue had indeed invited Yi Bufan, and he was engaged in dialogue with his master. Following the unfolding narrative, upon seeing the eager expression on Luo Ningxue's face, Yi Bufan ultimately decided to heed his master's advice and chose to enter Falling Sunset Peak. When he arrived at the venue for testing his qualifications, he was, after all, an ordinary individual. Both his physical attributes and cultivation talent could only be described as unremarkable. The testing crystal, upon contact with Yi Bufan, emitted merely a faint green light. Such a glow was barely sufficient for him to qualify as an outer disciple. At that instant, in a corner of the crowd, The original Qin Mo was idly seeking amusement to pass the time. His gaze wandered around when he suddenly noticed Luo Ningxue animatedly conversing with an unfamiliar young man. Witnessing this scene, an intense wave of jealousy surged within Qin Mo, fueled by this envy. He hurried toward Yi Bufan's direction. When he finally stood before Yi Bufan, he first scrutinized the seemingly inconspicuous figure before him. His gaze then shifted to the green light displayed by the testing crystal. Reminded of his own superior cultivation qualifications compared to Yi Bufan's, a smirk of disdain crept onto Qin Mo's face. As he prepared to belittle Yi Bufan, Luo Ningxue, having recognized the troublemaking Qin Mo, swiftly positioned herself protectively behind Yi Bufan. At that moment, Qin Mo caught sight of his junior sister shielding a man of seemingly inferior qualifications. Instantly, an unbridled anger surged within him. His previously calm demeanor twisted into a menacing scowl, and with a derisive smile, he unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, each word dripping with venomous contempt. The vitriol he spewed was foul enough to trample upon the dignity of his target, aiming to crush it into dust. Yet, in the face of such vehement insults, Yi Bufan bit his lip, his hands clenching into fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. He bore the weight of inner fury and humiliation in silence. This incident irrevocably deepened the enmity between Yi Bufan and the original Qin Mo, sealing their fates in an unbreakable vendetta. From that moment on, Yi Bufan acutely recognized the vast chasm between them, igniting an unquenchable fighting spirit within him. What followed was the familiar trope of retribution. Truly, a classic narrative formula. It bore a striking resemblance to the plot when Xiao Huahua was humiliated for breaking off an engagement, sharing the same essence. After reflecting on all the details of the unfolding story, Qin Mo offered a few dismissive remarks before turning his attention back to Yi Bufan. Luo Ningxue lifted her gaze, noticing a long queue of people ahead, her brow furrowing slightly in impatience. Lacking the patience for a slow wait, she gracefully stepped forward, directly approaching the two disciples responsible for registration. With a swift motion, she produced a jade token and placed it emphatically on the table before them. The token clattered against the surface, producing a crisp sound. She then turned to grasp Yi Bufan's arm, drawing him close to her side. "All right, you two. Please assist me in registering this individual." With her chin slightly raised, her tone was infused with undeniable authority. "His name is Yi Bufan. Yes, senior sister. We shall prioritize your registration at once." The two disciples, upon recognizing Luo Ningxue from Falling Sunset Peak, immediately donned expressions of respect, instinctively bending at the waist. Not daring to delay, they understood well that those who previously held the jade tokens of direct discipleship had exhibited extraordinary qualifications, and now, with Luo Ningxue personally bringing him, he was unlikely to be of lesser worth. One disciple hurriedly opened the registration book, swiftly inscribing Yi Bufan's name with bold strokes. Meanwhile, the other cautiously pushed the testing crystal toward Yi Bufan. Well, senior sister, there is still this step to complete. We cannot bypass this rule." The disciple's face bore a look of concern, his voice tinged with nervousness as he cautiously glanced at Luo Ningxue. Yi Bufan stared at the qualification crystal before him, filled with confusion. Coming from an ordinary background, he had never encountered such an object before, and thus he was unsure how to utilize it. He furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting bewilderment. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. At that moment, noticing Yi Bufan's perplexed expression, Luo Ningxue's lips curled into a gentle smile, and she quickly leaned in to explain softly, "Young Master Yi, simply place your hand upon it to test your qualifications." "Understood. I extend my gratitude to the enchanting Luo for her elucidation." Yi Bufan nodded slightly, a look of appreciation gracing his countenance. Having spoken, he took a deep breath to calm the tension within, fixing his gaze upon the testing crystal before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gently extended his palm. Placing it steadily upon the surface of the crystal, his heart tinged with anticipation regarding the nature of his own aptitude. Chapter 16. Dare to challenge tomorrow beside him. Luo Ningxue's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She was eager to discern the extent of Yi Bufan's talents. The moment Yi Bufan's palm made contact with the crystal designed to assess aptitude, it reacted instantaneously. Luo Ningxue and the two disciples at her side held their breath, their eyes wide with expectation as they awaited the revelation of Yi Bufan's qualifications. In a fleeting moment, a faint green glow began to emanate from within the crystal. Upon witnessing this, the two disciples responsible for recording the results exchanged a glance. instinctively falling into silence. They had initially hoped that Yi Bufan would possess a talent akin to the previous Su Woolen, who had displayed a purple aptitude. However, the ordinary green light left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing the green light, Yi Bufan's curiosity piqued, and he turned to Luo Ningxue, asking, "Fairy Luo, might I inquire what this green light signifies?" Luo Ningxue, still fixated on the testing crystal, wore a complex expression. She was well aware of the implications of such a low-level cultivation talent, leaving her at a loss for words and explaining it to Yi Bufan. When Yi Bufan observed Luo Ningxue's dazed expression, he turned his gaze towards the two disciples from the Tianyan Dao Sect. At that moment, she snapped back to reality, her gaze transforming into one of fierce protectiveness, akin to a beast guarding its young, glaring at the two men before her. Her eyes seemed to warn them that should they dare speak the truth, they would face her wrath. One disciple swallowed hard and hastily clarified, "Ahem. The green light indicates that young Master Yi possesses decent aptitude." The other disciple quickly concurred, fearful of offending a direct disciple of Luo Ningxue. They knew that failing to appease her at this moment would lead to dire consequences. Once the explanation was complete, one disciple immediately donned a beaming smile, handing Yi Bufan the sect's attire while courteously gesturing towards the Tianyan Dao Sect's mountain gate, proclaiming, "Now, young Master Yi, you are officially an outer disciple of our Tianyan Dao Sect. Please, come in." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind, "Luo Ningxue, who is this insolent brat by your side? Humph, how dare you be so familiar with him? Do you not regard me, your senior brother?" Yi Bufan, who was in the midst of stowing away the sect attire, furrowed his brow and turned to see a strikingly handsome young man clad in dark robes. Soaring through the air on a sword, his demeanor haughty, hands clasped behind him, resembling a cold and aloof celestial being. Indeed, this was Qin Mo, the most detestable figure of the Wanxia Peak, making his entrance. He had shown no hesitation in stepping forward as soon as Yi Bufan completed his aptitude test. Now, it was time for him to play his part in this unfolding drama. As soon as Qin Mo appeared, his gaze lashed onto Yi Bufan with an intensity akin to shackles. Luo Ningxue's expression soured at the sight of him approaching, instinctively tugging Yi Bufan behind her as a wave of urgency coursed through her. She fiercely admonished Qin Mo, "Qin Mo, what business do you have here, you scoundrel? What I do is none of your concern, Luo Ningxue. Since when did you have the right to interfere?" Qin Mo retorted with a smirk, carelessly plopping down on the table that held the testing crystal, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance, as if everything around him was beneath his notice. "What is it? Just because you can bring this unknown brat to the mountain gate, does that mean I cannot casually stroll here?" His words dripped with provocation, each syllable seemingly intended to infuriate Luo Ningxue. Faced with Qin Mo's shamelessness, Luo Ningxue found herself momentarily speechless, her fury boiling within her, yet at a loss for a rebuttal. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she reached for Yi Bufan, intending to lead him into the sect. However, Qin Mo was not one to relinquish his ground easily. In a flash, he darted in front of them, a move so blatant that anyone could see through it. Luo Ningxue's anger erupted like a volcano, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, as she shouted, "Qin Mo, move aside." "Oh, so now you think you can command me? Just because you say move, I will?" Qin Mo responded nonchalantly, his indifference palpable. "The path to the mountain gate is wide. Must you pass through me?" With a dismissive gesture, he dug at his ear, a gesture that proclaimed he would not yield easily. Observing the predicament Luo Ningxue faced, Yi Bufan's brows knitted together in displeasure. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, shielding Luo Ningxue behind him, and confronted Qin Mo with a steady voice. "Might I inquire why you are obstructing us? Why should I stop you?" Qin Mo laughed mockingly, his expression one of derision as he regarded Yi Bufan. His gaze shifted away from Yi Bufan to the aptitude crystal on the table nearby, feigning disinterest. "Who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your green aptitude, you are nothing but trash. Even if you enter the Tianyan Dao Sect, you will merely be an outer disciple, a mere errand boy, and dare to speak to me?" Qin Mo's scathing remarks dripped with contempt and arrogance. As Yi Bufan prepared to retaliate with his inner energy, Qin Mo's aura suddenly shifted, an oppressive force surging forth like a tidal wave, pinning Yi Bufan down with overwhelming pressure. Luo Ningxue, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a surge of anxiety, her eyes filled with concern. Without a moment's hesitation, she signaled her spirit beast, urgently calling, "Xiao Jiao Go! Woo!" The black flame spirit eagle understood immediately, spreading its wings and launching towards Qin Mo with fierce momentum. However, as it neared him, Qin Mo seemed to sense its approach. He abruptly turned, locking his gaze onto the black flame spirit eagle with a predatory intensity. As it prepared to pounce, the eagle quivered in fear, its once powerful wings faltering, and its four little legs trembled uncontrollably. In the next instant, it cowered behind Luo Ningxue, the earlier bravado evaporating without a trace. How infuriating! Seeing her spirit beast falter, Luo Ningxue quickly positioned herself in front of Yi Bufan, shouting at Qin Mo. "Qin Mo, why do you bully an outer disciple? Why do you ask? This waste dared to lay hands on me, and I merely gave him a light punishment." Qin Mo replied nonchalantly, retracting the oppressive force he had cast upon Yi Bufan. With a disdainful gaze fixed on Yi Bufan, a smirk crept across his lips. Laced with derision, "I initially thought you might possess some ability. Instead, you can only hide behind a woman. Truly shameful." This humiliation pierced Yi Bufan's heart like a sharp thorn, anger swelling within him as his fists clenched involuntarily, turning white from the strain, his arms trembling slightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he battled the rising fury within. From the storage ring, Xiao Wanyu sensed her disciple's ignited emotions and hastily interjected, "Fanner, do not be angry. His cultivation far surpasses yours. Should a fight ensue, you would undoubtedly suffer greatly." Qin Mo, noticing the faint glow emanating from Yi Bufan's storage ring, understood that Xiao Wanyu was attempting to soothe him. To maintain the momentum of this unfolding narrative, he resolved to see it through to the end. He languidly surveyed his surroundings, then cast a scornful smirk at Yi Bufan before turning as if to depart. Having indulged in the game long enough, it was time to return. He would no longer play along. As he spoke, he took a few leisurely steps, yet within, he was brimming with anticipation. Now, it was merely a matter of this final step. Hurry, utter that iconic line. If he could restrain himself at this moment, it would be a most pitiful display. Sure enough, the next instant, Yi Bufan lifted his gaze. His eyes locked onto the retreating figure of Qin Mo, gleaming with resolute determination. He thundered, 3 years in the east of the river, 3 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Dare you suppress your cultivation to match mine, and engage in a duel at tomorrow's formal initiation ceremony?" Upon hearing this long-anticipated line, Qin Mo felt a surge of delight within, yet his face quickly regained its composure. He paused momentarily, then took a few steps away from Yi Bufan. "Oh, you wish to challenge me? Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. I will grant your request, but I hope you do not find yourself too embarrassed by my prowess tomorrow." With that, he ascended on his sword without hesitation. In an instant, he vanished beyond the mountain gate, leaving behind only a fading silhouette. Chapter 17. The inspiring male protagonist Yi Bufan gazed intently at the receding figure of Qin Mo, his fists instinctively clenching, knuckles turning pale. The taunting words Qin Mo had just uttered pierced his heart like sharp thorns, lingering painfully in his mind. He sensed that if he did not swallow his pride, his path to cultivation would likely be obstructed, each step becoming increasingly arduous. It was not until Qin Mo's silhouette vanished from view that Luo Ningxue, who had been standing beside Yi Bufan, let out a long sigh of relief. She turned to him and noticed the gloom etched on his face. His expression so cold it seemed capable of freezing the air around him. With a pang of concern, Luo Ningxue quickly apologized. "Young Master Yi, I truly regret this. I had no idea such a situation would arise. He always stirs trouble within the sect, and the elders hardly rein him in. He has grown accustomed to his unruly ways. Please do not take his outrageous words to heart." Listening to Luo Ningxue's attempts at consolation, Yi Bufan, striving to maintain his composure, suppressed the tempest of anger brewing within him. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and waved his hand in an effort to sound calm. "It is of no consequence. I am not so easily unsettled by a few provocations. Yet, encountering such a brazen individual is indeed vexing." Despite his words, Yi Bufan's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which Qin Mo had disappeared, his eyes sharpening with determination as he murmured to himself, "Qin Mo, I shall remember this humiliation. Tomorrow, I will ensure you pay it back tenfold." After flying a considerable distance, Qin Mo discreetly retraced his steps, concealing himself in the shadows. Channeling his spiritual energy, he stealthily captured every word exchanged between Yi Bufan and Luo Ningxue. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Fearing that the storyline might deviate from its intended course, for the success of his mission hinged on it. As he observed the two engage in conversation before entering the sect, his nerves finally relaxed, realizing that the unfolding events aligned perfectly with the original narrative. Indeed, everything is back on track, he whispered to himself, acknowledging that Yi Bufan must now harbor intense hatred towards him. The upcoming duel would surely progress smoothly. Just as they stepped fully into the sect, the system's voice resonated swiftly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Rewards are now being distributed. Receive the Shadow Demon Sword 1, which has been stored in the system warehouse. With the system rewards successfully dispensed. A satisfied smile graced Qin Mo's face. He felt no inclination to check the rewards. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his humble abode. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, for he had completed the day's narrative task. Now, he could return to his dwelling and resume his leisurely, carefree existence. Off I go, time to rest. No sooner had he spoken than his sword shimmered with light, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind an empty corner as if he had never been there. The black flame spirit eagle trailed closely behind Luo Ningxue, its previously steady flight trajectory suddenly faltering. It abruptly halted mid-air, its large head raised high, nostrils flaring as it seemed to detect an unusual scent. Swiftly, it turned its head, sharp eyes locking onto the spot where Qin Mo had just concealed himself. Once its claws touched the ground, the eagle steadied itself before extending its neck, turning its head from side to side, diligently sniffing the air for lingering traces. In an instant, it discerned the unmistakable scent of Qin Mo, confirming its suspicion. The eagle flapped its wings and flew to Luo Ningxue's side, gently tugging at the hem of her garment. Startled by the sudden pull, Luo Ningxue stumbled slightly, but quickly regained her balance. Frowning, she felt a flicker of annoyance and turned to face the eagle. The creature, sensing its owner's attention, eagerly extended its head towards the spot where Qin Mo had concealed himself. Following the direction of the eagle's gesture, Luo Ningxue scanned the area but found nothing but emptiness. Assuming the spirit beast was merely being playful, her expression darkened, and she scolded, "Little Diao, there's no one there. Don't play tricks next time." Despite Luo Ningxue's firm dismissal, the black flame spirit eagle remained unconvinced, shaking its head vigorously, feathers ruffling in protest. Its gaze remained fixed on the direction Qin Mo had vanished, eyes filled with unwavering determination. Seeing its resolute demeanor, Luo Ningxue sighed softly, channeling her spiritual energy into a thin thread that extended toward the area the eagle had indicated. The thread wove through the air, meticulously scanning the vicinity. Yet nothing came to light. With her patience completely exhausted, Luo Ningxue furrowed her brow, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. "Little Diao, you've become increasingly disobedient these days. If you continue to be willful, just wait until we return home." Upon hearing this, the eagle's ears drooped forlornly. Pressing down against its head, it felt a sense of grievance and confusion, casting a reluctant glance back toward the place where Qin Mo had hidden, as if hoping to find something that would validate its perception. Yet, despite its efforts, no sign of Qin Mo could be found. With a resigned flap of its wings, it followed Luo Ningxue, occasionally emitting soft chirps, as if murmuring its discontent. Behind the tranquil and secluded back mountain of the falling sunset peak, the lush bamboo leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Qin Mo soared through the air on his flying sword, hastening toward his abode. As he cast a casual glance ahead, a familiar figure suddenly entered his line of sight, none other than Su Ruolin, making her way toward his dwelling. Su Ruolin, what brings her here?" Qin Mo mused, a spark of surprise igniting within him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ruolin was completely unaware of Qin Mo's approach from the skies. She walked lightly, engaged in conversation with the female disciple guiding her. "Is that the small wooden house up ahead?" Su Ruolin's voice was gentle, tinged with anticipation. "Yes, that is indeed Senior Brother Qin Mo's residence." The disciple nodded, though a flicker of anxiety crossed her features. As they drew within 100 meters of the wooden house, the guiding disciple suddenly halted, pointing toward the dwelling with a quiver in her voice. "Su sister, you can go on ahead." Su Ruolin, taken aback, felt a surge of confusion and concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The disciple hesitated, biting her lip, and after glancing around, she leaned in to whisper, "I've heard that the inner disciples of the sect say Senior Brother Qin Mo is a ruthless villain. If I were to barge in, I might end up on the receiving end of his wrath. So, Su sister, you'll have to go the rest of the way alone." As soon as she finished speaking, The disciple turned and hurried away like a startled deer, retreating swiftly along the path they had come. Su Ruolin watched her retreating figure, increasingly perplexed. What? Qin Mo is a bad person? This contradicts everything I thought I knew about him. She contemplated explaining that the rumors were exaggerated. But seeing the disciple had already distanced herself, she could only sigh in resignation, glancing down at the white jade pendant in her hand. She took a deep breath and approached Qin Mo's residence. Her purpose for this visit was to return the jade pendant she held, for Qin Mo had assisted her immensely, and she felt uncertain about how to express her gratitude. Chapter 18. The return of the jade tablet. Su Ruolin gazed deeply into the bamboo grove ahead, where a secluded cottage awaited her. Her steps instinctively quickened as she approached. In but a moment, she found herself within the courtyard of the bamboo cottage. Raising her eyes and surveying the quaint enclosure surrounded by bamboo fencing, she noticed an array of rare and exotic plants flourishing around the house. A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo, intertwining with the fragrances of the flora, and a subtle, refreshing aroma enveloped her senses. Inhaling the delicate scent, Su Ruolin felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, dissipating much of her fatigue. Once she had taken in the entirety of the courtyard, her gaze shifted towards the cottage itself. Surely, her elder brother Qin Mo must be inside at this hour, she murmured to herself, taking a deep breath. Firmly clutching the jade tablet in her hand, she was about to step towards the door of Qin Mo's abode when a voice called out from behind her, "Su girl, what brings you here?" Startled, she turned to see Qin Mo, graceful and ethereal, descending from the sky upon a flying sword, landing steadily within the courtyard. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Ruolin's face as she approached him with light, buoyant steps. However, upon witnessing her joyful demeanor, a flicker of confusion crossed Qin Mo's features, his brows knitting slightly as he pondered why Su Ruolin would appear at his residence at this hour. Logically, she ought to be within the sect, guided by other disciples as she familiarized herself with her surroundings. Surely, she could not have wandered here just for a casual visit? Yet, as Su Ruolin drew near, he ceased his contemplation. With a casual flick of his wrist, the long sword at his feet shimmered and vanished into his storage ring, as if it had never existed. Su Ruolin approached him quickly, and as she neared, the sight of his handsome visage caused her mind to involuntarily drift back to memories of his impressively strong physique. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, feeling anxious enough that her words stumbled over one another. Qin Mo, I came to find you because I have something to discuss." "Something to discuss?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, confusion flickering in his eyes as he echoed her words. Su Ruolin's cheeks turned a delicate shade of crimson, akin to clouds tinted by a setting sun, and her speech quickened as she hurriedly clarified. "I was just touring the sect with my senior sister, and as we were passing by, I thought to return the jade tablet to you. Also, I wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude for your earlier assistance." With that, she eagerly extended her hand, presenting the warm jade tablet to Qin Mo, her eyes brimming with sincerity and appreciation. Upon hearing her explanation, Qin Mo finally understood her purpose for visiting, to return the jade tablet. Observing the gratitude radiating from Su Ruolin's face, his lips curled into a gentle smile as he took the tablet from her and casually tossed it into his storage ring. Speaking in a relaxed tone, "It's but a trivial matter, nothing to concern yourself over." However, Su Ruolin quickly shook her head, her demeanor resolute, her eyes sparkling with genuine light. No, Qin Mo, you mustn't say that. If it weren't for your help, I doubt I could have even entered the gates of the sect." Seeing her earnestness, Qin Mo decided against further insistence. He gazed at Su Ruolin for a moment, suddenly recalling something. With swift motion, he retrieved 2 pills from his storage ring, confirming their correctness before offering them to her with a lifted hand, encouraging her to accept. Su Ruolin's eyes widened in surprise and hesitation as she stared at the pills in his palm, utterly perplexed by their significance. Her brow furrowed slightly, her expression one of confusion. Noticing her bewilderment, Qin Mo patiently explained, "Now that you have joined the Tianyan Dao Sect as your elder brother, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of welcome. These 2 pills are spirit-opening pills. Upon consuming them together, you will be able to open your spiritual sea in a short time, greatly aiding your cultivation." These pills were the fruits of a task he had previously completed, and held little value for him. He had anticipated they would remain forgotten in his storage ring. However, upon seeing that Su Ruolin had yet to open her spiritual sea, he decided to bestow them upon her. Moreover, there was a crucial reason behind this gesture, One of the pills was not a spirit-opening pill, but rather a concealment pill, which could disguise her unique physique. As long as it was consumed, no formidable opponent would perceive any anomaly. By giving it to Su Wolin, he would effectively eliminate the risk of her special constitution being discovered. As Su Wolin beheld the precious pills that Qin Mo insisted she take, a glimmer of surprise and doubt crossed her face, and she firmly shook her head, urgently declining. No, Qin Mo, this is too valuable. I truly cannot accept it. I cannot receive such a generous gift without having contributed anything in return. Her hands instinctively waved in refusal, her tone sincere and her expression earnest. Observing her steadfast rejection, Qin Mo slowly shook his head. You need not be overly courteous. These pills hold little use for me. You accepting them would merely allow them to fulfill their purpose. He did not withdraw his hand despite her protest. Instead, he stepped closer and gently placed the pills in her palm, his gesture imbued with an undeniable warmth. Su Wolin lowered her gaze, staring at the pills resting quietly in her hand, her heart swelling with gratitude. She lifted her eyes, her expression shining with emotion. Thank you, Qin Mo, for these pills. I will surely remember this kindness. Hearing her heartfelt gratitude, Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction, about to speak further when suddenly his expression shifted. With keen perception, he sensed a familiar wave of spiritual energy approaching. He discreetly channeled his energy, and soon discerned that an elder from the sect was flying towards him. An outer sect elder? What brings them here? In an instant, as he looked at Su Wolin before him, Qin Mo deduced the elder's intent. Su Wolin possessed an exceedingly rare purple cultivation talent, and such a prodigious figure had long drawn the attention of the sect's higher-ups. It was likely that the elder had come specifically for her. Su girl, you should keep those pills safe. Qin Mo paused before continuing. I have numerous matters to attend to today, and I am feeling quite fatigued. I intend to return to my quarters to rest. You should also take some time to recuperate. With that, he turned and walked towards the interior of the cottage, his steps unhurried, soon disappearing behind the door. In the courtyard, Su Wolin stood alone. Lowering her gaze, she once again focused on the pills in her hand, gently caressing them with her fingers. Before lifting her eyes towards the cottage where Qin Mo resided, her heart filled with gratitude. After a brief moment, she turned and slowly made her way back along the winding path she had come, her silhouette becoming increasingly indistinct amidst the dappled shadows of the bamboo growth. Once Su Wolin had departed, Qin Mo leisurely made his way to the bedside within the cottage. His form sank slightly into the familiar soft bed as he reclined upon it, letting out a contented sigh. Though the plush bedding enveloped him, it did little to ease the tension coiled within him. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the impending duel with Yu Bufan, replaying each potential scenario and every move in his mind. Yet, after much contemplation, he could only shake his head in resignation, striving to dispel the tumultuous thoughts that plagued him. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. I will retire for the night and seek rest. Chapter 19. The Unexpected Garment. Meanwhile, Su Wolin was leisurely strolling back to the outer disciple dormitory, her gaze wandering curiously around the sect. Her face was filled with wonder as she glanced at the tender green grass by the roadside and admired the vibrant flowers. To an ordinary mortal, everything in the Tianyan Dao Sect was akin to the revelation of a brand new world, with every detail brimming with novelty. As she was looking around, suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the distant sky. Instinctively, Su Wolin raised her head, her eyes intently following the luminous trail, exclaiming in awe, "The way immortals travel is truly astonishing." After a few seconds of gazing upwards, her expression shifted to one of surprise as she realized that the light was heading directly towards her. Before she could react, the light seemed to sense something and abruptly descended beside her. Whoosh! At the moment of landing, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outward and causing the surrounding flowers and trees to rustle. Su Wolin reflexively raised her hands to shield her eyes from the swirling dust. After a while, the wind gradually subsided. Eager to discover what had occurred, she lowered her arms and focused her gaze. Before her stood a slightly plump elder clad in white, just 3 meters away. Despite his aged appearance, he emanated an air of authority, with wisps of white hair at his temples. Upon noticing Su Wolin's puzzled expression, the elder broke into a warm smile and directly inquired, "You must be Su Wolin, who just joined the outer sect today?" Su Wolin, somewhat dazed, instinctively nodded while her heart brimmed with caution, entirely unsure of the elder's intentions. Observing her wariness, The elder swiftly introduced himself. I am the outer sect elder of the Tianyan Dao Sect, and I have come specifically to find you. Specifically for me, Su Ruolin questioned incredulously, pointing to herself. The fact that an elder from the sect sought her out, a mere novice, left her both flattered and bewildered, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Indeed, I am here to convey the sect's decision. The elder's voice resonated with a calm authority that brooked no dissent. From this moment forth, you are no longer an outer disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect, but rather a designated inner disciple of the sect. Before Su Ruolin could process this astonishing news, the elder raised his hand, revealing a storage ring that appeared in his palm. He infused it with spiritual energy and extended it towards her, gesturing for her to accept it. Confused, she stared at the ring before her, a flurry of questions swirling in her mind. Yet, out of politeness, she instinctively reached out to grasp the ring. Satisfied that she had accepted it, the elder nodded and explained, "This storage ring now belongs to you, containing all the items you brought with you, as well as a residence token. Use this token to guide you to the abode of your personal disciple." He paused briefly before adding, "Tomorrow marks the formal disciple enrollment ceremony. Following a series of evaluations, you will be free to select any sect master as your mentor." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder turned and, with a surge of spiritual energy, vanished in an instant. Wait a moment. Su Ruolin hastily reached out, eager to ask him further questions. Yet, before she could utter another word, a flash of light swept by, leaving no trace of the elder behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Ruolin standing alone, the air around her seemingly frozen. She gazed in the direction where the elder had disappeared, her mind blank. A myriad of questions tangled within her thoughts. Yet she found herself at a loss for where to begin untangling them. After a considerable time, she finally came to terms with the reality of her impending transition to the inner sect. Though her mind was filled with confusion, she realized that overthinking would serve no purpose. She glanced down at the storage ring in her hand and exhaled slowly. I should find a place to stay for the night. Holding it carefully, she tried to recall how Qin Mo used the storage ring, pondering deeply. As she absent-mindedly brushed her fingers against a corner of the ring, all the items within it erupted in a burst of light, scattering her belongings, including the residence token and her personal garments, across the ground. "Oh no, please don't break," Su Ruolin exclaimed in a panic. Quickly crouching down to gather the token and her clothes, she hurriedly pushed the scattered garments aside and picked up the white jade token, inspecting it thoroughly. Once she confirmed that it remained intact, she breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had not shattered. The thought of what might happen if it had was too daunting to consider. After carefully placing the jade token aside, she resumed picking up the scattered clothes. After a considerable effort, she finally managed to return all her garments to the storage ring. Just as she lowered her gaze, she noticed a piece of intimate clothing still lying on the ground. As she bent down to retrieve it, a gentle breeze brushed past her. In that moment, just 3 centimeters from her fingers, the garment was lifted by the breeze and began to float away into the sky. "No, don't go," Su Ruolin cried out in alarm, her heart racing as she chased after it. Yet, the wind seemed to taunt her, increasing in strength and whisking the garment further out of reach, until it vanished from sight. This was one of her few personal items. She had brought only 3 pieces and now, in this bewildering manner, one had slipped away. She halted, staring blankly at the empty sky, her face etched with frustration and helplessness. Meanwhile, Qin Mo lay tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. His thoughts were a chaotic mess, leaving him agitated. Finally, he sat up in resignation, reaching into the storage ring to retrieve Chu Xian's intimate garment. Scratching his head with a troubled expression, his mind was consumed with worries, pondering how to complete the system task without arousing Chu Xian's suspicion and facing her wrath. After all, tomorrow, during the battle with Yi Bufan, he planned to drop the garment in front of a crowd. His reputation within the sect was already quite poor. A little more degradation hardly seemed significant. However, if Chu Xian discovered he had stolen her garment, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. The thought of being bedridden for days was something he wished to avoid. Yet, despite his efforts to brainstorm solutions, he remained utterly stumped. Eventually, he shook his head in frustration, tossing the garment aside into a corner. Dragging his weary feet to the window, he intended to open it for some fresh air to calm his turbulent emotions. Creak. As he pushed the window open, an unidentified object suddenly zipped into the room. "Huh, what just flew in?" Qin Mo exclaimed, startled by the unexpected commotion. He quickly turned to examine the floor. There lay a piece of fabric, and with a puzzled expression. He crouched down and picked it up, scrutinizing it with curiosity. "This is a woman's intimate garment," Qin Mo exclaimed in disbelief. Initially thinking it was just an ordinary piece of cloth, only to realize it was indeed a female undergarment. Why on earth am I being tormented by this? As Qin Mo contemplated casually discarding the undergarment into the corner, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and an uncontrollable excitement danced upon his visage. Indeed, with a vigorous slap of his thigh, he nearly leaped from his seat. The task merely stipulated leaving the undergarment on the arena. It did not specify that it must belong to Chu Xian. As long as it was not hers, it sufficed. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his thoughts crystallizing with clarity. This approach not only fulfilled the task, but also allowed him to evade Chu Xian's retribution, truly a double victory. Qin Mo's gaze fixated intently on the unexpected garment in his hand, his eyes brimming with determination. The dilemma that had previously plagued him now appeared to unravel effortlessly, and he envisioned the dawn of successfully accomplishing his mission. A smile of triumph unconsciously crept upon his lips, sculpting a visage of satisfaction. Chapter 20. The opening of the spiritual sea in the Dantian, the long-standing issue that had troubled Qin Mo, was finally resolved, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He reclined comfortably on his bed, tilting his head slightly back, his gaze resting serenely on the ceiling. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he pondered for a while, committing every detail of the apprentice ceremony scheduled for the morrow to memory, word for word, until he was entirely at ease. Slowly, he nestled into his blankets, preparing for a restful slumber. Having entrusted the elixirs to Su Roland, he now hoped that the male protagonist, Yi Bufan, would not falter during the ceremony. In a soft murmur, his words echoed gently in the silence of the room. He then closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing until only the rhythmic sound of his breath filled the air. Meanwhile, Su Roland meticulously stowed away her belongings into her storage ring, tightly clutching the jade token of the inner disciples. Following the guidance she had received, she wandered about until she finally discovered her designated residence. Upon lifting her gaze, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. She had expected a dwelling slightly larger than that of an ordinary outer disciple. Yet the reality far exceeded her imagination. This abode was not only spacious, but also meant for single occupancy. After her initial surprise, Su Roland approached the house with eager anticipation. She gently pushed open the door, revealing a bright and expansive space. Like a naive country girl entering a bustling town for the first time, her curious eyes darted about, taking in every detail of her new surroundings. Everything here felt refreshingly novel. This residence was 2 to 3 times larger than any place she had previously called home. The room was equipped with all manner of household items, impeccably clean, indicating that it had been meticulously tidied. Every detail radiated a quality of life starkly different from her past experiences, exuding elegance and comfort. Filled with joy, Su Roland could hardly contain herself as she leaped onto the soft bed, rolling about like a child reveling in the plush warmth of the bedding. "Oh, this grand bed in the Tianyan Dao Sect is truly delightful," she sighed contentedly, sitting up to admire her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just then, Su Roland recalled the 2 elixirs that Qin Mo had given her, instructing her to take them that night. Hastily, she retrieved the pills from her pocket, examining them with curiosity before closing her eyes and placing one in her mouth, expecting a bitter taste. She was pleasantly surprised as a wave of sweetness enveloped her tongue the moment the pill touched her lips. These 2 elixirs from Brother Qin Mo are so sweet," she murmured softly. In her understanding, elixirs were typically bitter, yet these surpassed all expectations with their delightful flavor. If Qin Mo were present, he would undoubtedly beam with pride, proclaiming, "A product of the system is guaranteed to be exquisite." Typically, elixirs are bitter, but those in Qin Mo's possession bore no side effects, being system-grade elixirs. After chewing lightly, Su Roland swallowed the pill completely. Within moments, a wondrous energy surged through her body, akin to gentle yet powerful hands meticulously unblocking every meridian. A profound sense of refreshment rose from her core, saturating her limbs with comfort, each cell rejoicing in elation, stretching out like a languid cat. Su Roland savored this rare relaxation, unable to suppress a satisfied sigh. Just as the initial wave of comfort began to subside, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over her like a tidal wave. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she yawned uncontrollably, her voice thick with fatigue. I'm so sleepy. I just want to rest a bit. Before she could finish her thought, her body instinctively complied, collapsing onto the bed. Her head barely grazing the pillow before she sank into a deep slumber, leaving only the sound of her soft, rhythmic breathing in the room. Simultaneously, within her tranquil slumber, a remarkable transformation was quietly taking place. The powerful effects of the elixir ignited a mystical flame, burning brightly in her spiritual sea within the Dantian. This energy began to assist Su Ruolin in automatically establishing her foundational cultivation. A pale light of spiritual energy slowly emanated from her body, like a gentle stream converging to form a vast spiritual sea within her Dantian. Each surge of energy solidified the groundwork for her future cultivation journey. As night descended, in gratitude for Yi Bufan's assistance, Luo Ningxue sought out a secluded yet extraordinarily tranquil dwelling for him. At this moment, he sat within, eyes gently closed, his aura calm, immersed in focused meditation. In this serene atmosphere, Xiao Wanyue, who had been quietly concealed within her storage ring, suddenly felt an invisible force gently stirring her, awakening her consciousness. Transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, she floated gracefully out of the ring, her movements as delicate as a feather in the night sky. The azure smoke drifted towards the window, gathering form as it neared, coalescing into Xiao Wanyue's figure. With an agile grace, she pushed open the window, a soft breeze brushing against her face. She gazed up at the luminous moon hanging high in the night sky, the silvery light cascading over her face, accentuating her exquisite features. An inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart, a sense that something significant was quietly unfolding, though she could not discern what it was. She stood silently at the window, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the moon. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan remained engrossed in his meditative practice, his aura steady, seemingly isolated from the surrounding world. Suddenly, he felt an unseen spiritual force touch him, prompting him to slowly open his eyes, clarity glimmering within them. His keen senses detected subtle shifts in the atmosphere, and he scanned the room, his gaze landing on his master, Xiao Wanyue, who had materialized by the window. A hint of confusion flickering across his face. He rose with gentle movements, stepping lightly from his bed towards the window, each footfall imbued with youthful steadiness and determination. In the stillness of the room, the sound of his steps was particularly pronounced. "Master, you have yet to fully recover. It would be wise not to linger outside for too long." Yi Bufan's voice carried a note of concern. He understood well that his master's current soul state was precarious, and remaining exposed for even a moment could pose a risk. Xiao Wanyue did not turn, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the full moon above, the moonlight bestowing upon her an air of mystique. "I am currently unharmed, yet I sense that a significant event is on the horizon. As for the nature of this event, my current spiritual power is insufficient to deduce," she replied, her tone soft yet tinged with gravity, each word seeming to drift from a distant place. Hearing this, a ripple of uncertainty stirred within Yi Bufan. In the past, whenever significant matters arose, his master, with her formidable predictive abilities, always knew beforehand. This was the first time he had encountered such an ambiguous situation. He instinctively furrowed his brow, his gaze following hers towards the moon, attempting to glean some insight from the seemingly tranquil night sky. Yet all he could see was the endless night and the high-hanging moon, an inexplicable unease beginning to take root in his heart. Chapter 21. The commencement of the apprenticeship ceremony. Xiao Wanyue turned around and noticed the subtle worry etched upon her disciple Yi Bufan's face. Gently, she interrupted his thoughts, saying, "Enough, Fanner. You should return now and rest well. Tomorrow marks the official apprenticeship ceremony of the Tianyan Dao Sect. It is essential to conserve your energy to face the challenges that lie ahead." Upon hearing her words, Yi Bufan lifted his gaze to the luminous full moon hanging high in the night sky and nodded silently. The thought of battling Qin Mo, who had once humiliated him, ignited a spark of determination in his eyes. "Yes, master. I will not disappoint you tomorrow." Seemingly sensing Yi Bufan's fury, Xiao Wanyue smiled softly, offering reassurance. "As for your duel with that Qin Mo, should you find yourself in dire straits, I shall intervene from the shadows to assist you. Do not burden yourself with excessive worry." Yi Bufan's expression brightened as he bowed in gratitude. With his master as his support, even facing Qin Mo on equal footing would not seem as daunting, for her intervention would significantly enhance his chances of victory. He was resolute in making Qin Mo pay for his insults, and he vowed to repay them in kind. Time slipped away swiftly. as the sun reached its zenith. The long-anticipated apprenticeship ceremony of the Tianyan Dao Sect was about to commence grandly. The scorching sun blazed fiercely, seemingly igniting the very air. Yet, despite the oppressive heat, the Wudao Square outside the sect's gates was brimming with passionate youths from across the land, undeterred by the relentless sun, all yearning for the path of immortality. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the chatter of excited voices. A sea of eager faces filled the square. The Tianyan Dao Sect had always adhered to the principle of boundless teachings, welcoming all regardless of their origins. As long as one possessed the heart to cultivate, anyone could attempt to join. It was precisely this inclusivity that attracted countless aspirants from all directions. The youths present hailed from diverse backgrounds. Some were the scions of martial arts families, others were descendants of noble dynasties, and there were even those from humble farming backgrounds, as well as wealthy heirs seeking a stroke of luck. Amidst this eclectic crowd, they collectively awaited this life-altering opportunity. At this moment, the 8 esteemed sect leaders and numerous elders had yet to arrive, yet the aspiring apprentices were already bubbling with excitement. Some were eager to make their move, while others huddled in groups, fervently discussing the upcoming ceremony. Are you all aiming for that main peak? I would be content to enter the 7th peak, Bixiao Peak, and will not aspire for more, one youth remarked. My friend, that is hardly an ambitious choice. We must have some aspirations. Another countered. Indeed, if we are to choose, let us aim for the Frost Flower, Xinqi, or Ziming peaks. Who knows? Perhaps the masters of those peaks will take notice of us. Bah, your recommendations are lackluster. If it were up to me, I would choose the Luoxia Peak, where the peak master is said to be the foremost female sword immortal of the north. Being chosen would mean instant elevation. Absolutely. Even if we don't learn much, simply gazing at Master Chu's long legs daily would be a blessing. Chu, lower your voices. Do you dare offend Master Chu? If she catches wind of this, you will be in for it. Amid the clamor of youthful voices, a tall figure stood out remarkably. Dressed in the sect's white robes, he possessed an elegant demeanor and handsome features. His expression remained indifferent, exuding an air of detachment that starkly contrasted with the fervor of those around him. He stood still, a black longsword resting on his back, radiating an innate aura of superiority, the hallmark of a born warrior. At that moment, a faint yet clear voice emerged from Yi Bufon's ring, echoing in his mind. Fanner, have you truly decided to join the Luoxia Peak? It was Xiao Wanyue's voice resonating from the storage ring. With unwavering determination, Yi Bufon replied, Yes. I am certain I wish to enter Luoxia Peak. Master Chu is the foremost sword immortal of the north, and with so few disciples under her guidance. If I can become her apprentice, I will have access to ample cultivation resources and dedicated mentorship. This brings me closer to avenging my parents. Upon hearing Yi Bufon's resolute intention, Xiao Wanyue pondered momentarily before a knowing smile crept upon her lips. Fanner, I sense that your romantic prospects may soon flourish. My romantic prospects? Yi Bufon's expression turned to one of confusion, unable to comprehend his masteress' words. Indeed, the young lady named Luo Ningxing appears to harbor some interest in you. I sense she is approaching you now, Xiao Wanyue remarked with a playful tone. Master, please refrain from jesting. My sole focus is avenging my parents. I have no time for distractions, Yi Bufon insisted. Oh, is that truly the case? I recall a certain moment when you endured great pain, yet still sought to impress that young lady. Your actions seem to contradict your words, Xiao Wanyue teased, her tone light and teasing. I merely wish to leave a good impression, Yi Bufon stammered before being abruptly interrupted by a sudden commotion. At that moment, through the throng, Luo Ningxing struggled to navigate the crowd and soon arrived before Yi Bufon. She beamed a radiant smile and softly proposed, Young Master Yi, this place is quite crowded. Would you accompany me to the inner disciples' resting area for some peace? Indeed, I would be grateful for your guidance, Miss Luo, he replied, glancing around at the sea of bodies before nodding in agreement. Upon hearing Yi Bufon's willingness, Luo Ningxing's delight was palpable as she eagerly led the way, her steps light and buoyant. Then please follow me. At this moment, Yi Bufon and Luo Ningxing walked side by side towards the exclusive area designated for inner disciples. The atmosphere was vibrant with the hustle and bustle of those attending the apprenticeship ceremony. Suddenly, someone in the waiting crowd of inner disciples shouted, Look, someone is riding a sword. At this, everyone turned their gaze upwards, witnessing a young man expertly soaring through the air on a flying sword, akin to a shooting star racing across the sky. As they recognized the familiar face, whispers spread among the inner disciples of various peaks. Isn't that Qin Mo, the top disciple of Luoxia Peak? Humph, that scoundrel. Who would have thought he would attend? How peculiar. He never used to participate in such events. Why now? Who knows? It's best not to provoke him. Otherwise, you'll end up like Zhang Shidi, who faced a dreadful defeat last time. As the crowd murmured, Qin Mo glided above them on his sword, emanating a powerful aura that commanded the attention of all the youths present. They gazed upward in awe, captivated by the sight of a striking young man clad in white, gracefully descending upon them, his sword glimmering in the sunlight. His raven locks danced freely in the wind. His garments billowed gracefully, and with his hands resting behind him, he stood tall and upright, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was strikingly handsome, embodying purity and ethereality. In that instant, the entire crowd was taken aback, as if time itself had come to a standstill, all captivated by the breathtaking sight before them. Soon after, countless young women regained their composure, erupting in waves of astonished gasps. Wow, this is the true scion of the celestial realm, an unparalleled figure. He is so handsome. If only I could be with him, I would have no regrets in this life. Move aside, everyone. He is mine. No one else can claim him. I want to bear his children. However, amidst the crowd, Yi Bufan, upon catching sight of this individual, instinctively clenched his fists tightly. The knuckles turned white from the pressure as his eyes fixed intently on the man suspended in the air, and through gritted teeth, he uttered a few words. Qin Mo. Chapter 22. If you're unhappy, come and fight me ding. Host task for today. Challenge Yi Bufan at the Enlightenment Square for a duel. If defeated, leave your undergarments on the arena. Please complete this task promptly. At this moment, in the sky above, Qin Mo gazed intently at the new plot task recently issued by the system. He seemed to sense something, catching Yi Bufan's gaze. Guiding his flying sword, he slightly tilted his body, his eyes like lightning sweeping across the crowd to land on Yi Bufan. A subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of arrogance. His expression was laced with mockery and a transparent disdain, as if to convey to Yi Bufan, if you find me displeasing, then come and strike me. Following this, he maneuvered his flying sword, streaking through the crowd like a meteor, and landed steadily on the viewing platform of the inner disciples. Once he stood firm, he slowly turned around. His gaze once again locked onto Yi Bufan, and with a slow, provocative motion, he raised his left hand and deliberately extended his middle finger. Witnessing this scene, Yi Bufan gritted his teeth, his expression dark enough to seem as if water could drip from it. Qin Mo, observing his reaction, felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Ha! Get angry, please. Be furious. The flames of agitation he had kindled within Yi Bufan were now stoked further. When the time came for their confrontation in the arena, Yi Bufan would undoubtedly unleash all his pin-up rage, ensuring the completion of the plot with perfect execution. Damn it. Qin Mo. Yi Bufan muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed on Qin Mo, fist creaking under the strain of his grip, as if he were on the verge of tearing his adversary apart. At that moment, Luo Ningxue, standing beside him, noticed Yi Bufan's unusual demeanor and followed his gaze. Instantly grasping the situation, she hurriedly advised, "Young Master Yi, do not lower yourself to the level of that scoundrel. The angrier you become, the more pleased he will be." Just as Yi Bufan's fury reached a boiling point, his mentor, Xiao Wanyue, keenly sensed her disciple's emotional turmoil from within her storage ring. She swiftly channeled her spiritual energy to communicate urgently. "Fanner, you must not engage him directly. If you strike, you will be the one to suffer. Furthermore, there are numerous formidable foes surrounding you, and you have many competitors to contend with. Now is not the time for impulsiveness." Yi Bufan's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. The echoes of Luo Ningxue's counsel still ringing in his ears, followed closely by Xiao Wanyue's warning. He lifted his gaze, locking onto the provocatively grinning Qin Mo, his chest heaving with intensity. After a long moment of contemplation, he exhaled a deep breath. Indeed, his goal was to ascend to the luminous peak. To become agitated over such a petty individual would only hinder his greater ambitions. With this in mind, Yi Bufan suppressed the surging fury within him. Turning to the worried Luo Ningxue beside him, he forced a smile, speaking gently, "Do not worry, I am fine. Let us find another place to sit." "Very well. Young Master Yi, please follow me," Luo Ningxue replied, relieved to see Yi Bufan refrain from acting impulsively, and she quickly led the way. Internally, she felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that a mere disagreement could escalate into a brawl, thankful that the crisis had been temporarily averted. Upon witnessing Yi Bufan turn and depart under Luo Ningxua's guidance, Qin Mo wore a barely perceptible smirk, nodding in satisfaction. His objective had been achieved, and the fire he had stoked within Yi Bufan was nearly at its peak. Now, he merely awaited Yi Bufan's inability to restrain himself, issuing a challenge for a duel in the arena. At that moment, he would only need to feign a fierce battle with Yi Bufan before artfully conceding the match. Ultimately, he would let slip the undergarment he had unwittingly pocketed, allowing it to fall onto the arena floor. This meticulously planned narrative would then reach its flawless conclusion. As he contemplated this, Qin Mo felt a surge of delight, boldly taking a seat in an empty spot among the inner disciples. However, as he settled in, the surrounding inner disciples reacted like startled birds, their faces displaying fear as they quickly distanced themselves from him. Within mere seconds, an empty circle of 5 meters formed around him. The inner disciples understood that Qin Mo was unpredictable and ruthless. Anyone who inadvertently provoked him could expect a harsh reprimand, leaving them with no recourse but to avoid him. He sat quietly in his place, his gaze indifferent, his expression impassive, resembling a silent statue, lost in his thoughts as he awaited the arrival of Yi Bufan, the protagonist of this tale. His reputation had already sunk to the depths of ignominy, and he was long past caring. In this world, even if someone harbored a deep-seated hatred for him and wished to take action, they would be deterred by the stark disparity in strength, leaving them no choice but to keep their distance. At that moment, not far behind Qin Mo, a woman hurriedly approached. Thank goodness, I almost overslept. The newcomer was Su Wolin, dressed in a pale purple inner disciple's attire, her hair cascading down her chest like dark silk, tightly clutching a white jade token. As Su Wolin surveyed the bustling scene ahead, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she inhaled sharply, filled with wonder. There are truly so many people today. I wonder if there are any seats left. She muttered softly before hastening toward the viewing platform, her gaze eagerly scanning the crowd for an available spot. Unintentionally, her eyes landed on Qin Mo, who sat alone in the distance. Is that my brother Qin Mo? She pondered, her steps instinctively guiding her toward him. Upon nearing and confirming his identity, her face lit up with excitement. She truly hadn't expected to encounter Qin Mo amidst the throngs of people. Seeing him lost in thought, Su Wolin decided to take the vacant seat beside him. Just as Qin Mo was immersed in his reverie, he instinctively sensed someone approaching and assumed it was Luo Ningxua, coming to defend Yi Bufan. A mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. However, upon realizing that it was Su Wolin, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Su Wolin? No, how did she end up here? Before Qin Mo could ponder further, Su Wolin gracefully settled beside him. Her face, radiant with joy, turned toward him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Qin Mo, what a surprise to see you here. Her voice was melodious and cheerful, brimming with excitement. Qin Mo instinctively nodded in response, pausing as he seemed to come to his senses. Confusion evident in his voice as he asked, Miss Su, how did you gain access to the inner disciples viewing platform? Observing Qin Mo's bewildered expression, Su Wolin couldn't help but smile, raising her hand to present the white jade token to him, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Hee. I got in with this. Qin Mo's attention fixated on the jade token, which bore the 4 robust characters of Tianyan Dao Sect. Suddenly enlightened, a flicker of incredulity crossed his face. Miss Su, you've already become an inner disciple? Su Wolin nodded lightly, her eyes bright and her tone lively. Yes, just yesterday. An outer sect elder swooped down from the sky and handed me this token. She then eagerly recounted her encounter with the outer sect elder in vivid detail. When it comes to intriguing matters, one cannot help but gesticulate, with excitement and pride evident in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. He truly did not anticipate that the Tianyan Dao Sect would operate with such remarkable efficiency, elevating him to an inner disciple on his very first day within the sect. However, upon further reflection, considering that the individual possessed the rare talent of a purple aptitude, this progression seemed less astonishing after all. Chapter 23. Shocking all the inner sect disciples, Su Wolin spoke with great enthusiasm, and Qin Mo, not wanting to disrupt the lively atmosphere, could only smile in agreement. To disregard her would only portray him as lacking in appreciation for the finer nuances of social interaction. As he was about to glance around to locate Yi Bufan, a sudden realization struck him. He became acutely aware of a faint surge of spiritual energy emanating beside him. Instinctively, He presumed that other inner sect disciples must have arrived, and thus he slightly turned his head to survey the surroundings. After a thorough inspection, his gaze ultimately settled on Su Wolin beside him. Qin Mo lifted his head slightly, extending his hand with a hint of disbelief. Upon a brief examination, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that Su Wolin was already exhibiting fluctuations of spiritual energy, and astonishingly, her cultivation level had successfully advanced to the second layer of Qi refinement. Was Su Wolin's constitution truly that extraordinary? He was taken aback by how swiftly she had achieved this breakthrough. No wonder the elders from the outer sect had promptly issued her a sect token. After a moment of astonishment, Qin Mo sincerely expressed, "Congratulations, Miss Su. I never imagined you would open your spiritual sea and ascend to the second layer of Qi refinement so quickly." Su Wolin, upon hearing these words, was visibly taken aback. I really have opened my spiritual sea, and I've reached the second layer of Qi refinement?" Qin Mo nodded in affirmation. She had merely consumed 2 pills he had given her the previous night and had a good night's rest, yet she had achieved such a remarkable breakthrough. Standing beside her, Qin Mo was filled with awe, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Su Wolin's seemingly unparalleled cultivation aptitude. Generally speaking, those who consumed the spirit-opening pills he provided could only rapidly establish their spiritual sea. The notion of directly enhancing one's cultivation level through the use of pills was virtually unheard of. In the realm of cultivation, recklessly absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth without a solid foundation was considered a grave taboo. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable damage to one's foundation, resulting in the risk of going astray and ultimately facing dire consequences. Qin Mo had witnessed prodigies like Yi Bufan, who seemed to glide effortlessly along the path of cultivation. However, Su Wolin's current performance left him utterly astounded once more. Previously, when he perused the ancient texts, he had learned that those possessing a demonic heart exhibited a strong affinity for the chaotic spiritual energy of the world, requiring little effort to refine it. He had never anticipated that this theory would be so astonishingly validated in Su Wolin. Just yesterday, she had no cultivation at all. Yet in the span of a single night, she had steadily stepped into the second layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, her foundational cultivation was not only intact but had become even more solidified. Witnessing such an astonishing rate of progress, Qin Mo instantly comprehended why those from the demonic path would go to great lengths to control Su Wolin, revering her as a saintess. Su Wolin gazed intently at Qin Mo, recognizing his serious demeanor, which confirmed he was not jesting. Her face blossomed with joy. The scene of Qin Mo handing her the pills the previous day flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Qin Mo, I cannot thank you enough for the pills. Without them, I would not have achieved such a significant breakthrough." Qin Mo smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. Ha, Miss Su. You need not say such things. It is primarily due to your exceptional talent. I merely provided you with 2 pills. In his view, he had indeed only supplied the pills. The true catalyst for her remarkable advancement was Su Wolin's own outstanding aptitude. As Qin Mo and Su Wolin sat together, engaging in delightful conversation, bursts of laughter occasionally echoed around them. Qin Mo wore a smile, nodding in response as the two exuded an atmosphere of lightheartedness, seemingly oblivious to everything else surrounding them. However, this scene, observed from a distance by a group of inner sect disciples, incited a starkly contrasting reaction. While they had been engrossed in their own discussions, a casual glance toward Qin Mo and Su Wolin caused their expressions to freeze instantly, followed by uncontrollable shock. Some disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing an inconceivable event. Others furrowed their brows, their faces etched with concern. Which peak does that young girl belong to? How could she sit with that scoundrel Qin Mo? Murmured a slender disciple, his voice trembling with anxiety and sympathy. Indeed, anyone who dares to approach him is bound to face repercussions. Last time, junior brother Zhao merely brushed against him and ended up bedridden for 2 weeks, losing a significant amount of weight, echoed another round-faced disciple, fear evident in his gaze. At that moment, Qin Mo seemed to have caught wind of something amusing, a smile spreading across his face. The sight transformed the expressions of the other disciples from shock to sheer terror. It's over. Qin Mo, that scoundrel, is actually smiling. That young girl is surely in grave danger. His smile could not bode well. Previously, senior sister Li had suffered consequences for declining his invitation. ultimately losing her chance to participate in a crucial trial due to his covert machinations. A sharp-faced disciple's voice quivered, his expression frantic, as he seemed to foresee the dire aftermath. The atmosphere grew tense, as if it could be wrung out, with everyone holding their breath for Su Wulan's fate. On another platform, Yi Bufan inadvertently raised his gaze and spotted Qin Mo conversing animatedly with a young woman, their laughter ringing out. In an instant, his expression darkened, turning a deep shade of anger. Memories of Qin Mo's derision and contempt from earlier flooded back to him, each humiliating moment replaying in his mind like a carousel. The anger he had managed to suppress flared up once again, igniting like a wildfire in his chest, leaving him feeling suffocated as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Beside him, Luo Ningxue followed Yi Bufan's gaze and, upon witnessing Qin Mo's jovial exchange with the unfamiliar woman, a strong sense of foreboding surged within her. She knew Qin Mo all too well, and unbidden images of his past misdeeds invaded her thoughts. Based on her previous experiences, she could almost guarantee that Qin Mo was up to no good again, with his likely target being the unsuspecting young woman beside him. Resolute, she shook her head in an attempt to dispel these dreadful thoughts. However, worry began to creep into her heart like an insistent vine, refusing to be shaken off. Soon, a determined glint appeared in her eyes as she made a silent vow. I must find an opportunity to warn that young girl. She cannot fall into Qin Mo's trap. Meanwhile, Qin Mo continued to revel in his conversation with Su Wulan, utterly oblivious to the reactions of Yi Bufan and others in the distance. Chapter 24, The Second Disciple. Yun Qingyao. As Yi Bufan and the others were lost in their thoughts, it was not long before the 8 peak masters of the Tianyan Dao Sect, along with the chief elder and a host of inner and outer sect elders, entered the venue and took their seats one after another. Thus, the grand ceremony for the recruitment of inner disciples, held every 4 years, officially commenced. Once all the peak masters were settled, Qin Mo concluded his conversation with Su Wulan. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning the surroundings in search of pivotal figures in the unfolding narrative. His gaze soon fell upon Xu Shiyan, who sat gracefully upon the seat of the falling sunset peak. She possessed a stunning figure, clad in a white robe adorned with subtle, dark golden patterns that revealed an air of elegance amidst simplicity. A golden crown rested upon her head, glimmering and accentuating her cold nobility, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, smooth and lustrous, reflecting a gentle radiance under the light. The aloofness and pride in her eyes were unmistakable, and the interplay of wisdom and authority danced within her amber gaze. Her frosty demeanor resembled a cold moon suspended in the sky, keeping others at bay, yet her extraordinary talent and unparalleled grace stirred the hearts of many aspiring disciples below, igniting their yearning. Qin Mo glanced at her momentarily before swiftly redirecting his attention elsewhere. After a brief search, he finally spotted Yi Bufan and Luo Ningxue in the distance, and he let out a silent breath of relief, nodding gently. Now that the third junior sister, Yi Bufan, and the master had arrived, only one crucial figure remained. It seemed they would have to wait a little longer. The second junior sister, Yun Qingyao, was still en route after gathering medicinal herbs. Once she returned, the narrative of my downfall would soon unfold. At that moment, the recruitment ceremony at Tianyan Dao Sect was in full swing. Meanwhile, 26 miles away, outside the beast-infested forest, a delicate young girl clad in light green was soaring through the air on her sword, racing towards the direction of the Tianyan Dao Sect. Grasped tightly in her hand was a freshly collected medicinal herb, her eyes sparkling with joy and a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yun Qingyao's gaze was bright and clear, her lively eyes fixated on the herb in her hand, brimming with the delight of her harvest. Finally, I have gathered enough. She sighed with relief, her voice betraying her excitement. However, her expression turned serious as she thought to herself, I must hurry back to the sect. The recruitment ceremony is about to begin. And I promised Luo junior sister I would join her. I cannot let her down. With that, she flicked her wrist, and her flying sword shot forth like an arrow, accompanied by a gust of wind, racing towards the Tianyan Dao Sect. After a series of tedious ceremonial proceedings, the recruitment ceremony officially began. Su Wulan beside Qin Mo gazed in astonishment at the various peak masters above. Wow, are those the 8 peak masters of the Tianyan Dao Sect? They all seem incredibly formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Mo's attention was drawn to Yi Bufan, the male protagonist, who was seated cross-legged in the center, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly in a state of transcendence, entirely oblivious to the murmurs and glances of those around him. Time flew by, and the ceremony progressed to its most critical phase. Simultaneously, Yun Qingyao, riding her sword, hurried back to the Tianyan Dao Sect. She weaved through the crowd, finally locating Luo Ningxu on the side of the viewing platform. Junior sister, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Yun Qingyao panted slightly, her face filled with regret. I encountered some minor issues while gathering herbs and delayed my return. I'm sorry for making you wait. Luo Ningxu, who had been scanning the area, brightened at the sight of her senior sister, her eyes sparkling with joy as she waved her hands in a hurry. It's perfectly fine, senior sister. I'm just glad you made it. Yun Qingyao's gaze shifted to the focused Yibu Fan, and she pointed gently, inquiring, This must be Yibu Fan, the one you mentioned who helped you deal with the spirit beast, right? Luo Ningxu nodded lightly, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Yes, thanks to young Master Ye's assistance, otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament. Seeing Yun Qingyao's arrival, Qin Mo's heart finally settled. Everything is in place, the timing is just right. With everyone gathered, the narrative was about to unfold. With that thought, Qin Mo discreetly retrieved the pale white woman's undergarment he had found earlier from his storage ring. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, he noticed all eyes were fixed on the arena, allowing him to swiftly tuck the garment into his pocket. When the time came for his duel with Yibu Fan, he intended to let it fall conspicuously. After securing it, Qin Mo himself was unsure of the impulse that drove him. Compelled by a strange curiosity, he brought the hand that had touched the garment to his nose. He inhaled deeply, detecting a fresh, grassy scent intertwined with a faint milky aroma reminiscent of a popular candy. The two fragrances melded harmoniously, unexpectedly pleasant. In that instant, Qin Mo began to comprehend why the original owner had a penchant for stealing women's undergarments. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously to cast away such distracting thoughts. The narrative was set to commence. There was no room for further distractions. Next contender, Yibu Fan. To the arena for testing. A voice rang out from the platform. An elderly intersect steward stepped forward, clutching the enrollment register, channeling his spiritual energy as his voice echoed across the Dao Enlightenment Square. The Tianyan Dao Sect had always maintained rigorous standards for assessing the qualifications of inner disciples. The recruitment ceremony comprised 3 testing phases: bone structure, mental state, and practical combat. The first 2 phases had already been completed during the preliminary assessments, while the final practical test was specifically designed for individuals like Yibu Fan, who possessed martial or cultivation foundations. Typically, the practical test involved sparring with disciples at the foundation establishment stage. If a contender could either draw or remain on the arena at the end of the stipulated time, they would qualify for selection by the peak masters for promotion to inner disciples. On the other side of the viewing platform, upon hearing his name, Yibu Fan's eyes snapped open, a flicker of fierce intensity gleaming within. He lifted his gaze towards the smug Qin Mo in the distance, anger boiling within him. With a cold snort, his aura surged dramatically. He bent his knees slightly and propelled himself forward, launching into the air like a released arrow. Boom! With a resounding thud, Yibu Fan landed firmly on the arena, the tremendous impact causing the ground to tremble. As a prodigy adept in both celestial arts and martial prowess, his agility rivaled that of any cultivator's flight technique. Upon landing, his garments fluttered as if a war deity had descended. Wait! Before the elder could finish his announcement, Yibu Fan interjected eagerly. His eyes widened, and he pointed directly at Qin Mo on the high platform, his presence surging with intensity as he called out, I, Yibu Fan, demand a one-on-one duel against Qin Mo of the Falling Sunset Peak under equal cultivation conditions. This sudden challenge sent shockwaves through the audience, akin to a boulder disrupting a still pond, inciting a stir of astonishment and curiosity among the 8 peak masters and numerous disciples, whose discussions buzzed incessantly. The master of Lingxiao Peak was taken aback to hear that Yibu Fan intended to challenge the chief disciple of Falling Sunset Peak. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes as he slowly raised his hand to caress the beard beneath his chin, a look of profound satisfaction adorning his face. Turning to Chu Xian, he nodded slightly and exclaimed, Master Chu, this Yibu Fan, despite his youth, possesses remarkable audacity, daring to publicly challenge the chief disciple of your esteemed sect to a duel. Such courage is commendable. The future holds great promise for him. Indeed, as a practitioner of green aptitude, his accomplishments in martial arts are truly extraordinary, living up to his name, which signifies the extraordinary. Chu Xian nodded slightly, her gaze penetrating. As she lowered her head to scrutinize Yi Bufan, a flicker of admiration illuminating her eyes, offering her most genuine appraisal. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, upon hearing these words, felt a stirring in his heart, realizing it was finally his turn to make an entrance. A smirk of derision graced his lips, unabashed contempt glinting in his eyes as he responded loudly, "Very well, you have guts. I, Qin Mo, accept your challenge, Yi Bufan. Let us see just how capable you are, hiding behind a woman." As he made his entrance, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to mock once more. Without waiting for the nearby Su Roland to react, he lightly tapped his toes, akin to a streak of black lightning, landing firmly on the arena. His figure stood tall, exuding an air of dominance, radiating a commanding presence that seemed to declare to all that this confrontation was destined to be his. Of course, victory was unattainable. In any case, he could not afford to win. Otherwise, the punitive task would ensue, and he would find himself embroiled in further complications. Nonetheless, he was determined to maintain an air of bravado. A villain must never lack in stature. Chapter 25. Begin your performance. The moment Qin Mo stepped onto the stage, the female disciples in the audience, who had yet to enter the inner gate, were utterly captivated by his striking demeanor. Some had closed their eyes, lost in delightful fantasies. Others felt their cheeks flush, drooling uncontrollably, while a few were fervently cheering for Qin Mo from below the platform. Heavens, how can he be so handsome? I am utterly enchanted. Qin Mo is mine. No one can take him away. Oh, I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm practically swooning. The cacophony of cheers resonated endlessly. Listening to the enthusiastic shouts of the female disciples, a disdainful smirk spread across Qin Mo's face, and he burst into laughter. With a casual wave of his hand, he diminished his own cultivation level to match that of Yi Bufan. He then cast a disdainful glance at Yi Bufan, shaking his fist mockingly. A signature, audacious grin curled at the corners of his mouth. Come on, pathetic fool. Today, I, Qin Mo, shall fight you barehanded, and let us see just how much capability you possess. Qin Mo's taunting words were carefully crafted the night before, and he was confident they would provoke Yi Bufan. Having finally ascended to the stage, he was determined to maximize the animosity. After all, how could he perform convincingly without it? Come on, Yi Bufan, please begin your performance. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, a glint of fury flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes. An aura of chilling death enveloped him, a palpable tension filling the air as Qin Mo continued to humiliate him in front of the crowd. How much can one endure? All the pent-up resentment from the past surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Qin Mo, shut your mouth. Yi Bufan bellowed, his voice thick with suppressed rage. Prepare to face my strike. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Bufan swiftly drew forth a black long sword inscribed with peculiar runes from behind him. The blade gleamed menacingly, eager to taste blood. With a single hand, he wielded the sword, his movements fluid and unhurried. He executed a powerful slash towards Qin Mo, the air slicing audibly as the blade cut through it. Sensing Yi Bufan's murderous intent, Qin Mo's expression sharpened, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. His goal had been achieved. Now, all that remained was to engage in an exhilarating battle. Unfazed by the oncoming strike, Qin Mo raised one hand, aiming precisely at Yi Bufan. 90 mysterious transformation palm. With a commanding shout, a mysterious energy surged from his palm, lunging towards Yi Bufan like a dragon emerging from the sea. The air twisted in its wake, resonating with a low hum. Yi Bufan, seeing this, felt a surge of determination. He gripped his sword tightly and made a swift, decisive slash. In an instant, a dazzling sword light streaked across, embodying an unstoppable momentum. Break for me. In that fleeting moment, the fierce sword energy collided with Qin Mo's palm energy, shattering it effortlessly. As the palm energy dissipated, it transformed into countless fine currents dispersing into the surroundings, producing a hissing sound. Both fighters continued unabated. Qin Mo flashed forward like a specter, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each blow imbued with overwhelming pressure. Yi Bufan, in turn, wielded his sword with dexterity, creating an impenetrable defense while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The arena became a whirlwind of palm shadows and sword energies, with the two soon embroiled in a fierce clash. The surrounding air ignited with the intensity of their battle, leaving the audience in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment and gasps of excitement erupting frequently. Below, the outer gate female disciples fixated on the two figures, filled with admiration and awe. Oh my, this is incredible. So this is the power of inner gate disciples. It is truly astounding. They are not only formidable, but also so handsome. If only I could marry one of them, I would want for nothing in this life. And if the other one wanted me, I wouldn't mind at all. Ah, why are you so greedy? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses immense power, they will garner countless admirers and followers. The audience remained transfixed, unable to tear their eyes away from Qin Mo and Yi Bufan, utterly captivated by their martial prowess. On the other side of the stage, the 8 masters were intently observing this thrilling duel. The two were evenly matched, their combat proving to be a fierce stalemate, prompting even the seasoned masters to engage in hushed discussions. The leader of Zhulong Peak closely followed Yi Bufan's every move, witnessing his fierce and skillful strikes, each displaying exceptional finesse. A satisfied smile crept onto his face as he openly praised, "This Yi Bufan is indeed a rare talent." After a brief pause, his eyes gleamed with appreciation and expectation as he continued to hold his own against that Qin Mo lad. If this child is nurtured properly and joins Zhulong Peak, his future will undoubtedly be boundless. You old coot, are you trying to poach again? The master of Xianqi Peak, upon hearing this, grew agitated, puffing his cheeks and glaring. Yi Bufan is clearly a member of my Xianqi Peak's younger generation, a key talent we are grooming. Do not lay claim to him. Stop quarreling. The leader of Shuanghua Peak, unwilling to be outdone, crossed his arms defiantly. Yi Bufan has long been reserved by my Shuanghua Peak. His talents align perfectly with our techniques. No one shall take him from me. In an instant, the other masters joined the fray, and the original discussion escalated into a heated debate. Each held firm in their assertions, the atmosphere thick with competition, as if Yi Bufan had already become the prize of their respective peaks. This contest not only ignited the passions of the spectators, stirring their hearts, but also made the usually composed masters acutely aware of the boundless potential of the younger generation. Such talents would undoubtedly become the backbone of their sect's future. However, seated on the opposite side, Chu Xian regarded Yi Bufan with a shake of her head, softly sighing. Though Yi Bufan possesses exceptional strength, his character remains questionable. His murderous intent is too pronounced, which may lead to future calamities. Her voice, though gentle, pierced through the clamor, momentarily silencing the fervent debate. All eyes turned to Chu Xian, a mix of acknowledgement and skepticism reflected in their gazes, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the exclusive platform for Inner Gate disciples, Su Wolin watched the fierce battle unfold. Qin Mo and Yi Bufan were locked in a relentless struggle. She observed as Qin Mo increasingly evaded Yi Bufan's ferocious strikes, his movements that had once been agile gradually becoming sluggish, his form appearing more disheveled as he struggled to defend himself. Seeing this, worry twisted within Su Wolin's heart. "Brother Qin Mo, please be careful." She could not help but softly murmur, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Mo in the arena. In stark contrast, the other inner disciples around her exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with excitement as they beheld Qin Mo's successive retreats. In their hearts, they had long harbored dissatisfaction towards his various actions. Witnessing him in such a disadvantageous position brought them a sense of secret relief, filled with anticipation that Yi Bufan would decisively cast this scoundrel down from the stage, leaving him utterly humiliated. However, wary of Qin Mo's strength, they dared not vocally cheer for Yi Bufan despite their inner elation. They could only suppress their hopes, cautiously observing the unfolding battle, fearful that their actions would incur Qin Mo's resentment, inviting future retribution. On the opposite side of the arena, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao stood side by side, intently watching the developments. Upon seeing Qin Mo cornered and retreating in a most disheveled manner under Yi Bufan's relentless assault, radiant smiles blossomed on their faces. Both had suffered at Qin Mo's hands, enduring his bullying and oppression. Now, witnessing his first encounter with such adversity, a sense of indescribable exhilaration surged within them, as if the long-accumulated gloom had finally been dispelled. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Luo Ningxue stepped forward, cupping her hands around her mouth, and shouted loudly to Yi Bufan below the stage, "Young Master Yi, go for it. You must defeat that scoundrel Qin Mo." Her voice rang clear and bright, standing out amidst the cacophony of the crowd. Hearing this powerful and hopeful cheer while desperately evading Yi Bufan's attacks, Qin Mo felt a surge of delight. He had already created a vast scene, and it was time to bring this meticulously orchestrated spectacle to fruition. After this moment of reflection, Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto the glimmering sword in Yi Bufan's hand. He prepared to take Yi Bufan's strike head-on, feigning defeat and pain as he fell from the stage. In that fleeting moment of descent, he intentionally let a piece of clothing slip from his pocket. Chapter 26, a slightly worse reputation combined version. Contemplating this, he took a deep breath, adjusting his stance and breathing, preparing to withstand Yi Bufan's fierce strike. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Qin Mo summoned his inner spiritual power, channeling it into his arms. He raised them in a cross formation before him, adopting a posture of desperate resistance. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Qin Mo was jolted back by the immense force, stumbling on his feet, pain etched across his face. Despite the protective barrier of spiritual energy, Yi Bufan's dark sword still struck his right arm, blood oozing forth relentlessly. Yet, in order to maintain the integrity of his plan, Qin Mo's gaze remained resolute. He endured the throbbing pain in his arm and feigned weakness, slipping as he fell toward the edge of the arena. In the moment before he hit the ground, Qin Mo swiftly reached into his pocket, deliberately revealing a piece of undergarment he had hidden in advance. The garment fluttered through the air, tracing an awkward arc as it descended. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a sudden clap of thunder, as Qin Mo landed heavily on the ground below the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. The inner disciples in the audience, witnessing Qin Mo's actual fall from the stage, erupted into joyous exclamations, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. Whispers of excitement spread through the crowd, as if celebrating a long-awaited triumph. On the other side, Luo Ningxue, upon seeing Qin Mo defeated by Yi Bufan, leapt with exhilaration, her face radiating uncontainable joy. She quickly turned to her senior sister, exclaiming, "Sister Yin, look, that scoundrel who bullies us regularly has finally received his comeuppance." Yun Qingyao gazed at Yi Bufan, who, though panting, stood tall and proud in the arena, her eyes betraying a flicker of admiration. She nodded slightly, acknowledging in her heart what Luo Ningxue had previously conveyed through spiritual communication. Yi Bufan was indeed unlike anyone else. He exhibited a unique tenacity and boldness, which shone through brilliantly in this fierce contest. Meanwhile, the gaze of the various peak leaders on the high platform followed Qin Mo's falling figure until he landed heavily beneath the arena. They then turned their attention to the breathless but defiant Yi Bufan, nodding in approval. Everything unfolded as they had anticipated. This match was devoid of suspense, with the external disciple Yi Bufan emerging victorious. After all, both combatants were of equal cultivation, and in an unarmed confrontation, the unarmed party's chances of victory were exceedingly slim. The adage, "No matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can still intimidate," found its vivid illustration in this contest. However, had Qin Mo wielded a weapon at that moment, Yi Bufan's victory would have relied solely on his exceptional combat skills. Ultimately, a significant reason for Qin Mo's defeat lay in his underestimation of the external disciple Yi Bufan, leading to his downfall and considerable loss. Standing firmly in the arena, Yi Bufan's presence caught the attention of the officiating steward, who promptly channeled his spiritual energy and announced loudly to all disciples, "In this match, Yi Bufan emerges victorious." The proclamation reverberated like a shockwave, instantly spreading through the crowd. At that moment, oblivious to the commotion, Qin Mo's body trembled slightly upon hearing the verdict. Lying on the ground beneath the arena, he pressed his hand against the wound on his right arm and slowly raised his dust-covered head. He gazed at the surrounding disciples who cheered for Yi Bufan, a smile gradually surfacing on his face. Yet, this smile was tinged with an unmistakable pain, rendering it particularly complex. At this moment, he understood that his performance had reached its conclusion. What remained was for him to await Yi Bufan's retrieval of the undergarment he had intentionally left on the stage, allowing him to discreetly exit and bring this farce to an end. Meanwhile, Su Roland, witnessing Qin Mo's injury and heavy fall, felt a surge of worry flash across her eyes. Anxiously, she called out, "Brother Qin Mo, are you all right?" However, the thunderous cheers from the disciples celebrating Yi Bufan's victory drowned out her voice, leaving it lost in the cacophony. Covering his arm, Qin Mo remained oblivious to her concerned shout, enveloped in the pain of his injury and the surrounding noise. On the arena, Yi Bufan exhaled deeply, turning to the cheering disciples, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. He quietly used his spiritual energy to convey his gratitude to Xiao Wanyue, who resided in his storage ring. During the battle with Qin Mo, it was Xiao Wanyue who had swiftly identified Qin Mo's flaw and guided him until he successfully sent his opponent tumbling from the stage. Thanks to my master's guidance. Without it, I fear I would not have emerged victorious in this duel. As he slowly sheathed his sword, Yu Bufan intended to approach the peak master of the falling sunset peak with a request. Just as he turned, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the edge of the arena, where a piece of white fabric lay quietly. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer to the arena's edge. At that moment, all eyes in the venue, both from the disciples below and the peak leaders above, were drawn to him. Bending down, Yu Bufan picked up the white fabric from the ground. This action instantly sparked confusion among the crowd, leading to murmurs and whispers that rippled through the audience. However, Chu Xian's expression suddenly sharpened, with just a glance. She recognized what it was. At that moment, a flood of words lodged in her throat, leaving her uncertain of how to begin. Days prior, she had lost a piece of black undergarment and had searched high and low for it without a trace. Initially, she suspected Qin Mo had taken it, but at the time, there had been no lingering trace of him, offering no substantial evidence. Yet, witnessing him today drop a piece of women's undergarment only deepened her suspicions. Little did she know, that personal item was currently carelessly discarded in a corner of Qin Mo's room, receiving no attention. Yi Bufan extended his hand, picking up the white fabric and inspecting it closely. A flicker of confusion and curiosity danced in his eyes as he turned it over, lightly squeezing it. It felt warm and smooth, remarkably soft to the touch. As a man, he had never encountered such an item and was entirely unaware that it was a woman's undergarment. It seems to have fallen from Qin Mo. What could this possibly be? Yi Bufan could not help but voice his thoughts. His words, though soft, resonated distinctly in the suddenly quiet arena. All eyes turned toward him, and the atmosphere shifted from silence to an uproar as if water had been splashed into a hot oil pan, causing a chaotic reaction. The disciples below and above began to murmur among themselves, the peak leaders revealing looks of astonishment. I believe that appears to be a woman's undergarment, doesn't he it? Someone whispered in the crowd. Indeed, it seems to have slipped off that scoundrel Qin Mo. Another voice chimed in. Who would have thought that Qin Mo would engage in such lowly acts as stealing women's undergarments? Voices of discontent and disdain erupted, filled with scorn and revulsion as the crowd's gazes towards Qin Mo below the arena were saturated with contempt and disgust. Su Ruolin, standing on the spectator platform behind Yi Bufan, felt her heart hanging in the balance for Qin Mo. Seeing him slowly rise, her taut nerves began to ease, and she exhaled in relief, grateful that Qin Mo was not gravely injured. Yet, before she could fully settle, her attention was ensnared by the object in Yi Bufan's hand. In an instant, her pupils constricted sharply, her lips parted slightly, and she instinctively murmured, "Isn't that my lost undergarment from that day?" As the words escaped her lips, Su Ruolin became acutely aware of the surrounding clamor. She watched in disbelief as Yi Bufan held the garment aloft, her entire being seemingly frozen in place. Soon after, a searing blush rapidly crept up her cheeks, spreading from her ears to her neck. A tumult of embarrassment and indignation swirling within her. She could hardly fathom that the undergarment she had lost would reappear in such a manner, becoming the subject of gossip among the entire sect. Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao exchanged glances, confirming that it was indeed a woman's undergarment, and their gazes, as if drawn by an invisible thread, fell in unison upon Qin Mo, their faces reflecting disdain. Observing this scene, Luo Ningxue felt a long-held resentment dissipate in an instant, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she exclaimed, "That despicable Qin Mo truly deserves this. It was already outrageous enough for him to spy on female disciples while bathing, and now he dares to steal a woman's undergarment, committing such a scandalous act. It's utterly revolting." Yun Qingyao, her brow furrowed, couldn't suppress her own disgust as she chimed in. "Such behavior is a disgrace to our sect's reputation. This serves as his just punishment." Below, Qin Mo stood amidst the tide of scornful voices washing over him, a long-lost smile breaking across his face, his heart sighing in relief. Finally, the arduous task was accomplished. All the toil of the day and the wounds he had endured had not been in vain. He could finally return to rest. Qin Mo murmured softly, the fatigue and satisfaction mingling on his features. With that, he reached into his storage ring and retrieved a healing pill, swallowing it whole. as the medicine coursed through him. Its potency swiftly radiated outward. The grievous wounds on his arm visibly healed, new flesh forming at an astonishing rate, and within merely 6 breaths, the injuries were mended completely, leaving no trace of a scar. At that moment, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Rewards are now being distributed. Obtained a mysterious gift box 1, which has been stored in the system warehouse. Hearing the notification of his task completion, Qin Mo brushed off the dust clinging to him, feeling a lightness envelop him as he turned to walk towards his abode. To him, reputation was but a fleeting shadow. He never truly belonged to this world. Now, with a notorious name attached to him, what did it matter if he garnered a little more infamy? It merely attracted a horde of cowardly individuals who dared only to whisper behind his back, like rats scurrying in a gutter. The realm of cultivation was inherently a brutal battleground of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme and might was the ultimate truth. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards him, he would not hesitate to retaliate with fierce resolve, ensuring they learned their lesson. Once would not suffice. If they remained unconvinced after 2 attempts, he would not shy away from a third, until those who dared to provoke him were thoroughly subdued, trembling in fear, fleeing at the mere sight of him like mice fleeing from a cat. Furthermore, only those who could stir up a tempest and draw countless adversaries could truly be considered villains. As for the trivial matters, Qin Mo had no interest in entangling himself. He sought only to acquire what he desired, and as he listened to the various curses and condemnations behind him, not a shred of guilt marred his expression. His steps were brisk, as if he had cast off a heavy burden. At that moment, Su Wolin, standing on the viewing platform of the inner disciples, followed the solitary figure of Qin Mo as he departed. Watching his somewhat lonely silhouette diminish into the distance, she glanced around, momentarily casting aside the image of the undergarment in Yi Buffan's grasp. After a moment's hesitation, as if resolute, she lifted her lilac skirt and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Qin Mo had gone, her steps urgent and her eyes filled with concern. Luo Ningxue had initially intended to remind Su Wolin, but upon redirecting her gaze from the undergarment held by Yi Buffan, she found that Su Wolin had vanished. Confusion washed over her as she scanned the crowd, muttering, "Huh? Where did that girl who was just over there go?" Rising onto her toes, she sought to catch sight of Su Wolin amidst the throng, yet the sea of bodies obscured any trace of her. Su Wolin tirelessly chased through the crowd, her form swaying amid the jostling masses. "Excuse me, coming through. Thank you." Meanwhile, Qin Mo had already arrived at a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. With a gentle wave of his hand, a pale blue, long sword materialized in his palm. He gazed up at the sky, preparing to soar back to his dwelling on the sword. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned his head towards the distance. There, he noticed a swift, pale blue streak of light that had inexplicably appeared in the sky. This light bore no trace of spiritual energy and, in an instant, descended into the periphery of the disciples' combat arena, unnoticed by any other disciples, a mere 100 meters from him. Qin Mo raised his eyes to see an elder standing there. The elder's garments billowed dramatically in the wind, intricate silver patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs shimmering with a faint glow, as if concealing mysterious runes. His countenance was stern, and the passage of time had not diminished his imposing aura, but rather lent him an air of formidable authority. His eyes were narrow and deep, exuding a penetrating sharpness that seemed to render everything in the world transparent to him. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, radiating an undeniable firmness. With his silver hair neatly tied atop his head, a white jade hairpin glimmered ominously, a few errant strands cascading down, unable to obscure the chill emanating from his formidable presence. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Qin Mo's pupils dilated in shock, and he thought to himself, "Isn't that the sect leader? I recall that in the original storyline, he should still be in seclusion and not have made an appearance. How could he have emerged early?" But then, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. His own narrative had already concluded, and this matter seemed no longer pertinent to him. "Let us go. What does it matter? He isn't here for me. My priority is to return and rest." With that, Qin Mo hesitated no longer. He executed a swift motion with one hand, his feet landing firmly atop the sword as he steered it toward the rear mountain of the falling sunset peak. Chapter 27. An encounter with the sect master Shen Xuanzong, combined version. Qin Mo wielded his sword with grace, swiftly disappearing from sight. After a brief moment, Su Wolin finally managed to extricate herself from the bustling crowd. Her steps were hurried, heart racing with urgency, as she dashed out of the disciples' duel arena. Just as she was about to search around, she looked up and spotted Qin Mo soaring alone on his flying sword towards the back mountain of the falling sunset peak. Immediately, she speculated that Qin Mo must be heading back to rest. "Brother Qin Mo, is he really going to rest now?" Su Ruolin murmured, her voice brimming with concern. With her current limited cultivation, she was far from being able to fly on a sword, leaving her to watch helplessly as his figure grew smaller until it vanished completely. She gazed in the direction of Qin Mo's departure, and only after he had completely disappeared did she let out a gentle sigh, her heart weighed down with lingering worry. The perilous image of Qin Mo braving that fierce strike with his sword flooded her mind. The sharp sword aura and intense clash seemed to linger before her eyes. She wondered how Qin Mo's injuries were faring now. Furrowing her brow, a hint of anxiety crossed her countenance. At that moment, Shun Xuanzang had just landed, and upon raising his gaze, he noticed a female disciple not far ahead, her face etched with worry. In stark contrast to the jubilant and excited disciples cheering from the observation platform behind him, she appeared out of place. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he lightly stepped forward, moving at a leisurely pace towards Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin, lost in her thoughts about Qin Mo's departure, remained oblivious to the approach of another until she caught sight of a figure in her peripheral vision. Startled, she instinctively assumed she was blocking someone's path and quickly moved aside to give way. Lifting her eyes, she was met with the sight of an elderly man clad in white robes. This elder exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of an immortal descending to the mortal realm, yet devoid of any imposing presence. However, as Su Ruolin drew closer, an indescribable pressure enveloped her, causing her heart to feel heavy. A sudden realization struck her. This elder was likely a significant figure within the sect's hierarchy. Not daring to show any sign of negligence, she immediately bowed respectfully. Shun Xuanzang observed the young woman before him, his gaze landing on the inner sect disciple's jade token hanging at her waist, noting her modest cultivation level. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, prompting him to gently inquire, "Which peak's master do you serve under?" Su Ruolin was taken aback by the elder's question. She had assumed he was merely interested in watching the inner sect disciple selection and did not expect to be addressed directly. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and respectfully replied, "I am currently without an affiliated peak." Upon speaking, a wave of unease washed over her, being inexplicably designated as an inner sect disciple. The inquiry from the elder left her feeling apprehensive, fearing it might lead to unforeseen complications. Hearing that she had no affiliation, Shun Xuanzang nodded lightly, seemingly recalling something. Noticing Su Ruolin's tense demeanor, he raised a hand in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "There is no need to worry too much. You may rise." His tone was gentle, imbued with a sense of comfort. Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Su Ruolin's heart began to ease, though her spine remained somewhat stiff as she slowly raised her gaze to meet the elder's imposing presence. In her eyes lingered traces of restraint and unease, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her skirt as she endeavored to steady her racing heart. At that moment, Shun Xuanzang felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. He slightly lifted his palm, and azure blue spiritual energy seemed to take on a life of its own, gradually swirling around Su Ruolin's body. As the energy drew closer, the sensation intensified, confirming the suspicions he had harbored deep within. Once assured, a hint of relief washed over Shun Xuanzang's expression. His eyes sparkled with encouragement as he swiftly waved his hand, summoning the energy surrounding Su Ruolin back into his palm. He then turned to her, a smile of expectation gracing his face as he inquired with genuine delight, "You must be the newly admitted inner sect disciple, Su Ruolin?" Just as Su Ruolin had begun to feel a sense of relief for not having landed in trouble, she was caught off guard by the elder's question. Bewilderment clouded her features as she instinctively nodded in affirmation, "Yes, that is me." Upon receiving her confirmation, a satisfied smile blossomed on Shun Xuanzang's face, concealing meanings that Su Ruolin could not quite grasp. This scene filled her with confusion. First, the elder inquired about her peak affiliation, then her name, and finally burst into laughter. The series of events left her utterly bewildered, leading her to speculate if she had inadvertently erred in some way, thus attracting the attention of a sect elder. Noticing the puzzlement in Su Ruolin's eyes, Shun Xuanzang decided to clarify his intentions. "I am Shun Xuanzang, the sect master of the Tianyan Dao Sect. I have come specifically for you." "What? You came specifically for me?" Su Ruolin felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this powerful elder standing before her was the revered sect master of Tianyan Dao Sect. Before she could fully process the enormity of this revelation, she heard him state that he had come to find her, leaving her mind blank and rooted in place, unable to respond for several seconds. She was merely a novice disciple, someone who had scarcely glimpsed the sect master's presence before. Now, he stood before her, directly addressing her by name. The suddenness of it all left her astonished, her heart racing with a blend of shock and confusion, unsure of how to react. Shen Xuanzang had hurried to meet her, not for any trivial reason, but because he had heard of a new disciple possessing extraordinary purple aptitude. Such aptitude was a rarity, seldom encountered in decades. With proper guidance, she could undoubtedly shine brightly on the path of cultivation and achieve remarkable feats. His purpose was clear: to take her as a personal disciple, nurturing her potential and passing on his legacy. Observing Su Ruolin still engulfed in disbelief, her expression reflecting confusion, Shen Xuanzang resolved not to delay further. With a gentle yet unwavering demeanor, he stated, "There is another matter I wish to discuss." Pausing momentarily, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Ruolin, his eyes filled with earnest expectation. "Su Ruolin, would you be willing to become my personal disciple?" The words hung in the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the surrounding stillness and stirring tumultuous waves within Su Ruolin's heart. She had never anticipated that the sect master's purpose in coming here was to take her, a mere novice disciple, under his wing. Stunned into silence, her mind was a blank slate. Faced with Shen Xuanzang's inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Reflecting on her entry into the sect, she had approached it with a mere sense of trial, not expecting much beyond a stroke of luck. Her only desire had been to secure a better life for her family, never daring to dream of such an extraordinary opportunity as becoming the sect master's personal disciple. Shen Xuanzang keenly perceived the hesitation on Su Ruolin's face. A gentle smile appeared on his seasoned, yet vibrant countenance as he spoke soothingly. "If you have not yet made up your mind or do not wish to become my personal disciple, that is perfectly fine. You are free to accept or decline. Follow your heart and do not exert undue pressure. When you have made up your mind, simply respond to me." With that, Shen Xuanzang gazed intently at Su Ruolin, growing increasingly captivated by this new disciple. A disciple endowed with purple aptitude is truly extraordinary. Regardless of where they may be, their future is destined for remarkable achievements. And with time, they shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly on the path of cultivation. Su Ruolin looked at Shen Xuanzang, who wore a warm smile, her heart torn with inner conflict. After much contemplation, she finally resolved to bow deeply and clasp her fists, sincerely declining the offer. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed master, but I believe it is best for me to remain an ordinary disciple. I cannot presume to accept the title of a direct disciple." She paused momentarily, took a deep breath, and continued, "I am acutely aware that the responsibilities of a direct disciple are immense, and given my current abilities and mindset, I find myself unable to shoulder such a burden. I hope you can find someone more suitable." As her words fell into silence, Su Ruolin felt her heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, she gazed at Shen Xuanzang's amiable countenance, filled with an overwhelming sense of unreality. She had just turned down the invitation to become a disciple of Shen Xuanzang, the revered leader of the Tianyan Dao Sect. It is worth noting that this was an opportunity coveted by countless cultivators across the northern region. To become a direct disciple of the sect's leader signifies unparalleled honor, abundant cultivation resources, and a direct path to the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slipped through her fingers due to her own words. Had there been other inner or outer sect disciples present, they would have undoubtedly prostrated themselves, eagerly performing the rites of apprenticeship. Yet she alone had chosen to reject this monumental opportunity. Shen Xuanzang, having heard Su Ruolin's refusal, maintained his gentle smile, revealing no trace of anger or displeasure, as if it were merely an inconsequential matter. He nodded slightly and spoke in a soothing tone, "No matter, your honesty is indeed commendable. Since you are unwilling to become my direct disciple, it seems our fates as master and disciple are yet to deepen." Upon hearing this, Su Ruolin's anxious heart finally found solace, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had feared that declining the leader's request would lead to displeasure, but it appeared she had been overly concerned. Suddenly, Shen Xuanzang seemed to recall something, raising his hand to gently wave at Su Ruolin. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot forth from his palm, hovering steadily before her. The brilliance was so intense that it momentarily blinded her. Su Ruolin gazed at the mysterious golden light, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her brow furrowed involuntarily as she struggled to comprehend the leader's intentions. Shen Xuanzang, perceptive to her confusion, smiled even more warmly and gently explained, "Though we may not share the bond of master and disciple, our encounter today is a rare fortune. This storage ring within the golden light shall serve as a token of our meeting." His voice was warm and rich, imbued with an undeniable kindness. As he finished speaking, the radiant golden light dissipated like morning mist under the spring sun, revealing a pitch-black storage ring that hovered steadily in front of Su Ruolin. The ring glimmered with a cold sheen, exuding an aura of mystery, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. Shen Xuanzang inclined his head slightly, signaling for her to accept this gift. Though a twinge of apprehension lingered in her heart, Su Ruolin, moved by the leader's sincerity, no longer hesitated and reached out to accept the storage ring. Subsequently, she clasped her fists once more and bowed deeply, her voice filled with gratitude and respect. "I sincerely thank you for your generous gift, esteemed master. Well, our matters today are concluded." Shen Xuanzang lifted his gaze to the vast, boundless sky, where clouds rolled and danced, resembling a magnificent painting. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of nonchalance. "I will arrange for you to join another main peak. Henceforth, focus on your cultivation." Before Su Ruolin could fully react, the air still resonating with his words, Shen Xuanzang had vanished without a trace, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, leaving no mark behind. Had he truly departed? Su Ruolin's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively glancing around, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. The surroundings were silent and empty, as though Shen Xuanzang had never stood before her, merely a fleeting dream. Yet the cold storage ring in her hand served as a reminder that everything that had transpired was indeed real. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had also descended steadily onto his small courtyard, his spiritual energy retracting as fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. He trudged into his home, collapsing onto the bed like a deflated balloon, his limbs sprawled out, utterly spent. Alas, he sighed, overwhelmed by exhaustion and boredom, feeling utterly lethargic. Staring blankly at the ceiling with vacant eyes, his thoughts drifted aimlessly. Just then, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind, jolting him back to attention. In an instant, he sprang from the bed, his movements quick and lively as if he had transformed into a different person. Usually, system rewards consisted of various cultivation pills, but this time a mysterious package had appeared, igniting Qin Mo's curiosity to its peak. If this contained an opportunity to return to Blue Star, it would be an exhilarating turn of events. Chapter 28, Acquiring a Pet, Dual Purpose. The murmurs of Qin Mo rendered the system momentarily speechless, leaving it at a loss for how to respond, ultimately declaring that such a feat was utterly impossible. What treasures could possibly be concealed within this enigmatic gift box? Curiosity sparkled in Qin Mo's eyes as he whispered to himself. Regardless, he thought, since he had nothing better to do, he might as well open it and see. No sooner had he spoken than he could no longer contain his excitement, swiftly accessing the system interface. His fingers danced across the virtual screen, and upon clicking, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the display as if attempting to penetrate the digital veil, his heart racing in anticipation of the forthcoming surprise. Just 3 seconds after he activated the gift pack, a brilliant golden light erupted from within, causing him to instinctively squint. "Wow, a golden legend," Qin Mo exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise and awe. "Ding! The host has used a mysterious gift box one, and has obtained a golden reward, a pet, which has now been allocated to the host." What? What is this? A pet? Qin Mo was taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. Could this mysterious gift pack truly yield a living creature? It was only when a snow-white fox, its fur as smooth as silk, gracefully appeared in his palm that he awakened from his stupor. Slowly extending his right hand, Qin Mo lifted the fox to eye level, scrutinizing the little creature with a gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. The fox's glistening eyes looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Seeing this, Qin Mo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Is this truly the so-called golden reward? A surge of skepticism flooded Qin Mo's mind, convinced that the system had pulled some trick and secretly swapped his expected bountiful reward. This seemingly frail white fox hardly seemed capable of any utility. In comparison to the ordinary pill he had previously received, it was like comparing heaven and earth. With this thought, his conviction only grew stronger. System, speak honestly. Has this golden reward been switched out? Qin Mo questioned, his tone laced with incredulity. How can this little creature be powerful? It's hardly more useful than a mere pill. Is this truly the quality of your golden reward? Of course not. Host, this white fox possesses the pure bloodline of the nine-tailed fox and is now bound to you as your spirit beast. With proper nurturing, it will certainly grow into a formidable entity in the future. After hearing this series of explanations, Qin Mo stared at the little creature before him with a face full of skepticism, then hastily turned to the system and asked, System, I don't want this. Can you exchange it for something else? Any other golden reward would suffice. You give me a white fox and expect me to raise it? Do I look like someone who can care for a pet? However, upon hearing Qin Mo's request, the system promptly rejected him, asserting that it was his own choice and bore no responsibility. Its principle was clear. All sales were final and non-refundable. This request cannot be fulfilled. The golden gift pack was opened by the host, and this white fox has already bonded with you, making any return impossible. At this point, the system added, Besides, aren't you rather bored? Raising such a powerful white fox as a pet spirit beast will surely alleviate your ennui. But I don't know how to raise a pet. I would have settled for a purple reward. Qin Mo lamented, raising his voice in frustration. Hey, system, are you there? At least respond. Yet, after hastily explaining, the system fell silent, leaving no trace of its presence. His calls echoed in the empty room, but he received no reply. Minutes passed, and still, the system remained mute. Qin Mo could only deflate, helplessly gazing at the white fox in his hands. His expression a concoction of bitterness, resignation, and frustration. Sensing her owner's disdain, the little white fox seemed to become dejected, her dark, glistening eyes welling with tears. 2 crystalline droplets formed in her eyes, evoking an incredibly pitiful sight. Looking at her, Qin Mo felt a mix of emotions, sighed deeply, and gently set the fox on the ground as he stood. Alas, what was drawn must be borne alone. Once she grew, he would find a serene place to release her into the wild. However, a practical dilemma soon confronted Qin Mo. This little creature would surely need sustenance to grow. Wouldn't she? He glanced around the sparse room, filled only with an abundance of storage rings and system pills, leaving him with little else of value. Surely, he couldn't feed her these pills? Wouldn't she explode from the potency after consuming just a few? Yet suddenly, he recalled that this was no ordinary fox, but the nine-tailed fox mentioned by the system. Perhaps she could withstand the potency of the pills after all. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and decided to give it a try. As he pondered, Qin Mo sprang into action, lifting his hand to the storage ring and retrieving several fasting pills. He then gently crouched down, extending his hand with care to present the pills to the white fox, softly saying, Here, give this a try. If you find it delicious, nod your head. If it's not to your taste, shake your head. Can you understand me? Seemingly comprehending his words, the nine-tailed fox tilted her head back, her petite nose sniffing cautiously at the pills in his palm. Once assured of their safety, her pink tongue darted out and swiftly engulfed a pill. No sooner had she swallowed one than the white fox excitedly lifted her head, her tail wagging like a drum, her little head bobbing in delight, as if to convey to Qin Mo that she found the offering to be utterly delectable. Seeing her enjoyment, Qin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He fetched 5 or 6 more fasting pills from the storage ring and gently placed them before the fox. All right, this should keep you satisfied for a while. Enjoy your meal. I'll go rest for a bit. Having laid out the fasting pills for the nine-tailed fox to relish, Qin Mo returned to his bed, assuming the role of a carefree bystander. He reclined with his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling while his mind began to replay the subsequent storyline, meticulously contemplating each critical juncture. Thus, lost in thought, Qin Mo gradually closed his eyes and drifted into a serene slumber, leaving the nine-tailed fox to indulge in her meal alone. Time slipped away unnoticed. In the deep of night, at the hour of the boar, Qin Mo, still lying in bed, felt an oppressive weight upon his chest, as if a stone were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. What could be lying atop me? Am I being haunted? With this unsettling thought, Qin Mo jolted awake, his bleary eyes opening to reveal a fluffy mass resting on him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the white fox from the system's gift pack, sound asleep and showing no signs of waking. With a resigned sigh, Qin Mo gently lifted the slumbering white fox from his chest and placed her beside him. With a gentle rub of his eyes and a few deep breaths, Qin Mo gradually regained a semblance of consciousness. Exhaling slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the window, where the sky had succumbed to a profound darkness, illuminated solely by the silvery glow of the moonlight cascading softly upon the earth. A brief glance at the system panel confirmed the absence of any tasks, prompting him to rise slowly. According to the original narrative, the protagonist had inadvertently dropped Chu Xian's undergarment, leading to a week-long confinement to bed as punishment. Following that, his storyline would fall silent for another week. However, he had not replicated this mishap, thus evading such troublesome consequences. Consequently, he found himself with a whole week of respite, 7 entire days. The mere thought sent waves of exhilarating anticipation coursing through him. It appeared that no tasks loomed on the horizon, allowing him the luxury of genuine relaxation. Murmuring to himself, he recalled the taunts and insults he had endured earlier, contemplating a brief outing to clear his mind. Just then, his eyes caught sight of Chu Xian's undergarment, lying forgotten in the corner. Almost having overlooked it, he swiftly retrieved it, gripping it firmly in one hand. A surge of energy emanated from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he incinerated the garment into ashes. With the evidence obliterated, future inquiries from Chu Xian would be rendered futile. Having resolved this matter, a sense of relief washed over him, restoring his composure. He turned, waving his hand through the air, conjuring a shimmering sword that glinted with cold light. Just as he prepared to step outside and take flight, a white fox, previously nestled in slumber, darted to his feet, nuzzling his ankle with its furry ears. Noticing the commotion beneath him, he looked down to find the fox had followed him outside. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he gently admonished, "I'm stepping out for a moment. You should stay here and await my return." He reached down to lift the white fox, intending to place it back indoors. Yet, the fox immediately protested with a series of plaintive cries. No sooner had he set it on the floor inside than it darted back to his side, clinging to him like a stubborn shadow. "Why are you so insistent on following me?" he mused, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The system kindly reminds you that the nine-tailed fox is your spirit beast. Prolonged separation will induce significant anxiety in it. Hence, the system suggests you take your spirit companion along. Qin Mo sighed, realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce. He rubbed his forehead. A look of exasperation etched across his face. Caring for a spirit beast truly is a hassle, he muttered, cradling the white fox in his arms. With a swift gesture, he summoned the flying sword and soared towards the peak of Luoxia. At that moment, a pressing thought lingered in his mind. Only by confirming it could he find true peace of mind. Before long, he arrived discreetly within 200 meters of Yi Bufon's residence, concealing his presence as he observed from a distance. His purpose for this excursion was singular, to ascertain whether Yi Bufon had indeed been accepted as a disciple of Luoxia Peak. Any deviation in the unfolding narrative could jeopardize subsequent tasks. Concealed in the shadows, his keen gaze soon spotted the flickering candlelight emanating from what was once an empty lodging for inner disciples. The weight that had burdened him lifted. The presence of candlelight signified occupancy, confirming that Yi Bufon had successfully entered Luoxia Peak. Nodding slightly, he murmured to himself, "It seems Yi Bufon has indeed succeeded in joining Luoxia Peak." With his suspicions laid to rest, he carefully tightened his grip on the white fox. Mindful not to disturb the tranquility around him, he turned, lightly stepping onto the flying sword, and ascended gracefully into the night sky, his figure gradually melding into the shadows cast by the moonlight. Just moments after his departure, the window of the room he had observed creaked open. Su Ruolin, seeking solace in the moonlight, peered outside. As she leaned out, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure soaring through the night sky on a sword. Though it was but a brief glance, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the silhouette. "That figure seems strangely familiar," she murmured, her thoughts racing as the image of Qin Mo coalesced in her mind. "Could it be that my elder brother has come by? What could he possibly be up to at this hour?" A wave of curiosity swept over her, particularly after the day's extraordinary events. Earlier, she had rebuffed Shun Xuanzang's invitation, anticipating some repercussions. Instead, she found herself unexpectedly assigned to Luoxia Peak, becoming the 5th personal disciple of Chu Xian. The suddenness of this news had been overwhelming, as her dwelling shifted from a random allocation to the serene and picturesque Luoxia Peak. After accepting Qin Mo as her first disciple, Chu Xian had established stringent criteria for selecting her students. Character was paramount, followed closely by talent. The alteration in these standards was largely influenced by Qin Mo's actions. During the arena confrontation, a few taunting words from him had sent Yi Bufan into a frenzy, his murderous intent palpable. Such an inability to remain composed, coupled with a heart brimming with malice, revealed a character lacking in virtue. Moreover, with mediocre talent and no distinguishing abilities, Yi Bufan failed to meet either of Chu Xian's critical criteria. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to settle for admission into Frosthua Peak, ultimately becoming one of its master's personal disciples. Chapter 29. The Tianyan Dao Sect unveils the sword. Tun Qin Mo hummed a leisurely tune, guiding his flying sword through the mist, wandering aimlessly amidst the clouds. Oblivious to the subtle changes around him, he believed everything was progressing along its normal trajectory, with the narrative unfolding steadily. Little did he know that a trivial addition of a mocking line had already caused the plot to quietly veer off its intended path. At this moment, Qin Mo cradled the white nine-tailed fox bestowed by the system, maneuvering his sword rapidly between peaks. Just as he was about to pass by Frostflower Peak, where Yi Bufan resided, an unexpected event transpired. Achoo! 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 Qin Mo abruptly halted, his sword hovering in midair as he let out 3 resounding sneezes in quick succession. After the final sneeze, he seemed to sense something, instinctively lowering his gaze to inspect his surroundings. He scanned the area, but aside from the tranquil night and the ethereal mist, there was nothing amiss. Sniffling softly, he scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Why have I been sneezing so much lately? My cultivation is so advanced now. Surely, I can't be catching a cold? After pondering for a moment, an answer appeared in Qin Mo's mind. A smirk crept across his lips, revealing a hint of pride. It must be that during the entrance ceremony earlier, I attracted a number of admirers among the outer disciples. They are likely whispering my name even now, in the dead of night. With this self-assured reasoning, Qin Mo shook his head slowly, a smile of both resignation and enjoyment gracing his face. Ah, my wretched charm is truly hard to contain. Even at this late hour, I have admirers thinking of me. Of course, it was also possible they were cursing him in secret. But Qin Mo chose to dwell on the explanation he found most plausible. Just then, he felt a slight tremor on his other arm. Lowering his gaze instinctively, he found the nine-tailed fox nestled in his embrace. It appeared that the trio of loud sneezes had frightened it considerably. Now, the fox had tucked its head deep into its fluffy tail, revealing only its round, glistening eyes, cautiously surveying the environment. Its expression of fear and trepidation struck Qin Mo as amusing. Ha ha ha, this white fox given by the system is rather spirited. Chuckling, he continued. But it does seem a tad timid. Is it really that terrifying that I sneezed 3 times? Regardless of his playful remarks, Qin Mo noticed the fox still curled tightly upon his arm. Furrowing his brow slightly, he pondered for a moment before a glimmer of cleverness appeared in his eyes. Leaning closer to the fox's fluffy ears, he lowered his voice and coaxed in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. All right, no need to hide. I shall take you to savor some delectable treats. His words acted as a spell, instantly dispelling the fox's fear. The wary expression in its eyes transformed into one of anticipation, and its previously tense body gradually relaxed, stretching a little. With a swift motion, it raised its head, fixating its gaze on Qin Mo's face, its dark eyes brimming with eager desire for food. Witnessing this, Qin Mo realized that his approach had indeed borne fruit. It was abundantly clear that this white fox was a true glutton. Shaking his head in mock resignation, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Seeing how keen you are for food, I happen to have the next 7 days free of narrative tasks. Let us go indulge in some delightful cuisine. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Mo waved his hand gently, summoning a surge of spiritual energy around him. With a light tap of his toes, he turned, the sword responding to his command as he dashed toward the direction of Xianqi Peak. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears as the duo swiftly vanished into the vastness of the night, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow that sliced through the darkness. Not long after Qin Mo's departure, within a residence of an inner disciple on Frostflower Peak, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Yi Bufan sat inside, his brow furrowed, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. He slowly shook his head and sighed softly, his voice heavy with despondency. At that moment, the storage ring around his neck shimmered with a faint light. A gentle voice, that of Xiao Wanyue, emerged from within. Fanner, you need not dwell too much on not being able to enter the falling sunset peak. Since the peak master publicly rejected you, do not take it too much to heart. Do not let it affect your mood. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with a comforting strength. Now that you have entered Frostflower Peak, with your cultivation prowess, obtaining ample training resources from the other disciples within the peak will not be difficult. At this juncture, Xiao Wanyue paused briefly, as if deliberating her words, before continuing. Before long, the Tianyan Dao Sect will unveil the sword tomb for the newly inducted inner disciples, an event that occurs once every 4 years. In the coming days, you must adjust your state quickly and strive to distinguish yourself among the many new disciples when the sword tomb opens, seizing the finest sword hidden at its depths. Her tone grew serious, laced with an undeniable authority. This opportunity is exceedingly rare. If missed, you shall have to wait another 4 years for the sword tomb to open again. When I failed to ascend during my tribulation, the Tianyan Dao Sect already existed, and it has since flourished into a top-tier sect in the northern domain with an extraordinary foundation. Thus, Fanner, you must give your all this time and acquire the finest sword. Yi Bufan lifted his head, determination slowly etching itself upon his features. He nodded gently, as if responding to Xiao Wanyue's admonitions and rallying his own spirit. The flickering candlelight in the room cast shadows on his youthful yet resolute face, a glimmer of steadfast resolve shining in his eyes. Yes, master. While Yi Bufan was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere, Qin Mo radiated an air of ease and contentment, exuding a carefree demeanor. Upon arriving at the rear mountain of Xianxi Peak, he swiftly set about his task. With a focused expression, he raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to meticulously conceal his presence. Then, he firmly grasped the long sword in his hand. Crouching gracefully in the shadows of the underbrush, keenly observing the surroundings through the foliage, not allowing any minute movement or change to escape his notice. Meanwhile, the white fox perched on Qin Mo's shoulder appeared somewhat bewildered. Tilting its head, it was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the purpose of its master's actions. However, recalling the promise of delicious food, it quickly perked up, obediently settling on Qin Mo's shoulder, remaining quiet. Its eyes sparkled with lively anticipation, mimicking Qin Mo's posture as it scrutinized its surroundings with utmost seriousness. The night in the forest was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze breaking the silence. Together, man and fox lay concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Chapter 30. Capturing a beast for barbecue indeed. This time, Qin Mo ventured to the back mountain of Xianxi Peak with a clear objective, to capture the wild beasts that roamed the area. The impetus for this endeavor stemmed from a task assigned by the system, which required him to procure beasts for a barbecue. Initially, Qin Mo was filled with resistance, deeming the task utterly absurd. Who, in their right mind, would go out of their way to capture beasts for the purpose of grilling? Without a second thought, he intended to refuse outright. However, when the system presented him with a punitive task as a consequence, his resolve crumbled. With no other choice, he begrudgingly made his way to Xianxi Peak to commence his hunt for the beasts. After a series of trials, he finally managed to capture one and, after a mere moment of grilling, consumed it. To his astonishment, his taste buds were completely captivated. The flavor was reminiscent of a 5-star chef's exquisite creation, so delectable that he found it irresistible. From that moment on, Qin Mo became enamored with the barbecue of these beasts, frequently returning to satiate his cravings. However, his indulgences did not go unnoticed. The disciples of Xianxi Peak discovered his antics and reported him to Chu Xian. The outcome was predictable. Qin Mo received a stern reprimand and was forced to refrain from his activities temporarily. Yet, the exquisite taste of the beast barbecue lingered in his memory, haunting him. Now, in the dead of night, with no one around, the craving stirred within him once more. Unable to resist, he decided to repeat his previous exploits. He returned to Xianxi Peak, shrouded in the cover of darkness, to capture another beast and satisfy his culinary desires. Crouched low, Qin Mo stealthily concealed himself behind thick underbrush, his presence nearly imperceptible. He slightly turned his head, his lips parting as he whispered to the 9-tailed fox perched upon his shoulder, "Hush, keep it down. I will catch a larger beast for a sumptuous meal shortly." With that, he refocused his gaze ahead, his eyes filled with concentration and vigilance, leaving no sound or movement unnoticed. As the man and fox held their breath in anticipation, an unforeseen event transpired. The 9-tailed fox, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, perked its fluffy ears and swiftly turned its head to the side. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the air, having caught a whiff of something significant. Impatiently, the little creature extended its delicate tongue and licked Qin Mo's cheek, attempting to convey a message to him. "Hush! No licking," Qin Mo instinctively murmured, waving a hand at the white fox while lowering his voice to caution. "Keep it quiet, or you'll scare the beast away." At that moment, his mind was wholly consumed by the impending capture, oblivious to the urgency behind the nine-tailed fox's alert. Observing that her master paid no heed to her warnings, the fox grew anxious, scratching at him with tiny paws. With a gentle leap, she landed on the ground, biting onto the hem of Qin Mo's garment, tugging fervently while emitting a soft whimper. Only then did Qin Mo notice her distress. He halted his movements and followed the direction indicated by the fox, channeling his spiritual energy. He attuned himself to the surroundings and discovered a 2-meter-long beastly rabbit concealed beneath a tree, voraciously devouring a mountain chicken. Impressed by the fox's keen senses, he thought, "Indeed, this little creature possesses remarkable instincts, a true testament to its nine-tailed lineage. I shall reward you with more once I capture it." The nine-tailed fox seemed to grasp his praise, its anxious demeanor transforming into pride as it raised its head high, its tail wagging joyfully. Encouraged, Qin Mo gently caressed its fluffy ears, then carefully placed it back on his shoulder, whispering, "All right, the rest is up to me." He crouched lower, moving stealthily as if a specter, inching closer to the grazing beast. The rabbit, engrossed in its meal, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger due to Qin Mo's concealed presence. Just as the rabbit finished its feast and prepared to depart, Qin Mo crouched in the shadows, his mind focused. With a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of azure-white sword energy that sliced through the air like lightning, striking the rabbit. A brief, muted cry escaped the rabbit before it succumbed, collapsing lifelessly. Qin Mo quickly approached, confirming the rabbit's demise, delight illuminating his features. A glance at the nine-tailed fox revealed its mouth watering in anticipation, prompting him to call out, "Wait, raw meat isn't palatable. I will prepare something far more delectable for you." With that, he deftly gathered dry twigs to construct a fire, skillfully slicing the rabbit meat into evenly sized chunks and skewering them on branches to grill. His movements were practiced and fluid as he flipped the skewers, adjusting the heat with precision. In no time, the rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the tranquil forest, enveloping the surroundings. The white fox, perched on the ground, sniffed eagerly, its eyes fixated on the sizzling skewers in Qin Mo's hands, filled with yearning. Yet, without its master's permission, it remained still, its little paws scratching at the earth restlessly while emitting soft whines of impatience. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, Qin Mo leisurely sprinkled the carefully prepared spices before extending a skewer toward the nine-tailed fox. "It's ready. Go ahead and indulge. I assure you, it surpasses the taste of raw rabbit meat by 100-fold." No sooner had he set the skewer down than the white fox lunged forward like an arrow, tearing into the meat with fervor, devouring it voraciously. Joyful sounds emanated from its mouth as its cheeks bulged adorably. Seeing the fox relish its meal brought a smile to Qin Mo's face, prompting him to partake as well. The moment the succulent juices burst upon his palate, the rich flavor enveloped his senses. "Ah, splendid," he exclaimed, thoroughly impressed by the rabbit meat's exquisite taste, far superior to the blandness of spirit-replenishing pills. Meanwhile, in the nearby dense thicket, 2 figures cloaked in black darted swiftly through the underbrush. Their movements were agile and lithe, akin to shadows flitting through the night. Hidden beneath their masks, their vigilant eyes gleamed with a haunting light as they approached Qin Mo's location with silent determination. Chapter 31. The quest for the blood sword of ashes. Beneath the shroud of night, the forest lay in tranquil silence. Qin Mo and his companion, the nine-tailed fox, moved with the swiftness of the wind. In no time, they had roasted the entire demon rabbit, indulging in a feast. The aroma of the rabbit meat wafted through the air, intertwining with the surrounding darkness. After their satisfying meal, Qin Mo reclined on the ground, exhaling deeply. The burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart seemed to dissipate, vanishing like smoke after such a delightful repast. "Ah, what a satisfying meal this has been." He gazed up at the night sky, gently patting his round belly, and mused, "In times past, I would have been chewing on tasteless fasting pills at this hour. Truly, the flavors of earthly cuisine suit my palate far better. To forego such delectable fare for those bland pills is indeed a torment." Having expressed his thoughts, Qin Mo turned to the nine-tailed fox, which was perched comfortably on its fluffy tails, one paw gently rubbing its slightly rounded belly, emitting cheerful sounds. As if sensing Qin Mo's gaze, the fox sprang into excitement, darting towards him like a bolt of white lightning, affectionately nuzzling against him. Ha ha ha, all right. No more nuzzling. Qin Mo chuckled, a smile gracing his lips as he rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes. He then crouched down, tenderly lifting the white fox and placing it on his shoulder, allowing it to recline comfortably. Since you enjoy eating so much, we shall feast again next time we have the chance. With the night growing late, Qin Mo remarked, it is time to return and rest. Awoo. Upon hearing there would be a next time, the nine-tailed fox wagged its tail excitedly, letting out a joyful howl that echoed through the quiet forest. Just as Qin Mo prepared to leave, the fox's fluffy ears perked up, abruptly alert. In the next moment, having caught the faint sound of a twig snapping, it became acutely aware of the approach of two individuals emanating ominous spiritual energy. The white fox promptly extended its delicate tongue to lick Qin Mo's face and tilted its head, pointing with its little paw to the left, urgently signaling that danger was imminent. What is it? Are there people coming? Recognizing the fox's intent from their previous understanding, Qin Mo glanced in the direction it indicated. Channeling his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, his expression changed dramatically as he discerned two figures rapidly closing in. Wait, are the disciples of Xianqi Peak all dogs? Is it because we consumed a few domesticated demon beasts that they tracked us down so quickly? I deliberately sought out a secluded spot, and yet I've still been discovered. No, I cannot be captured by them again, otherwise I shall be reported to Chu Xian once more. Qin Mo inwardly lamented, his thoughts racing as he realized the figures were now but 100 meters away. He immediately employed a concealment technique, erasing all traces of his presence. In a flash, he vanished, like a specter, into the branches of a sturdy tree, holding his breath and awaiting the unfolding of events. Having concealed himself atop the tree, within mere moments, the two mysterious figures clad in black arrived within 30 meters of him, halting their advance. Confirming that they had not detected his presence, Qin Mo held his breath, his eyes fixated on the two figures in the distance. As he discerned their attire and the grotesque masks they wore, a realization dawned upon him. These do not appear to be disciples of Xianqi Peak. Qin Mo instantly recognized that these two were not affiliated with the sect. What business did these men in black have sneaking around here at night? Concealed in the branches, he furrowed his brow, pondering the mystery of these two unfamiliar individuals who had suddenly appeared in the Tianyan Sect after his long tenure there. He racked his brain for any recollection from the original narrative that might explain their presence, but he could not recall any such occurrence at this point in the story. As he remained perplexed, he looked up to see the two figures pausing beneath a tree, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Curiosity piqued, he waved a hand lightly, sending a thread of weak spiritual energy toward them, attempting to eavesdrop on their secrets. Who would be out at this hour, dressed in dark clothes and masks, wandering into the woods behind Xianqi Peak? Such behavior clearly indicated that they harbored ill intentions. Qin Mo remained vigilant, wholly focused on awaiting the return of information from his spiritual probe. The night deepened, and beneath the distant trees, the two robed men exchanged knowing glances, their spiritual energy surging as they meticulously scanned their surroundings for any anomalies. Satisfied that there was nothing amiss, they lowered their voices to converse privately. This place is sufficiently remote. There is no one around to overhear us. What orders have been issued from above? Unbeknownst to them, concealed within a hidden tree in this tranquil grove were Qin Mo and the nine-tailed fox, their gazes locked on the two figures, missing not a single detail. Qin Mo had diligently honed his concealment skills to avoid detection during covert operations. His mastery of this technique was now so refined that only those with far superior abilities could sense his presence. Here it is. One of the black-clad men withdrew a yellowed parchment from his garment, his expression grave. We are to enter the sword tomb of Tianyan Dao Sect to retrieve a certain item. I cannot disclose what it is, but this parchment depicts what you must seek. Remember to destroy it immediately after viewing. This item has been missing for several hundred years. It is of no consequence if it cannot be found. However, one point you must keep in mind. Never reveal your identity. This is no place to linger. I shall depart first. As his words fell, Qin Mo observed one of the men scanning the area cautiously, ensuring it was safe before swiftly vanishing into the darkness like a wraith. Only one black-clad figure remained, who took a moment to survey his surroundings before slowly unfurling the parchment in his hand. Seeing this, Qin Mo quickly summoned his spiritual energy and employed the Lingxi projection technique, vividly imprinting the contents of the parchment in his mind. What appeared before him was a long sword forged from black-purple mysterious iron. At first glance, the blade and hilt appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, intricate and mysterious engravings adorned its surface. In the lower right corner of the parchment, 3 bold characters were inscribed: Blood Sword of Ashes. Hiss! What? Is this Blood Sword of Ashes? The name does not suggest a reputable sword. It seems rather sinister. Qin Mo's brow furrowed as he frantically searched his memory for any reference to this sword in the original text, but he could not recall its origins. Meanwhile, the black-clad man had finished examining the parchment. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy ignited into flames, incinerating the parchment to ashes. He then cautiously surveyed the area once more, confirming that there were no flaws in their security before swiftly moving away. Disappearing into the depths of Xianqi Peak's rear mountain, the forest fell silent, as if the events that had just transpired had never occurred. After witnessing it all, Qin Mo conducted another thorough check with his spiritual energy, ensuring the coast was clear before leaping down from the tree. I'm sorry, but it seems that you have not provided any content to edit or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 32. The new disciple of the peak. Once Qin Mo confirmed the complete departure of the 2 figures in black robes, he stood still, engulfed in a momentary reverie. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the forest, whispering as if urging him to make a decision. There had been no prior indications in the original text regarding this sword, which had been lost for centuries. It was highly unlikely that the Flame Desolation blood sword had been located. He murmured softly to himself, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. If the sword had indeed been recovered, it would have been documented in the original narrative. And the current state of ambiguity only affirmed his conjecture. The sword remained undiscovered. With that thought, Qin Mo felt a slight relief wash over him, his taut nerves beginning to relax. He lifted his gaze towards the direction the black-robed men had vanished, attempting to pierce through the layers of foliage in search of their already faded traces. Moments later, he gently turned his head towards the 9-tailed fox perched on his shoulder and spoke softly. All right, it's nothing of great concern. Let us return and rest. His voice was tender, imbued with a hint of weariness and relief. As he finished speaking, Qin Mo waved his hand through the air, summoning a sword that radiated a soft glow, which materialized beneath him. With a light touch of his toes, he steadied himself upon the blade. And with a surge of spiritual energy, the sword soared through the night sky like a shooting star, heading towards the bamboo cottage behind the falling sunset peak. The moonlight cascaded upon him, crafting an elegant silhouette against the backdrop of the night. As for the identities of the 2 enigmatic figures, Qin Mo had little desire to delve deeper. The original text bore no mention of these shadowy figures to him. They were likely mere passers-by on a fruitless quest for the sword, playing but a minor role in the grand narrative. So long as the core plot remained unaffected, he found little interest in such trivial details. In this world of cultivation, rife with uncertainties and variables, Qin Mo understood that his primary mission was of utmost importance. The inconsequential matters would only serve to distract him. Before long, Qin Mo and the 9-tailed fox arrived back at the bamboo cottage. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows that cloaked the exterior in a silvery veil. After a hearty meal, Qin Mo felt a profound sense of contentment as he stepped into the room and made a beeline for the bed. With a thud, he collapsed onto it, limbs stretching out as if to meld every ounce of fatigue into the soft embrace of the mattress. The 9-tailed fox, with a graceful flick of its fluffy tail, trotted over. It nimbly leapt onto the bed, finding a comfortable spot beside Qin Mo, its furry body snuggling close to him. Resting its head on its forepaws, it squinted its eyes and soon emitted a gentle purr. Inside the room, tranquility reigned supreme, with only the rhythmic breaths of man and fox intertwining in the stillness. Qin Mo's sleeping visage was serene and relaxed, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if savoring the delightful flavors of the evening even in slumber. The 9-tailed fox occasionally twitched its ears and smacked its lips, as though lost in a delightful dream. The quiet night passed silently. As dawn broke, Qin Mo, still in the depths of sleep, felt a sudden itch at the tip of his nose, prompting him to instinctively scrunch it. Achoo! A resounding sneeze shattered the morning stillness. What is that on my face? Qin Mo mumbled drowsily, his voice still thick with slumber. He reached out, his hand brushing against something soft and fuzzy. Upon squeezing it gently, he discovered it to be 2 fluffy fox tails. "Oh, it's just 2 fox tails," he muttered, casually tossing them aside and rolling over, intending to drift back into sleep. Yet, in that instant, his movement halted as a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't something a bit different just now? As he pondered, clarity began to seep into his consciousness, and a wave of curiosity surged within him. Wait, 2 white foxtails. This notion struck him like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, all remnants of sleep vanished. He shot up from the bed, eyes fixated on the sight before him. The 9-tailed fox curled up nearby now possessed not 1, but 2 identical white tails. They intertwined, gently rising and falling with each breath it took. Illuminated by the sunlight, the white fur shimmered with a faint silver sheen, making it all the more striking. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was no mere illusion. What? Just one night, and it's grown another tail. Qin Mo gazed at the sleeping white fox on the bed, his expression a mix of astonishment and wonder. He had not anticipated that the 9-tailed fox, which had only possessed a single tail the day before, could sprout another in such a short span of slumber. Unable to contain his curiosity, he began to channel his spiritual energy to sense the fox's current cultivation level. To his astonishment, he discovered that it had indeed broken through to the 2nd tier of spirit beasts. Just as Qin Mo was marveling at this unexpected joy, a familiar system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Host, there is no need for excessive surprise. The 9-tailed fox is a rare and precious beast, naturally surpassing ordinary spirit beasts in its rate of advancement. Moreover, it consumed a substantial amount of spirit-resolving pills and demon beast meat yesterday, making this breakthrough entirely normal. Realizing that it evolved faster than typical spirit beasts, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. The bloodline of this 9-tailed fox is indeed remarkable. I thought it would take at least 2 years, like with Sister Luo. Just as he finished his reflection, the jade talisman hanging at his waist began to emit a radiant light. Who could be seeking me now? He pondered, retrieving it from his waist. Instantly, the voice of his junior sister, Yun Qingyao, echoed from within. Qin Mo, new disciples have entered the falling sunset peak. Hurry to the summit. Upon learning that it was regarding new disciples, a smile graced Qin Mo's face, for he could easily guess who had arrived. Junior brother Yi, you've finally come. Chapter 33. Has Yi Bufan become a woman? Hee, Yi Bufan, we shall soon meet again. Qin Mo secretly chuckled to himself, a strange curve appearing on his face. He then lowered his gaze to the jade tablet in his hand and replied softly, "All right, I will come immediately." However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed that the radiant glow of the jade tablet had already extinguished. It turned out that after notifying Qin Mo, Yun Qingyao had decisively severed the connection. A faint smile, laden with meaning, graced Qin Mo's lips, yet he refrained from further words. The fact that Yun Qingyao was still willing to inform him, the scorned senior brother in everyone's eyes, was already a testament to her benevolence. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo slowly hung the inner door disciple token back on his waist. Raising his eyes, he caught sight of the 9-tailed demon fox soundly asleep on the bed, and he had no intention of disturbing it. With a light touch of his toes to the ground, he moved gracefully, allowing it to rest a while longer. He resolved to venture alone to the falling sunset peak to meet his dear junior brother. With that thought in mind, Qin Mo swiftly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He gazed up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, and the azure expanse resembled a precious gem. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, birds chirped joyfully, and the surroundings were adorned with vibrant blossoms. Qin Mo took a deep breath of the fragrant air, but soon his expression grew serious, and he summoned his long sword. In an instant, he stood upon the sword's body, transforming into a streak of light as he flew directly towards falling sunset peak. Qin Mo's residence was a quaint bamboo cottage nestled in the back mountain of falling sunset peak, in close proximity to the summit. In less than half a minute, he skillfully maneuvered his flying sword and landed steadily outside the grand hall atop the peak. As soon as his toes touched the ground, a grave expression swiftly settled on his face. He silently plotted to thoroughly mock Yi Bufan, who was about to step into falling sunset peak. With preparations complete, Qin Mo sheathed his sword and walked purposefully toward the hall. Upon entering, his gaze swept the room, landing on Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao, who were already waiting. However, Chu Shiyan and the crucial Yi Bufan were conspicuously absent. Qin Mo mused to himself, It seems I have arrived rather early. Perhaps I should wait a little longer for a better outcome. At that moment, inside the hall, upon seeing Qin Mo enter, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao simultaneously turned away, seemingly ignoring him, and began to whisper amongst themselves, their conversation laced with disdain for Qin Mo. Noticing their attitude, Qin Mo felt a twinge of helplessness but chose not to comment, merely letting out a soft sigh. He wandered outside the hall, feeling somewhat bored, and stood there, gazing into the distance, pondering when Yi Bufan would finally make his appearance. Once Qin Mo's unsavory figure disappeared outside, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao turned back and began to discuss quietly. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow and spoke first, their junior sister. Why do you think our master did not accept Yi Bufan as a disciple yesterday? I believe he has considerable talent, having declined invitations from other peak leaders. Yet our master seems indifferent toward him. Luo Ningxue shook her head gently, appearing puzzled. I'm not certain either. Yesterday, I specifically spoke well of young Master Yi in front of our master, but it seemed she had no intention of accepting any disciples. Yun Qingyao vehemently shook her head, adamantly refuting, that is impossible. Early this morning, our master transmitted a message, stating she has accepted a new disciple, though it is unclear whether it is a junior brother or sister. The two were exchanging thoughts on why their master was unwilling to accept Yi Bufan as a direct disciple when, suddenly, Chu Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Spotting their master, Qin Mo quickly adjusted his attire and stepped into the assembly hall. Upon seeing their master, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao immediately fell silent, halting their discussion. They respectfully stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. Qin Mo also stood quietly to another side, his eyes darting around rapidly, yet he could not catch a glimpse of Yi Bufan, prompting him to wonder, where has that fellow Yi Bufan run off to? Given his character, he shouldn't still be absent now that Chu Xian has arrived. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Qin Mo, and he felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Something was amiss. 9 parts out of 10 were wrong. His brows knit tightly, suspicion clouding his gaze as he scanned the hall again, but still no sign of Yi Bufan. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over him. Did Yi Bufan not manage to enter Falling Sunset Peak under Chu Xian's tutelage? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Mo shook his head decisively, internally dismissing the notion. Impossible, that could not be. Recalling the previous night, he had witnessed the previously empty inner door disciple quarters illuminated by candlelight. This was undoubtedly a sign that Chu Xian had taken on a new disciple. However, an almost absurd speculation flickered in his mind, that someone had usurped Yi Bufan's place and taken his spot at Falling Sunset Peak. The very idea seemed ludicrous to Qin Mo, who vehemently argued against it. After all, according to the original narrative, Yi Bufan's performance during the recruitment ceremony had been nothing short of remarkable, unmatched by anyone else. Chu Xian had no reason to abandon Yi Bufan in favor of another disciple. As Qin Mo continued to dwell on his errant thoughts, Chu Xian had already seated herself in the main position of the hall. Her gaze swept over the crowd with calm authority, and her voice rang clear as she announced to the three below, this time, during the disciple recruitment ceremony, we have accepted a new direct disciple for Falling Sunset Peak. She will become your 4th junior sister. Oh, it's the 4th junior sister. Luo Ningxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice brimming with joy. I am no longer the youngest disciple of our master. Hearing this, Yun Qingyao could not help but smile, a genuine expression of happiness lighting up her face. With the addition of a new member to their ranks, she felt a deep-seated joy. Yet, amidst her elation, she could not suppress a gentle sigh, tinged with regret. What a pity that the senior sister is still out on a mission. She cannot return for now, otherwise, she would meet our new junior sister. While Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue reveled in their joy, Qin Mo felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Upon learning that it was a junior sister, he stood there petrified, utterly at a loss for words. Qin Mo, what? His mind was blank, filled only with countless question marks spinning wildly. No. How could it be that after just one night, Yi Bufan had suddenly transformed into a woman? Chapter 34 Becoming Qin Mo's 4th junior sister. Qin Mo was lost in whimsical thoughts, pondering whether the male protagonist Yi Bufan was so consumed by revenge that he had cultivated the sunflower manual, castrated himself, and transformed into a woman. Just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps outside the grand hall shattered his absurd conjecture. Slowly turning his head towards the sound, Qin Mo beheld Su Wulan approaching the hall, breathless. Her cheeks were flushed, her forehead beaded with perspiration, and her eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, her face a canvas of surprise. At the moment he laid eyes on her, Qin Mo's mind was still a tangled mess, deeply ensnared in the enigma of Yi Bufan's transformation. And he was utterly unprepared to discover that Chu Xian's newly accepted disciple would be Su Wolin. He had foolishly assumed that the candlelit room he had checked the night before was occupied by Yi Bufan. It never crossed his mind that it could be Su Wolin. In his understanding, the two were entirely unrelated, as distant as could be. Su Wolin hurried into the council hall. Upon seeing her two senior sisters and Qin Mo waiting for her, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Rubbing the back of her head awkwardly, she managed a shy smile. Straightening her attire, she clasped her hands in apology to the esteemed Chu Xian, saying, "I apologize, master. I lost my way, and the journey up the mountain was long, so I arrived late." Chu Xian regarded the somewhat inexperienced young woman before her with warmth and waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. You have just begun your training, and your cultivation is still shallow. It is understandable that you could not fly up the mountain. Do not take it to heart." With a gentle tone, she introduced Su Wolin to the others. "To your left is my eldest disciple, Qin Mo. The two on your right are your second senior sister, Yin Qingyao, and your third senior sister, Luo Ningxue. Our senior sister is currently on a mission for the sect, and she will introduce herself upon her return. Afterward," she nodded slightly, her expression filled with concern. "Now, Su Wolin, take the time to get acquainted with your senior brothers and sisters. Afterward, choose one to accompany you into the sword tomb." Luo Ningxue looked at Su Wolin with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, not expecting that this new fourth junior sister would be the very woman she had intended to remind just yesterday. What a curious twist of fate, leading them to become fellow disciples. Standing beside Luo Ningxue, Yin Qingyao keenly noticed Su Wolin's slight shyness. With a bright smile illuminating her face, she initiated a friendly greeting. "Hello, Su junior sister. Welcome to our Luanxia Peak. From now on, we are family. If you have any questions about other matters, do not hesitate to ask your senior sister." As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she added eagerly, "By the way, Su junior sister, if you have any interest in alchemy, you must come to me. I assure you, I am quite skilled in that area and can certainly help you with any inquiries." Hearing this, Luo Ningxue snapped back to the moment, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she introduced herself graciously. "Hello, Su junior sister. It is a pleasure to meet you. I specialize in beast mastery, and should you have any questions in that regard, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Feeling the warmth of her enthusiastic senior sisters, Su Wolin's heart swelled with gratitude, and she quickly responded, "I would like to thank both of you here. I will certainly rely on your guidance in the future." Qin Mo, standing to the side, finally came to terms with the reality that Su Wolin had indeed replaced Yi Bufan at Luanxia Peak. Only then did he manage to regain his composure and realize he was not dreaming. At that moment, he noticed Chu Xian looking his way, and an inexplicable awkwardness washed over him. Clearing his throat, he addressed Su Wolin. Hello, Su. Su junior sister. I have some insights into the sword path. If you are interested in swordsmanship, feel free to seek me out for discussions." From a distance, Chu Xian quietly observed how well everyone was getting along, a hint of satisfaction gracing her expression, and she chose not to say anything further. Meanwhile, Qin Mo appeared distracted. After Su Wolin finished introducing herself, he quietly exited the council hall, his solitary figure exuding a sense of loneliness. Seeing Qin Mo, whom they deemed a scoundrel, depart alone, Luo Ningxue and Yin Qingyao exchanged glances, their expressions neutral, though a flicker of satisfaction gleamed within. Su Wolin, noticing Qin Mo's discontent, contemplated following him but was swept away by the enthusiastic chatter of Luo Ningxue and Yin Qingyao, unable to extricate herself. At that moment, as Qin Mo rode his flying sword back, it felt as if countless steeds were trampling his heart, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion, leaving him utterly directionless. "This is disastrous," he mentally screamed, feeling the plot had gone awry, and the subsequent subplots were now unfeasible. The mere thought of Su Wolin taking Yi Bufan's place filled Qin Mo with dread, fearing that the storylines revolving around Yi Bufan would not unfold at Luanxia Peak, leading the system to deem his mission a failure. This was a matter of utmost importance regarding his ability to complete the task. Failure would mean facing punitive missions once again. As he carelessly guided his sword, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, he racked his brain for a solution. Yet, despite his best efforts, his mind remained a blank slate, yielding no useful strategies. With a resigned sigh, he raked his fingers through his hair, his face a mask of uncontainable worry. At this point, He could only take things one step at a time. Just as Qin Mo's brow furrowed in distress, the system in his mind seemed to sense his confusion and promptly interjected. Ding! The host need not worry about deviations in the storyline. You only need to fulfill your main quest, and you need not concern yourself with other tasks. No need to worry about side quests. Upon receiving this news, Qin Mo felt a flicker of excitement coursing through him, beginning to suspect that the system might have been misleading him. Sensing his doubt, the system elaborated once more. Indeed, the host need not fret over side quests. Since side quests may deviate for any character, the system will not assign any side quests beyond the host's narrative. You need only fulfill your own storyline tasks. Qin Mo contemplated this for a moment, realizing that the system's words seemed to hold true. Since Yi Bufan had arrived at the Tianyan Dao Sect, the system had only issued main quests, without any side quests assigned, which brought him a measure of relief. Phew, I was merely scaring myself. System, you should have told me sooner. You nearly gave me a fright. Chapter 35. Yi Bufan of Frostflower Peak. Dear Key Host. You didn't inquire, did you? The system had already reminded you before the plot commenced, but at that time, you were inclined to sleep, thus you paid little heed. In response to Qin Mo's grumbling, the system replied in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing this, a fleeting memory flickered in Qin Mo's mind, as if the system indeed mentioned it. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter the remark. After a brief reflection, he decided not to delve deeper into the matter. Adopting a mindset of indifference, deeming it not worth his concern, he swiftly cast the thought aside. Presently, there was an urgent task at hand, locating the male protagonist, Yi Bufan, and discerning which main peak he had ascended. Only by finding him could the plot continue to unfold. Yi Bufan had not ventured to the second-ranking Luoxia peak. Based on his temperament, it was highly probable he would choose a peak of comparable stature. Qin Mo mused quietly, and then he gestured to summon his sword, his figure shimmering as he sped toward Frostflower Peak. At Frostflower Peak, in the inner sect disciples' arena, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting down scorching rays that illuminated the battleground. Yi Bufan, clad in a sleek black outfit, was wholly engrossed in intense training. His physique was agile, and his gaze sharp as he engaged in one-on-one duels with his fellow disciples of Frostflower Peak. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sounds of fierce punches and the surging of spiritual energy. Yet, without exception, most disciples succumbed to Yi Bufan's ferocious onslaught. As a practitioner of both celestial and martial arts, Yi Bufan's prowess far surpassed that of his peers. Each strike he delivered was imbued with formidable strength and exquisite technique, rendering his opponents unable to withstand his assault. Yi Bufan lowered his head, gripping his fists tightly. He distinctly felt the spiritual energy within him surging like a torrential river, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Truly, the cultivation methods of Frostflower Peak, ranked third in the Tianyan Dao Sect, had yielded remarkable results after merely a night of preliminary practice. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, his voice laced with admiration and pride. As soon as his words fell, a gentle voice emanated from his storage ring. It was Xiao Wanwei, who had sensed the abundant spiritual energy in Yi Bufan's dantian. And she spoke slowly. Fanner, your internal spiritual energy is exceptionally rich. The techniques of Frostflower Peak not only facilitate rapid recovery of spiritual energy. Should you cultivate it to the third level within the next 6 days, you may very well defeat the majority of competitors within the Tianyan Dao Sect's sword tomb. Yi Bufan nodded excitedly, acknowledging her words. With this cultivation method, he had drawn one step closer to vengeance. Meanwhile, Qin Mo soared through the air like a streak of light, gracefully landing on Frostflower Peak. To seek out a protagonist like Yi Bufan, burdened with deep-seated enmity and a singular focus on revenge, the foremost task upon entering the sect was undoubtedly to engage in fervent training. Following this experience, he expended little effort in locating Yi Bufan, who was immersed in rigorous training amidst the bustling arena. Observing Yi Bufan's athletic form, every move he executed carried an imposing momentum, sweat cascading down his determined visage, saturating the ground beneath him. At this moment, Qin Mo stood upon his sword, gazing downwards. Confirming Yi Bufan's presence at Frostflower Peak, he nodded in satisfaction before quietly turning to depart. Qin Mo understood that the narrative between himself and Yi Bufan would only commence 6 days hence, upon the opening of the sword tomb. To approach now would be an exercise in futility. He had no time for such troubles. As he made his way back, Qin Mo suddenly recalled the nine-tailed fox residing in his abode. It was likely that the white fox was hungry. He should bring back something for it to eat. With this thought, he swiftly veered towards the outer sect disciples' dining hall, gathering an array of dishes into his storage ring before hastening toward the small dwelling nestled at the back of Luoxia Peak. Simultaneously, Su Ruolin tread lightly towards Qin Mo's residence. Her eyes were filled with concern as memories of Qin Mo's earlier despondent expression replayed in her mind. She pondered quietly. I wonder how Brother Qin Mo's injuries are faring. Has he improved? Lost in thought, she unconsciously approached Qin Mo's dwelling, gently stepping into the courtyard. She raised her hand to knock, but the door creaked open slowly. Peering through the crack, she scanned the interior carefully, but found it utterly deserted. Not even a trace of Qin Mo was visible. Is Brother Qin Mo not back yet? Su Ruolin murmured, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Just as she contemplated turning away, she suddenly felt an itch beneath her feet. Instinctively looking down, she spotted a fluffy, snow-white fox peeking through the door, its round eyes curiously fixated on her. Noticing its two tails swaying animatedly, Su Ruolin felt a surge of curiosity. Is this the spirit beast raised by Brother Qin Mo? This was the first time Su Ruolin had encountered such an adorable creature, and her heart brimmed with curiosity. Unable to resist, she crouched down and gently extended her hand to stroke the fox's soft fur. The nine-tailed fox sensed the approach of a stranger and was about to become wary, but upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent of Qin Mo, it immediately relaxed. Not only did it not resist, but it also contentedly squinted its eyes, allowing Su Ruolin's gentle hand to caress its back. Feeling the soothing touch, the nine-tailed fox excitedly wagged its two fluffy tails, emitting cheerful sounds of delight, looking exceedingly endearing. Watching the charming little creature before her, Su Ruolin's smile deepened. She reached into her storage ring to retrieve some carefully prepared spiritual fruits and delicacies, gently placing them in her palm and slowly offering them to the nine-tailed fox. Here, take this and enjoy, she spoke softly, her voice imbued with tenderness and affection, akin to coaxing a small child. The nine-tailed fox leaned closer to the food Su Ruolin presented, its nose twitching as it inhaled deeply. Instantly entranced by the alluring aroma, it extended its delicate tongue and voraciously devoured the offerings, its cheeks puffing up as it feasted hungrily. Su Ruolin couldn't help but laugh at the fox's gluttonous demeanor, and she rummaged through her storage ring for more treats, softly saying, "Take your time, I have plenty more for you." Midway through its meal, the nine-tailed fox seemed to sense something amiss. Its ears perked up sharply, and its previously swaying tail stilled. It inhaled deeply, immediately detecting the returning scent of Qin Mo from afar. Without hesitation, it halted its eating, half a morsel of food still clutched in its mouth, and hurried towards the courtyard. It dashed to the center of the yard, raising its head and gazing longingly at the sky, as if awaiting something. Is Brother Qin Mo returning? Seeing the fox in this state, Su Ruolin felt a pang of curiosity and followed it into the courtyard. She lifted her gaze in the direction the nine-tailed fox was looking, and there, a streak of sword light flickered in the distance. Qin Mo, riding his flying sword, was swiftly approaching the dwelling. The sword light cleaved through the air, accompanied by the rush of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived. Chapter 36. An invitation to enter the sword tomb. As Qin Mo returned, he caught sight of Su Ruolin standing at the entrance of her home, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. After sheathing his sword, he noticed the affectionate nine-tailed fox nuzzling against his ankle. A faint smile graced his lips. Raising his gaze, he regarded Su Ruolin with warmth and gently inquired, "Sister Su, what brings you here?" I came specifically to deliver something to you, senior brother," Su Ruolin replied, her face momentarily betraying a hint of fluster as she hastily explained. With a sense of urgency, she produced a pitch-black storage ring gifted by Shenxuan Song, opening it to reveal two lustrous high-grade healing pills, which she presented to Qin Mo. Upon seeing the healing pills, Qin Mo immediately recognized their rarity within the sect. His brow furrowed slightly, and confusion filled his eyes. "Sister Su, what is the meaning of these pills?" With a faint blush adorning her cheeks and her gaze evasive, Su Ruolin swiftly clarified, "I witnessed your duel with Yi Bufan yesterday, and I noticed the injury inflicted by his sword. I happen to have these healing pills that I no longer need, so I thought to bring them to you at once." Pausing, her shyness lingered for a moment before she added, "And I also wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in saving my parents." Her eyes subconsciously drifted to Qin Mo's injured arm, filled with concern. Observing her earnestness and anxiety, Qin Mo, though his own repository of healing pills was plentiful, graciously accepted the offering. With a light wave of his hand, he reassured her, "I appreciate your concern, Sister Sue. It was merely a minor scrape, after a night's rest. I am nearly recovered." As he stored the pills away, a warmth blossomed within him, and he refrained from pondering their origins, attributing them instead to Chu Shiyan's goodwill. Once he had secured the pills, Qin Mo raised his gaze and keenly noted Su Wolin's wandering eyes, betraying unspoken thoughts. A hint of concern sparked in his eyes as he gently asked, "Sister Sue, it appears you carry a burden. Is there something else troubling you that I might assist with?" It is not a matter of great importance," Su Wolin replied. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she nervously tugged at her clothing. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. "The Tianyan Dao Sect is about to open the Sword Tomb, and my master instructed me to seek a senior brother or sister to accompany me. Since I have not spent much time with my senior sisters, I thought to request your company, senior brother Qin, to enter the Sword Tomb with me." With her straightforward revelation, Su Wolin laid bare her intentions. She had come not only to deliver healing pills, but also to make this request. "To accompany you into the Sword Tomb?" Qin Mo paused, taken aback. He instinctively stroked his chin, lost in brief contemplation. Memories of the original story flooded his mind. Upon the opening of the Sword Tomb, the original character, humiliated by Yi Bufon's triumph, harbored resentment but found no outlet for his anger. In a desperate bid to thwart Yi Bufon from acquiring a superior spirit sword, he had coerced a newly initiated disciple from another peak into bringing him into the Sword Tomb, intending to sabotage Yi Bufon's search. However, Yi Bufon, blessed with a protagonist's aura, adeptly navigated each crisis. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyao, who consistently accompanied him, discerned the lurking presence of the original character, ultimately exposing him. This incident deepened the second junior sister's disdain for the original character, further souring their relationship. Yet, as Yi Bufon had joined the Shuanghua Peak, Yun Qingyao would not enter the Sword Tomb alongside him, severing any romantic entanglements. Nonetheless, these details held little significance for Qin Mo. He was solely focused on fulfilling his own narrative. After sorting through the implications in his mind, he privately contemplated the opportunity to enter the Sword Tomb. Accepting Su Wolin's invitation could indeed prove advantageous. While he was still mulling over this prospect, Su Wolin, sensing his prolonged silence, felt a knot form in her throat, anxiety flooding her being. Her palms were clammy with sweat as she feared a rejection. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, "If you are preoccupied, senior brother Qin, I can inquire with my senior sisters to see if anyone else is willing to accompany me into the Sword Tomb." At that moment, the ever-quiet nine-tailed fox seemed to sense Su Wolin's tension and eagerness. It raised its fluffy head, glancing between Su Wolin and Qin Mo before affectionately nuzzling against Qin Mo's leg, emitting a soft whine as if advocating on Su Wolin's behalf. Lost in contemplation of the unfolding narrative, Qin Mo was roused by the gentle sound from the fox. Realizing he had yet to respond to Su Wolin, he finally spoke. "Very well, I have no pressing matters at the moment. I was merely reflecting on a few things. Rest assured, I will accompany you into the Sword Tomb. When the time comes, simply come to me, and I shall guide you in selecting your spirit sword." Expecting a refusal, Su Wolin had braced herself for disappointment. Yet Qin Mo's affirmative response transformed her apprehension into joy, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Thank you so much, senior brother. I truly appreciate it. It is no trouble at all. Helping fellow disciples is a minor matter," Qin Mo replied, waving his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. To him, this was a mutually beneficial opportunity. Had Su Wolin not extended the invitation, he would have had to devise a convoluted plan to find another novice disciple to enter the Sword Tomb alongside him. Now, he had circumvented considerable hassle. Chapter 37. The day the Sword Tomb opens. Upon receiving Qin Mo's affirmative response, Su Wolin could hardly contain her joy and expressed her heartfelt gratitude once more before departing alone. Qin Mo watched her silhouette fade away before he stepped into the house, cradling the nine-tailed fox in his arms. As he entered, a faint smile graced Qin Mo's lips as he leaned down to softly inquire of the white fox, "Are you hungry?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fox's stomach let out a loud growl. The meager fare consumed at Su Wolin's place had barely sufficed, leaving it only partially sated. Hearing the little creature's hunger pangs, Qin Mo gently set it down on the floor, a mysterious smile playing on his face. "It seems you've worked up quite an appetite. Let me show you what I have brought." With that, he deftly brushed his fingers over the storage ring, causing an array of food to flow out like a shimmering stream, vegetables and meats of all kinds. Upon beholding the feast that filled the room, the nine-tailed fox's mouth watered instantly, its eyes fixed hungrily on a succulent roasted chicken. The bird was golden brown and exuded an irresistible aroma that nearly captivated its senses. Regardless of how Qin Mo rearranged the delicacies, the fox's gaze remained glued to the chicken, unwavering. Yet, without Qin Mo's command, it could only watch, its two fluffy tails wagging frantically while its little paws scratched impatiently at the ground. Noticing the white fox's eager demeanor, Qin Mo decided it was time to indulge its cravings. He placed all the food down and said, all right, since you're this hungry, go ahead and feast." As soon as the words left his lips, the nine-tailed fox darted towards the golden chicken like an arrow released from a bow. Its sharp teeth emerged as it devoured the chicken at an astonishing speed, each bite hearty and filled with joy, occasionally emitting satisfied murmurs. Observing the fox's gluttonous display, Qin Mo felt his own appetite stirring. "Now I find myself wanting to eat as well." With that, he settled down beside the fox, casually picking up a piece of pastry and beginning to enjoy it himself. The room soon filled with the tantalizing aromas of food, the crispy skin of the roasted chicken intertwined with the sweet scent of the pastry, enveloping the small space in a warm, inviting atmosphere. Time seemed to slip through fingers like grains of sand, quietly passing by. A mere 6 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Wolin visited Qin Mo frequently, earnestly seeking guidance on cultivation techniques. Her thirst for knowledge was evident, as she arrived each time with numerous questions and left with a newfound understanding after Qin Mo's meticulous explanations. In the tranquil moments when no one disturbed him, Qin Mo embraced a leisurely lifestyle. Most of his days were spent languidly lying in bed, immersed in peaceful dreams, relishing this rare tranquility. Occasionally, he would venture out, busying himself with the pursuit of various delicacies for the nine-tailed fox. The little creature's appetite was astonishing, consuming vast amounts of food in just a few days. Qin Mo had never anticipated that raising this nine-tailed fox to maturity would require such an enormous quantity of sustenance. In the span of merely 6 days, it had devoured a significant portion of the spirit-enhancing pills he had set aside for ordinary disciples. Seeing the storage ring depleted by 60 or 70 pills in an instant, Qin Mo was left in disbelief. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, suspecting that the system had not given him a genuine nine-tailed fox, but rather a glutton masquerading in fox form. Otherwise, how could it possess such a prodigious appetite? With a resigned sigh, he lamented the absurdity of the situation. Is there truly a fox that can eat this much in the world? At this rate, he mused, he might soon find himself unable to afford the upkeep of this creature. Fortunately, his diligent feeding over the past few days finally bore fruit. The nine-tailed fox had not only grown another tail, but its aura of spiritual energy had also intensified, marking a steady rise in its cultivation from the second to the third stage. Meanwhile, Su Wolin had settled into a room abundant with spiritual energy designated for inner disciples, diligently training under Qin Mo's careful mentorship. In just 6 days, her cultivation had soared from the second to the 6th layer of qi refinement. This rate of progression astonished even Qin Mo, who possessed extraordinary innate talent. Reflecting on his own training journey, he realized that even if he had taken 6 days off, he would have only reached the 5th layer at most. However, he soon recalled that Su Wolin was destined to become a formidable figure in the demonic path, and such remarkable talent was perhaps to be expected. With this thought, his astonishment gradually transformed into acceptance. Today marked the momentous occasion of the Tianyan Dao Sect's quadrennial sword tomb opening, a storied place housing countless divine weapons, a coveted opportunity for many disciples. Qin Mo carefully positioned the nine-tailed fox on his shoulder and brought Su Wolin to the expansive Enlightenment Square. The square was already bustling with people. Disciples from various peaks filled with anticipation, whispering among themselves, the air thick with excitement and tension. The 8 peak masters and various elders were gathered, each adorned in flowing robes, emanating a powerful aura as they hovered in the air, their gazes resolute and focused, prepared to jointly unlock the mysterious seal of the sword tomb. Experiencing such a spectacular scene for the first time, Su Wolin's eyes widened with shock and curiosity as she murmured, "The peak masters are all here. What are they planning to do?" Her voice was soft, yet it reached Qin Mo's ears clearly amidst the surrounding clamor. As he scanned the crowd for Yi Bufan, Qin Mo patiently explained to Su Wolin, They are preparing to unlock the seal of the Sword Tomb. Having experienced this event twice before, he spoke with a calm demeanor, as if recounting the most mundane occurrence. Unlock the seal? Su Ruolin echoed, her eyes wide with confusion. Qin Mo nodded and elaborated. Indeed, the Sword Tomb of the Tianyan Dao Sect opens once every 4 years. It houses countless spiritual swords, making it a vital treasure for the sect. Each opening requires the collaboration of the 8 peak masters to break the seal, allowing newly inducted inner disciples the chance to enter. He paused, glancing at the 8 peak masters floating above, before continuing. However, once inside, the disciples are only allowed 2 hours to select their spiritual swords. When time is up, they will be forcibly teleported out, regardless of whether they have found their desired sword. Some swords possess consciousness, and even if a disciple finds one, they may not be able to bring it out. If they attempt to force it, the sword may retaliate, and there are even traps within, which is why a disciple is required to accompany them for safety. Upon hearing that selecting a sword could lead to potential backlash, a flicker of concern crossed Su Ruolin's eyes. She instinctively clutched the hem of her skirt, her expression betraying her unease. Qin Mo, keenly aware of her anxiety, reassured her, "Rest assured, there are plenty of spiritual swords within the Sword Tomb. One of them will surely resonate with you. Moreover, as long as I am here, those swords cannot harm you in the slightest." Hearing this, Su Ruolin parted her lips, ready to express her gratitude, but as she inadvertently turned her head, she was captivated by Qin Mo's profile. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, and every contour of his well-defined features seemed meticulously crafted, exuding a natural charm. Caught in the moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her momentarily speechless. Words caught in her throat, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. As Qin Mo caught a glimpse of Yi Bufan in the direction of Frosted Haze Peak, he could see the latter eagerly preparing for action, exuding an unmistakable aura of anticipation, eager to plunge into the sword burial mound and showcase his prowess. Witnessing this scene, Qin Mo felt a surge of delight within. "At last, I have found you, Yi Bufan." A barely perceptible smirk, tinged with a hint of calculation, flickered at the corners of his mouth, concealing thoughts that would elude the understanding of others. However, this fleeting smile was soon replaced by his usual gentle and patient demeanor, as he continued to address Su Ruolin's inquiries with measured composure. At that moment, as the two engaged in conversation, a voice resonated from the elder of the sect, who hovered above in the sky. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly to the inner disciples poised to enter the sword burial mound, elaborating on the rules and various precautions. After concluding his instructions, the elder nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with expectation, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "All right. I hope each of you can discover a spirit sword that resonates with you and brings you satisfaction within the sword burial mound." Instantly, a chorus of murmurs and suppressed whispers of excitement erupted throughout the square, as everyone looked forward to the moment when the seal of the sword burial mound would be lifted. Chapter 38. Entering the Sword Tomb. As the elder's resonant voice declared the opening of the Sword Tomb, the skies above roiled with ominous clouds. The 8 peak masters exchanged solemn glances, a silent agreement passing among them as they nodded in unison. In that very moment, they raised their hands in unison, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth from their palms, coalescing towards the heavens. The spiritual power grew increasingly formidable, as if attempting to draw upon the very essence of the universe itself. The air was rent with thunderous roars, a cacophony that struck painfully at the eardrums. Beside Qin Mo, Su Ruolin could distinctly feel the entire Dao Enlightenment Square trembling violently, as if the earth itself quaked beneath them. The dense sea of clouds above appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, swirling and churning, creating ripples akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Amidst the intertwining emotions of astonishment and anticipation in Su Ruolin's eyes, a massive rift in space suddenly tore open. A grand silhouette of a spatial crack materialized above the expansive Dao Enlightenment Square. At the moment the Sword Tomb was unveiled, an overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure surged forth. The powers of countless spirit swords erupted through the fissure. Some disciples of lower cultivation felt an icy dread wash over them, involuntarily trembling as fear gripped their hearts. The Sword Tomb of the Tianyan Dao Sect had officially opened. Qin Mo felt a surge of exhilaration as he witnessed the majority entering, including Yi Bufan. He turned to remind Su Ruolin, only to notice her complexion had turned pale, her demeanor somewhat unusual. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Why was all this oppressive sword energy converging around Su Wolin? It seemed as though the sword tomb was not welcoming her presence. This phenomenon was unprecedented in his experience. However, witnessing her increasingly distressed expression, he acted without hesitation. With a swift gesture, he summoned an invisible barrier of spiritual energy that enveloped Su Wolin, shielding her from the oppressive force. With Qin Mo's assistance, the tension within Su Wolin finally eased. She exhaled with relief, casting a grateful glance at him. "Are you all right, junior sister Su?" Qin Mo inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine now, much better. Brother, let us go inside," Su Wolin replied softly, nodding gently to indicate her recovery. Once assured of her well-being, Qin Mo prepared to enter the sword tomb with her when the system chimed in, issuing a new task. Ding! Host's current task. Enter the sword tomb of the Tianyan Dao Sect and obstruct Yi Bufan from obtaining a spirit sword. Please complete this task promptly. After receiving the system's directive, Qin Mo glanced at Su Wolin once more, confirming she was indeed all right, and then nodded lightly. He took her slightly cold yet soft hand firmly in his own, turning to gaze at the spatial rift leading into the sword tomb. "Since you're all right, I shall lead you in," he stated. "Okay," Su Wolin replied softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper in the spring breeze. When Qin Mo suddenly grasped her hand, her heart raced uncontrollably, a thrill surging through her as warmth enveloped her. She instinctively yearned to withdraw her hand, but found herself inexplicably drawn to the warmth of his grip. Suppressing her inner turmoil and embarrassment, she nodded slightly. "Let us proceed." As Qin Mo's words fell, he held Su Wolin tightly and leaped into the massive rift. Upon entering, they felt as if they were swept into a vortex, the surroundings swirling around them in a dizzying dance until everything returned to normal. When Su Wolin opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar, enclosed space that resembled a grand underground palace, with pathways sprawling like a spider's web. As her gaze trailed ahead, she beheld numerous wide and elongated corridors. Looking up, she saw countless spirit swords embedded in the stone walls on either side of each corridor. The powerful waves of spiritual energy and sharp sword aura intertwined, shimmering brilliantly and filling the entire secret realm, making her feel as though she had plunged into an ocean of swords. "Wow, it's no wonder this is the Tianyan Dao Sect. The sword tomb is filled with so many spirit swords," exclaimed a newly arrived disciple, awe and excitement evident in their voice. Even disciples who had entered the sect a second time could not suppress their astonishment, their eyes brimming with reverence and longing. The sword tomb was a treasure trove, teeming with spiritual energy and housing countless spirit swords, a place that captivated the hearts of all cultivators. While others were immersed in their wonder, Qin Mo remained unfazed. He had no time to dwell on such matters. His immediate priority was to locate Yi Bufan. Scanning the surroundings for any sign of him, he found no trace. Where has that rascal Yi Bufan gone? Qin Mo pondered, slightly perplexed. He had only arrived a moment later. Surely Yi Bufan should not have left so quickly. Meanwhile, Su Wolin, filled with curiosity about the sword tomb, could no longer contain herself. She cautiously extended her hand towards an ancient-looking longsword embedded in the wall. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the hilt, a piercing pain shot through her palm as if thousands of steel needles had struck her simultaneously. "Ah!" Su Wolin gasped, instinctively retracting her hand, her face a mask of shock and confusion. "Am I not allowed to touch this sword?" she murmured, her gaze fixed on her palm, which had already turned red as if scorched by fire. Qin Mo, who was still searching for Yi Bufan, paused at Su Wolin's query and turned to her. He furrowed his brow, contemplating before explaining. "These swords possess sentience. If they do not recognize you, you cannot touch them. Attempting to force contact will result in rejection, much like what you just experienced." After a brief pause, he gazed at the dense array of spirit swords on the stone wall, his expression turning serious as he continued. "Of course, some stronger spirit swords may eventually acknowledge you as their master if you manage to tame them. However, the process can be exceedingly perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to a backlash from the sword spirit, resulting in injuries that could be severe, even fatal." As he spoke, Qin Mo inadvertently raised his eyes and spotted Yi Bufan in the distance. His gaze sharpened, as if he had pinpointed an important target. He then added, "If you wish to find a spirit sword that resonates with you, simply close your eyes, clear your mind, and attune your heart to the surroundings. Once you feel a connection with a spirit sword, It will signify that it is meant for you. Hearing this, Su Wolin slowly closed her eyes as instructed. Holding his breath and concentrating intently, he endeavored to capture the subtle fluctuations emanating from the spiritual swords within each corridor, striving to forge a connection with the fated blade. Qin Mo observed Su Wolin as she entered a state of focus, then shifted his gaze towards Yi Bufan, noticing that he had already ventured into another corridor. Concerned about losing track of Yi Bufan and missing a crucial opportunity, he hurriedly turned to Su Wolin and advised her, "Junior sister, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please continue your search for a suitable spiritual sword here. I have left a trace of my spiritual energy on you, and I shall return to you as soon as I am done." Su Wolin slowly opened her eyes, meeting Qin Mo's earnest gaze, filled with understanding. She gently nodded and replied, "Since you have pressing matters, I shall search for the spiritual sword alone. You may go without worry. Indeed, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, use the jade token to send me a message. Do not hesitate," Qin Mo reiterated with concern. With that, his figure vanished like a wraith, swiftly pursuing the corridor from which Yi Bufan had disappeared, leaving Su Wolin alone in the corridor. Chapter 39. Yi Bufan's quest for the spirit sword. Once Qin Mo departed, Su Wolin closed her eyes once more, immersing herself entirely in her quest to locate her own spirit sword. In that very instant, as she established a connection with other spirit swords, a faint, ethereal sword intent, akin to an invisible zephyr, wafted gently around her. In that fleeting moment, the focused and determined Su Wolin seemed to sense something. Her heart tightened abruptly, and she swiftly turned, her gaze fixed on a dim, deserted corridor that seemed to be shrouded in silence. Could it be that the remarkable sensation she just experienced indicated the presence of the spirit sword in that direction? Within the corridor, the darkness was profound, save for a glimmer of exceedingly weak light, flickering feebly in the shadows, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie stillness, with no soul daring to tread within its confines. Yet, Qin Mo's words echoed in her mind. There were merely 2 short hours to seek the spirit sword. Taking a deep breath, Su Wolin steeled herself against the rising tide of fear and unease within her, resolutely advancing toward the shadowy corridor. 15 minutes later, Su Wolin had ventured deep into the corridor. At that moment, a male disciple clad in the robes of the Tianyan Dao Sect approached the entrance she had entered, moving with a steady gait. In his hand, he held a piece of white jade emanating a soft glow. Strangely, the closer he drew to the corridor, the more rapidly the jade flickered, as if it were urgently conveying a message. "It seems the sword I seek must lie within this very place," he murmured softly to himself, subsequently placing the jade carefully into his storage ring, letting out a gentle sigh. If only they had mentioned this item could detect the sword sooner. Otherwise, how could one possibly find it in such a brief span of 2 hours? With that thought, he adjusted his attire, his expression serious, and proceeded slowly into the depths of the corridor, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. Meanwhile, Qin Mo closely trailed behind Yi Bufan, taking care not to alert the latter's companion, Xiao Wanyu, residing within his storage ring. This time, Qin Mo concealed his presence, following discreetly. He was quite familiar with the terrain. In the past, when Xu Xiyan accepted her second disciple, Qin Mo's first junior sister, he had visited this place. At that time, he had successfully aided his first junior sister in locating a spirit sword, an experience vividly etched in his memory. However, that was now merely a distant reminiscence. As he walked, Yi Bufan remained blissfully unaware of being followed, glancing around while secretly communicating with Xiao Wanyu within the confines of his storage ring. "Master, where is the spirit sword you spoke of? Continue forward. I sense an exceptionally powerful sword intent not far ahead." Xiao Wanyu's voice resonated in Yi Bufan's mind. Laced with gravity, this sword radiates a unique sword intent. If memory serves me right, it is a long sword lost by an ancient clan. Long ago, I had a spirit sword by my side, but it was seized by the Tianyan Dao Sect and is now stored within the sword concealment tomb. If you can gain the sword spirit's acknowledgement, your power will undoubtedly surge. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Yi Bufan, and visions of enhanced strength ignited a fervor in his heart. His steps quickened unconsciously, as if the spirit sword were beckoning him. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo observed everything with keen interest. Fixing his gaze intently on Yi Bufan, he too accelerated his pace, like a stealthy leopard lurking in the dark, poised to pounce. Qin Mo had internalized every detail from the original narrative, silently devising his subsequent plan. Now, he merely needed to bide his time until Yi Bufan reached the critical moment of contact with the spirit sword, at which point he would stealthily activate the prearranged sword array, catching him completely off guard. Once the trap was successfully triggered, the system's task would be deemed accomplished. He would then hasten back to Su Wolin's side to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. With this intention in mind, Qin Mo followed closely, his eyes never straying from Yi Bufan's figure. Before long, Yi Bufan traversed the corridor and arrived at a grand hall. The moment he stepped inside, he distinctly felt the space was far more expansive than before. Raising his gaze, he beheld a spirit sword embedded firmly atop a high platform, radiating an imposing aura that caused the surrounding spirit swords to cower, hastily retreating, making it all the more conspicuous. Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed with avarice as he yearned to seize it. However, just as he took a step forward, a stern reprimand echoed from within his storage ring. "Do not approach yet. There is a concealed sword array here." Confusion flooded Yi Bufan's mind as he halted. Looking around, he realized that it appeared the only way through was from that direction, leaving him momentarily at a loss. "But if I don't go through here, Master, how can I obtain that spirit sword?" Chapter 40. The treacherous sword array from a distance. Qin Mo observed Yi Bufan, whose sudden halt suggested that Xiao Wanyu, concealed within the storage ring, was alerting him to the impending sword array ahead. At this juncture, only one formidable challenge lay before Qin Mo: how to trigger the sword array without Yi Bufan's awareness. Noticing that Yi Bufan and Xiao Wanyu were engaged in hushed conversation, Qin Mo bowed his head slightly, lost in contemplation. He understood that any rash approach could easily expose his intentions, jeopardizing their mission should Yi Bufan avoid the sword array ambush. By instinct, Qin Mo turned his gaze to the quietly resting nine-tailed fox beside him. In an instant, inspiration struck him. He had a plan. The more he contemplated it, the more infallible it seemed, a sly grin creeping onto his face as he glanced at the fox perched on his shoulder. The once serene nine-tailed fox grew apprehensive at its master's wicked expression, hastily wrapping its tails around itself for protection. Realizing his unsettling demeanor, Qin Mo quickly masked his grin and disclosed his scheme. When Yi Bufan steps into the sword array and attempts to draw the spirit sword, you must swiftly touch the outermost sword with your little paw, then return immediately. Afterward, we shall seek out Su Wolin. Upon finishing, Qin Mo felt a flicker of doubt. Fearing the nine-tailed fox might not grasp his instructions, he pressed on. "If you understand, nod. If not, shake your head." The fox's head bobbed rapidly, affirming its comprehension with a bright chirp. Satisfied, Qin Mo nodded, silently praising the creature's remarkable understanding. Truly, it was a golden-quality spirit beast bestowed by the system, far superior in intellect and reflexes compared to Luo Ningxue's beast. After a moment of internal commendation, Qin Mo's focus sharpened on Yi Bufan, scrutinizing his every move. It was not long before Yi Bufan stepped into the sword array. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, akin to a predator fixating on its prey, mentally urging him to proceed deeper. Once Yi Bufan reached the core of the array, the nine-tailed fox could discreetly trigger the mechanism. At that point, even if Yi Bufan sought to escape, he would face significant trials. Qin Mo was unperturbed by the thought of Yi Bufan's potential demise at the hands of the sword array. He recalled the strike that had been aimed at him on the arena, a memory that fueled his desire for vengeance. Here in the sword tomb, he was determined to let Yi Bufan experience the bitterness of a blade turned against him. His resolve was steadfast. He would not relent in his mission to torment his adversary. With his mind made up, Qin Mo held his breath, eyes fixed on Yi Bufan, awaiting his advance into the depths of the array. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan followed Xiao Wanyu's guidance, moving steadily forward. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed more than half the distance, merely 4 meters shy of the coveted spirit sword. However, as he ventured deeper, an inexplicable wave of danger surged within him, as if unseen eyes were tracking his every move, poised to strike. This sensation was sudden and stark, compelling him to pause, furrowing his brow as he scanned his surroundings, seeking the concealed threat. Yet, all he discerned were the glimmering blades within the array. Not a soul, nor even a shadow, was in sight. Puzzled, he murmured to himself, "Strange, why do I feel such an intense foreboding when the area is devoid of life? Could the array be hiding secrets?" Fanner, focus. Move towards the spirit sword on the left. It's safe and will circumvent the array, Xiao Yu's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Yi Bufan, having just halted, snapped back to attention, redirecting his focus. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, and followed the directive, stepping left. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, having closely monitored Yi Bufan's progress, felt a surge of elation upon witnessing him reach the anticipated position. Eagerly, he retrieved the nine-tailed fox from his pocket and placed it gently on the ground. He gestured towards the expansive room ahead, and then to the sword array, his expression urgent. Now is the moment. You may proceed. The nine-tailed fox perked up, its ears erect as it dashed towards the sword array like an arrow released from a bow. Qin Mo, hidden in the shadows, watched intently, his eyes wide with anticipation, eager not to miss a single detail of the unfolding spectacle. At last, Yi Bufan reached the safety zone, releasing a sigh of relief as the tension in his body eased. He gazed at the spirit sword atop the pedestal, excitement igniting within him, ready to advance. However, in that fleeting instant, a wave of acute trepidation washed over him, jolting him into alertness. He quickly turned to investigate, only to glimpse a three-tailed white fox darting towards the sword array. Before he could react, the fox's paw brushed against the spirit sword nestled within the array. No! Yi Bufan's exclamation escaped his lips, but as the sound lingered in the air, the sword array was set into motion, just as Qin Mo had envisioned. The once inert sword erupted from the ground, propelled like a beast awakened, screeching as it lunged towards Yi Bufan. Trouble. The array has been triggered by that fox. Fanner, you must escape. Xiao Yu's anxious voice resonated in his mind. Yet, Qin Mo had meticulously calculated every moment. As Yi Bufan turned to flee, countless spirit swords materialized before him, forming an impenetrable barrier that trapped him at the heart of the array. The nine-tailed fox returned to Qin Mo's side. Having executed its task flawlessly, it raised its fluffy head, its eyes sparkling with anticipation, appearing exceedingly obedient. Excellent work, Qin Mo praised, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he gently patted the fox's head. The array will surely provide a formidable challenge for Yi Bufan. Afterward, I shall reward you with a feast as a token of appreciation. Now, let us seek out Su Roland. Upon hearing of the promised feast, the nine-tailed fox erupted with excitement, emitting joyful sounds as its three fluffy tails swayed, creating a gentle breeze around them. Observing its elation, Qin Mo felt a surge of happiness himself, effortlessly placing the nine-tailed fox back onto his shoulder. He slightly narrowed his eyes, concentrating his spirit as he attuned to the lingering aura of spiritual energy left on Su Roland. Subsequently, he lifted his foot and swiftly walked in the direction indicated by this ethereal force. As for Yi Bufan, who was ensnared within the sword array, he had already been cast aside by Qin Mo, far beyond the clouds. With his protagonist's halo of protection and the presence of Xiao Wei by his side, Yi Bufan would undoubtedly turn peril into safety. He had no leisure to concern himself with his fate. Chapter 41. Alone, Qin Mo discovers Su Roland's location. In less than 3 breaths, Qin Mo pinpointed Su Roland's whereabouts. He cast a final glance at Yi Bufan, trapped within the sword formation, before resolutely turning away. Let us hurry, we must go, he urged, addressing the nine-tailed fox resting on his shoulder. Summoning the power within him, he swiftly advanced towards Su Roland's location. It's so dark in here, Su Roland's voice quivered, echoing softly in the silent corridor. The corridor was devoid of any presence. She murmured to herself, treading cautiously, as if afraid to disturb the oppressive stillness surrounding her. At this moment, Su Roland walked through the dim corridor, her heart filled with trepidation. Apart from the sound of her footsteps, there was an unsettling silence that made her anxious. The deeper she ventured, the more the eerie quietude enveloped her, each step plunging her further into a chasm of solitude. Fear sparked a desire to retreat. Just as she turned, she sensed the pulsating energy of her spiritual sword, its vibrations growing stronger. Realizing that she had only 2 hours to select her sword, with no time to waste, Su Roland took a deep breath, suppressing her inner dread, and continued deeper into the shadows. Time passed unmeasured. Guided by the faint sword intent, she noticed the surrounding space gradually expanding, the number of swords embedded in the walls diminishing. At last, Su Roland arrived in an immense, enclosed space, illuminated far more brightly than the corridor. 6 colossal stone pillars rose around her, supporting this mysterious realm. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to a vast magical array at the center. where a long sword crafted from dark, purple, mysterious iron stood erect, with no other swords in sight. Could that be the sword I seek? Su Wolin hesitated, slowly closing her eyes to focus. Upon confirming the unmistakable sword intent emanating from the blade before her, she relaxed slightly and cautiously approached. Her eyes fixated on the long sword, which was adorned with intricate runes. The patterns were complex and profound, far beyond her understanding. Moreover, a chilling aura surrounded the sword, a fear akin to death itself, seeping into her pores, sending shivers down her spine. Strangely, thick iron chains coiled around the sword, their darkened surface suggesting a history steeped in age yet imbued with an inexplicable power, as if attempting to confine the sword with all their might. As Su Wolin drew near, the formidable pressure initially felt like an invisible mountain, making her steps laborious. Yet, as she closed the distance, the weight of the pressure began to dissipate. When she stood less than 2 meters from the long sword, the oppressive force receded like a retreating tide, vanishing without a trace. She gazed intently at the spiritual sword, an indescribable feeling surging within her. Despite it being their first encounter, an overwhelming sense of urgency and familiarity washed over her, as if this sword had been destined for her, waiting through the ages for this moment of reunion. Is this the resonance with the spiritual sword that senior brother Qin Mo spoke of? Su Wolin's eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry. The previous experience of rejection by the sword remained vivid in her memory, the shadow of fear still lingering in her heart. Standing still, she furrowed her brow, contemplating for several seconds. Only then did she dare to close her eyes, slowly extending her palm with gentle caution. Each movement was deliberate, testing whether this sword would reject her as it had before. Just as her hand was about to touch the sword, a sharp crack shattered the surrounding silence. The chains binding the sword snapped as if severed by an unseen force, clattering to the ground with a clear, ringing sound. Su Wolin felt no searing pain from rejection this time. Her heart, once heavy with anxiety, lightened as she opened her eyes, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. This sword does not reject me. Her excitement was palpable, her voice tinged with elation. Su Wolin reached out, grasping the hilt of the sword. With a slight exertion, she effortlessly withdrew the dark purple spiritual sword from the altar. The moment it was freed, a powerful force yanked her consciousness into a strange world. The scene before her froze her in shock. It was a land of corpses and rivers of blood, with countless severed limbs scattered haphazardly. Thick blood pooled like a river, surging across the ground, the nauseating stench of blood overwhelming her senses. The entire realm appeared shrouded in a crimson fog, eerie and terrifying, resembling a hellish nightmare. Su Wolin's eyes widened in horror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands as her legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, in an instant, the world twisted and contorted as if being manipulated by an invisible hand. One moment she was in a hellish landscape, and in the blink of an eye, the gloom lifted, revealing a sunlit scene. A man clad in white stood with his back to her, gripping a sword tightly, forming a barrier with his flesh and blood. In his grasp was a bluish-white longsword, crimson blood trickling down its blade, glinting ominously in the sunlight. As Su Wolin's gaze fell upon that sword, recognition surged within her. It was Qin Mo's spiritual sword. In that instant, a rush of joy and confusion flooded her heart. Her lips trembled slightly as she unconsciously whispered, "Qin, senior brother Qin Mo?" Her voice was soft, tinged with caution, as if afraid to disturb the dreamlike scene before her. Yet, the only response was a profound silence. Alongside the man's labored breathing, a sudden, maniacal laughter erupted, reverberating through the vast space, sending chills down Su Wolin's spine. A cold dread surged from her feet to her heart. "Qin Mo, I, Chu Xian, have no disciple like you. I offered you a chance to change, yet you remain obstinate. Taking you as my first disciple was the greatest error of my life. You, a scoundrel, are unworthy of our senior brother. What we need is a senior brother like Yi Bufan, one who embraces responsibility." Qin Mo, the first disciple of Luoxia Peak, colluding with the demon cult, practicing demonic arts, stealing the sect's treasures. Your sins are unforgivable. The sect has unanimously decided to revoke your cultivation and expel you. You have fallen into the demon's path, thus you are my enemy. I shall send you to your demise. Cough, ha ha ha, come on, kill me. Chapter 42. The unfathomable reality of dreams. Su Wolin stood at the rear, her gaze fixed on Qin Mo's silhouette, which trembled uncontrollably. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, prompting her to step forward without hesitation. Yet, no matter how fervently she endeavored to approach. Her fingertips remained tantalizingly out of reach of his garment. Though Qin Mo stood merely a short distance ahead, it felt as if an invisible chasm lay between them, stretching for miles. Qin Mo gripped his long sword tightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. With his back turned to Su Wolin, he took slow, deliberate steps away. "Qin Mo, wait for me," Su Wolin called out urgently, her voice echoing in the vast emptiness. As if he heard her, Qin Mo's pace faltered momentarily. A flicker of hope ignited within Su Wolin, and she hastened toward him. However, just as her arm was about to brush against him, his figure began to dissipate like smoke scattered by the wind, becoming increasingly ethereal. In that fleeting moment, a shadow of a smile surfaced on his previously somber face. Then, like stars fading into the night, Qin Mo vanished into the mist. What is happening? Su Wolin felt as if she were frozen in place, her mind awash with confusion. Her gaze fell to her palm, which felt empty, as if she had never held anything at all. Her lips parted slightly, attempting to form words that resulted in nothing more than a vague murmur, saturated with uncertainty and helplessness, as if trapped in a nightmare from which she could not awaken. In an instant, the surroundings were tumultuously disturbed, the world spinning wildly. When the chaos subsided, the scene morphed back into a nightmarish vision, reminiscent of a hellish realm. Ruins littered the ground, the acrid stench of blood intertwined with the sharp scent of charred remains, overwhelming her senses. Dazed, Su Wolin slowly emerged from her stupor and raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the desolation. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a figure ahead. A man clad in black stood motionless, his face obscured by a strange mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. He wielded a spirit sword that emanated a deep, shadowy glow, each flicker of light imbued with an aura of insidious malevolence that sent chills down her spine. Instinctively, Su Wolin felt compelled to approach, but as she took a step, the man's voice drifted toward her, deep and tinged with resignation. "Live well. Return. This is my affair." Before the last word faded, the man's figure retreated like a phantom, swiftly creating an insurmountable distance between them. "Who are you?" Su Wolin shouted, desperation lacing her voice. The strangeness of it all left her yearning for an explanation. Yet, this time, the man did not respond. His presence seemed to be consumed by the darkness, gradually shrinking until he vanished entirely. With his departure, the world around her appeared to crumble, losing its solidity. Su Wolin's eyes widened in terror as the ground beneath her fractured abruptly, a colossal crevice spreading at an alarming pace, darkness swirling within, threatening to engulf her. "No!" she screamed, but it was too late. She had no time to react. Like a kite severed from its string, her body plummeted uncontrollably into the abyss. She flailed her arms in a frantic attempt to grasp something, anything, to halt her descent. Yet, all around her was nothingness, accompanied only by the howling winds that seemed to mock her plight. "Su shimmy, Su shimmy, Su shimmy." In her daze, Su Wolin felt as though an invisible hand was pulling her back. The urgent calls pulled her from the depths of despair, jolting her awake from the nightmare. Gasping for breath, her heart raced wildly within her chest. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, scanning her surroundings with urgency. Familiar sights of the sword-hiding tomb greeted her, the eerie stillness amplified by the dim light dancing on ancient stone walls. She was alone, her breath the only sound piercing the silence. Did I just fall asleep? That dream felt so real, as if it were truly happening. Su Wolin murmured, confusion etched across her face. Her gaze fell to her palm, where she found herself gripping a long sword, its dark purple blade trembling slightly, faint glimmers of light lingering as remnants of the fear from her dream. Su shimmy, what has happened over there? Are you hurt?" Just as Su Wolin remained ensnared in the remnants of her fear, the jade pendant at her waist suddenly glowed. Qin Mo's anxious voice emerged, shattering the oppressive quiet of the sword-hiding tomb. Startled, Su Wolin shook off her lingering terror, her hands swiftly reaching for the pendant. "Brother, I'm fine, I just found a spirit sword." Upon hearing her voice, Qin Mo's anxiety eased, and a breath of relief escaped him. Fortunately, nothing was amiss. He had feared she had encountered some perilous trap. Recalling her silence in response to his earlier calls sent a pang of worry through him. "Stay there. I will come to you immediately," Qin Mo instructed with an undeniable tone of authority. Without delay, he stowed the pendant and quickened his pace, navigating the intricate passages of the sword-hiding tomb. Tap, tap, tap. In the interim, as she awaited Qin Mo, the The stillness of the sword-hiding tomb was abruptly shattered by the distinct sound of footsteps. Su Wulan, absorbed in examining her spirit sword, noticed the sound and instinctively assumed it was Qin Mo arriving. Her heart lifted, and she looked up eagerly. However, instead of Qin Mo's familiar figure, she was met by a disciple of the Tianyan Dao Sect, garbed in their distinctive attire. The man's expression was stern, exuding an aura of lethal intent that harmonized eerily with the foreboding environment. In that instant, his gaze fixated on the spirit sword in Su Wulan's grasp. A glimmer of uncontainable exhilaration flashing in his eyes, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. After all this time, I have finally found that sword. Ha ha ha. A sinister smile curled upon his lips, his laughter echoing through the sword-hiding tomb, tinged with greed and triumph. Chapter 43. The attempt to seize the spirit sword. It turns out she is merely a young girl at the 6th level of Qi refinement. And all alone at that. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. A glint of greed and arrogance flickered in the man's eyes, as a malicious smile crept across his lips. Fear not. Simply hand over the spirit sword to your senior brother, and I shall keep it safe for you, he cackled. As he spoke, his smile grew increasingly sinister, emanating the unique pressure of someone at the Foundation establishment stage, slowly advancing towards Su Wulan. With each step he took, the sense of oppression intensified. His expression twisted into a grotesque mask, resembling a predatory beast poised to devour its prey. Confronted with the overwhelming malice radiating from him, Su Wulan felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the hard-won spirit sword, yet her feet involuntarily retreated. For every step she took back, the man followed closely, like a shadow, showing no intention of halting. Why you, stay back. Su Wulan's voice trembled, laced with boundless fear and desperation. Rest assured, I shall not take your life, as long as you relinquish the spirit sword and your body to me. He. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze roamed over Su Wulan with unrestrained lust, eyes glimmering with a nauseating excitement. As long as you obediently surrender these two things, I promise not to harm you. Do not waste your breath screaming. The elders and peak masters outside will not notice the commotion here. Even if I were to kill you, they would merely suspect it was an unfortunate accident. So, it would be wise to heed my words. A smug, sinister grin adorned the man's face, his tone dripping with undeniable menace. Upon hearing these words, terror etched itself across Su Wulan's face. She wished to flee further, but upon turning her head, despair plunged her into an abyss. Surrounding her were dead ends. The suffocating space offered no escape or hiding place. The only glimmer of hope lay in the narrow corridor behind the man. As he closed in on her, Su Wulan's hand trembled uncontrollably around the spirit sword. Yet, she summoned her courage, raising the sword high, its tip aimed at him, attempting to intimidate him. At this moment, her only recourse was to silently pray for Qin Mo's arrival. Qin Mo, senior brother, please come quickly. Well, a young girl so vibrant, yet bold enough to point a sword at me. Unfortunately, most who dare do so are long since buried. The man sneered dismissively, his eyes filled with contempt. With your meager cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, do you truly believe you can wield that spirit sword? Such folly, ha! Seeing your reluctance, I shall not be polite. I will take it by force. As the words left his lips, his aura surged violently, revealing the malevolence and greed that lay beneath. In an instant, he lunged at Su Wulan like a specter of the night, enveloped in malice. Su Wulan's heart raced, and instinctively she swung the spirit sword, hoping to carve a path to safety. However, to the man at the Foundation establishment stage, her struggles were nothing more than futile flails. In a heartbeat, he appeared behind her, his hands grasping her arms with a vice-like grip. She fought against him in vain, like a moth ensnared in a spider's web, overwhelmed by despair. As she gazed at the terror reflected on her face, the man leaned closer, whispering softly yet chillingly into her ear, "Such courage for a young girl. Truly daring to strike at me? This behavior warrants a little punishment." Before she could comprehend, his tone turned icy. Disobedient ones must face consequences. With that, he tightened his grip on her arm, the pain radiating through her body. A piercing shriek escaped Su Wulan's lips, the excruciating pain causing her to drop the spirit sword with a clatter. Seeing the coveted sword fall to the ground, the man's face contorted into a malicious, knowing grin. "It seems I've changed my mind," he licked his lips, eyes brimming with desire. "I think I shall savor your essence before claiming this sword." His hand extended slowly, resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. "Please, no, I beg you, Su Ruolin cried, her voice filled with desperation and dread. But the wicked hand, as if possessed by darkness, advanced relentlessly. She struggled fiercely, twisting her body, yet could not escape his grip. But in that unnoticed moment, a flash of black light glimmered in Su Ruolin's eyes, and an aura of malevolence radiated from her. The spirit sword, sensing its master's peril, trembled uncontrollably on the ground, humming ominously, as if gathering an impending explosive power. Beast, stop this at once. A thunderous roar erupted from the corridor, resonating with boundless fury and authority, shattering the suffocating atmosphere of evil. The man, poised to reach for Su Ruolin, froze mid-motion, his expression contorting with anger and frustration. Damn it, so close. He looked up impatiently, glaring into the dark corridor, cursing, who dares to interrupt me at such a critical moment? With a dismissive shove, he flung Su Ruolin aside, twisting his neck to loosen his muscles, his face etched with displeasure. Since you dared to interfere with my affairs, I shall first deal with you. Yet, before he could finish his threat, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A cerulean spirit sword, propelled by a cataclysmic force, shot towards his head like a bolt of lightning, striking without warning. The impact resonated with a deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. The head of the disciple from the Tianyan Dao Sect was effortlessly pierced, resembling a fragile eggshell under the force of the strike. The powerful momentum drove his body violently against the stone wall, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Qin Mo emerged slowly from the shadowy corridor, his expression dark as if it could rain. His aura surged, radiating a chilling pressure. Gazing at the repulsive corpse still hanging on the wall, Qin Mo's eyes flashed with disdain as he clenched his fist. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted, flames bursting forth like vengeful spirits summoned from the void. Enveloping the corpse, the fire crackled fiercely, and within moments, the body was reduced to ashes. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox perched on Qin Mo's shoulder noticed Su Ruolin lying on the ground. A glimmer of urgency shone in its eyes as it leaped down, its hooves swift as lightning, rushing to Su Ruolin's side. It gently nuzzled her cheek with its soft head, emitting a soothing whimper as if to comfort the shaken Su Ruolin. I am unable to assist with that. Chapter 44. The mask of the ghost beneath the ashes. After dealing with the opponent, Qin Mo, filled with urgency, quickly moved to Su Ruolin's side and crouched down beside her. His eyes were filled with concern as he meticulously examined her for any injuries. I apologize for my late arrival. Qin Mo's voice carried a hint of guilt. Junior Sister Su, are you hurt anywhere? As Qin Mo's figure entered Su Ruolin's line of sight, a spark of light ignited in her once fearful eyes, as joy and relief replaced her terror, gracing her face with an expression of survival against the odds. However, Qin Mo's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor grave. Observing the anxious concern on his face, Su Ruolin's heart warmed, and she gently shook her head, her voice trembling slightly as she softly replied, Senior brother, I'm fine. That guy just pinched me a bit too hard. No, I must examine you. Qin Mo's tone brooked no argument. That individual gives me an ominous impression. I must ensure your safety. He tenderly took Su Ruolin's hand, his spiritual energy gradually flowing from his fingertips as he assessed her internal condition. After confirming that there were no significant issues, the weight on his heart finally lifted. With a long sigh of relief, he helped Su Ruolin to her feet, circling her once more to ensure there were no external wounds, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. Only then did his gaze shift to the ashes of the sect disciple nearby. The remains had been utterly consumed by flames. Just as he intended to turn and retrieve the spirit sword lodged in the wall, a flicker of movement in the ashes caught his peripheral vision. What is that? Qin Mo's heart raced as he approached swiftly, crouching down to investigate. As he cleared away the layers of ash, an eerily familiar ghostly mask came into view. Extending his hand, he picked it up from the ground. Just one glance, and Qin Mo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracting sharply as a tempest of emotions surged within him. Wasn't this the very mask worn by the two enigmatic figures in black on that fateful night at the back mountain of Xianxi Peak? How could this individual have crossed paths with Su Ruolin? These two questions struck him like a hammer, leaving his thoughts in disarray. At that moment, Qin Mo instinctively turned his head, catching sight of Su Ruolin bending down to retrieve a dark purple spirit sword that had fallen nearby. Just a glance was all it took for him to recognize it. Wasn't this the very sword depicted on the yellowed paper carried by the two men in black that night? Qin Mo's gaze fixated on the dark purple spirit sword in Su Ruolin's hand, waves of confusion crashing over him. How could this sword, imbued with such a strange aura, possibly be in her possession? Meanwhile, Su Wolin was immersed in the joy of interacting affectionately with the nine-tailed fox in her arms. Her face was aglow with happiness as she gently stroked the fox's 3 fluffy tails, having previously brought the nine-tailed fox many treats during her visits to Qin Mo. It showed no aversion to her touch, instead reveling in her affection, purring contentedly. In the midst of their playful exchange, Su Wolin remained blissfully unaware of the probing gaze Qin Mo cast upon her from a distance. Qin Mo pondered internally, meticulously sifting through the clues in his mind. Yet he remained at a loss. With no other option, he took a deep breath and approached Su Wolin directly, straightforwardly voicing his inquiry. "Junior sister Su, what is this spirit sword you are holding?" Upon hearing his voice, Su Wolin looked up, a flicker of realization crossing her features, and her smile blossomed even brighter. She raised the sword toward Qin Mo, eagerly explaining, "Oh, this is the spirit sword I told you about earlier. I followed your guidance and carefully sensed the surroundings, which led me to this place. Upon entering this room, I felt no resistance from the sword, and I easily drew it out." Su Wolin recounted the entire process of acquiring the sword in a clear and structured manner. However, she dismissed the bizarre experiences from her dreams as mere absurd nightmares and did not mention them to Qin Mo. Moreover, it seemed the sword had a peculiar name. Something like. Furrowing her brow, Su Wolin concentrated, attempting to recall it, but the name eluded her. She closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy into the sword, striving to uncover its true name. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes flew open, sparkling with excitement. "This sword is called the Burning Silence Blood Sword," she exclaimed. "While the name may sound odd, the sword itself looks quite formidable." Qin Mo listened attentively to Su Wolin's narrative, but upon meeting her jubilant expression, he found himself at a loss for words. With a lingering sense of doubt, he tentatively extended a finger to lightly touch the Burning Silence Blood Sword. The moment his fingertip made contact with the blade, a sharp pain shot through him. As if a razor had sliced his skin, he instinctively recoiled, surprise flickering across his face. Clearly, this sword had formed a strong bond with Su Wolin. Any outsider attempting to touch it would be met with fierce rejection from its spirit. Raising his gaze, Qin Mo focused on Su Wolin, contemplating internally before slowly nodding. Observing the worry etched on her face, Su Wolin bit her lip, her voice softening as she cautiously inquired, "What is it, senior brother? Is there something wrong with this sword?" Her eyes were locked onto Qin Mo's expression, seeking answers. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his demeanor might have caused her concern. He gently shook his head, a smile breaking through as he reassured her, "It's nothing, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. Now that you have acquired the spirit sword, it is time for us to leave this sword tomb." He turned to glance at the sect disciple, now reduced to ashes, and offered a cautious reminder, "Let us keep this matter between us. Should the sect learn of it, it could lead to unnecessary complications." Chapter 45. The frantic cursing of Yi Bufan. Su Wolin cast a wary glance at the ashes on the ground, the prior series of events surging back into her mind like a relentless tide. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around the nine-tailed fox nestled in her arms. While her grip on the spirit sword grew firmer, her expression gradually transforming into one of resolve. She lifted her gaze to meet Qin Mo's, affirmatively nodding. "Yes, senior brother." Her voice rang clear and resolute. "I shall not utter a word of what has transpired here to anyone." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. If the sect were to learn of this matter, they would likely conclude that the individual had been ensnared by the mechanisms of this place, ultimately meeting their demise here, and would not suspect him or Su Wolin in the slightest, having sorted through all the particulars and ensuring there were no oversights. Qin Mo's gaze shifted to the spirit sword in Su Wolin's hand. He recalled the mysterious figure clad in black from that day on Shenqi Peak. Still feeling a twinge of unease, he turned slightly, advising her in a hushed tone, "By the way, Su Junior sister, this spirit sword you possess is rather unique. It would be wise to store it within your spatial ring. Should you wish to practice your swordplay, seek a secluded place, or you may practice in my quiet cottage." He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "From what I gather, it seems there are those within the Tianyan Dao Sect who covet this spirit sword." He understood the implications well. To seize another's spirit sword, one would have the opportunity only upon the unfortunate death of its owner, at which point the sword would lose its bond and become fair game. Determined to prevent Su Wolin from falling into a similar predicament as before and to avert any unnecessary troubles, he resolved to directly caution her. Su Wolin, while feigning earnest attentiveness to Qin Mo's counsel, felt a surge of joy within. If she needed to seek a secluded spot to practice swordplay, she could go to Qin Mo's cottage, which would allow them to meet often. With this thought in mind, she could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly nodded in response. Yes, I shall keep your advice close to heart. Now, let us proceed to the center of the sword burial mound. It is time for us to prepare to leave this place. Qin Mo observed the glimmer of excitement in Su Wolin's eyes. Though puzzled, he dismissed the thought. With that, he led the way towards the heart of the sword burial mound. Su Wolin, beaming with joy, clutched the nine-tailed fox tightly and followed closely behind Qin Mo, careful not to lose sight of him. As they entered a dimly lit corridor, Su Wolin became lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the sinister flicker of malevolence that briefly flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox nestled in her arms sensed an unusual aura. Its ears perked up alertly, turning its head slowly to fix its lively gaze upon Su Wolin's face. Its fox-like eyes brimmed with curiosity, yet after a thorough examination, it seemed to find nothing amiss. Shaking its fluffy ears gently, as if to dispel its doubts, it settled back comfortably in Su Wolin's warm embrace, its tail swaying softly, quickly returning to a state of contentment. On the other hand, Qin Mo's thoughts were entirely consumed by the situation before him, leaving him no room to ponder anything else. As for Yi Bufan, the male protagonist, he had long since been cast aside in his mind. At this very moment, Yi Bufan's woeful state drew attention. He lay sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, resembling a puddle of mud, utterly wretched. His body was riddled with countless sword wounds, not a single part unmarred. Gaping wounds marred his surface, crimson blood oozing from them, pooling beneath him and emanating a strong scent of iron. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by labored gasps, reminiscent of a weary bellows struggling to draw air. Despite this, he remained undeterred. Mumbles of curses spilled from his cracked lips, akin to a foul-mouthed harpy. Venomous words erupting. Damnable stinking fox. How outrageous. I shall not let you off. His eyes, bloodshot and gradually reddening, sparkled with a frenzied and resentful light. If I ever catch that wretched fox, I, Yi Bufan, will surely tear it to shreds, skin it alive, to quell the hatred in my heart. Yi Bufan was acutely aware that had he not been adept in both martial and spiritual arts, enduring the numerous injuries through sheer physical resilience, today would surely mark his demise. Each breath he took was laced with excruciating pain, yet his heart brimmed with unwillingness, compelling him to continue cursing. Were Qin Mo to witness Yi Bufan's current plight, he would undoubtedly stifle a chuckle, thinking, truly the child of destiny, his vitality is remarkable. Even such an intense sword formation could not bring him to his end. As Yi Bufan seethed with resentment, a voice emerged from his spatial ring. Xiao Wanwei, his master, spoke with urgency. Fanner, you should quickly consume some healing pills to mend your injuries. Seeing her disciple in such a pitiful state, she was frantic, fearful of delaying their mission. The time for the sword burial mound to open is drawing near, and with the sword formation now dispelled, you can directly retrieve that spirit sword, and then we shall depart. As for that fox, I have sensed a soul imprint left by another on it. It likely belongs to someone else's spiritual pet within the sword burial mound. We can settle scores with it after we leave. Listening to her series of reminders, Yi Bufan's muddled consciousness gradually cleared, his gaze sharpening. Suddenly, he came to a realization. Indeed, I must not lose sight of the greater objective. The most pressing matter now was to restore his strength, retrieve the spirit sword, and subsequently pursue the owner of the fox, settling old grudges along with new ones. With this determination, he hastily retrieved several healing pills from his spatial ring, swallowing them without hesitation. He then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to enter a meditative state. Surrounding him, spiritual energy surged, strands of light flickering across his body as it endeavored to mend his battered form. At this moment, the mastermind behind the scenes, Qin Mo, had successfully led Su Wolin to safety outside the sword burial mound. Amidst the vast chasm, two streaks of light zipped by like lightning. That was the pair's silhouettes. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo and Su Wolin landed steadily in the Enlightenment Square of the Tianyan Dao Sect. Upon touching down, Qin Mo felt a familiar chime resonate in his mind. The system notification sounding precisely at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Rewards are being dispensed. Acquired random Supreme Martial Art 1, now stored in the system warehouse. As the familiar notification echoed in his mind, an indescribable exhilaration surged from within him, rapidly permeating throughout his being. Glancing around the Enlightenment Square to confirm that Yi Bufan had yet to emerge, a sly smile crept upon his lips, a sense of triumph swelling within him. Now that Yi Bufan had been thoroughly tormented by the sword formation, he was likely still inside, venting his frustrations. Chapter 46. The Indelicate Technique as Qin Mo and Su Ruolin stepped out of the sword vault. They were met with eager anticipation from Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao at the distant Dao Comprehension Square. Upon spotting the two, they hastened towards Su Ruolin. Ignoring Qin Mo entirely, Luo Ningxue seized Su Ruolin's hand, pulling her aside, leaving Qin Mo standing alone in solitude. Startled by this sudden tug, Su Ruolin stumbled slightly, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself standing beside her two senior sisters. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "Sister, what is going on?" Casting a wary glance at Qin Mo, Luo Ningxue leaned closer to Su Ruolin, lowering her voice as if fearing Qin Mo might overhear. "Su junior sister, that fellow Qin Mo didn't he bully you in the sword vault, did he? If he dared, I would report him to the master and make sure he gets a proper lesson." Su Ruolin hurriedly shook her head, eager to clarify. No. Senior brother Qin Mo was quite kind to me. He didn't bully me at all in the sword vault. At that moment, Yun Qingyao approached, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Junior sister, did you find any particularly powerful spirit swords in the sword vault?" "Yes, senior brother Qin Mo helped me find a spirit sword." Su Ruolin smiled politely, scratching her head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from her senior sisters, which left her slightly embarrassed. From a distance, Qin Mo observed the lively conversation among Luo Ningxue and the others. His curiosity piqued. He quietly channeled his spiritual energy to eavesdrop on their dialogue. After listening for a while, his lips involuntarily twitched, and his expression darkened, finding the exchange rather dull. The girls were either inquiring about trivial matters or discussing the sword vault, which failed to captivate his interest, prompting him to cease his eavesdropping. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox, nestled in Su Ruolin's embrace, scampered back to Qin Mo's feet. He felt a ticklish sensation on his calves and looked down to see the little creature returning. A smile crept onto his face as he crouched down, gently cradling the nine-tailed fox in his hands, instinctively stroking its fluffy ears with his long fingers. "Are you hungry?" Qin Mo asked softly. The nine-tailed fox seemed to understand his words, eagerly nodding its little head and emitting a series of whines, as if expressing its hunger. Confirming that the nine-tailed fox was indeed hungry, Qin Mo reached out and gently patted its head. He then rummaged through his storage ring, retrieving a few spirit-gathering pills, and opened his palm, inviting it to eat. "Here, since you're this hungry, take these." With permission granted, the nine-tailed fox perked up, its delicate tongue darting out to swiftly devour the pills from Qin Mo's hand, executing the action without a hint of hesitation. Observing the voracious appetite of the little white fox, Qin Mo couldn't help but blink in surprise. For such a small creature, it was astonishing that it could consume the equivalent of 3 disciples' worth of spirit-gathering pills in one sitting. He inwardly calculated the expenses of raising a spirit beast to adulthood, realizing it would require an immense quantity of pills. After the nine-tailed fox polished off all the spirit-gathering pills from Qin Mo's hand, it let out a satisfied little burp. It then wiggled its 3 fluffy tails and merrily leaped onto Qin Mo's shoulder, finding a comfortable spot to lie down and rest. In no time, soft snoring sounds began to emanate from it. Qin Mo chuckled helplessly, murmuring, "Ah, it really eats and sleeps, then wakes up just to eat again. At this rate, I feel I will soon be impoverished by this fox." Just as he finished his inward complaint, he overheard the voices of Su Ruolin and the others nearby. "I almost forgot. I have a small gift prepared for junior sister Su." Luo Ningxue's voice was crisp and melodious, brimming with uncontainable delight. With that, she gracefully lifted her jade hand, skillfully rummaging through her storage ring, and produced an ancient-looking book. The gilded title, Guide to Beast Taming, shimmered brightly on the cover. After confirming she had the right item, Luo Ningxue held the book with both hands, a radiant smile on her face, and sincerely presented it to Su Ruolin. "This is the culmination of my years of experience. It contains numerous tips and insights on beast taming. As long as you follow the instructions, You are sure to contract a fine spirit beast. Junior sister Su. You must accept this. Luo Ningxue insisted, her grip on Su Wulin's hand filled with fervor, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Overwhelmed by their warmth, Su Wulin hesitated for a moment before smiling and accepting the guide to beast taming, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior sister Luo, for this gift. At that moment, Yun Qingyao, who had been standing at the side, quickly stepped forward, pulling out a delicate little jade vial from her sleeve and gently handing it to Su Wulin. Junior sister Su, this is a healing pill I personally concocted. Its effects are truly extraordinary. If you ever get injured, just take one, and you will heal within 3 breaths. Touched by the enthusiasm of her 2 senior sisters, Su Wulin carefully accepted the jade vial, storing it alongside the guide to beast taming in her storage ring, and sincerely remarked, "Thank you both for your kindness. I will treasure these gifts." Not at all. Consider these 2 items as a welcoming gift for you joining our ranks. Luo Ningxue chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. After speaking, she inadvertently turned her head, her gaze falling upon Qin Mo in the distance, a hint of curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Qin Mo, who had been amusing himself with the 9-tailed fox on his shoulder, suddenly felt an odd gaze fixed upon him, making him uncomfortable. He instinctively turned his head, only to meet the unwavering stares of Su Wulin and Yun Qingyao, who were watching him intently. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Qin Mo pondered, what is going on? Why are they all looking at me? It quickly dawned on him that since both had presented gifts to Su Wulin, their unwavering gaze was likely a subtle hint for him to show his appreciation as well. With this realization, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself. Searching through his storage ring, he found nothing but a collection of cultivation pills and a few ordinary magical tools, none suitable as a gift for Su Wulin. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Suddenly, he recalled the reward recently issued by the system, with one random technique yet to be drawn. Right. Why not just gift a technique? With that thought, Qin Mo promptly issued a command to the system, preparing to draw a technique to present as a gift. Ding. The host has used a random ultimate technique 1, obtaining the Heavenly Harmony Sect technique 1, which has now been issued to the host. Qin Mo? I drew a technique from the Heavenly Harmony Sect? Is the system serious? Can this be gifted to someone else? Chapter 47, The Art of Harmony, 40 Techniques. As the system's voice faded, a book titled The Art of Harmony, 40 Techniques materialized unexpectedly in Qin Mo's palm. Upon glimpsing the pink cover, his expression froze, as though ensnared by a spell. Mechanically, Qin Mo turned a few pages, and the glaring content confirmed it was undeniably a technique from the Harmony Sect. His complexion rapidly shifted, alternating between crimson and emerald, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his face etched with embarrassment and incredulity. A vivid image of Su Wulin receiving this very tome flashed in his mind. Is this not a push into the inferno? Qin Mo's heart screamed in disbelief, nearly gasping for breath. System, you truly are a tormentor. He internally raged. You present me with a Harmony Sect technique at this moment? Exchange it at once. This is sheer madness. Yet, the system, as if intent on opposing him, coldly rejected his plea. Host, your request cannot be fulfilled by the system. This technique is randomly selected, with its quality and type determined by a random mechanism. The system does not possess exchange privileges. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Mo felt as if the world spun around him, thoroughly deceived. He gazed once more at the Harmony Sect's secret technique in his hands, internally lamenting the calamity it could unleash. He was acutely aware that should this technique be revealed, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest. Not to mention, the prospect of his junior sisters, Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue, rushing to report him to Chu Xian sent shivers down his spine. If they truly did so, Chu Xian would surely erupt in fury, delivering him a severe reprimand. To suffer such a harsh punishment over a mere technique was a terrifying thought, one he dared not dwell upon. Qin Mo understood the nature of these two all too well once they seized upon a weakness. Their report to Chu Xian would not be confined to this incident alone. They would unearth past grievances, embellishing them, transforming trivial matters into monumental ones, leaving him utterly defenseless. Just envisioning such a scenario sent a chill coursing down his back, as if he could already feel Chu Xian's frigid gaze and scathing rebuke. In a mere 3 seconds, countless thoughts raced through Qin Mo's mind, leading him to a swift resolution. No, this technique must not be seen by the 3 of them under any circumstances. However, with someone watching him intently from behind, He could not feign indifference in their presence. Hurriedly, he turned his back, intending to conceal it within his storage ring. Luo Ningxue, observing Qin Mo's hesitance in the way he fumbled, could not help but inquire, "Qin Mo, why are you dawdling when Su Shimi has been waiting for so long?" No, it's nothing. Senior brother Qin need not gift me anything. Su Ruolin quickly waved her hands, indicating she did not require Qin Mo's present. Yet, Qin Mo had no mind to respond, his thoughts consumed by how to rid himself of this perilous technique. Noticing his silence, Luo Ningxue felt a surge of displeasure, her expression darkening. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yun Qingyao, and the two decided to approach Qin Mo to uncover his intentions. As they simultaneously approached him, Qin Mo, having just opened his storage ring, sensed their presence drawing near, causing his heart to constrict. In a panic, he hurriedly concealed the Harmony Sect technique behind him. His face was a mask of awkwardness as he forced a smile, attempting to mask his unease before the approaching Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue. Ahem. What are you two doing here? Qin Mo cleared his throat, feigning composure. I am merely finding an appropriate technique for Su Shimi. You need not complicate things for me. Yet, his explanation sounded feeble, especially with the evident embarrassment painted across his face, making it hard for Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue to believe him. Yun Qingyao's gaze swept over Qin Mo, noting his furtive behavior as he attempted to hide one hand behind his back. Her brows knitted slightly, a flicker of displeasure dancing in her eyes. Qin Mo, why do you seem so petty? Is it not just a gift? Luo Ningxue, too, sensed something amiss. Fixing her gaze upon his face, continuing Yun Qingyao's line of inquiry. Indeed, we have all offered gifts to our junior sister. As her senior brother, why hide your gift? As she spoke, she edged closer, intent on peering behind him. Panic surged within Qin Mo. He could not allow them to succeed. Desperately scratching his head, he plastered on a forced smile, swiftly clutching the art of harmony, 40 techniques, and dashed to Su Ruolin's side. To evade further questioning from Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue, Qin Mo's mind raced, and he urgently explained, what I'm giving is extraordinarily special. It cannot be shown to just anyone. As the words left his lips, he feared they would persist in their inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the ambiguously pink-covered art of harmony, 40 techniques into Su Ruolin's hands, as if discarding a hot potato. Having completed this act, Qin Mo exhaled deeply. His gaze now taut with a blend of anxiety and resolve, locking eyes with Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue. All right, I've given Su Shimi her gift, so please do not linger on me any longer. Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue's attention was drawn to the pink technique, their eyes meeting in silent communication. Although suspicion lingered, they ultimately refrained from further questioning. Seeing their shift in focus, Qin Mo felt a measure of relief wash over him, silently rejoicing as he released a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost got caught. Thankfully, I handed it to Su Ruolin just in time. His reasoning for this hasty action was that Su Ruolin, being new to the sect, had little familiarity with its techniques. Even if she possessed this peculiar tome, she would not immediately discern its significance. In contrast, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao were different. Their prolonged exposure to the sect had granted them extensive knowledge. Should they uncover the nature of the dual cultivation technique, it would spell disaster for Qin Mo, an outcome he dared not risk. As Qin Mo engaged with Yun Qingyao and the others, attempting to divert their attention, Su Ruolin stood nearby, her curiosity piqued as she examined the technique presented to her. The cover, a striking pink, instantly captivated her gaze, especially the bold inscription of the Art of Harmony, 40 Techniques. What is the Art of Harmony, 40 Techniques? Su Ruolin murmured, her eyes brimming with confusion at the peculiar title of the book gifted by senior brother Qin Mo. She tilted her head, trying to decipher the meaning behind the name, yet yielded no insights. However, considering it was a gift from Qin Mo, trust swelled within her, and she dismissed further doubts. Her fingers gently caressed the cover, the delicate texture transmitting a sense of novelty and value, completely unaware that the contents within were steeped in the arts of spring and autumn. Chapter 48. The Incomprehensible Martial Arts. After much effort, Qin Mo finally managed to clarify the situation, stabilizing it for the moment. Just then, an unusual commotion erupted in the Dao Enlightenment Square. A streak of light, akin to a lightning bolt, darted through a fissure, and shortly thereafter, Yi Bufan emerged. Clutching a spirit sword, he staggered painfully out of the sword concealment tomb. His body was riddled with wounds, and his garments were tattered from the sharp blades. each step a testament to his struggle. As soon as Yi Bufan appeared, he captured the attention of many newly emerged disciples in the square, who cast astonished glances his way, followed by a chorus of murmurs. Good heavens! This fellow has reduced himself to such a state for a spirit sword, covered in sword injuries. Such determination is truly commendable, exclaimed one disciple, awe evident on his face. Indeed, remarkable. Another chimed in, admiration shining in his eyes. I once had my eye on a spirit sword, but the moment I reached for it, I was cut and recoiled in pain. Yet this guy managed to tame such a powerful spirit sword. It is truly no small feat. Others reminisced about their own experiences in the sword concealment tomb, expressing their admiration for Yi Bufan's exploits. Look at him, drenched in blood. He must have endured tremendous backlash while taming the spirit sword. To withstand such excruciating pain and still draw the sword speaks volumes about his extraordinary willpower. The crowd buzzed with discussion, each voice adding to the narrative of Yi Bufan's trials and bravery. However, despite the accolades from those around him, Yi Bufan felt no pride. Instead, his resentment deepened. Damn that wretched fox. Cough, cough. If it weren't for that fox, I wouldn't be in this predicament. My wounds are still far from healed. Cough, how infuriating. While the discussion swirled around him, Luo Ningxue and Yun Qingyao were also drawn to the scene. They simultaneously directed their gazes toward the injured Yi Bufan, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Upon recognizing him, both women were taken aback. Luo Ningxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that junior brother Yi? How did he end up so battered? Watching Yi Bufan's scarred form, a flicker of compassion crossed her face as she instinctively covered her mouth, her shock subtly transforming into deep concern. Yun Qingyao, having confirmed it was indeed Yi Bufan, felt a swell of admiration in her heart. His entire body bears the marks of blade wounds. It seems junior brother Yi exerted considerable effort to tame a spirit sword in the sword concealment tomb. Nearby, Qin Mo observed the scene with an impassive expression, betraying no hint of his inner delight. Internally, however, he was reveling in the moment, unable to suppress a smirk. Ah, Yi Bufan. So, you find yourself in such a plight today. Your glowering expression is quite satisfying to behold. You wish to show off? Let us see how that goes. As these thoughts danced in his mind, his outward demeanor remained composed, though a subtle gleam of triumph flickered in his eyes. Su Ruolin, standing aside, merely cast a couple of indifferent glances at the wounded Yi Bufan, her expression devoid of emotion, as if the scene held no significance for her. In the next moment, her attention returned fervently to the 40 techniques of harmony that Qin Mo had entrusted to her, her mind wholly consumed by the mysterious martial art. Meanwhile, high above, the peak masters observed Yi Bufan, who had once bested Qin Mo, emerging from the sword concealment tomb in tatters, and the whispers among them began anew. The master of Frost Blossom Peak, upon hearing the discussions, stroked his beard with a smile of satisfaction, generously praising, "Well done. Truly commendable. No wonder he is a disciple of Frost Blossom Peak. Such determination." He nodded slightly, pride brimming in his eyes. Despite his grievous injuries from the spirit sword, he had forcibly tamed a fine one. Such perseverance. This young man possesses the potential of an immortal. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked to Chu Xian, and his smile deepened, seemingly laced with a hint of triumph, as if to subtly chide her for not accepting such an outstanding disciple as Yi Bufan. Chu Xian, however, seemed oblivious to the provocative glance from the master of Frost Blossom Peak. Her expression remained as calm as water, her focus unwavering. She scrutinized Yi Bufan's fierce visage, her earlier assessment of him solidifying in her heart. This young man is of questionable character and does not meet my standards for a disciple. Even with such commendable perseverance, I, Chu Xian, shall not take him as my pupil. Her tone was serene yet resolute, and she shook her head slightly, an expression of regret flitting across her features, tempered by clarity and reason. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Yi Bufan to Su Ruolin beside Qin Mo, her originally frosty demeanor softening to reveal satisfaction. Besides, I, Chu Xian, have already found a favored disciple. She nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting admiration. Yi Bufan needs to refine his character further, otherwise he may bring calamity upon himself in the future. With a gentle sigh, she looked at Su Ruolin with a glimmer of hope for what lay ahead. Turning her gaze back to Qin Mo, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Luo Ningxue, witnessing Yi Bufan's swaying form and the blood he coughed up, felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, she grasped Yun Qingyao's hand and hurried toward Yi Bufan. her steps quickening to create a gentle breeze. "Sister Yun, do you have any healing pills?" Luo Ningxue inquired anxiously, her voice laced with concern. "I see junior brother Yi is in dire straits. If he could take one of the healing pills you concocted, it might alleviate his suffering." As she spoke, she quickened her pace, yearning to reach Yi Bufan's side immediately. Yun Qingyao paused for a moment, a look of helplessness crossing her face as she slowly shook her head. "I just handed all my healing pills to Sister Su. I have no extra healing pills on me." Her eyes reflected a sense of regret as she gazed at Yi Bufan. At that moment, Su Ruolin, holding the healing pills, was entirely engrossed in the 40 techniques of harmony in her hands. With curiosity, she flipped to the first page, her eyes desperately scanning the dense text. Yet, after staring for a while, the words appeared as a tangled mess in her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she instinctively tugged at Qin Mo's sleeve, her soft voice tinged with uncertainty. "Senior brother, what does the technique on the first page of this book mean? I can't make heads or tails of it." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a yearning for understanding. Chapter 49. Seeking new techniques. Qin Mo's gaze remained fixed on Yi Bufan, as a few concise phrases regarding cultivation methods resonated clearly in his ears. Connecting hearts. Guided by the threads of emotion, merging spiritual consciousness and tranquility, drawing the essence of heaven and earth into one being, circulating throughout the body, intertwining the myriad meridians, refining the soul, and embarking on the path of enlightenment, glimpsing the profound truths of mutual cultivation. "Brother, what does the first page of this technique mean?" Su Ruolin's melodious voice followed closely. As the dual cultivation method reached his ears, Qin Mo felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His expression changed dramatically. He abruptly turned, his mind screaming, "Good heavens, you actually recited the techniques of the Tianyan Sect aloud? If any other disciples hear this, calamity will surely follow." Upon turning, Qin Mo collided with Su Ruolin's wide, curious eyes. At that moment, he had no inclination to respond to her. Instead, he quickly looked around. Noticing that all the disciples were entirely focused on Yi Bufan, he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Thankfully, if any other disciples had caught wind of this, it would have been disastrous. Qin Mo silently pondered the trouble that would ensue if this news reached Chu Xian's ears. After all, such dual cultivation techniques were deemed forbidden within the sect, and if overheard and reported to Chu Xian, all his previous efforts would evaporate in an instant. Once he confirmed that no one had paid attention to Su Ruolin's earlier words, his gaze fell upon the book titled 40 Techniques of Huan, which she held. He saw that she had already opened the first page, reading intently, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. He truly hadn't expected her to act so swiftly. If she were to see the practical illustrations that followed, that fervent scene, just the thought sent a chill down his spine. And he hastily snatched the pink book from Su Ruolin's grasp. The moment it was in his hands, the images he had inadvertently glimpsed flooded his mind, and his face involuntarily flushed crimson. Su Ruolin, with her large, glistening eyes, noticed the awkward expression on Qin Mo's face and asked with curiosity, "Brother, is this technique very powerful? Why is your face suddenly so red?" Qin Mo's heart raced in chaos, inwardly lamenting. If the Tianyan Sect's techniques were to leak out, the consequences would be dire. He tightened his grip on the book, hastily tucked it into his robe, and spoke urgently, "This technique. I suddenly recalled that it is incomplete and cannot be given to you right now. I shall keep it for the time being." Su Ruolin, bewildered, was taken aback by Qin Mo's abrupt action and was about to inquire further. Sensing her confusion, Qin Mo took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, and with a serious expression explained, "This technique cannot be practiced. It is highly prone to leading one astray." In truth, he knew well that the technique itself was not flawed. However, due to its peculiar origins, should it be exposed, it would undoubtedly invite immense trouble. Upon hearing that the technique was incomplete, Su Ruolin finally understood. Her brother was concerned for her safety in practicing it, which is why he hastily reclaimed it. Nonetheless, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had thought it was a carefully prepared gift from Qin Mo, but it seemed otherwise. However, Su Ruolin quickly adjusted her mood. With a gentle smile, she nodded at Qin Mo, "Since the technique is not complete, it is best for you to take it back." Just as Qin Mo concealed the technique, he raised his eyes to see the clear disappointment etched on Su Ruolin's face. He realized she was unhappy because he had taken back the technique he was meant to give her. Considering that there would be a period without any plot tasks ahead, he felt a tad awkward. Clearing his throat and avoiding her gaze, he said, "Su Shimi, this technique indeed does not suit you. However, I have some free time later and can accompany you to the sect's scripture repository to find a suitable one for you." Upon hearing that she could go to the scripture repository with Qin Mo to select a technique, Su Wolin's eyes instantly sparkled, and the disappointment that had lingered on her face dissipated like morning mist in sunlight. She looked up at Qin Mo, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, and asked with a hint of disbelief, "Really? Of course it is true. I, Qin Mo, have always kept my word and will never go back on it." Qin Mo gazed at her with resolute eyes, firmly patting his chest as he assured her, "I will carefully help you choose. Consider it my compensation for this time." "Okay." Su Wolin nodded vigorously, her smile becoming more radiant, illuminating her face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Bufan, with the assistance of Luo Ningxue, struggled to rise from the ground. His body swayed, his complexion as pale as a sheet, every movement sending waves of pain coursing through him. Yun Qinyao, filled with concern, stepped forward and said, "I apologize, junior brother Yi, but I have exhausted my healing elixirs. Your injuries are not yet healed. Do you need me to accompany you to the herb hall?" At this moment, Yi Bufan felt a surge of blood and energy within him, his injuries worsening rapidly. His throat constricted, rendering him unable to speak. Yet, driven by his fierce pride, he stubbornly shook his head at Yun Qinyao, attempting to convey that he was unscathed. Seeing this, Luo Ningxue felt anxious and discreetly signaled to Yun Qinyao, urging her not to say anything further. She softly suggested, "Sister, I see that junior brother Yi is clearly unwell. We should take him to the herb hall first." "All right, I will lead the way." Yun Qinyao immediately understood her junior sister's intent, quickening her pace to guide them. As she walked briskly, she waved her hand to the surrounding disciples, calling out, "Everyone, make way, clear a path." The disciples, upon seeing this, instinctively parted to create a passage. At that moment, Qin Mo, who had just made plans with Su Wolin, inadvertently glanced up and spotted Yi Bufan, supported by Luo Ningxue and Yun Qinyao, laboriously making his way toward the herb hall. Observing this scene, Qin Mo's gaze sharpened slightly, contemplating inwardly. Although the developments had taken a minor detour, the overall trajectory of the plot still aligned closely with the original storyline. Yi Bufan, as if sensing something, suddenly turned his head, scanning the crowd until his eyes locked onto Qin Mo's figure. In that instant, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His gaze fixated on the snow-white fox perched upon Qin Mo's shoulder, a sight so familiar that it sent a tremor through his heart. "Damn it, it's that wretched fox." Yi Bufan's lips parted, and just as he was about to speak, a wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat. Pooh! In the next moment, blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth, splattering onto the ground, glaring under the sunlight. After expelling that mouthful of blood, Yi Bufan's internal energy surged violently, and he fainted instantly. Witnessing this, Qin Mo's expression shifted slightly. After a casual glance around, he whistled, retracting his gaze from the scene and turning his attention elsewhere. Chapter 50. The suspicious elder of Jiming Peak. Only after Yi Bufan was escorted away from the Enlightenment Square by Luo Ningxue and Su Wolin did Qin Mo retract his gaze. He understood that Yi Bufan was unlikely to meet his demise, and thus did not dwell on the matter. With the narrative task accomplished, Qin Mo felt it was time to return home, unable to suppress a large yawn. He deemed it unnecessary to further investigate the black-clad figures from the sword-hiding tomb, as the absence of any additional accomplices rendered the pursuit futile. Seeking another would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack within the Tianyan Dao Sect. Contemplating this, he turned his head and spoke gently to Su Wolin. "Sister Su, I shall take my leave now. Do come find me later." "Of course, brother." Su Wolin responded with evident joy. The recollection of Qin Mo's earlier promise filled her with an unexplainable sense of reassurance. After bidding farewell to Su Wolin, Qin Mo prepared to depart on his sword. Just then, the nine-tailed fox, which had been quietly perched on his shoulder, suddenly seemed to detect an unusual scent. Its ears twitched, and its nose quivered with excitement. In the next moment, the fox swiftly turned its head, pressing its nose close to Qin Mo's ear and emitting a series of urgent whines. The sound carried a sense of impatience, as if conveying an urgent message to Qin Mo. "What is it? Are you still hungry?" Qin Mo, while concentrating on steering his flying sword, absent-mindedly responded to the sounds. He misinterpreted the fox's intentions, believing it was merely craving food. He reached into his storage ring and skillfully retrieved a nourishing pill. If you're still hungry, I'll give you another. Qin Mo raised the pill in his hand, his tone laced with affection. However, to his surprise, the moment he produced the pill, the nine-tailed fox let out a sharp cry, its tone becoming increasingly frantic. It even extended its delicate tongue to lick Qin Mo's cheek, seemingly protesting his misunderstanding. As Qin Mo flew on his sword, he suddenly sensed the unusual agitation of the nine-tailed fox on his shoulder. Its small body wriggled restlessly, emitting urgent whines from its throat. Intrigued, Qin Mo turned to observe the fox's behavior, allowing his flying sword to gradually halt in midair. He leaned closer, his gaze fixed on the nine-tailed fox, and softly inquired, "Is there something you wish to tell me?" The nine-tailed fox, realizing that Qin Mo finally acknowledged its presence, became visibly excited, its furry form trembling in anticipation. It eagerly raised a paw, pointing emphatically in the direction from which Qin Mo had just come. Qin Mo followed its indication, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he asked, "Are you suggesting I return to the Enlightenment Square?" Upon hearing his question, the nine-tailed fox responded with an enthusiastic yelp, nodding its small head vigorously like a bobblehead, and emitted confirming whines. Yet, Qin Mo remained baffled, unable to comprehend the fox's intentions. Nevertheless, he guided his flying sword back in the direction indicated by the fox. In the blink of an eye, within just a few breaths, Qin Mo found himself back at the Enlightenment Square. As soon as he landed, the nine-tailed fox began to twitch its tiny nose, sniffing the air repeatedly, before raising its paw and pointing decisively toward a particular direction. Following its indication, Qin Mo spotted an elderly man with a white beard, who stood out amidst the throng of people. Recognizing him instantly, Qin Mo exclaimed, "Isn't that the elder from Jiming Peak?" Furrowing his brow in confusion, Qin Mo pondered why he had been directed to this elder, his mind a blank slate devoid of clues. He slightly tilted his head toward the nine-tailed fox on his shoulder, who was gazing at him with great anticipation, and patiently asked, "So, is there something you want me to discuss with him?" Before the fox could respond, Qin Mo caught sight of the elder's peculiar behavior within the bustling crowd. The elder moved stealthily, his demeanor lacking the usual composure and authority he exuded. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for Qin Mo to discern the specifics of the elder's actions, but his intuition warned him of an underlying unease regarding the elder's unusual conduct. Something about that elder from Jiming Peak feels amiss, Qin Mo murmured, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the elder's figure. As he contemplated the situation, the elder's form suddenly flickered like a shadow, vanishing from sight as if he had become a ghost. "Wait, he was just here," Qin Mo muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. He quickly scanned the area, searching every corner of the crowd. But the elder had seemingly evaporated into thin air. As Qin Mo, still perplexed, continued his search, the nine-tailed fox on his shoulders suddenly became animated. Its petite nose twitched as it meticulously sniffed the air, seemingly tracking a lingering scent. Moments later, it appeared to have found its target, unequivocally extending its furry paw to point in a specific direction. Following the fox's indication, Qin Mo found himself directed toward the back mountain of Xianqi Peak, where demonic beasts were raised. Witnessing this, a wave of intense unease washed over him. The hazy silhouettes he had seen on that day at the back mountain of Xianqi Peak eerily mirrored the recently vanished elder. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill crept through Qin Mo's heart. "Were you trying to tell me that the elder from Jiming Peak is problematic?" Instantly grasping the nine-tailed fox's intentions, Qin Mo was struck with clarity. He swiftly reached into his inner pocket and retrieved the ghostly mask he had obtained from the sword-hiding tomb. The mask felt icy to the touch, its intricately carved eerie patterns exuding a sinister aura under the sunlight. Chapter 51. An exceedingly leisurely time, Qin Mo glanced around a few times before retrieving the items back into his storage ring. He had already confirmed the connection between the elder of Jiming Peak and the masked man in black. Turning his head, he generously praised the nine-tailed fox perched on his shoulder. "Little one, your nose is truly remarkable. You can detect such distant scents." It must be said that Qin Mo had not anticipated the keen sense of smell possessed by the nine-tailed fox. Merely by relying on the residual aura of the mask, it could locate the relevant individual, which saved him considerable trouble. Initially, he had no intention of searching for this matter like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, neither of these two figures had appeared in the main storyline, and Qin Mo felt it unnecessary to invest excessive time delving into it. However, now that he had located the person, there was no need to rush. He slightly raised his gaze, his eyes fixed on the back mountain where the beasts were raised on Xianxi Peak. Unbidden, memories of the events in the sword burial mound flooded his mind, prompting him to ponder. The spiritual energy aura emitted by the man in black had been quite peculiar. Perhaps it was linked to the demonic sect that would emerge later on. With this thought, Qin Mo's gaze returned to the nine-tailed fox. All right, now that we have found the person we were looking for, let us return and rest, he declared, casting one last lingering look in the direction the masked man had departed. With that, he decided not to linger any longer. He raised his hand and waved it slightly in the air, and in an instant, a cold light flashed as a spiritual sword materialized in his palm. At this moment, Qin Mo had no intention of hastily pursuing further inquiries. He felt it prudent to temporarily set it aside. He understood that the other party had likely realized that their companion in the sword burial mound had perished. If he acted recklessly, he could very well alert them. With this in mind, Qin Mo paused in his steps, firmly planting himself atop the spiritual sword. In an instant, the sword, enveloped in a fierce sword aura, soared towards the small house on the back mountain of Luoxia Peak, leaving only a fleeting shadow that vanished into the horizon. Before long, Qin Mo returned to the bamboo grove cottage on his sword, resuming his leisurely life. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting white horse. Soon, the day arrived for Qin Mo and Su Wulan to meet and select martial arts techniques at the scripture pavilion. Previously, at the sword burial mound, Qin Mo had employed a slight ruse that led Yi Bufan to trigger the sword array, resulting in Yi Bufan being severely punished by its power and left bedridden for several days. Meanwhile, Qin Mo's days were exceedingly pleasant. At this moment, he found himself in his courtyard, reclining on a bamboo chair, his eyes gently closed, basking in the sun with a sense of serene contentment. The warm sunlight draped over him like a delicate veil, bringing a gentle warmth. Beside him, the nine-tailed fox lay adorably at the edge of the chair, its belly rising and falling with its breath, emitting soft snores. Ah, this is truly comfortable. This is the life I yearn for, Qin Mo mused inwardly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility, allowing the sunlight to envelop him. As if the clamor of the world had been shut out, while Qin Mo was indulging in the warmth of the sun, Su Wulan was briskly making her way along the winding mountain path of Luoxia Peak towards Qin Mo's abode. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and a hint of excitement gracing her features. As she walked, Su Wulan envisioned the forthcoming scenes in her mind like a movie. I wonder what kind of martial arts techniques Brother Qin Mo will take me to select at the scripture pavilion today. With this thought, she couldn't help but quicken her pace, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Fortunately, her dwelling was not far from Qin Mo's, and soon she reached her destination. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox, which had been lazily resting beside Qin Mo, perked up its fluffy ears, sensing a faint sound, instantly becoming alert. Raising its head, it cautiously scanned its surroundings. Upon spotting Su Wulan, the nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up. Its previously half-closed eyes widened in excitement as it sprang to its feet, its short legs dashing eagerly towards Su Wulan. Upon reaching her, it eagerly rubbed its soft body against her calf, emitting a series of excited whimpers. Its three fluffy tails wagged joyfully, as if warmly welcoming Su Wulan's arrival. Seeing the adorable spirit companion that Qin Mo had raised, Su Wulan felt her heart melt. A gentle smile blossomed on her lips as she leaned down, reaching out to softly stroke the nine-tailed fox's fluffy, plump tail, and tenderly inquired, "What are you doing here? Are you hungry? I brought you some treats." Without missing a beat, Su Wulan skillfully raised her hand and, like before, retrieved some spiritual food from her storage ring, gently offering it to the nine-tailed fox. The little creature wasted no time, its round eyes gleaming with anticipation as it opened its mouth and swiftly devoured the spiritual food. Satisfied, it shook its head and joyfully wagged its tail, affectionately rubbing against Su Wulan's legs, its demeanor exuding intimacy. Brother Qin Mo should be at home now? Su Wulan pondered, glancing at the nine-tailed fox, which was still gazing at her with eager eyes, clearly wanting more food. Gently, she stroked its little head, softly asking. Afterward, she thoughtfully reached into her storage ring to retrieve more spiritual food, pinching it between her fingers and presenting it to the nine-tailed fox. Watching it eat with delight, Su Wulan's smile grew even brighter. In a flurry, the nine-tailed fox finished its spiritual food, and before Su Wulan could fully process this, it darted away like an arrow, sprinting towards Qin Mo, who was leisurely reclining on his bamboo chair. Upon approaching, It lifted its head and gently nipped at the corner of Qin Mo's garment, swaying its head from side to side, trying to capture his attention. Startled from his slumber by the sudden tug at his leg, Qin Mo awoke with a start. Ah, that was a truly restful nap. He rubbed his eyes, yawning widely, and inquired, "What is it? Are you hungry again?" Looking down, he saw the nine-tailed fox tugging at his clothing, and a puzzled expression crossed his face. Upon hearing Qin Mo's question, the nine-tailed fox quickly shook its head in denial. Then, it turned its gaze towards the courtyard's entrance, its fluffy tail tracing a graceful arc in the air, emitting soft whines to indicate Qin Mo should look in that direction. Qin Mo raised his eyes and instantly spotted Su Wolin approaching with light, graceful steps. Suddenly, he realized the intention of the nine-tailed fox. Oh, so Su Junior's sister has arrived. But why has she come so suddenly? Qin Mo murmured to himself as he gazed down at the white fox. These past few days had been exceedingly pleasant for him, filled with leisure and enjoyment of this rare tranquility, causing him to completely forget his previous promise to Su Wolin. Only upon seeing her did his mind jolt, vaguely recalling that there had been something he needed to attend to. What could it be? Chapter 52. A grievance unavenged is not the mark of a gentleman. As Qin Mo pondered, Su Wolin lifted her gaze and immediately spotted him in the courtyard. Her steps quickened as she hurried towards the small courtyard of Qin Mo's residence, calling out brightly, "Qin Mo, senior brother." The resounding call shattered the tranquility of the courtyard and reached Qin Mo's ears. He lifted his head to look at Su Wolin, who had entered the courtyard. For a moment, his mind went blank, unable to recall the purpose of her visit. After a prolonged contemplation, he still found himself at a loss, prompting a sense of unease within him. Never mind. If I can't remember, I shall not dwell on it. With that thought, he set aside the tangled matters in his mind and began to appraise Su Wolin anew. In this casual appraisal, Qin Mo was struck by the fact that Su Wolin's attire today was markedly different from her usual garb. She wore a delicate white dress adorned with intricate cloud patterns at the hem, which swayed gently with her movements, resembling flowing clouds. A silk sash of the same hue accentuated her slender waist perfectly. Her hair was elegantly styled, secured with a simple yet exquisite jade hairpin, with a few wisps cascading down her cheeks, adding to her gentle and enchanting demeanor. Qin Mo nodded in silent approval, acknowledging her beauty. Having practiced at the Tianyan Dao Sect for many years, Qin Mo had encountered countless female cultivators and had long grown accustomed to beauty. Thus, ordinary attire hardly captured his attention anymore. Su Wolin approached with a light step, noticing Qin Mo's gaze, which was calm yet scrutinizing. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of shyness. She had put considerable thought into this meeting, from choosing the outfit that best complemented her aura to meticulously arranging her appearance, pondering every detail. Now, seeing that Qin Mo was captivated, her heart danced with joy, a delightful sensation unfurling within her. As Qin Mo merely observed her in silence, without uttering a word, Su Wolin felt a mix of nervousness and bashfulness. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered softly, "Senior brother, do you remember the matter we discussed earlier?" "Earlier matter?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yet, he could not grasp it clearly, only feeling that it was somehow related to Su Wolin. But the specifics eluded him, leaving a look of puzzlement on his face. When Su Wolin met his bewildered expression, her heart raced, and she nervously swallowed, steeling herself to continue. "It's about your promise to accompany me to the scripture pavilion." The scripture pavilion? Upon hearing those words, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind. He repeated them softly. The agreement he had made with Su Wolin suddenly became crystal clear, and he slapped his forehead. That's right, going to the scripture pavilion. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? At that moment, all his previous commitments to Su Wolin came flooding back. Internally chastising himself for his forgetfulness, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, tinged with a hint of regret. Without further ado, he elegantly waved his hand in the air. Instantly, ethereal energy surged forth, and a gleaming longsword materialized from thin air. "Very well, since you have the time, Su Junior sister. Let me take you to the scripture pavilion to select your techniques." Qin Mo spoke with a hint of urgency, eager to make amends for his earlier lapse. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword radiated brilliance, expanding in size as it hovered steadily in midair. He gestured invitingly to Su Wolin. "Since you cannot yet fly on the sword, you may board first, and I will escort you." Although Su Wolin had felt a twinge of disappointment at Qin Mo's earlier confusion, her expression brightened at his words, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Recalling his earlier bewilderment, she had feared the matter would fall through. With Qin Mo's sincere invitation and bolstered by her previous experience, she stepped onto the spirit's sword without hesitation. Her movements fluid and confident. Qin Mo followed closely, landing steadily in front of her, his posture upright and composed. He glanced back at Su Ruolin, gently reminding her, "All right. Su Junior sister, let us depart." Su Ruolin responded softly, and Qin Mo swiftly made a hand gesture. "Go." In an instant, the spirit sword blazed with light, propelled by an immense surge of energy, shooting towards the scripture pavilion like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Meanwhile, the registration area of the scripture pavilion was bustling with activity. Yi Bufan, holding the inner sect disciple token, walked slowly through the throngs of people, clad in dark attire that swayed slightly with his steps, his expression notably somber. He scanned the crowd with icy eyes, his gaze piercing through the sea of faces. Gazing down at the jade token tightly clutched in his hand, it gleamed coldly in the sunlight, igniting a fierce intensity in Yi Bufan's eyes. "Master, that day I clearly saw the wretched fox that triggered the sword formation on Qin Mo's shoulder." Yi Bufan muttered through gritted teeth, his voice laced with resentment. "A grievance unavenged is not the mark of a gentleman. I, Yi Bufan, shall repay this debt in double." His voice, though low, resonated with a determined ferocity. Just as Yi Bufan finished speaking, a voice of urgent persuasion echoed from within his storage ring, tinged with concern. "Fanner, please let go of that incident. Your current strength is still inferior to his. It is imperative to enter the scripture pavilion and seek out techniques for cultivation. Do not act impulsively." Hearing Xiao Wanyue's words, Yi Bufan's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, as his feelings of discontent and fury clashed violently within him. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and replied slowly, "Master, I understand your good intentions, but I cannot swallow this anger. I will find a way to make Qin Mo pay the price." With that, he tucked the token into his robe and stepped towards the scripture pavilion, his strides imbued with a stubborn determination. Chapter 53. Entering the scripture pavilion together upon discovering that Yi Bufan still harbored resentment towards Qin Mo, Xiao Wanyue, concealed within her storage ring, could not help but let out a soft sigh. She hesitated to speak, her heart brimming with words of consolation. Yet she understood that the animosity between the two was deeply rooted, leaving her at a loss for where to begin in order to mediate the conflict. All she could do was whisper a wish. "I hope Fanna will heed my advice and refrain from provoking Qin Mo for the time being." As soon as Xiao Wanwei finished her words, Yi Bufan stepped into the grand and magnificent scripture pavilion of the Tianyan Dao Sect. The interior was bustling with inner disciples, all engaged in various activities. Yi Bufan surveyed his surroundings and quickly identified the elderly man in white robes responsible for registering entry into the pavilion. The old man reclined leisurely in a wooden chair, a few books on martial arts laid out on the long table beside him, exuding an air of comfort. Noticing this, Yi Bufan instinctively tightened his grip on the inner disciple token in his hand, his expression softening slightly before he approached the old man's table. As he drew near, the elder sensed his presence, and his gaze shot towards Yi Bufan with the swiftness of lightning. That single glance sent a tremor through Yi Bufan's heart, igniting a silent awe within him. That was an overwhelming pressure. He immediately recognized that the elder's cultivation was on par with that of an ordinary elder within the sect. Yi Bufan dared not show any negligence. He quickly bowed and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, gently placing the inner disciple jade token on the long table before the elder. Disciple Yi Bufan seeks entry to the 7th level of the scripture pavilion today. However, before he could finish his statement, the elder merely glanced down at the jade token on the table, then reclined back into his chair, interrupting Yi Bufan's words. To enter the 1st level, one requires 100 sect contribution points. For the 2nd level, 200 points are necessary, and so forth for the subsequent levels. You possess only 100 contribution points on this token, so you may only seek your desired martial arts on the 1st level. To access the 7th level, you will need an additional 600 contribution points. If you wish to earn sect contributions, you must undertake sect tasks. Before Yi Bufan could fully process the elder's succinct response, the old man waved his hand slightly, a seemingly casual gesture imbued with an invisible force. In mere moments, the contribution points on Yi Bufan's inner disciple token were reduced to 0. simultaneously with a soft creaking sound. The door to the first level of the scripture pavilion slowly swung open. The elder raised his chin slightly and calmly stated, "All right, you may enter. Remember, you have only 1 hour inside. Once the time is up, you will be forcibly transported out." Upon hearing these words, Yi Bufan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially hoped to directly access the 7th level and delve into more profound martial techniques. Yet, merely crossing the threshold to the 7th level required 700 contribution points, a sum far beyond his current paltry 100 points. Defeated, Yi Bufan let out a soft sigh, slowly shook his head, and stepped towards the first level of the scripture pavilion. Just as Yi Bufan lifted his leg to step inside, Qin Mo, riding his flying sword, had already arrived rapidly at the scripture pavilion, accompanied by Su Wolin, which was exclusively open to inner disciples. As they entered, Qin Mo stood tall, tilting his head slightly, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. He then turned to Su Wolin behind him and gestured for her to follow. "Brother Qin Mo, I'm coming," Su Wolin exclaimed, hastily falling into step behind him. Maintaining a distance of 2 meters, her curious eyes darted around, and she could not help but exclaim, "There are so many people in the scripture pavilion." Walking ahead, Qin Mo remained composed, responding in a steady voice. "This is the inner scripture pavilion of the Tianyan Dao Sect, consisting of 9 levels, each housing countless precious cultivation techniques. Thus, it is only natural for there to be a large crowd." The two soon arrived at the white-clad elder's registration desk, and Qin Mo halted with steady steps. Su Wolin, distracted by her surroundings, inadvertently bumped into Qin Mo's back. Her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she quickly regained her composure. At that moment, Qin Mo calmly took out his inner disciple jade token and clearly stated to the elder, "I wish to take my junior sister to the 9th level." As soon as Qin Mo's words fell, the bustling inner disciples on the 1st level abruptly halted their activities as if struck by a spell. A wave of whispers erupted among the crowd, swiftly spreading throughout the 1st level of the scripture pavilion. "Goodness, someone is actually trying to enter the 9th level," exclaimed one astonished young female disciple, her eyes wide with disbelief. "And they are bringing another person with them. If only I were his junior sister." Indeed, the 9th level requires 900 sect contribution points. For him to casually state such a request, he must possess immense confidence. Another male disciple chimed in, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. At that moment, an elder inner disciple, wearing a self-satisfied smile, explained, "You newcomers know little. He is the first disciple of Elder Chu Xian from the Falling Sunset Peak, and he has undoubtedly completed countless sect tasks. Those contribution points, which seem so distant to us, are merely a drop in the bucket for him." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into further astonishment, their gazes towards Qin Mo now tinged with respect and admiration. At that instant, Yi Bufan was on the verge of stepping into the 1st level of the scripture pavilion when he heard that someone was actually attempting to access the 9th level. Curiosity piqued, he instinctively turned his head to look. To his shock, he was met with the sight of Qin Mo, the very person he despised the most. In that moment, memories of past humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave, igniting the long-simmering anger in his heart. Yi Bufan clenched his jaw, his fists instinctively tightening with a creaking sound, and he squeezed out a low, hate-filled roar through gritted teeth. "Qin Mo." The intense shift in Yi Bufan's emotions did not escape Xiao Wanyue's perception. Anxious, she quickly mobilized her spiritual energy and urgently advised him through a transmission, "Fanner, calm down. You are no match for him right now. Do not confront him directly. Acting impulsively will only lead to your own detriment. The priority is to swiftly enter the 1st level and seek the martial arts you need. I have sensed a unique aura emanating from a special technique. It may very well be your opportunity." Xiao Wanyue's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the raging fire of anger within Yi Bufan. He took a deep breath, suppressing his pent-up resentment, allowing reason to prevail. Understanding the wisdom in his mentor's words, he followed her counsel and turned to stride purposefully into the 1st level of the scripture pavilion. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, engaged in the registration process, keenly sensed a fierce glare directed at him. He turned slightly, quickly catching sight of Yi Bufan, who was turning to enter. Qin Mo's expression remained calm, revealing no inner turmoil, yet he mentally reviewed the unfolding narrative. He contemplated the current progression of events. It appeared that Yi Bufan was indeed seeking that long-lost martial technique within the scripture pavilion. Noting that Yi Bufan merely cast a glance before turning away, Qin Mo chose not to dwell on the matter further. He swiftly redirected his attention to the elderly man in white before him, inquiring directly, "May I now take my junior sister with me?" He intended to escort Su Wolin into the scripture pavilion. The white-clad elder, with an expression of indifference, uttered not a word, but merely raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the contributions from Qin Mo's inner sect disciple token diminished dramatically by 1,800 points. Once the deduction was complete, the elder lifted his gaze, scanning the two of them slowly before stating, "It is permitted. You two may hold hands, and I shall escort you upstairs." Upon hearing this, Su Wolin's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression betraying her surprise. She had never anticipated that entering the 9th level would require such a unique approach. A hint of shyness crept onto her cheeks, causing them to flush ever so slightly. Instinctively, she glanced up and covertly stole a look at Qin Mo, her eyes reflecting a blend of youthful embarrassment and fluster. However, Qin Mo perceived nothing amiss. He remained oblivious to Su Wolin's unusual demeanor. Without hesitation, he took her delicate hand in his, turning to the elder and softly stating, "Very well, please take us up." Chapter 54. The neglected bookshelf. The elderly man in white observed that the two were ready. With a gentle wave of his hand, a wave of faint golden spiritual energy rippled beneath Qin Mo and Su Wolin, gradually spreading outward like ripples on water. Before Su Wolin could lower her gaze to examine the phenomenon, the surrounding environment transformed swiftly, akin to a fleeting dream. When she lifted her eyes again, she found herself in a serene, soundless space, filled with numerous martial arts manuals. Su Wolin raised her head, her gaze darting around with urgency, astonishment reflected in her eyes. Her voice trembling slightly as she spoke, "Senior brother, have we arrived?" "Indeed, this is the 9th level of the Tianyan Dao Sect scripture repository." Qin Mo nodded slightly, his eyes calmly scanning the surroundings. He then released the hand he had been holding onto Su Wolin and walked towards a nearby shelf laden with manuals, curiously observing his environment as he went. As Qin Mo stepped into the 9th level of the repository, everything felt unfamiliar to him. He recalled his initial entry into the sect when Chu Xian had brought him here, and since then, he had not returned. Noticing that Qin Mo had walked a distance ahead, Su Wolin quickly suppressed her curiosity and hurried to catch up. Time seemed to stretch as they traversed the eerily silent space, devoid of any other figures. A flicker of fear crept into Su Wolin's heart. "Senior brother, where shall we find suitable martial arts manuals?" she whispered, her voice echoing softly in the vast repository. "We have arrived, right here." Qin Mo's voice was steady and powerful. They halted in front of a shelf brimming with an array of manuals, the sheer quantity and variety far surpassing what they had previously encountered. As Qin Mo reached out to touch a manual on the shelf, an overwhelming force of spiritual energy surged forth like an invisible barrier, repelling him abruptly. A memory flashed in his mind of Yi Bufan, who, in an inconspicuous corner of the 1st level of the repository, had been similarly repelled when attempting to grasp a peerless manual with sentient awareness. Qin Mo's expression shifted, a hint of awe in his heart. Truly, the manuals on the 9th level possess a degree of consciousness. However, this newly manifested awareness is far inferior to Yi Bufan's. I can easily obliterate it. Confirming that this was indeed the place he sought, Qin Mo hesitated not a moment, a resolute gleam in his eyes as he turned to Su Wolin and instructed, "Junior sister, please keep your distance. The manuals here are protected by prohibitions, and I shall find a way to dismantle them." Upon hearing this, Su Wolin nodded fervently and swiftly stepped back to a distance of 4 meters from Qin Mo, awaiting silently. With a deep breath, Qin Mo summoned his spiritual energy, which surged like a tempest. His gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, fixated on the manual before him, ready to unleash his power. In an instant, he swung his hand decisively and shouted, "Break." As the command echoed, the azure-white spiritual energy seemed to come alive, coalescing into a razor-sharp sword of energy that shot forth with immense force. Like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, it effortlessly eradicated the consciousness of the newly formed manuals. The entire process was swift and decisive. Once the dust settled and the spiritual energy dissipated, Qin Mo stepped forward, gently picking up a manual. This time, there was no backlash of intense spiritual energy. Satisfied that the manual had lost its autonomous consciousness, he turned to Su Wolin and called softly, "It's done. You may come over now." Coming. Su Wolin, filled with admiration and awe from witnessing Qin Mo's formidable strike, responded cheerfully as she quickly made her way to his side. With a serious demeanor, Qin Mo scanned the array of manuals on the shelf and suggested, "Let us commence our search here. We have only 2 hours and cannot linger too long." "Understood." Su Roland nodded earnestly, her pale hands reaching towards the shelf as she focused intently on her search. Qin Mo, too, remained diligent, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of manuals. Determination evident in his deep eyes as he swiftly grasped one and began to flip through its pages. However, as half an hour slipped away, Qin Mo's initial anticipation was gradually replaced by disappointment. He discovered that, although the 9th level of the repository housed numerous powerful manuals, most were tailored for orthodox cultivators. Given Su Roland's unique constitution, possessing the demonic heart, finding a suitable manual here felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even with ample time. Success seemed unlikely. Is it truly impossible to find a manual suitable for Su Roland's constitution? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, murmuring in frustration and anxiety. Just as despair began to envelop him, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant shelf. That shelf stood alone in a corner, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, with webs woven densely around it, clearly neglected for a long time. This peculiar sight instantly piqued Qin Mo's curiosity. He squinted slightly, contemplating before he slowly approached the mysterious shelf. The soles of his shoes brushed against the ground, producing a faint sound that reverberated in the stillness of the repository. Chapter 55. The Consciousness of Demonic Cultivation Techniques. Qin Mo strolled through the scripture pavilion, and in mere moments, he found himself standing before a particular bookshelf. He gazed upward at the tomes of cultivation techniques, curiosity flickering in his eyes. While the other shelves remained immaculate, this corner appeared abandoned, shrouded in cobwebs and thick dust. Most intriguingly, as he approached, he began to sense a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from this corner, stirring a hint of astonishment within him. What could be the source of such intense spiritual fluctuations from the books on this shelf? With a touch of intrigue, Qin Mo continued to advance. Upon reaching the shelf, his suspicions were confirmed. Beneath the layers of dust and dense webs, the cultivation techniques radiated an undeniable aura of spiritual power. It was evident that the energy these texts emitted was far more potent than that of any other techniques within the pavilion. What made the techniques in this corner so extraordinary? Fixating on the shelf, the halo of spiritual energy illuminated his perplexed face as he murmured to himself. He casually glanced at a scroll of techniques and reached out to examine it. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles suddenly surged through his palm, radiating throughout his entire being. Hiss! Qin Mo sharply inhaled, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively withdrew his hand. The sudden sting left him momentarily dazed. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized his outstretched palm, where the lingering sensation of pain still resided, deepening his bewilderment. The techniques on this shelf seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, one that was even more formidable than those he had encountered previously. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized the uniqueness of these techniques. The ones he had previously encountered merely deterred touch, yet these seemed to possess a conscious defense mechanism, as if they were determined to ward off any intruders. Meanwhile, Su Roland, who was quietly selecting her own techniques, suddenly heard a commotion from Qin Mo's direction. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, peering through the rows of shelves until her eyes landed on him. There he stood before a dust-laden bookshelf, a look of astonishment etched across his face. Enveloped by the faint glow of the spiritual energy emanating from the techniques, lending him an air of mystery. "Brother, what is happening over there?" Her melodic voice shattered the surrounding silence. Su Roland returned the techniques she deemed unworthy to the shelf and called out to Qin Mo, who was intently observing the corner. The vastness of the scripture pavilion amplified her voice, causing it to echo throughout the hall. Qin Mo, catching wind of her inquiry, turned to meet her gaze. Watching as she gracefully approached him, her movements light as a feather. "I am fine. I merely discovered some unusual techniques here. Please, stay back for now," he softly explained, retreating a few steps while ensuring Su Roland remained at a safe distance. In that instant, his expression hardened. The spiritual energy around him seemed to respond to an unseen call, weaving itself into his palm. The energy surged, hinting at the presence of thunderous power. Having learned from his previous experience, Qin Mo resolved not to delay any longer. This time, he would directly obliterate the consciousness lingering within the techniques. If he could not touch them, he would simply erase the consciousness that had emerged from them. With lips parted, he spoke softly to himself, As his words faded, his aura surged dramatically, and with a swift motion, he clenched his hand. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, cascading towards the techniques that pulsed with energy. Annihilate. Qin Mo's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the air. As the command echoed, the bluish-white spiritual energy seemed to gain a soul of its own, transforming instantaneously into a formidable spiritual sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword took shape, adorned with flickering runes, sharp and unyielding, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum toward the techniques. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, filling the 9th level of the scripture pavilion with its resonance. The echoes lingered, as though the very space trembled under the weight of this force. Witnessing this unprecedented display of power, Su Roland's eyes widened in disbelief, her astonishment rendering her momentarily frozen. Her lips parted as she murmured, "Brother Qin Mo." So impressive. Although her voice was soft, it could not contain the awe swelling within her. As the dust settled, the spiritual energy that had once enveloped the bookshelf dissipated entirely. This occurrence mirrored the previous one almost perfectly. In an instant, those high-level techniques, once imbued with consciousness, were entirely eradicated by the overwhelming might of that single strike. Such a scene was truly astonishing. No one would have anticipated that someone could wield such formidable power against mere techniques that had gained awareness. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, showcasing an undeniable display of strength and dominance. For Qin Mo, as long as he could resolve the issue efficiently, he saw no harm in employing such brute force. To him, the outcome was paramount. The means were merely a pathway to achieving his goals. Once he confirmed that no technique remained with any semblance of consciousness upon the shelf, Qin Mo finally allowed his gaze to drift towards Su Roland. She remained entranced in disbelief, her eyes reflecting utter incredulity. "All right, Su Junior sister, you may come over now." As his words fell, Qin Mo turned his attention back to the shelf, driven by an intense premonition that something valuable lay hidden here. Without the obstruction of the technique's consciousness, he effortlessly retrieved a scroll, unfurling it for inspection. At first glance, his pupils constricted sharply, his gaze sharpening with intensity. What lay before him was not a technique of the esteemed Orthodox sect, but rather a meticulously sealed high-level demonic cultivation method. A spark of realization ignited within his mind, providing clarity to the situation. No wonder the consciousness of these techniques was so potent. They belonged to the demonic sect. Most individuals could not cultivate these methods, which explained their abandonment in this dust-laden corner. "How fortuitous," Qin Mo murmured, his tone steady as enlightenment washed over him. "Since these are demonic techniques, surely one of them will align with Su Roland's constitution." With this thought in mind, he swiftly began to peruse the scrolls. Chapter 56. The Elder's Perception. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the first floor of the scripture pavilion, Yi Bufon's fingertips glided gently over the aged bookshelves. Suddenly pausing, he had discovered a seemingly unremarkable cultivation method. His eyes darted rapidly across the pages, and with each glance, the brilliance in his gaze intensified. Upon finishing the last page, he could hardly conceal his joy, as if he had unearthed a rare treasure. He lowered his voice, speaking to the storage ring with barely contained excitement. "Master, it truly is as you said. This is a method that can elevate one's cultivation." A brief pause followed, and then a soft acknowledgement came from Xiao Wanyue within the storage ring. "Fanner, this place is crowded and noisy. You should quickly secure the method and leave the scripture pavilion." Her voice carried a hint of concern. Yi Bufon's heart tightened. He swiftly suppressed his elation, scanning the surroundings cautiously to ensure no one was watching, before deftly storing the method in his ring. Almost immediately, a gentle light enveloped him, transporting him out of the scripture pavilion. The elderly man at the registration desk had been silently observing the activities within the pavilion. Upon seeing Yi Bufon emerge, he lifted his gaze, his expression tranquil, with no discernible emotion in his murky eyes. He said nothing more and leisurely reclined back into the old wooden chair, his hands resting on his abdomen, as if everything around him was of no concern. Yi Bufon, oblivious to the old man's subtle movements, wore an expression of uncontainable excitement. The joy of acquiring the cultivation method made him feel as if a wind was propelling him forward, and he hurriedly made his way toward the exit of the scripture pavilion, the earlier matters concerning Qin Mo's fox already forgotten. On the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion, a tranquil yet dim atmosphere pervaded, infused with the distinct scent of aged books. Qin Mo navigated through the shelves filled with demonic cultivation methods, his brow furrowed as he scanned each tome hastily. Time slipped by unnoticed. After an indeterminate duration, his gaze suddenly fixed, revealing a look of delight. This one might be it. With that thought, he reached out and withdrew an ancient cultivation manual from the shelf. The inscriptions on its cover somewhat faded. Yet, the unique aura emanating from it assured him that this was the method he had been desperately seeking. Suitable for Su Wolin's constitution. Qin Mo quickly perused the contents, noting that aside from its somewhat unconventional and wild approach to cultivation, there were no significant issues. He exhaled in relief and turned to Su Wolin, who was also searching not far away, calling out, "Junior Sister Su, I've found the method you need." Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice, Su Wolin abruptly halted, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She turned swiftly, curiosity radiating as she approached. "Brother, what kind of method did you find?" Her voice was laced with anticipation. "This one is it. Make sure to secure it. Our time in the pavilion is nearly up," Qin Mo said earnestly, handing the manual to Su Wolin. Looking at his serious expression, warmth surged within her, and she nodded happily. She carefully accepted the manual and swiftly placed it into her storage ring, as if concealing the world's most precious treasure. Just as Su Wolin secured the method in the storage ring given to her by Xin Xuanzang, a faint golden light of spiritual energy began to rise from beneath their feet. Qin Mo observed the energy calmly. "All right, it's time to leave the scripture pavilion," he said, pausing slightly before adding, "We're about to be forcibly transported out." As his words lingered in the air, the faint golden light surged forth, engulfing the two of them like a roaring tide. In the blink of an eye, the pair, who had been standing there moments before, vanished from the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion, reappearing steadily at the entrance where they had first entered. The surrounding clamor and chatter immediately flooded their ears. Beside the registration desk, the elder in white reclined comfortably in the creaking old wooden chair, his legs crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes, scanning the figures of Qin Mo and Su Wolin as they exited the pavilion. In an instant, his murky gaze sharpened. As if perceiving something amiss, his hawk-like eyes swiftly honing in on the storage ring on Su Wolin's finger. However, upon catching sight of the ring, the elder's body momentarily stiffened, his previously relaxed eyelids snapping open, a fleeting look of bewilderment flashing across his face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he resumed his ordinary demeanor, his expression once again tranquil and unperturbed, as if the peculiar moment had never occurred. At that moment, as they stepped out of the scripture pavilion, Su Wolin was filled with joy at having found the cultivation method, her steps becoming light. She quickly approached Qin Mo, gratitude shining in her eyes as she smiled brightly. "Thank you so much for helping me find the method, brother. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how much effort I would have expended." Qin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor with a slight smile, replied, "It was nothing, merely a small effort. You needn't dwell on it." Despite his attempt to appear composed, a subtle hint of caution flickered in his gaze. Just as they had exited, Qin Mo had keenly sensed a gaze directed at them from the side. He subtly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the elder in white observing them thoughtfully. And a pang of unease struck his heart. He hoped the old man wouldn't discover the cultivation method hidden within Su Wolin's storage ring. After all, if the demonic cultivation method contained within were revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of unnecessary troubles. However, noticing that the elder had returned to his wooden chair, Qin Mo finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. "Phew, that scared me. I thought we had been discovered." After a moment of silent reflection, he quickly led Su Wolin toward the exit of the scripture pavilion. As their figures completely disappeared from sight, a flicker of confusion crossed the elder's previously murky gaze, and he murmured to himself, "That young lady's storage ring looks rather familiar." Chapter 57. Preparing to steal the secret tome of demonic arts, the elderly man in white furrowed his brow, his gaze momentarily vacant as he sank into contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with realization. Could that storage ring belong to the old man, Xin Xuanzang? He muttered softly, disbelief saturating his tone. How could it have ended up in the hands of a mere girl? He narrowed his eyes slightly, the wrinkles on his face twisting in confusion. After a brief pause, as if grasping some unspoken truth, he gently shook his head and reclined back onto the wooden chair, his movements imbued with a sense of weariness and nostalgia. When did that old fellow Xin Xuanzang take on an apprentice? To part with such a treasure, his mind was entirely consumed with the question of the ring's ownership. oblivious to the fact that within Su Wolin's storage ring lay a tome of demonic arts. Meanwhile, Qin Mo piloted his flying sword, swiftly whisking Su Wolin away from the Sutra Pavilion. Throughout their return journey, he frequently cast glances behind him, remaining vigilant of any movements. Once he confirmed that the elder had indeed failed to notice the hidden tome within Su Wolin's storage ring, Qin Mo finally felt a weight lift from his heart. With a soft sigh of relief, he felt the cold sweat on his back. He had feared that the old man might have discovered something. Fortunately, it appeared he had not. Do not question why he harbored such fear of an elder tasked with guarding the Sutra Pavilion. While others might be oblivious to the elder's prowess, Qin Mo, as a traveler aware of the original narrative, was acutely aware of the white-clad elder's background. This figure had once been a prominent character, renowned and formidable, contemporaneous with Shun Xuanzang, the sect leader of the heavenly Tianyan Dao Sect. However, wearied by endless strife and bloodshed, he chose to live in obscurity, taking on the role of a guardian elder in the Sutra Pavilion and leading a life of tranquility. Nevertheless, his strength remained formidable, capable of obliterating small sects with the mere flick of a finger. After ensuring that no incidents had occurred, Qin Mo escorted Su Wolin back to her residence atop the falling sunset peak. He then turned and flew back to his secluded abode amidst the bamboo groves. Upon landing, he stowed his spirit sword and stepped into the courtyard. Awaiting him outside was a nine-tailed fox, which, upon spotting Qin Mo's return, instantly lit up with excitement. It dashed toward him, its fluffy tail wagging energetically like a rattle drum. The nine-tailed fox affectionately rubbed against Qin Mo's leg, emitting cheerful sounds. Seeing this, a gentle smile blossomed on Qin Mo's face. He bent down, tenderly stroking the fox's three soft, bushy tails. It seemed to have missed him. He carefully cradled it in his arms, continuing to pet the fox as he strolled leisurely into the house. Qin Mo gently placed the nine-tailed fox beside the bed and, feeling a sense of ennui, lay back on the bed with his hands clasped behind his head. His thoughts wandered, contemplating the unfolding narrative. That fellow Yi Bufan must have already healed from his injuries. According to the progression, he should have obtained the techniques from the Sutra Pavilion by now. This meant it would soon be his turn in the story. Qin Mo murmured softly, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the bed, his expression revealing a hint of contemplation. Although some details had shifted, fortunately, they did not affect the larger picture. As long as he could accomplish his mission, all would be well. In the original plot, once Yi Bufan was received at Falling Sunset Peak, his exceptional talent and humble demeanor won him the favor of his master, Chu Xian. He received preferential treatment regarding training resources and guidance. In contrast, the original protagonist harbored resentment after being defeated by Yi Bufan. He rashly sought revenge at the sword-bearing mound, intending to inflict suffering upon Yi Bufan. However, not only did his plans backfire, but they also provoked the intense ire of the second junior sister, Yun Qingyao. In a fit of anger, Yun Qingyao disclosed the entire affair to Chu Xian. Upon learning the full context, Chu Xian was incensed, deeming the original protagonist narrow-minded and reckless, contrary to the sect's rules. She promptly ordered him to be confined in the sect's place of reflection, the reflection cliff, as a form of punishment. Consequently, the original protagonist was imprisoned at the reflection cliff for a full 7 days. The cliff was cold and desolate, surrounded by a suffocating silence, accompanied only by the howling wind. Yet, during this prolonged period of solitary reflection, rather than experiencing any self-examination, the original protagonist's hatred for the destined child, Yi Bufan, only intensified, growing like wild weeds in his heart. Blinded by vengeance, he fixated solely on eliminating Yi Bufan. After his confinement ended, he plotted how to ensure Yi Bufan's untimely demise without arousing Chu Xian's suspicion. After considerable thought, he turned his attention to the sect's heavily guarded storage, which contained items confiscated from practitioners of demonic arts. Within this treasure vault lay numerous demonic artifacts, some imbued with potent, malevolent powers, all safeguarded by stringent restrictions. The original protagonist painstakingly navigated the defenses and finally uncovered a secret method for cultivating poison from the vast array of items. This tome meticulously detailed the crafting of various deadly elixirs, covering everything from ingredient collection to preparation processes and the timing for their effects. Elated, he eagerly delved into the study, dedicating day and night to mastering the art of poison crafting. He envisioned that once he completed the elixirs, he would ensure Yi Bufan vanished from this world undetected, thus alleviating his resentment. However, the outcome was that the original protagonist, believing his meticulously crafted poison would silently eliminate Yi Bufan, found himself woefully outmatched. Yi Bufan, with his extraordinary talent for alchemy, merely glanced at the elixir's hue and sniffed its scent to immediately discern the scheme. In that moment, not only did the original protagonist fail to harm Yi Bufan, but he also suffered yet another disgrace. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Qin Mo meticulously reviewed these plot developments in his mind, letting out a deep sigh, filled with helplessness and critique. The portrayal of this antagonist had been utterly dismal. Their intelligence was laughably low, devoid of any strategic acumen. He inwardly scoffed. Consider the absurdity. Two individuals with a history of animosity, where one suddenly offers kindness and gifts a pill. Any reasonable person would harbor doubts. Such unsolicited generosity is often born of treachery. As for Yi Bufan, a paragon of talent in every regard, particularly in alchemy, the original protagonist's attempts to outmaneuver him with poison were akin to a novice showcasing an axe before a master craftsman, a preposterous endeavor. However, since the author had established a narrative rife with folly, it seemed futile to criticize this absurd plot. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Mo rubbed his temples, pondering the ensuing developments. According to the original narrative, he was to be imprisoned at the Reflection Cliff for 7 days of introspection. However, due to the shifts in the storyline, Chu Xian had not taken Yi Bufan as her disciple, and Yun Qingyao had not accompanied him. Consequently, no one was aware of the incident. Thus, during these 7 days, he had no tasks and could simply enjoy a restful slumber. With Yi Bufan not initiated at Falling Sunset Peak under Chu Xian's tutelage, the potential romantic connection between them would likely never materialize. He mused softly to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythmic pattern on the bed's edge. Since Yun Qingyao also did not enter the sword-bearing mound alongside Yi Bufan, it seemed probable that any bond between them would fade into obscurity as well. As he contemplated this, a complex expression flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. Taking a deep breath, I began to devise my course of action. At this moment, the utmost priority is to infiltrate the secret vault where the sect stores the artifacts of the demonic realm and locate that sinister tome of poisons. If I can successfully concoct a lethal elixir and have that rascal Yi Bufan publicly expose it, I would have fulfilled my role within the narrative. Chapter 58. Attempting to enter the forbidden grounds of the sect, Qin Mo was wholly engrossed in organizing the subsequent plot, his mind swirling with various plans. At that moment, the system's characteristic mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Beep. Host's task today. Proceed to the secret vault where the demonic sect's items are stored, and seek out the demonic poison manual. Please complete this task promptly. Remaining time for the task, 24 hours. This series of notifications caused Qin Mo to momentarily pause, followed by a subtle smile gracing his lips as he instinctively nodded. Indeed, this arrival was quite timely. Just as I was contemplating this matter, the task presented itself. Truly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He murmured softly, his tone laced with surprise and delight. Having taken a break for some time, it was now time to engage in activity and undertake some tasks. Qin Mo stretched lazily, casting his gaze out the window. The day was still young, with sunlight streaming through the mottled window panes, casting patches of light and shadow across the room. After a brief contemplation, he reclined back onto his bed, resting his hands behind his head, preparing to conserve his energy. After all, there were a full 24 hours ahead, ample time to proceed without haste. Moreover, the night was inherently tranquil, seldom disturbed by human presence. Undertaking his endeavors under the veil of night would undoubtedly facilitate his efforts, significantly minimizing the risks of detection. He had no desire to attract unwanted trouble, and thus preferred to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Qin Mo let out a lengthy yawn, languidly turning onto his side, contemplating that he would sleep until nightfall before embarking on his task. Before long, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the room. He had fallen into a deep slumber, with sunlight filtering through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Su Roland eagerly shut the door, delving into her storage ring to retrieve the martial arts manual that Qin Mo had personally handed to her. The tome was ancient and weighty, exuding an aura of time. The patterns on its cover shimmered faintly in the subdued light. Gently caressing the cover, Su Roland's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, and she settled cross-legged on her bed, ready to attempt her cultivation. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened the manual. diligently studying each character inscribed within. As time slipped away unnoticed, dusk gradually descended. Darkness enveloped the world, ushering in a profound stillness. At this moment, Sue Roland sat quietly on her bed, her eyes tightly shut, her expression focused, and her aura steady. Silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floor beneath her. She had immersed herself in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to everything around her. The manual lay quietly beside her, subtly quivering with each measured breath. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Sue Roland. A torrent of spiritual essence was drawn into her, causing the surrounding air to hum faintly with the movement of energy. In a brief span, the pace at which she refined the spiritual energy within her dantian accelerated, her internal power igniting like a blazing flame, roaring to life. Her aura surged, exponentially stronger than before, her garments fluttering in the gust of energy. The next moment, Sue Roland abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of ethereal light passing through them, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Unaware of this, she remained engrossed in the exhilaration of her recent breakthrough. She slowly lowered her gaze to her palm, her face alight with disbelief and joy. The manual chosen by her senior brother is truly remarkable. Just following the instructions. I've managed to break through my realm so swiftly, she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with astonishment, as her fingertips gently brushed over the surging power within her. Excitement illuminating her features. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mo, having resided in the Tianyan Dao Sect for many years, effortlessly infiltrated the forbidden area housing the demonic sect's items. The atmosphere around the forbidden grounds was thick with an eerie and oppressive energy, unnervingly quiet, punctuated only by the occasional sound of the wind, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Crouching low, Qin Mo utilized the fragmented walls and dense shadows around him to maneuver swiftly, careful not to make a sound. At that moment, he concealed himself in a dim corner, cautiously peering out to observe the entrance where the demonic items were stored. At the entrance, two disciples clad in white stood resolutely, moonlight cascading upon them, outlining their statuesque forms. Each bore a gleaming long sword on their backs, the blades reflecting a cold luminescence in the faint light. Their expressions were solemn, eyes sharp, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Mo, cloaked in darkness, fixated on the two guards. Noticing their unwavering stance and alert demeanor, he gradually averted his gaze. This presents quite a challenge. It seems I must devise a way to incapacitate these two before I can enter. He furrowed his brow, whispering to himself. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a fist-sized stone at his feet. Bending down to pick it up, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and a plan began to take shape. I have an idea. A subtle, cunning smile crept across his lips as he slightly raised the corners. Next, Qin Mo channeled his spiritual energy into the stone in his palm. The energy surged, and a faint glow enveloped the stone's surface. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arm with force, sending the stone hurtling forth like an arrow released from a bow. Thud! The stone rolled rapidly across the ground, colliding with the stone tiles, producing a series of crisp sounds that echoed starkly in the stillness of the night. The noise instantly drew the attention of the disciples stationed at the entrance, one of whom swiftly turned, seeking the source of the sound. Chapter 59. The two guardians in an instant, their gazes intertwined, a silent understanding passing between them, and simultaneously, they drew their long swords from their backs with a swift motion. With the blades positioned horizontally, they assumed a defensive stance, their eyes brimming with vigilance. The cold moonlight cascaded down, glimmering across the sword blades, emanating a subtle chill. Who goes there? One disciple bellowed, directing his voice towards the direction from which Qin Mo had thrown a stone. The only reply was the rustling sound of the night wind brushing through the treetops, and an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. You go take a look. I will stand guard here, murmured another disciple, lowering his voice. All right, be careful. After a brief exchange of glances, one disciple, wielding a spiritual sword, approached the source of the earlier disturbance with measured steps, each one taken with utmost caution, lest he alert the hidden enemy. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Mo observed everything with a sense of glee. At long last, the bait has been taken, he thought, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, it is my turn to make an appearance. Qin Mo melted into the darkness, holding his breath, his presence dissipating entirely as he merged with the shadows. His eyes fixated intently on the approaching disciple, a mysterious light flickering within them. Just a little closer. A few more steps. Qin Mo mentally urged, his expression growing increasingly serious as he channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, preparing for the impending strike. Finally, the target entered the optimal range for his ambush. At that precise moment, spiritual energy surged within his palm, coalescing rapidly into a faint glow, illuminating his face, which was distorted with excitement. He was poised to strike, waiting for the other to become engrossed in surveying the surroundings. With a swift motion, he would incapacitate him before he had the slightest chance to react. Disposing of this individual would make the remaining one an even easier task for Qin Mo. "Is there anything unusual?" called out another disciple from a distance, his voice low. "Nothing. Let me take a closer look," the disciple who had ventured into the shadows replied, raising his gaze to scan the area warily. After failing to detect any suspicious signs, he slowly crouched down to examine the ground. His eyes fell upon the stone that Qin Mo had previously thrown as bait. Just as his fingers brushed the stone and he was about to pick it up, Qin Mo's eyes, hidden in the darkness, narrowed suddenly, a glint of cold light appearing. Like a wraith of the night, he surged forward, using the cover of darkness to close the distance in an instant. His speed was remarkable, barely stirring the air around him. Before the disciple could react, Qin Mo was already at his back, raising his hand without hesitation and delivering a swift chop. A faint scream pierced the darkness. But as soon as it escaped the disciple's lips, Qin Mo was quick to cover his mouth, silencing it instantly. With utmost gentleness, Qin Mo laid the unconscious disciple down softly beside him. Once everything was arranged, he resumed his vigil in the shadows, awaiting the next unsuspecting prey. "How is it? Are you certain there are no suspicious individuals?" inquired the disciple stationed at the entrance, his voice resonating through the stillness of the night. Yet, the only response was an oppressive silence, devoid of any sound. Chapter 60. Acquiring the tome of poison, his brow furrowed into a tight line, his expression growing increasingly grave as he raised his voice once more, yet silence met his call. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He gripped the spiritual sword tightly, its blade quivering slightly, reflecting the cold moonlight. He instinctively softened his footsteps, each step taken cautiously as he moved towards the spot where his comrades had vanished. As he approached, he glanced around, warily assessing his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fell upon a disciple lying motionless on one side. His heart tightened, and he instinctively rushed over to assist. However, at that moment, his keen senses detected a lurking danger in the vicinity. Almost simultaneously, his hand darted into his robes, reaching for the jade talisman capable of transmitting a distress signal to the elders of the Tianyan Dao Sect. If he could shatter the talisman, the sect would be alerted to the imminent peril. Yet, Qin Mo had been vigilantly observing his every move, unwilling to let him succeed. Just as his fingertips brushed against the talisman, a shadow surged forth from the depths of darkness with a fierce momentum, striking like lightning. A piercing scream rent the night air, abruptly cut short. Qin Mo, channeling his spiritual energy, moved with the swiftness of a drawn blade, appearing behind the assailant in an instant. His hand sliced through the air, delivering a precise blow to the disciple's neck. This swift and forceful strike left no room for even the faintest resistance. The disciple's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. With remarkable agility, Qin Mo stepped forward, supporting the fallen figure and gently laying him beside the other. He leaned down, his expression focused, as he swiftly checked for a pulse at the necks of both individuals, confirming they had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact, their lives still intact. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, rising slowly, his gaze shifting toward the secret vault housing the demonic artifacts. The moonlight illuminated his stern features, outlining a resolute silhouette. "Forgive me, my friends. Sleep well tonight," he murmured softly, his voice barely audible in the stillness of the night. As his words faded, he vanished like a wraith, propelled by an unstoppable force towards the depths of the vault, soon engulfed by the profound darkness. Upon entering, his eyes gleamed with determination as he navigated through the towering stacks of ancient tomes and rare treasures, leaving no corner unexplored. Time slipped away unnoticed. After what felt like an eternity, his gaze suddenly halted at a concealed bookshelf deep within the vault. A weathered tome lay there, its cover inscribed with the words "Tome of Poison" in a haphazard scrawl, exuding an air of carelessness. The title seemed almost eager to announce itself as a manual of toxic arts. Qin Mo couldn't help but mutter a remark, brushing away the dust with his hand, his fingers grazing the pages. Just as he firmly grasped the Tome of Poison, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind, shattering the vault's silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Rewards are being distributed. Obtain mysterious gift box 1, now stored in the system repository. Listening to the sound of rewards being granted, Qin Mo promptly placed the tome of poison into his storage ring, releasing a long sigh. Finally completed, time to return. After scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground and surged back in the direction he had come. His figure flickered through the darkness, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, as if he had never lingered there at all. Only a chapter today. I shall make it up tomorrow, as the data isn't quite favorable. Chapter 61. Swinging alone at night, having acquired the demonic sect's poison manual required for his system task, Qin Mo did not pause in his steps. The night was deep, and he soared through the air on his flying sword, racing towards his residence like a specter. The wind howled in his ears, yet he dared not slow his pace, his sole intention to return swiftly to a place of safety. This undertaking demanded utmost caution, for even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Stealthily searching in the dead of night, should he be discovered by the elders or deacons on duty within the sect, trouble would surely ensue. Qin Mo was acutely aware of this. His reputation within the sect was far from favorable. If caught, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a wrongdoer, and a thorough inquiry would be inevitable. Even more critically, concealed within his storage ring was the forbidden tome. Should it be discovered, the lightest consequence would see him imprisoned on the cliff of reflection, while the severest might result in his expulsion from the sect. Do not ask why he was so well informed. Such knowledge was gleaned from nearly a decade of trials and tribulations within the sect. In his previous system tasks, he had often been spotted. Through repeated encounters, he had memorized the patrol schedules of all the elders with precision. Thus, in subsequent missions, he had nearly perfected the art of evading their scrutiny. Before long, Qin Mo arrived safely at the vicinity of Wanxia Peak. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and only when he confirmed that no one had noticed him did he slowly decrease the speed of his sword, lifting his gaze towards Wanxia Peak. Memories from the past 9 years surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Every blade of grass and every tree here was a familiar sight. Yet now, as he beheld them, his heart was burdened with a profound sense of difference. A sigh escaped his lips, but ultimately, no words were uttered. Only a long exhale, accompanied by a slight shaking of his head, dissipated into the night breeze. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his handsome yet expressionless face, lending it an air of chilliness. As if stirred by some long-buried memory, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at a direction long untouched. At the foot of Wanxia Peak, a small stream meandered by, unremarkable in its surroundings. It had been a long time since he last visited. Perhaps it was worth a look. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo turned and guided his flying sword towards the stream. Meanwhile, Su Wolin, just finishing her cultivation in her room, lay lazily at the window, quietly admiring the moon above. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed across her line of sight. That silhouette seemed so familiar. Was it Qin Mo, her senior? Having learned from her previous encounter, she quickly deduced that the person soaring on the flying sword was indeed him. Peering through the dim moonlight, she observed Qin Mo gliding through the air, her curiosity intensifying with each passing moment. It was late, and everyone else was asleep. What could Qin Mo be doing outside? The last time she saw him leave alone, he had soared away so swiftly that she had no time to ponder. But this time, it appeared he was headed towards the foot of Wanxia Peak. An idea sparked within her. Perhaps she could stealthily follow him to uncover the truth. With that thought, she moved swiftly out of her room, pursuing the direction in which Qin Mo was slowly flying. Thanks to Qin Mo's relatively slow pace and her recent breakthrough in cultivation, Su Wolin had little trouble keeping up with him. At that moment, Qin Mo, standing atop his flying sword and surveying his surroundings, remained blissfully unaware of the presence trailing behind him. I vaguely remember. It should be around here. His gaze wandered until it settled upon a massive ancient tree. The area beneath was barren, save for the grand tree, which bore a few unblossomed flowers at its base. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a stone table, long and used and covered in moss, quietly standing nearby. The familiar scene triggered a flicker of excitement and melancholy within Qin Mo's eyes. With time on his side, he decided to descend and take a closer look. He murmured softly to himself before gesturing with one hand, guiding his flying sword steadily toward his destination below. Senior brother Qin Mo seems to be right in front. Su Wolin, closely following behind, exhaled a sigh of relief as she saw him descend. Slowing her pace, she stealthily hid behind a distant tree, using the moonlight to observe. With only one large tree in the vicinity, the area was spacious enough for Su Wulan to easily witness all of Qin Mo's actions. Why had her senior brother come here alone? She pondered aloud, unable to fathom his purpose for being in this place. Qin Mo retracted his spirit sword and slowly approached the moss-covered stone table. Time had left its marks upon the surface, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the stone, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Lowering his head, he caught sight of the dusty stone bench, a complex expression crossing his features. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned a soft breeze of spiritual energy that swept away the thick layer of dust, allowing him to sit down. The stone table and bench were rather diminutive, ill-suited for his tall frame, causing him to adopt an awkward posture that appeared somewhat comical. From her concealed vantage point, Su Wulan couldn't help but smile at the sight, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Meanwhile, Qin Mo sensed the discomfort of his position and subtly adjusted himself, allowing his gaze to wander to the lush, sprawling tree above. Dappled moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate shadows on the ground. Capturing Qin Mo's attention as he fell into contemplation, his eyes caught sight of an old swing hanging from the branches, instantly drawing him back to the past. A glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze, he rose slowly from the crowded stone table, walking unhurriedly towards the swing. Surrounding it were only a few budding flowers, offering a sense of solitude. Upon reaching the swing, he first bowed his head, his eyes fixed on the name carved into the wood. After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The profound night enveloped everything in a gentle embrace. Then, he gently seated himself upon the swing. It was spacious enough, unlike the stone table, allowing him to relax. In the distance, Su Wulan, hidden in the shadows, watched Qin Mo, who at that moment seemed to revert to a child, contentedly swinging back and forth. However, without someone to push him, the swing only swayed a few times before coming to a halt. Sitting alone on the swing, Qin Mo appeared exceedingly solitary, the occasional breeze nudging the swing gently, but lacking the lively rhythm it had when he first sat down. Noticing this, Qin Mo waved his hand lightly, releasing a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy from his palm, as if an invisible hand were tenderly pushing the swing from behind. Once more, he began to sway gently, yet his countenance revealed no trace of joy. Only a profound sense of melancholy crept into his expression. As the swing moved, memories surged in his mind like a tidal wave. Senior brother, the swing you made is so much fun. From now on, you must play with me. You are not allowed to have any other younger sisters. Senior brother, I planted many little flowers beside the swing. Do you think they are beautiful? Qin Mo, you have truly gone too far. I can no longer place my trust in you. You are a despicable person. Stay far away from me, for I do not wish to lay eyes upon you again. A heavy sigh escaped Qin Mo's lips. Memories of the past receded like the ebbing tide, and he lifted his gaze, slowly surveying the overgrown surroundings. Perhaps it is best to return and rest for a while, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with fatigue and resignation. As he spoke, he elegantly waved his hand through the air, and in an instant, spiritual energy coalesced, summoning a spirit sword. He then lightly tapped his toes, firmly alighting upon the sword, and sped away towards the back mountain of the falling sunset peak. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the vastness of the night. At that moment, Su Wulan, who had been quietly observing from behind a large tree, saw Qin Mo depart alone, a look of undeniable perplexity crossing her face. Her eyes were filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern as she murmured to herself, "It seems that senior brother Qin Mo is not in a good mood." Su Wulan gently pressed her lips together and gradually emerged from the shadow of the tree. She slowed her pace, making her way to the spot where Qin Mo had just swung. Soon, she arrived beside the tree and, following Qin Mo's previous gaze, looked down at the swing. At the far left of the swing, Qin Mo's name was etched upon it, still discernible despite the passage of time and weathering. This side bears Qin Mo's name, but the other side is on the opposite side, where another name should have been inscribed. It appeared as though a sharp blade had repeatedly scraped across it, rendering the characters mottled and indistinct, nearly impossible to decipher. Only faint traces of the original engraving could be discerned. Chapter 62. Qin Mo's first junior sister Su Wulan cautiously glanced around, illuminated only by the dim light of the moon, allowing her to faintly discern the surname carved on the swing Mo. However, the subsequent characters were rendered indistinct by the ravages of time and human interference, and despite her efforts to decipher them, clarity eluded her. It seemed that this was the very reason for her senior brother Qin Mo's discontent. She murmured softly, her brow furrowing as she sank into contemplation. Lowering her gaze, a torrent of thoughts surged within her mind. She meticulously recalled Qin Mo's earlier despondent expression, growing increasingly convinced that this vague name was intricately linked to his melancholic demeanor. After deep reflection, she mentally traversed through the disciples of the falling sunset peak, yet could not recall any fellow disciple with the surname Mo. How peculiar. Could it be that they were not a disciple of falling sunset peak? Confusion entwined her heart like creeping vines, her curiosity piqued, yet devoid of direction. Various speculations whirled in her mind, but no answers materialized. Instinctively, Su Roland lifted her gaze towards the moon hanging high in the sky. The silvery light cascaded down, and a chill settled in the air, making her acutely aware of the late hour. Reluctantly, she stifled her burgeoning curiosity. After casting one last glance at the place, she departed, making her way back to her quarters. As the inky night enveloped the world, Qin Mo returned on his sword, his figure melding into the depths of the bamboo forest where a small cottage awaited. He gently pushed open the door, the creak shattering the tranquility within. The nine-tailed fox, previously lying quietly on the bed, perked up its ears and lifted its small head at once. The dejection that had clouded its face was instantly replaced by a glimmer of excitement, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. With its fluffy little legs, it eagerly leapt from the bed, resembling a white ball of fluff as it scampered towards Qin Mo's feet, joyfully swaying its body along the way. As Qin Mo stepped into the room, he sensed a tingling sensation at his feet, without needing to look down. He knew the system-issued nine-tailed fox had wrapped itself around him. Still awake at this late hour, waiting for my return? He inquired softly, his voice laced with affection. The nine-tailed fox seemed to comprehend his words, nodding eagerly as its bright eyes brimmed with expectation. Seeing this, Qin Mo bent down slowly, the remnants of his earlier gloom dissipating, replaced by a heart full of joy. He gently lifted the nine-tailed fox, his long fingers tenderly stroking its three fluffy tails, his touch soft and soothing. The nine-tailed fox nestled in Qin Mo's embrace, blissfully closing its eyes, reveling in its master's affection, occasionally emitting a series of contented murmurs. After indulging in the warmth of its fluffy tails for a while, Qin Mo reluctantly set the nine-tailed fox down beside the bed. He then walked steadily to the window, his tall figure outlined against the moonlight. Qin Mo tilted his head slightly upward, gazing into the profound stillness of the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts began to drift. Memories of past interactions surfaced in his mind. After a moment of reflection, he gently shook his head, his hair swaying slightly with the motion. Turning his gaze to the luminous moon above, the moonlight, like water, cascaded onto his face, softening his austere features. Tomorrow marks the day when junior sister Mu returns from her sect mission. She should be quite pleased to learn of a new junior sister joining Falling Sunset Peak. Qin Mo murmured softly, but his words trailed off abruptly midway. Gradually turning away from the distant gaze, he shifted his form and lay down upon the bed. No more thoughts for now. I shall ponder it tomorrow. With this resolve, Qin Mo surrendered to slumber. Chapter 63. A sense of panic within as the night deepened. Qin Mo slowly succumbed to slumber on the creaking wooden bed, his steady breaths echoing softly in the tranquil room. Meanwhile, Su Wolin had returned to her own quarters. Clad in plain nightwear, her hair slightly disheveled, she leaned against the window sill, gazing at the resplendent moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded upon her face like flowing water, yet her thoughts were far removed from the enchanting glow. Her mind was consumed by the swing, and the unfamiliar name etched beside it lingered in her heart like an elusive fog. Who could the surname Mu belong to? She furrowed her brow, murmuring softly as she attempted to unearth a clue, but no matter how hard she tried, the answer eluded her grasp. Ultimately, Su Wolin let out a helpless sigh, dragging her weary feet back to the bed, hoping to find a moment of peace and slumber. Yet, lying there, she tossed and turned like a pancake, the name spinning in her mind like an incantation, leaving her restless. Ah, how vexing. I cannot sleep at all. Su Wolin irritably tugged at her hair, unable to suppress her quiet complaints. She was at a loss as to why she felt this way. Since returning, an inexplicable anxiety had settled in her heart. All she desired was to uncover the identity of the name inscribed next to Qin Mo's. Just then, she sat up suddenly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she spoke to herself. That's right. Tomorrow, I will ask my two senior sisters. They have known Qin Mo for a long time. Perhaps they know of the person with the surname Mo. With this thought, a smile crept across her lips as she reclined back onto the bed, filled with anticipation for the dawn. Once morning arrived, she could directly seek out Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue for answers, and surely she would discover who it was. With this realization, Su Wolin felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart, resting peacefully back on her bed. This time, she did not toss and turn as before, but soon her breathing became even and gentle as she slipped into dreams. In the stillness of the night, the world seemed enveloped in a serene darkness, with everyone lost in sweet slumber. Su Wolin lay quietly, the moonlight filtering through the mottled window panes and illuminating her face. Suddenly, a flicker of dark light flashed in her eyes without warning. However, immersed in her dreams, she remained oblivious to the unusual happenings around her, merely murmuring in her sleep, "Brother, so impressive." At that moment, the Fanjian blood sword, securely stored within her spatial ring, seemed to awaken from a serene slumber, responding to a mysterious force. The entire sword radiated dark purple spiritual energy, its eerie glow flickering in the dimness. The sword trembled slightly within the ring, as if eagerly answering something. But this unusual occurrence lasted only a moment. Soon, a soft golden light emerged from the surface of the spatial ring, akin to the warming rays of the sun, instantly suppressing the ominous dark purple hue. The Fanjian blood sword, which had been quivering, returned to tranquility under the golden glow, as though nothing had transpired. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the narrow window, casting patches of golden light upon the floor. Qin Mo remained blissfully asleep, relishing the comfort of his lazy morning, showing no intention of rising. Beside him, the nine-tailed fox could no longer contain itself, glancing down at its plump little belly and then at its still sleeping master. Its eyes filled with a mix of grievance and anticipation. Finally, it could hold back no longer, extending its delicate tongue to gently lick Qin Mo's cheek. "Aru, Aru." It whimpered softly, a blend of affection and urgency in its tone. The warmth on his face stirred Qin Mo from his dreams, and he mumbled, "Stop licking. Stop licking. I'm awake. Just wait a moment, and I'll feed you." Gradually, he sat up, rubbing his drowsy eyes and surveying the room. Seeing her master finally responsive, the nine-tailed fox eagerly patted its belly with its tiny paw, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Mo. In response, he stretched widely, the joints in his body cracking softly, and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Ah, this feels wonderful. Sleeping as long as I want is the life I desire." Turning his head, he noticed the nine-tailed fox's excitement, its three fluffy tails wagging like a tambourine, and suddenly recalled that he had yet to feed it. He reached out to his spatial ring, and three plump feeding pills appeared in his palm, which he offered to the fox. "Here, take these 3 feeding pills to fill your belly." Upon receiving her master's permission, the nine-tailed fox perked up instantly. With a single cry, it opened its wide mouth, its pink tongue darting out like lightning, swallowing the 3 pills in an instant. Qin Mo watched quietly until the fox had finished eating. He glanced around the room once more and raised his gaze to the window, habitually calling up the system panel to check the current time and task status. "No tasks available. Please await the next narrative mission refresh." Confirming there were no tasks, Qin Mo turned his gaze back to the sun hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Today marked the day Mushimi would return from her mission. By his calculations, she should be nearing the Tianyan Dao Sect. With this realization, he abandoned his lingering affection for the warmth of the bed and slowly rose, contemplating, "Since I have nothing to do, I might as well take a stroll." As he mused, he turned to the nine-tailed fox, which was licking its paws after eating, and called out, "I'm heading out now. You stay here and wait for me to return." "Aru?" The nine-tailed fox responded cheerfully, its furry body shaking as if nodding in agreement. Satisfied that it understood, Qin Mo smiled faintly, revealing a hint of satisfaction before turning and stepping out of the room. Standing in the center of the small courtyard, he looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly and there wasn't a cloud in sight. Then, with a single hand gesture, he gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, swirling it with purpose. In an instant, a shimmering spirit sword materialized from his palm, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, gracefully ascending onto the spirit sword. With a commanding shout, the sword surged forward, slicing through the air toward the enlightenment square of the Tianyan Dao Sect, the wind howling past his ears as he soared, his robes billowing elegantly, radiating an extraordinary aura. Chapter 64. Senior Sister Mu Rongxue. In an instant, the flying sword controlled by Qin Mo descended steadily onto the Enlightenment Square, enveloped by a fierce gust of wind. As he sheathed the spiritual sword, he lifted his gaze and spotted the familiar figures of Yun Qingyao, Luo Ningxue, and Su Ruolin in the distance. The sunlight cascaded down, outlining their graceful silhouettes, while a gentle breeze fluttered their garments, evoking the image of ethereal beings from a painting. They had arrived as well. It was likely that junior sister Mu would soon follow. Qin Mo murmured to himself, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought of approaching them for a greeting. Instead, he turned and walked alone to a secluded corner of the Enlightenment Square. Sitting upon a smooth stone, he gazed toward the horizon, his thoughts drifting further away. Qin Mo was acutely aware of his tarnished reputation. The peculiar glances and idle gossip shadowed him like a specter. Over time, he grew weary of the scrutinizing and disdainful gazes. Rather than impose himself upon them, he preferred to seek a tranquil space and quietly await junior sister Mu's return. In a moment of ennui, Qin Mo's gaze wandered across the square. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his attention. It was Yi Bufan. What brings this fellow here? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. According to the storyline, he should be engrossed in his studies for vengeance against his parents, not here. Yi Bufan approached the opposite side of the Enlightenment Square with a steady stride, where a group of disciples from other peaks eagerly awaited their turn to spar with him. A confident smile graced his lips, and his aura radiated vitality, starkly contrasting the modest demeanor he usually exhibited during solitary training. At that moment, fragments of the original narrative flashed through Qin Mo's mind, and he recalled certain plot details. Right. Almost forgot. The emotional arc between Yi Bufan and Mu Rongxue seemingly began here at the Enlightenment Square. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Bufan, pondering internally. Unknowingly, he recalled the general plot trajectory. During this time, the original character had not participated in any events at the square but remained indoors, preoccupied with concocting poison pills. As for Yi Bufan, according to the original storyline, he should have arrived with Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue to welcome Mu Rongxue's return. However, the narrative had taken a slight detour. Yi Bufan had not successfully entered the falling sunset peak. Instead, he was now at the Enlightenment Square, engaged in spirited bouts with disciples from other peaks, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, Su Ruolin had taken Yi Bufan's former place among the two. Having silently pieced together this series of events, Qin Mo's gaze inadvertently returned to the spirited Yi Bufan. He observed Yi Bufan's every move, his expression remaining unchanged. After finishing a spar with the other peak disciples, Yi Bufan clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. His face alight with uncontainable excitement. Eagerly channeling his energy, he sent a message to his master, Xiao Wanyu, within his storage ring, exclaiming, "Master, this cultivation technique is extraordinary. After just one day of practice, my cultivation has already advanced a level." Inside the ring, Xiao Wanyu, clad in simple attire, maintained a serene demeanor. Upon hearing her disciple's words, she responded gently, "Yes, this technique is indeed fated for you and will greatly benefit your cultivation." She paused momentarily before continuing. "If paired with a cleansing marrow pill, not only will your cultivation progress further, but your foundation will also be refined, paving a smoother path for your future cultivation." However, as she spoke, a faint sigh escaped her lips. "Alas, the cleansing marrow pill is a fourth-tier elixir, and my current spiritual power is too weak for its refinement. Moreover, I lack the necessary materials, making the endeavor far from easy. To obtain it, one must visit the herb hall." Listening to his master's words, Yi Bufan's mind sparked with inspiration as he surveyed the other peak disciples around him, a bold idea crystallizing. With sufficient contributions to the sect, he could exchange for a fourth-tier cleansing marrow pill. With that thought, he turned sharply, addressing the crowd of disciples. "Who else wishes to challenge me? Let us make it interesting. We'll wager with sect contribution points. The loser will give their points to the winner. Who dares? I, Yi Bufan, will stake 50 points." His words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of excitement. From the crowd, a robust man from Yulong Peak stepped forward with a scoff, striding toward Yi Bufan, his muscles taut and demeanor fierce, quite the boastful one. "I'll take you on, and I'll wager 50 points as well." A confident smile curled at the corners of Yi Bufan's mouth. his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit as he flexed his wrists, ready to engage in this intense competition. As the protagonist moves forward, so too does the narrative unfold. In the distance, Qin Mo observed everything, seemingly anticipating these developments. He calmly shifted his gaze back to the three junior sisters. At that moment, Su Ruolin stood beside Yun Qingyao, listening intently as they explained, her expression transforming from confusion to realization. Once the truth became clear, a subtle change crossed her features, her heart a tumult of emotions. She lowered her head slightly, murmuring, "So, the senior sister of Falling Sunset Peak is named Mu Rongxue. That means the name carved on the swing from last night must also belong to her." A hint of bitterness tinged Su Ruolin's voice, and a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. To hide her emotions from Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue, she instinctively composed herself, unaware of Su Ruolin's subtle shift. Yun Qingyao and Luo Ningxue continued their conversation. Yun Qingyao tilted her head slightly, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze as she spoke. "Indeed. Senior sister Mu joined the sect several years before us. I remember when we first entered the sect, she was already adept at undertaking tasks on her own, moving freely." Luo Ningxue nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, I heard that senior sister Mu and Qin Mo entered the sect around the same time. But we are not privy to the details beyond that." As the three reminisced, Yun Qingyao suddenly seemed to sense a subtle shift in the air. She paused mid-sentence, her brow furrowing as she instinctively looked up toward the horizon. After a moment of concentration, a glimmer of surprise crossed her eyes, and her tone brightened as she exclaimed, "All right, I can sense senior sister Mu's presence. She is about to return." Chapter 65. Indescribable emotions. The news swept through the air like a gust of wind, dispersing the light-hearted banter among the three. Luo Ningxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she instinctively raised her gaze to the sky, her toes lifting slightly in excitement. The senior sister was finally returning, and she was sure to adore junior sister Su. Had she arrived? Su Ruolin murmured, pausing for a moment before glancing upwards. Within just 2 breaths, a pale white streak of light cut through the sky like lightning, racing towards the Enlightenment Square. Just as Su Ruolin blinked, a tall woman appeared before her. The woman landed gracefully at the Enlightenment Square, her hair cascading like a waterfall, with a few strands gently resting against her chest. The crimson adornment on her forehead contrasted sharply with her piercing amber eyes, exuding an aura of coldness that kept others at bay. Clad in a form-fitting gown of intertwined shades of pink and red, the unique neckline was embellished with lustrous gems and delicate fringes. The wide sleeves flowed into sheer gossamer, revealing her long legs, while she radiated an undeniable authority. "Mu Rongxue, junior sister of Qin Mo, senior sister, you have finally returned," Yun Qingyao exclaimed, waving cheerfully at Mu Rongxue in the distance. Beside her, Luo Ningxue joyfully called out, "Indeed, senior sister, you have been away for so long. And I have wonderful news to share. I am no longer the youngest junior sister of Luoxia Peak." Upon seeing this unfamiliar senior sister for the first time, Su Ruolin felt a momentary shock, her heart stirred with surprise. She and senior brother Qin Mo seemed to be such a perfect match. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Ruolin quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic musings. Noticing that her junior sister was still lost in thought, Yun Qingyao smiled gently and took Su Ruolin's hand, leading her toward Mu Rongxue. "Come on, Su junior sister, let me introduce you to senior sister." Oh. Su Ruolin, still immersed in her thoughts, was brought back to reality by Yun Qingyao's gentle tug and followed her gaze toward Mu Rongxue. At that moment, Mu Rongxue, having heard the familiar voices behind her, turned around slowly. Upon seeing the 2 junior sisters, along with a new face, her previously serious expression softened into a warm smile. She tucked her spirit sword away into her storage ring and approached the trio, inquiring with genuine concern, "It's been a while. Has Qin Mo been bullying you during my absence? If he has, I shall surely teach him a lesson." As Luo Ningxue stepped closer, she felt a warmth in her heart at Mu Rongxue's words. She leaped into Mu Rongxue's embrace like a spoiled kitten, rubbing against her affectionately. "Senior sister, you have no idea. That Qin Mo has hardly shown up to bully us lately." Just as she began to speak, a sudden thought struck her, and she hurriedly added, "But during the recent disciples recruitment ceremony, he actually went to the sect's entrance to make things difficult for the new disciples I brought along. Is that so? Rest assured, senior sister will seek justice for you. That Qin Mo is not worthy of bullying my junior sister," Mu Rongxue said softly. her hand gently stroking Luo Ningxue's head in an attempt to soothe her. Upon hearing that her senior sister would stand up for her, Luo Ningxue's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, and later, that Qin Mo even deliberately lowered his cultivation level to challenge the new disciple I brought. But he ended up getting injured and fell off the stage. He received his due punishment? Mu Rongxue's fierce demeanor instantly softened, her eyes widening with surprise. Injured by a new disciple and knocked off the stage? She gently withdrew her hand, her expression shifting from astonishment to concern. However, as she turned to face Yun Qingyao and Su Ruolin approaching, she quickly concealed her emotions, pondering the origins of this new disciple who possessed such remarkable skills. At that moment, Yun Qingyao and Su Ruolin stepped closer, stopping before Mu Rongxue with radiant smiles. Yun Qingyao opened her arms and embraced her gently, saying, "Senior Sister Mu, we've missed you dearly. It must have been quite a journey. You must be exhausted." Leaning back slightly, she placed her hands on Mu Rongxue's shoulders, scanning her with care. "During your mission for the sect, you've been away for so long. I hope you returned unscathed. If you need healing elixirs, I have some." Feeling the sincerity in her junior sister's concern, Mu Rongxue couldn't help but smile softly. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Behind Yun Qingyao, Su Ruolin took a cautious step forward. The powerful aura surrounding Mu Rongxue made her feel tense, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "Hello, Senior Sister Mu. I am Su Ruolin, a recent addition to the sect. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Noticing that Su Ruolin was a newcomer, Mu Rongxue's smile brightened even more, her eyes curving into lovely crescents. "Hello, Su Junior Sister. Our master informed me through spiritual communication about a talented new disciple joining Luoxia Peak, and I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Welcome to our family here at Luoxia Peak." With that, she gently took Su Ruolin's hand, offering a reassuring pat. "In the future, should you encounter any difficulties on this mountain, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do my utmost to help you." Su Ruolin met Mu Rongxue's friendly gaze, her anxiety dissipating significantly. Nodding earnestly, she replied, "Thank you, Senior Sister Mu. I will surely ask for your guidance moving forward." After the introductions, Mu Rongxue instinctively turned her head, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Her gaze was filled with urgency and anticipation, sweeping over the crowd, not missing a single corner of the Enlightenment Square. Yet, despite her searching, Qin Mo's figure remained absent. As disappointment crept into her heart, it clouded her expression like a shadow obscuring the sun, dimming her eyes momentarily. However, this emotion was fleeting. In just an instant, Mu Rongxue composed herself, returning to her usual calm demeanor. Yet, the brief flicker of emotion revealed her underlying concern. "Is Qin Mo not here?" she murmured softly, her tone tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy. "Senior Sister, do not fret about that Qin Mo," Luo Ningxue exclaimed brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "My spirit beast is about to break through to the 4th level. It's incredible. Come, let us go take a look." With that, she tugged at Mu Rongxue's hand, eager to lead her toward Luoxia Peak. Mu Rongxue's lips curled into a gentle smile, her heart warmed, and she said nothing, momentarily pausing to survey the area once more. After meticulously confirming that Qin Mo was indeed absent, she allowed Luo Ningxue to lead her away. However, this scene was entirely witnessed by Su Ruolin, who stood nearby. Initially, she merely observed the conversations with curiosity, yet she keenly detected the fleeting and intricate expression that crossed Mu Rongxue's face. A sudden pang struck Su Ruolin's heart, as if she had been hit by something, causing her thoughts to spiral into disarray. An indescribable and peculiar sensation lingered in her heart, stirring her emotions tumultuously. Chapter 66. Preparing to refine toxic elixirs at the edge of the Enlightenment Square, in a corner entirely shrouded in shadows, Qin Mo concealed himself alone. His figure was half enshrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of profound eyes that gazed intently at Mu Rongxue. At that moment, Mu Rongxue had just returned, her gaze scanning the Enlightenment Square as if searching for something. Witnessing this, Qin Mo's heart tightened abruptly, and he instinctively shrank further into the shadows, fearful that the slightest sound might betray his presence. It was not until Mu Rongxue withdrew her gaze that he breathed a silent sigh of relief and slowly emerged from his hiding place. That was truly precarious. He had nearly been discovered. Qin Mo murmured softly to himself, raising a hand to gently wipe away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. After confirming that Mu Rongxue had not noticed him, his previously taut nerves began to relax. He slightly tilted his head to observe Yi Bufan, who was engaged in a one-on-one duel in the distance. His expression remained tranquil, yet his eyes were inscrutable, leaving others in suspense as to his thoughts. Sigh. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft sigh and retrieved an ancient tome, the toxic compendium of the Demon Sect, from his storage ring. Qin Mo's hand gradually tightened around the book, his knuckles whitening from the strain. After a moment of contemplation, he diverted his gaze from Yi Bufan and turned to look at the four junior sisters who were chatting merrily in the distance. Observing their radiant joy, a gentle smile unconsciously graced Qin Mo's face. Lowering his eyes to the toxic compendium in his hands, he murmured softly, "I should return alone to thoroughly study this demonic tome." Having said this, he carefully stowed the compendium back into his storage ring. No longer lingering, he turned, clasping his hands behind his back, and walked in the opposite direction of the others, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn in the dim light. As Qin Mo departed alone, Mu Rongxue trailed behind Luo Ningxue, making her way toward the falling sunset peak. Suddenly, she halted as if tugged by an invisible thread, acutely sensing a piercing gaze directed at her from behind. Reacting swiftly, she almost instantaneously turned her head, her eyes sharp as she peered into the distance. In a fleeting glance, she caught sight of a figure retreating, hands clasped behind, gradually moving away into the distance. However, the figure was too far away, appearing somewhat blurred in the faint light. Straining her eyes to discern more clearly, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over her, as if she had once gazed upon such a silhouette at a different time. That silhouette seemed eerily familiar. Has that fellow Qin Mo come? Mu Rongxue murmured to herself, uncertain and pondering the likelihood of this possibility. Noticing her senior sister's erratic pace, Luo Ningxue paused in confusion, turning concern etched on her face as she softly inquired, "Senior sister, what troubles you? Are you fatigued from the return journey?" "Oh, I am fine. I simply drifted off in thought for a moment," Mu Rongxue replied, forcing a smile as she came back to her senses. At this juncture, Su Ruolin also noticed Mu Rongxue's demeanor. Following her gaze, she spotted the solitary figure in black, fading into the distance. Despite the distance, she recognized that silhouette with utmost clarity, almost instantly confirming it was indeed Qin Mo. Su Ruolin furrowed her brow slightly, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. She instinctively glanced at Mu Rongxue, poised to speak, but hesitated and fell silent. Seeing her senior sister had recovered, Luo Ningxue sighed in relief and took Mu Rongxue's hand again, gently shaking it as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Since you're fine, let us hasten, senior sister." With that, she pulled Mu Rongxue along, their footsteps light as they headed toward falling sunset peak. Mu Rongxue allowed her junior sister to lead her, but could not resist glancing back once more toward the direction where the familiar figure had vanished. Her gaze tinged with an indescribable complexity. It was only when the figure fully disappeared from sight, leaving not even a blurred outline, that she quickened her pace to catch up with Luo Ningxue. Su Ruolin quietly followed behind them, observing everything. She too glanced in the direction where Qin Mo had departed, her lips moving slightly as if to voice something, yet ultimately chose silence. She listened quietly to the conversation between Luo Ningxue and Mu Rongxue, matching their pace as they journeyed toward falling sunset peak together. Before long, Qin Mo soared through the skies on his flying sword, landing steadily in the courtyard of his secluded bamboo grove. As the sword touched down, it stirred a slight cloud of dust, which soon settled back into tranquility. In the courtyard, a snow-white nine-tailed fox lay comfortably on a bamboo chair, basking in the sunlight. Its fur shimmered softly under the sun's rays, and its three fluffy tails draped languidly over the edge of the chair. Sensing the movement, the nine-tailed fox's ears twitched slightly, as if drawn by an unseen thread. Its previously closed eyes slowly opened, lazily peering about with vigilance. Upon recognizing her master's return, the fox's drowsy eyes brightened instantly. Excitedly, it scampered over to Qin Mo's feet, nuzzling affectionately against him. Qin Mo smiled gently and retrieved the ancient, hefty toxic compendium of the Demon Sect. His gaze traversed the pages thoughtfully, and he murmured to himself, "At present, the pressing matter is to resolve the refinement of the toxic elixirs. According to this tome, several key ingredients are still lacking. It appears I must make a trip to the herb hall." With that, he carefully stored the toxic compendium away and lifted his gaze toward the direction of the herb hall. Chapter 67. Extracting a cauldron. Qin Mo contemplated purchasing some herbs from the sect's apothecary to concoct a poison pill. Just as he rose to leave, his steps abruptly halted, and he slapped his forehead. It seemed there was a significant issue, the fact being he had no actual ability to refine pills. It dawned on him that he possessed only the desire to concoct, yet lacked the practical skills. Finding a cauldron was relatively simple, yet without any experience. How could he even begin the alchemical process? He certainly could not resort to the same foolish methods as his predecessor, stealing a cauldron, gathering a hoard of herbs, and laboring day and night in a frantic attempt that would merely result in a useless poison pill, filling the air with noxious smoke. The mere thought of this left Qin Mo feeling overwhelmed. He was inherently a laid-back individual, disinclined to expend energy on such a thankless endeavor. After ruminating on the situation from every angle, he remained utterly perplexed. Was he truly meant to follow the same foolish path as his predecessor, squandering time to produce a pill of no value? Furrowing his brow, Qin Mo muttered softly to himself. As he strained to devise a solution to the conundrum of pill refinement, a sudden idea flickered through his mind. He still had one unclaimed reward from the system. Wait, didn't I have a chance to draw a random system reward? He murmured, his eyes brightening with excitement. A bold notion took root in his mind. If he could directly obtain a poison pill through the system's lottery, would that not be a stroke of genius? By simply delivering the pill to Yi Bufan, the system's task would be effortlessly accomplished, sparing him the arduous task of gathering herbs and expending considerable energy on alchemy. As he contemplated this, Qin Mo became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan. Based on his past experiences, the system frequently rewarded various pills, and his storage ring was nearly overflowing with them. Perhaps this time fortune would smile upon him, and he might indeed draw a poison pill. The system. It seemed as though the system sensed Qin Mo's thoughts but remained silent, almost as if silently protesting this whimsical scheme. However, amid the excitement, a flicker of unease surged within Qin Mo. He couldn't help but recall the Huan secret technique he had previously drawn from the system's lottery, which currently lay dormant in his storage ring. The thought caused him a headache, fearing that this time he might draw something equally nonsensical and utterly useless. He fervently hoped that the system would not bestow upon him yet another worthless item, yearning only for something he truly desired. With that, Qin Mo summoned the system and issued his command. System, open that random mysterious gift box for me. As soon as the command was given, the system responded after a brief pause. A flash of purple light erupted on the system's interface, and before Qin Mo could discern what it was, the system's announcement rang out. Ding! The host has used a mysterious gift box one and obtained a purple automatic cauldron. It has now been issued to the host. Qin Mo stared at the reward notification from the system. Confusion etched across his face as he blurted out, "What is this? What on earth was this automatic cauldron that had emerged from the random gift?" Before he could finish his thought, a dazzling purple light suddenly blazed above his head. Instinctively, Qin Mo looked up, squinting against the brightness, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he sought to uncover the nature of this system reward. What could it be? He murmured to himself. The purple light flickered like a shooting star, swiftly replaced by a massive cauldron that began to materialize 3 meters above him. Qin Mo barely had time to react before the cauldron plummeted directly toward him. Gazing upward, he watched in horror as this colossal object descended rapidly toward his position, his pupils constricting in alarm. System, are you serious? You've actually sent me such a massive cauldron. After cursing in his mind, he noticed the cauldron was closing in, now merely a meter away. At that moment, only one thought occupied Qin Mo's mind. Run. With the enormous cauldron less than half a meter away, in a split second, Qin Mo raised his hand, channeling his azure-white spiritual energy, and leaped backward with all his might, desperately creating distance. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, the tremendous force sending dust swirling through the small courtyard, as if caught in a miniature storm. The deafening crash startled the nine-tailed fox hiding behind Qin Mo, causing it to tremble in fright. Instinctively, it wrapped its 3 tails tightly around itself, curling into a fluffy white ball, its diminutive body quaking uncontrollably from the sudden noise. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle. Qin Mo, standing a short distance away, waved his hands vigorously to disperse the lingering dust while coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Ugh. The choking dust irritated him greatly, and as he finally regained his composure, he looked back toward the courtyard. Once the haze cleared completely, he beheld the towering black cauldron, standing at a height of 1.5 meters, and felt a pang of anxiety. The scene of the cauldron descending within mere proximity replayed vividly in his mind. A wave of trepidation washed over him again, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. That had been far too close. Had he been struck by the cauldron, he might not have died, but he would certainly have suffered greatly. Qin Mo thought to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his back already drenched. Reflecting on the earlier incident still sent shivers down his spine. After finally regaining his composure, Qin Mo felt his blood pressure surge, and he unleashed a torrent of complaints toward the system. System, is this how you distribute rewards? Are you trying to send the host to the afterlife with a murderous award ceremony? The volume of his voice seemed as if it could shatter the roof. Host, this reward is simply too large. The system warehouse couldn't accommodate it, so it had to be issued this way. The system's voice remained calm and unruffled, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Qin Mo was about to continue venting his frustrations, hurling insults at the system's entire lineage, when an ancient object suddenly appeared in his palm. He instinctively glanced down to find an aged tome. This is the user manual for the automatic pill refining cauldron. Wishing the host a pleasant experience. The system's voice rang out once more, and then fell silent. Qin Mo stood there, holding the manual, momentarily stunned, before he finally came to his senses and shouted into the void. But no matter how loudly he called, the system remained utterly unresponsive, as if it had crashed entirely. Chapter 68. Preparing to personally teach sword techniques. Confirming that the system had fallen utterly silent, Qin Mo suppressed the fury simmering within him and exhaled a long, resigned sigh, comforting himself with the thought, forget it, it's not worth getting upset over a soulless system. Let me first examine what is so extraordinary about this furnace. With that, Qin Mo lowered his gaze to the ancient tome bestowed upon him by the system. He held the book in his hands, scrutinizing it from various angles for a considerable time. Its exterior appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features, before he gently began to turn the pages. Upon opening it, he was met with an overwhelming array of guidelines regarding the use of the furnace. His eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the pages, unable to suppress a gasp. Wow, this furnace provided by the system is surprisingly formidable. Qin Mo quickly perused through the ancient text, a flicker of amazement crossing his eyes. The anger that had initially brewed from the system's abrupt gift of the furnace began to dissipate. He inhaled sharply, closing the book, and fixed his gaze intently on the furnace before him. Though the furnace appeared to be a dull, unremarkable black, who could have anticipated the profound secrets it harbored? While he had not drawn the coveted poison pill he had longed for, it seemed that this inconspicuous object possessed some remarkable attributes. Qin Mo murmured softly, his tone imbued with delight. According to the ancient tome, all one needed to do was toss the herbal materials into the furnace and infuse it with some firewood or spiritual energy, and it would automatically operate, assisting in the alchemical process. This revelation was nothing short of a delightful surprise for Qin Mo. By heavens, this was no ordinary furnace. It was clearly a divine artifact for alchemy. Qin Mo could not help but exclaim. Alchemy was notoriously cumbersome, yet with this treasure, all he needed to do was gather the ingredients, toss them in, and await the miraculous emergence of the pills. How convenient. With this in mind, Qin Mo resolved not to dwell further on the system's earlier reckless distribution. This time, the system had finally proven itself reliable. A smile crept onto his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He was now eager to venture to the herbal hall, gather all the necessary materials for concocting the poison pill, and effortlessly fulfill the narrative task. Having made this decision, Qin Mo turned to the trembling nine-tailed fox that lay on the ground, gently reassuring it, it's all right now. There is nothing to fear. Upon hearing his voice, the nine-tailed fox cautiously lifted its small head, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Once assured that the area was indeed safe, it slowly stood up, its fluffy tail swaying gently. I need to step out for a moment. Please keep an eye on the courtyard for me. The fox barked in understanding, acknowledging his request. Noticing the nine-tailed fox had risen, Qin Mo refrained from saying more, adding only a brief remark before swiftly summoning his spirit sword. With a light tap of his toes, he gracefully alighted upon the sword, his spiritual energy swirling around him. In an instant, he sped toward the direction of the sect's herbal hall, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox remained crouched in the courtyard, guarding the enigmatic furnace. Simultaneously, on the peak of falling sunset, Su Wolin was making her way back alone. Her mind replayed the solitary figure of Qin Mo departing from the Enlightenment Square, stirring a wave of uncertainty within her. Senior brother. Could it be true that there is something between him and senior sister Mo? Just as her thoughts spiraled, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from the direction of Qin Mo's residence, akin to a heavy blow that abruptly shattered her reverie. Su Ruolin shot her gaze toward Qin Mo's abode, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. That noise had originated from senior brother Qin Mo's direction. Could something have occurred over there? She murmured, an unsettling sense of urgency enveloping her. Without further thought, she quickened her pace toward the source of the sound. In a short span, Su Ruolin arrived at the bamboo cottage where Qin Mo resided. As she stepped inside, the sight before her made her gasp in astonishment. At the center of the courtyard stood a black furnace, dominating the space. The ground surrounding it bore a shocking, massive crater, debris scattered haphazardly, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seeing this, Su Ruolin instinctively slowed her pace. She cautiously approached the courtyard, her eyes fixated on the mysterious furnace, her heart brimming with questions as she murmured to herself, is senior brother Qin Mo planning to concoct pills here? While surveying the area, the nine-tailed fox, stationed beside the furnace, noticed Su Ruolin's arrival and scampered over to nuzzle against her feet. Feeling the unusual sensation beneath her, she looked down to discover it was the spirit pet Qin Mo had raised. Bending down, she gently petted it and inquired, is senior brother Qin Mo not inside the house? Upon hearing her question, the nine-tailed fox immediately shook its head. At that moment, it seemed to sense Qin Mo's returning presence, tugging at the hem of Su Ruolin's skirt with its mouth, and then gazing up toward the sky above the courtyard. Is senior brother Qin Mo back? Recognizing the fox's intent, Su Ruolin turned her head to look. At that very moment, Qin Mo was soaring through the sky on his spirit sword, instinctively scratching his head, a look of frustration etched across his face. His reputation had soured, making certain endeavors rather troublesome. Previously, in his zeal to fulfill the tasks set by the system, he had been excessively decisive, offending everyone at the herbal hall and making it impossible for him to procure the necessary materials. The mere thought of this made him exhale a heavy sigh, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he racked his brain for alternative means to obtain the herbs. Should he seek out Yin Qingyao for some materials? The moment this thought flickered through his mind, he resolutely shook his head. No, she currently despises me intensely, even if I were to approach her. She would never assist me. Qin Mo silently chastised himself, his helplessness palpable as he continued to search for the next possible avenue in his mind. In his turmoil, he pondered whether he truly had to take the risk of waiting until nightfall to clandestinely infiltrate the herbal hall to steal the herbs. Just as he was immersed in his worries, he inadvertently glanced down at the courtyard and instantly spotted Su Ruolin standing there. How curious. Why has junior sister Su come here? He murmured to himself. In that instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Mo's mind. The herbal hall held a deep-seated prejudice against him, yet the newly inducted Su Ruolin had no grievances with him. If he could enlist her help in purchasing the materials, it would resolve his predicament. As a reward, he could personally teach her some sword techniques, and undoubtedly, she would be willing to assist. With this thought, a wave of clarity washed over Qin Mo's mind.